Super technology exchange platform has discovered a host. Fine now. Huh. Lying on his own soft sofa and scrolling through his phone, Shen Fei was suddenly stunned by the voice that rang out in his mind. As a longtime VIP reader of online novels with just the right touch of Chinibyu, he had an exceptionally high tolerance for the concept of a system. Yes, Shen Fei replied in his heart without the slightest hesitation. Ding, binding successful. Shen Fei subconsciously glanced at his phone screen. May 9, 2013, location Jingdu. No transmigration, no change in the world line. System. He muttered under his breath, a trace of novelty and excitement in his tone. Isn't this supposed to be standard equipment for transmigrators? How did it end up falling onto my head? He looked around. It was still the same spacious living room. Beyond the floor-to-ceiling windows stretched the bustling cityscape. Everything around him reminded him that he was a textbook example of a rich second generation. His parents were alive and well, their careers thriving, and he could never finish spending his pocket money. The script of his life was supposed to be eating and waiting to die, then naturally taking over the family business and living out his days in comfort. Start a business. How exhausting. Shen Fei resisted the idea deep down. Host, you're overthinking it, the system complained, having seen through all the little calculations in Shen Fei's heart. This system is the super technology exchange platform specializing in high-asset, high-barrier, high-tech industries. The starting capital for these ventures easily runs into the hundreds of millions. Ordinary families can only stare helplessly. Of course, this system is a gold medal system. It will provide the host with immense support and help you achieve entrepreneurial success. By the way, from what I've seen, other people's systems always provide a novice gift pack upon first binding. So where's mine? Did you swallow it? Congratulations to the host for successfully binding the system and obtaining one novice gift pack. Open now. Shen Fei immediately relaxed, so the novice gift pack had to be summoned manually. In any case, he should open the novice gift pack first and see what was inside before deciding on anything else. Open it. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 18W Type-C charging technology and a complete team of 200 technical staff, as well as a Parallel World 2016 octa-core processor. You have also received a Parallel World design scheme from Juchong for the P10. All technologies have been automatically registered for patents. The host may rest assured, all physical rewards have been stored within the system space. It truly lived up to its title as a gold medal system. The service was impeccable. Activating main quest. Won by the end of 2013. Own a mobile phone company of your very own. Quest reward 3000 mAh high-density battery production technology and one chip manufacturing plant, 14 nanometers process, including 500 RD staff and complete supporting equipment. Quest failure penalty. All funds in the host's bank card will be deducted. Staring at the system rewards, Shen Fei muttered to himself. Judging from what the system is giving me, it clearly wants me to establish a tech company. The goal is to manufacture smartphones like the one in my hand right now. Exactly. This thing is far too outdated. Let me show you the technology from a parallel world. As the system spoke, a series of images appeared before Shen Fei's eyes. He was thoroughly stunned. So phones could be made like this. Compared with what I just saw, the current domestic and foreign smartphones really are quite mediocre. Precisely. The pace of technological development in this world is still far too slow. It needs someone to give it a little jolt. The system's first mission was for him to own a mobile phone company. But he had no idea how to actually make phones. However, before the power of money, this was no real problem. He just needed to poach a few elite talents and concern himself only with the general direction. What? You say I can't do it. What do you take the system for a freeloader? If I'm lacking, I can learn. Since I already have money, if I'm still busy to the point of being a dog, wouldn't that make the money pointless? No need to rush it. For now, he did not even have a company. These days, there were plenty of bankrupt knockoff phone manufacturers waiting to be acquired. The 1999 yuan strike from Dami had been devastating, causing numerous small Shanghai factories to go under. Negotiating acquisitions was also a major issue. Shen Fei might be rich, but he wasn't a fool. Very soon he came up with an idea. He would unleash the power of money and hire a professional mergers and acquisitions team. They would handle the entire process for him while he spent a little money and simply enjoyed the final result. System, my judgment was not wrong. Putting down his phone and starting to make preparations, the thrill of obtaining the system filled Shen Fei with energy. After searching on his computer for a while, he discovered that many phone manufacturers had recently gone bankrupt. He planned to acquire one of them as the foundation for his new company. After all, Shen Fei was not a professional in the mobile phone industry. His understanding of phones was only partial at best. By investing capital to acquire another company, Shen Fei could save himself a great deal of trouble. The mobile phone industry was highly specialized. If he plunged in blindly, he would only end up losing everything. As a second-generation rich kid, time was money. There was no need to waste time just to save a bit of cash. After a series of selections by the headhunter Shen Fei settled on a target in the neighboring Jinhua city, there was a knockoff phone manufacturer. Although labeled a Shanghai manufacturer, this company had its own assembly plant and sales channels within the province. Most importantly, it held a proper license. It was not truly a gray market factory, just a company that had backed the wrong horse and suffered a cash flow collapse. None of that concerned him. If Shen Fei lacked anything, it certainly wasn't money. As for professional talent, the system had already provided a portion. If that wasn't enough, he could always have the headhunters dig up another batch. The system had already rewarded him with a finished product and several key technologies. Even if he did nothing but coast along, he could still live very comfortably. On such a sweltering day, asking him to personally run around acquiring companies really was a bit much. As a rich second generation, if a problem could be solved with money, why should he exert himself? If he went alone, there was no guarantee others would even agree to meet him. Hiring a professional team to handle the acquisition was an extremely cost-effective move. A mere 500,000 was a bargain. 1 month later, after paying 50 million, he finally acquired the company, which was named Dianfeng Mobile. This mobile phone company with 6 years of operational history ultimately fell into Shen Fei's hands. At present, the company could produce 100,000 units per month, though the production lines were somewhat outdated. Other manufacturers would probably protest that calling such a facility old after only a few years was outrageous. In the province, Dianfeng had 50 retail outlets, and even in the neighboring province it owned 20 stores. The 50 million he spent had been well worth it. Ding! Congratulations to the host for completing the mission of owning your own mobile phone company. Reward issued: 3,000 mAh battery technology, and 1 chip manufacturing plant, 1 14nm production line, and 500 technical personnel. He now had a company core smartphone technologies in reserve and production capabilities in place. It was time to prepare the company's first smartphone. However, the acquisition was only the starting point. A whole pile of troublesome matters was still waiting for him. After the acquisition, Shen Fei naturally changed the company's name to Huaxing Technology, cleared out a portion of the original staff, and filled the vacancies with the research personnel rewarded by the system, seizing the opportunity to establish a research institute. He then spent more money to recruit a large number of network engineers to begin adapting the phone's operating system. The current Android system was far too sluggish, paired with poor hardware, which had led to the widespread perception that Android lagged behind iOS. In the early stage, they would definitely need to adapt and modify Android. Jumping straight to developing their own OS would be too great a leap. The system had not rewarded any core frameworks, relying solely on the system engineers he had recruited to develop a full OS from scratch would be far too difficult. Moreover, self-developing an OS was not the hardest part. The real challenge lay in software adaptation. For now, Huaxing phones could only temporarily rely on Android. Ultimately, Huaxing Technology's smartphone brand was named Huaxing. The two names were very similar. However, in this version, it was impossible to make massive modifications to Android. Even adding new features was difficult. They could only perform some basic optimizations. Once these issues were addressed, the team that had previously helped Shen Fei acquire Dianfeng Mobile went back into action because Shen Fei had placed another order with them. They were to acquire a battery production company. The high-density batteries rewarded by the system were far ahead of the current era. To achieve 3,000 mAh in such a slim and light form, there was no second manufacturer like this in the world. They absolutely had to produce them in-house. They also needed to come up with a nice, imposing product name to fully showcase Huaxing's formidable R&D capabilities. After 3 months of effort from all employees of Huaxing Technology, the first Huaxing X1 smartphone was delivered into the hands of the boss Shen Fei. Indeed, the first phone under the Huaxing brand, and the first of the X series, was positioned squarely in the high-end flagship market. The moment he saw the phone, Shen Fei was once again captivated by the Huaxing X1. Its exterior design directly surpassed that of other manufacturers. In the system's tech compendium, it was called the P10, but that no longer mattered. Now it was the Huaxing X1. The Huaxing X1 was equipped with a 5.1-inch display. Its battery came from the newly acquired Ningde company, a 3,000 mAh high-capacity cell. For charging, it naturally used the system-rewarded 18W Type-C fast charging technology. Compared with the current standard of 5V1A, 5W of charging power, this was far ahead of the competition. For its core processor, the phone used the in-house Tianqin 800. Fortunately, the system had rewarded a complete set of equipment, though otherwise achieving mass production in such a short time would have been very difficult. This processor used an octa-core design with a 134 configuration. 1 big core at 2 GHz, 3 medium cores at 9 GHz, and 4 energy-efficient cores at 7 GHz, with no so-called ultra-large core. Although 14nm technology was advanced, there was no need to push the clock speed too high. It was already powerful enough. The Fire Dragon 600 in DAMI 2S, or released in April, was only a quad-core processor with a mere 1.7 GHz, on par with Tianqin 800 small cores. Compared with the Fire Dragon 600, it was like bullying a child. Even against the Fire Dragon 800, also released in April, it was still bullying a kid. The Fire Dragon 800 used a 28nm process and supported 4G, but its price was high, so DAMI had not adopted it. Even if they did use it, it would not matter. Tianqin 800 still far outclassed them. The CPU and GPU of this processor both adopted brand new architectures provided by the system. The system-rewarded processor included entirely new CPU and GPU designs. With the Tianqin 800, powered by the CPU H1 and GPU X1, it could surpass the public reference architectures used by the Fire Dragon series, even at the same frequency. Strong hardware was one thing, but Huaxin Technology's predecessor had been a Shanghai manufacturer known only in Jin City. Its influence on the national level was negligible. If they wanted this phone to become an overnight sensation, they would have to execute their marketing flawlessly. As for how to proceed, he naturally had to learn humbly from his peers. Yet the reason Rice's phone sold so well was still their price. For most consumers, a smartphone priced at 4,000 or 5,000 yuan would make them hesitate. A smartphone priced at 1999 yuan in the current market would be explosively attractive. However, there was no way the Huaxing X1 could be sold at 1999. Rice's 1999 yuan price had indeed been wildly popular and kept the brand constantly in the spotlight. But launching 3 generations at 1999 had etched that number deeply into people's minds, making it a shackle that hindered future brand value growth. Shen Fei also wanted people to enjoy the fun brought by technology. Yet if technology was sold at cabbage prices, it would not be good for his own company's development, nor for the survival of other manufacturers. In the future, high-end technologies could gradually be trickled down to lower price segments, but at least the first generation should be spared from that. Huaxin, as a newly founded phone brand, inherited only a portion of offline sales channels from its predecessor Dianfeng Technology. If they relied solely on those few dozen offline stores, it would be far from enough. For now, they still had to open up new sales channels. Should they find large regional agents to handle distribution, or use his father's connections to enter the mobile carrier sales system? No, although both methods could expand the market in the short term, they would leave the brand heavily constrained by others. Of course, whatever could be used still had to be used. Since he had already embarked on entrepreneurship, he had to use every channel he could for the sake of success. Yet, as a new brand, others would not actually help him sell that many units. He had to open new sales channels while striving to expand the brand's influence. Besides, traditional channels with the development of the internet, online sales were also an excellent option. As long as the advertising was done well and the target users saw this phone, he believed that with its outstanding design and powerful performance, many customers would be willing to pay for it. When the company's cash flow became more abundant later, they would definitely have to march into offline channels, because offline resources were indispensable. For a good smartphone, design was crucial and performance was extremely important as well. But above all, after-sales service was the most important. For now, Huaxin could only position itself in the online market. In the short term, it was impossible to truly move into offline. With their current funds, trying to go offline would be nothing but a drop in the bucket. They simply could not afford to open many brick-and-mortar stores. Of course, the online market also had its own intricacies. It was not as simple as listing products on the internet and calling it online sales. Online sales might look simple, but there were many hidden rules. Take Rice's cost-performance marketing, for example. Before the launch event, they kept hinting to the audience that the phone would not be cheap, then revealed a surprisingly low price at the end. This made it easy to win over price-sensitive users. However, this path had serious drawbacks. In the long term, it resembled a shackle more than an advantage. Therefore, pricing the Huaxing X1 was indeed a thorny problem. If it was too expensive, why wouldn't consumers simply go to offline stores to touch the real device before deciding whether to buy? If it was too cheap, it would easily crush friendly competitors and also be detrimental to continued R&D. This was their company's very first smartphone, one that would leave a deep impression on consumers. Moreover, the current online market was not yet that booming, it was still in its early stages. For low-value items, people were willing to experiment with buying online. But for high-value products like phones and computers, most still preferred to touch them in physical stores before deciding whether to purchase. At this moment, one major question plagued Shen Fei: what price segment should the Huaxing X1 be positioned in? Should he follow Rice's roadmap of high-cost performance or imitate OV's massive advertising bombardment to firmly imprint the phone in consumers' minds? Both paths had already been walked by others, and the results were clear. Rice had now been nailed to the 1999 yuan segment. It was as if that price had been bound to the brand itself. Mention Rice, and people immediately thought of 1999. By now, they already held a certain share of the market, and when it came to playing marketing games, Shen Fei might not be able to outdo Lei Busi. Moreover, the Huaxing X1 carried their self-developed Tianqin 800 along with many pieces of cutting-edge tech their competitors did not have. If they really priced it at that level, the other manufacturers might as well declare bankruptcy. By then, what Shen Fei would have to worry about was whether he could even supply enough units. Another key factor affecting pricing was that current production costs were somewhat high. Previously, because the planned output was low, the quantities of components they ordered were small, which allowed suppliers to open their leonine mouths. At present, the cost of each Huaxing X1 hovered around 2,000 yuan. Once this generation of Huaxing X1 was launched, the first problem to solve would be the supply chain. Sooner or later, he would make those suppliers spit back out what they had eaten. After straightening out the supply chain, they would still have to enter the 1,000 yuan market. In the entire smartphone industry, the bulk of sales still came from budget devices, and Shen Fei was not about to give up such a vast market. After pondering for a long time, Shen Fei basically set the early positioning of the Huaxin brand, a flagship line built around black technologies. Most internet users at present were young people, and high performance and high price were more likely to win their favor. The strengths of Huaxing phones lay in their powerful performance, the ultra-large, ultra-thin glacier battery, the super-fast charging, and the imminent arrival of 4G. Some features you might not use often, but you could not afford not to have them. When others had nothing, they would have it. When others had it, theirs would be superior. That was the only way to blast open the market with a single shot. With the roadmap laid out, it was time to start the warm-up campaign. Huaxing KG was not one of those big manufacturers. Without advertising, it would be doomed to flop. Not only did they need ads, they needed a lot of them. The plan was to flood the entire internet with their promotions. If nothing else, they could rely on the power of money. At worst, he could just go knock on his father's door for another pile of gold coins. With a single order from Shen Fei, the entire publicity department immediately launched into their campaign tasks. Huaxing phone welcoming 4G. A pitch-black poster with only the glowing 4G in the center suddenly appeared as the #1 trending topic on Weibo. What on earth is this Huaxing technology? It just appeared at the top of the trending list out of nowhere. Feels like some kind of phone brand. The next day, another poster bearing the words "far ahead" once again landed at the top of Weibo's trending chart. Looking closely, one would notice the words "Ultimate Glacier Mega Battery" written beneath "far ahead," with ultra-strong endurance and ultra-fast recovery. On the third day, as expected, yet another poster boasting performance leadership appeared on Weibo's trending list. Of course, with Huaxing Technology's current brand recognition, it would have been impossible to reach the top spot on its own. It would not even have made the trending board at all. Its presence there now was naturally the result of Shen Fei's money-fueled push. 3 consecutive days at the top of Weibo's trending list had drawn netizens' attention to this new brand called Huaxing. At the same time, it attracted many users who loved digital gadgets, and even sparked discussions among some netizens. Certain tech forums had already opened dedicated Huaxing sections. November 11th, in the evening, Huaxing X1, the future has arrived launch event. Don't miss it. The launch would be officially held on November 11th, with sales beginning on November 12th. News of Huaxing Technology's new product launch not only attracted gadget enthusiasts, but also drew the attention of rival manufacturers. The commotion stirred up by Shen Fei was not small. They were not fools and could not fail to notice. But once they saw that the company's predecessor was merely a license-holding knockoff factory, they relaxed their guard. Looking at the online buzz, Shen Fei let out a sigh. It was still far from meeting his expectations. He injected another round of marketing funds, intensifying their presence across online media. They would fight for more users. Domestic high-performance BlackTech flagship chip carrying a Huaxing core. Ultra-large battery, ultra-fast charging, far ahead. Extreme performance for an extreme gaming experience. While Huaxin ramped up its online promotion, it was also signing brand entry agreements with multiple e-commerce platforms. In the office, as Shen Fei read through a report, Gu Man spoke up. President Shen, thanks to our heavy publicity, the current number of live stream reservations has reached 500,000. After speaking, Gu Man sighed. Could such a small number really sell out their 20,000 units of prepared stock? With 4G not yet available, watching a live stream over 3G was still rather difficult. At this stage, having 500,000 reservations already satisfied Shen Fei. Of course, because of network limitations, most of those people were likely just clicking to reserve casually. By the time of the actual launch, the real live audience might not even reach 100,000. After reporting the reservation figures, Gu Man began again, this time detailing the launch event's flow. Shen Fei listened with exceptional focus. When the time came, he would be the main speaker introducing Huaxing's phone to the world. The launch begins at 6 p.m. In the evening, President Shen. You'll need to arrive backstage at the studio by 4 p.m. to prepare for makeup. Around 4:50 we'll run a rehearsal to check all the equipment and prevent accidents. At roughly 5:30 we'll let the audience and media enter the venue. To ensure that nothing would go wrong, Gu Man went over the schedule with Shen Fei once more. Preparations for the launch had been mostly completed the previous day. Today was about double-checking everything to avoid unnecessary problems. The venue for this launch was a large conference hall inside Huaxing Hotel, a property under the Shen Group. Many companies regularly held meetings there. As the young master of the Shen Group, Shen Fei naturally borrowed it for his own use. On November 11th, Huaxin started the online live stream and also invited more than 300 lucky fans to attend the offline launch. For a small company, it was unlikely so many fans would have come on their own. The real reason for this turnout was that Shen Fei had used financial firepower to reimburse all travel and accommodation costs in full. To make sure there would be no awkward silences during the launch, he also had some company staff sit scattered among the audience, acting as a built-in hype squad. Looking forward to the imminent launch, Shen Fei was full of expectation. This was, after all, his first product. Would it soar into the skies, or? No, he shook off the thought. With such a beautiful design, it would certainly attract girls, and with so much black technology, it would definitely appeal to a portion of hardcore tech fans. The only factor that might cause failure was the price, but the world never lacked wealthy buyers. Besides, their prepared stock was not huge, only a mere 200,000 units. With this launch event, his digital tech empire was about to take its most important first step. At 5:30 p.m., there was only half an hour left until the launch event of the Huaxing X1. The audience had already entered the venue under the guidance of security, waiting for the event to commence. After checking the time, Shen Fei hurried backstage to make the final preparations. This was his first launch event. He had to be well prepared. In the hall, the entire conference room was filled with spectators, all speculating about the configuration of the Huaxing's first generation, as the pre-launch hype had been quite loud. Was it just a gimmick, or did it have real strength? They were very curious. The most popular questions were whether it supported 4G and who provided the chip and which model was used. Since it was said to support 4G, it should indeed be compatible with 4G. But as of now, no 4G licenses have been issued. Isn't it a waste to support it now? The new generation Fire Dragon processor had not been released either. The current 8 series and 6 series do not support 4G. It can't be that Huaxin developed their own processor. No Fire Dragon does support it, but domestic manufacturers haven't purchased the corresponding baseband. As for self-developed chips, I think that's impossible. Huaxi has been developing for many years and has still produced poor results. How could a newcomer like Huaxin manage to self-develop? It might just be a gimmick acting as a gatekeeper for 4G. No, there's another possibility that this manufacturer has very big ambitions and wants to lay out for the future. But for a new manufacturer, let's just forget it. 15 minutes before the launch event, Huaxin's live stream started on Weibo and other platforms. With the power of capital, the platform also provided certain technical support. The live stream had over 8,000 viewers, a bit more than Shen Fei initially expected. Under the spotlight, Shen Fei walked onto the stage with the microphone just as he had rehearsed. Hello everyone. I am Shen Fei, chairman of Huaxin, and also its #1 employee. Previously, he had appeared in various social occasions following his father. However, at that time, he appeared as the heir of Shen's real estate, and this was Shen Fei's first formal public appearance as the chairman of Huaxing Technology. I don't know how the Huaxing phone is, but the host is quite handsome, even though he is still a bit lacking compared to me. Stop boasting up there. If you've got the ability, show us a photo, otherwise you'll be treated like a flower. So young and so capable, there must be something extraordinary about his background. I am from Kyoto, and I haven't heard of Huaxing Technology. But everyone should have heard of the Shengshe Plaza under Shen Group. This is the only son of the chairman of Shen Group, a top-tier rich second generation. The power of the internet allowed netizens to quickly dig up Shen Fei's public information. Of course, this was also because Shen Fei frequently made public appearances. Standing on the stage, Shen Fei was unaware of the situation in the live stream. He briefly introduced himself and shifted the topic to the Huaxing phone. This time, we at Huaxing Technology bring you the Huaxing X1, internally codenamed "The Future is Here." As for why we say that, let's keep you in suspense for now. First take a look at the appearance of our phone, which is indeed very attractive. As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, the large screen behind him began playing the rendering video of Huaxing X1. Compared to the designs of other manufacturers, it was truly a leap ahead. The design of this phone looks good, but a phone cannot be judged solely on its appearance. We have to look at the configuration as well. What if it's another product with a beautiful exterior, but a terrible core like those from the blue and green factories? That would be a disaster. The video also showcased the various colors of the Huaxing X1, available in obsidian black, ceramic, white, infinite orange, rose gold, and forest green 5 color options. The phone's body size is 5.1 inches with a thickness of only 6.98 millimeters. Weighing 145 g, it can be considered compact and exquisite. It features a glass back cover and a metal mid-frame, enhancing the overall tactile experience. As Huaxing's first phone, it targets the mid to high-end smartphone market. There's no way to go low-end for the first phone. The design and core configuration of the phone have reached a standard that surpasses top flagship models. The aim is to elevate the phone's quality and overall feel to a new height. I am very curious about what platform the processor of this phone uses. Is it the Firedragon 600 or the Firedragon 800? This configuration shouldn't use the Firedragon 600, right? But one thing is certain: it cannot use FA-GES MT. The MT of this era is the standard processor for counterfeit phones, and they haven't shed that label yet. At this point, Shen Fei on stage spoke up. The video has already introduced the phone's appearance design. Let's not waste any more time and get straight to the point, as this is what everyone is most concerned about. Appearance is just the foundation, and the core configuration is the key that attracts everyone. Upon hearing this, the audience erupted into applause. No one expected this boss to be so straightforward. After the applause subsided, Shen Fei said, "I believe everyone is very curious about what platform our phone's processor uses. Since that's the case, let me first introduce the screen used in our phone." This sudden shift in focus piqued the interest of netizens once again. Interesting, truly interesting. The screen is also important. Aside from the processor, it is the most critical aspect. At this moment, Shen Fei on stage carefully introduced the excellent screen to the audience. Below the screen on the Huaxing X1 is something we spend a lot of money to customize. It is not a mainstream 720p resolution LCD screen, but rather adopts the latest breakthrough of a 1080p resolution LCD screen. This screen supports a 60 Hz refresh rate and a 180 Hz touch sampling rate. The brightness of the screen is 450 nits with a display pixel density of 412 ppi, making it one of the top screens available today. What does this 60 Hz refresh rate mean? It means displaying 60 images per second. Our system has been specifically optimized to provide a smoother experience for everyone. Some keen-eyed friends might have noticed the 180 Hz touch sampling rate. This allows our screen to respond more flexibly and recognize user operations better, enhancing your gaming experience. Of course, to achieve all this, a powerful chip is indispensable. So does everyone want to know? Everyone in the audience eagerly responded, keeping the atmosphere lively. This was exactly what Shen Fei wanted. It seems everyone is very curious, but I'm sorry, the next thing I'm going to talk about is still not the chip. Shen Fei on stage was completely in the zone. After making a joke, he smoothly led everyone into his rhythm. The Huaxing X1 has many selling points, but this specially customized 1080p screen is definitely a great selling point. Everyone hasn't used it yet. Having talked about the phone screen, our Huaxing X1 is also ahead of the industry in terms of battery life and charging. We have achieved certain breakthroughs in battery technology, and our battery supports use at temperatures as low as 15 degrees. Even in cold winters, it won't quickly drain due to low temperatures. To ensure a better user experience, we adopted a 3000 mAh Glacier battery. This capacity may seem ordinary, but what if I tell you that this battery weighs less than a competitor's 2200 mAh battery? Lighter weight, larger capacity, this is the confidence brought by technology. As soon as Shen Fei's words fell, the venue fell into silence. A large battery can easily last a day. Additionally, we have made certain breakthroughs in the phone's charging power. A larger battery does not mean it takes longer to charge. The audience was puzzled. Our phone's charging power utilizes 18W fast charging, allowing for quicker battery replenishment. The recharge speed of our 3000 mAh battery is faster than that of competitors' 2000 mAh batteries. This is fast charging technology, bringing you an excellent user experience. At this point, the audience finally understood what Shen Fei had just said. Charging power is Huaxing, a new player in the phone industry, going to carve out a new competitive path right out of the gate. Currently, the entire smartphone industry has only the Huaxing X1 adopting fast charging, which means the Huaxing X1 will be the pioneer of the fast charging era in smartphones. As a pioneer, it will always be remembered, and that is enough. The ordinary phones on the market currently use 5W chargers. Our 18W fast charging is 6 times faster. Even with our 3000 mAh large battery, it will still recharge faster than theirs. This is the super fast charging technology from our Huaxin laboratory. Of course, as a new player in the smartphone industry, we have more than just this breakthrough. As everyone knows, 4G is about to arrive, and let me share a reliable piece of news. It is expected that 4G networks will be opened by the end of this year, so launching a 3G phone now is clearly inappropriate. Therefore, our Huaxing X1 is equipped with a self-developed 4G baseband. Moreover, it uses a more advanced process integrated into the phone's SoC. This can save more power. Although this is just our first generation 4G baseband, its performance is still quite good. Huaxin is amazing. Huaxin is awesome. The network baseband has indeed made a breakthrough. When the time comes, you can directly switch to a 4G card and use the 4G network. However, for Huaxing, this is hardly anything. Shen Fei continued as a new player in the smartphone industry. Apart from these small breakthroughs, you might think I'm bragging, but the baseband is not a small feat. It requires a massive investment. But compared to the answer I'm about to provide, this is indeed a small breakthrough. We at Huaxin bring you a brand new processor platform. After introducing these small breakthroughs, Shen Fei finally brought up the topic everyone was most concerned about. That is the core SoC. In the smartphone processor market, there are only three major players: the unrivaled King Fire Dragon Gaodong, the counterfeit King Fagu, and the only domestic manufacturer with a self-developed processor Ju factory. Unisoc did no one mention me. However, the other two cannot compete with Gaodong, which occupies more than 90% of the market from budget to flagship models. Fagu now only uses it for counterfeit phones. Ju factory's processor is still a long way from being established, but with a good background and ample R&D funds, it is believed they will rise. Shen Fei announced that the Huaxing X1 has brought a new processor platform, immediately capturing everyone's attention. Finally, we've gotten to the main topic: what processor is it, and which company does it belong to? How's the performance? A new platform? I haven't heard of Fire Dragon releasing a new platform recently. Are they not just blowing smoke? I don't know which company developed this processor. It can't be one from a domestic manufacturer, right? It shouldn't be, right? As the top player in the country, Ju factory's processor is still a long way from being established. On stage, Shen Fei spoke confidently. We are proud to announce that Huaxin has become the second technology company in Huaxing capable of independently developing processor platforms. Amidst the anticipation and discussions of many netizens, Shen Fei proudly announced the newly developed Tianqin processor platform used in the Huaxing X1. As for who assisted in the production, it is not important. However, this answer has troubled the United States. In their perception, Huaxing is a technological desert, merely a world factory. Now they want to touch cutting-edge technology. This is not good news. A domestically developed SoC. They had expected that Huaxin Technologies phone would use the Gaotong Fire Dragon 8 series, or even the 6 series. But they never anticipated it would be a domestically developed processor. Anyone with a bit of knowledge about the semiconductor industry knows that Huaxing's semiconductor technology still lags significantly behind developed countries. Domestically produced processors are at least 5 years behind in design compared to foreign ones. In terms of production, they are at least 20 years behind, and even 20 years may not be enough to catch up. The leading domestic manufacturers can design chips, but they cannot produce them independently. They still have to wait for scheduling from Taiwan's TSMC or Samsung. With outdated technology and low production rates, they cannot even use the latest processes. As for the chips produced, that goes without saying. They are extremely outdated, with performance so poor that they are even reluctant to use them in their own phones. Everyone may be somewhat unfamiliar with Tianqin Semiconductor. Tianqin Semiconductor is a wholly owned subsidiary of Huaxin Technology. Due to a lack of results in the past, and the fact that we are a private enterprise, we have not occupied too many social resources to promote ourselves. This is the first processor developed by Tianqin Semiconductor in 3 years of establishment. The specific performance will be explained by Professor Liang, who will come on stage. We may not have been heard of, but we prioritize technology, which is why we have remained low-key. Believe that this time we will not disappoint everyone. After Shen Fei finished speaking, he handed the microphone to Professor Liang, who had just stepped onto the stage. With a scholarly demeanor, he appeared to be a professional researcher, giving people more confidence in the authenticity of this chip. First of all, our Tianqin 800 adopts world-leading process technology, which allows for superior performance. In terms of design, we have adopted our self-developed Fuxi architecture. Netizens expressed skepticism regarding the so-called leading process technology. Currently, the most advanced process globally is only 20 nanometers, and 14 nanometers has basically remained in the laboratory. Can this leading process be stronger than 20 nanometers? It is no wonder that netizens are skeptical. The domestic semiconductor industry is indeed too backward. Of course, claiming to be leading may be self-praise. Therefore, we specifically brought the recently released 8 series platform from a competitor. To better highlight the performance advantages of the Tianqin series, Professor Liang directly utilized a comparative method. It is a comprehensive comparison, not a comparison of strong points. The target is undoubtedly Gaotong's Fire Dragon 800, which at this time is merely a processor designated for imitation devices and does not stand a chance. In terms of CPU performance, the Tianqin 800 leads its competitors by 55. Utilizing the self-developed X1 performance core, the power consumption of the Tianqin 800 is also 25 lower than that of the Fire Dragon 800. At the same frequency, the heat generation of the Tianqin 800 is far lower than that of the Fire Dragon. In terms of GPU, it adopts 10 H1 GPUs, causing the GPU performance of the Tianqin 800 to lead the competitor's 8 series platform by 76. Yet its power consumption is only 56 of that of the Fire Dragon 800, achieving high performance with low power consumption. Is this Tianqin 800 really that amazing? It's directly the best in the country. This is not just the best in the country. The Fire Dragon 800 is completely surpassed, not even a shadow feeling like it can't even compare to the fruit. Remember one thing, nothing presented at the press conference can be trusted. It's okay, there will definitely be a wave of evaluations by the time it comes out. Let's wait and see. There is no way to pre-order. Whoever rushes to pre-order is a big fool. After the comparison explanation, netizens had a basic understanding of this processor. However, most netizens were skeptical. This is not just the best in the country. It is also globally leading. Most people are waiting for more actual evaluations, the words of the manufacturer. After Professor Liang finished the introduction, he stepped down from the stage, and Shen Fei swiped the big screen again, displaying computational imaging on the big screen. Everyone may have some questions about computational imaging. What exactly is computational imaging, and what role does it play? Everyone is not professional photographers. Even with the same hardware, the photos we take with our phones may vary greatly. To reduce this gap, we have researched a dedicated beauty algorithm. By combining hardware and software, we allow everyone to take equally beautiful photos and experience the joy of photography. Shen Fei directly released sample photos taken with the Huaxing X1, while also displaying unprocessed photos without the algorithm. Everyone can take a look. The left side shows a photo taken using our imaging algorithm. The right side shows a photo taken with the same configuration, but without using the imaging algorithm. Is the difference not very obvious? A wave of astonishment arose from the audience. One can see the difference between the two sides at a glance. Everyone has heard me continuously talk about our algorithm. They may think our hardware is inferior. Laughter erupted in the venue. Then everyone is mistaken. Our Huaxing X1 is uncompromising. It will be the first to feature a dual rear camera with a main camera of 24 million pixels and a secondary 8 million pixel ultra-wide-angle lens. Combined with our self-developed photography algorithm, it brings you a better photography experience. Of course, the ladies present may enjoy selfies. Rest assured, our front camera is also equipped with the same 24 million pixel lens as the rear camera. Front selfies are just as beautiful. The usability of a phone depends crucially on its hardware. With identical hardware, the key factor determining this phone's sales lies in the software aspect. Why do people like fruit phones? It is not just because the foreign monk chants well. It is also related to the dreadful state of the Android system and hardware configuration during this period. The Android phone systems of this time are mostly very poor, leading many people to choose to flash the system the moment they buy a new phone. They may not have used a Xiaomi phone, but they have definitely flashed the Xiaomi system. At that time, the Xiaomi system was still very effective ahead of a multitude of native Android systems. After introducing imaging, Shen Fei naturally transitioned to the software aspect. Good hardware determines the lower limit of this phone, allowing you to experience the advantages brought by technological advancements. The software's scheduling and the manufacturer's tuning can elevate these hardware capabilities to a higher limit. Just like our imaging algorithm, it makes our photography experience much simpler and more efficient. So what makes a phone good to use? It all hinges on the system, given that today's Android systems are not quite satisfactory. Thus, we have developed the Tianqin system based on Android 4.0. Hopefully, this new system will be more user-friendly. We have played enough with Xiaomi's system, and I won't say much about others. Still maintaining a skeptical attitude towards the new system. Netizens in the live broadcast room began to flood the screen with comments maintaining a wait-and-see attitude towards the new system. Our brand new Tianqin animation engine can make our daily operations smoother. When exiting and entering apps, it will provide everyone with a more fluid experience. The upgraded animation engine is used to enhance fluidity. Although it still cannot compare to iOS, it is already better than the strongest customized Android system in MIUI. Shen Fei's explanation, along with the demonstrations on the screen, helped most netizens understand the crucial role of the animation engine. The screen also played more detailed transition animations. Does this transition animation seem a bit similar to the one next door? It feels not just a bit, but definitely not as good as Fruit, the Fruit fans commented. From the current hardware and software upgrades, Huaxing is indeed stable. The deeply customized system, leading hardware from competitors, and various black technologies give a refreshing feeling. It even makes people feel that all Android phones are no longer appealing. In a moment, it also gives the impression that the Fruit phone cannot compare to the Huaxing X1. Do you think the breakthroughs in technology from Huaxin are just these? Our mobile system is committed to providing users with a better experience. We strive to offer a purer, safer, and more efficient experience, and we have made various efforts to achieve this. Some actions may offend our peers, but for the sake of user experience, we have proceeded with them. Firstly, we have removed advertisements from the pre-installed software, allowing users to enjoy a more refreshing system interface. We guarantee that our Huaxing X1 system is ad-free, providing a better experience. I believe everyone will appreciate this. Of course, this ad removal only applies to the ads in the system's pre-installed apps. Huaxing technology has just been established, and no manufacturers are approaching us to pre-install apps. We might as well use this as a selling point to attract users. If no one approaches us, Huaxing technology cannot download a bunch of software onto the phone. Having too many apps on a new phone can be quite bothersome. If they are useful, it's fine, but if not, it truly feels like a burden. Huaxing is aiming to be on par with the big players. Currently, with a plethora of ads, turning them off is quite troublesome, and some cannot be turned off at all. Am I here to use apps or to view ads? The phone's actual usability is uncertain, but with this point alone, it must be significantly better than other phones. The third major version update focuses on privacy protection. With the rapid advancement of technology, mobile phones will undoubtedly become an indispensable part of our daily lives. We use our phones for communication, entertainment, work, and study. Our phones also record our personal information, habits, and social relationships. One could even say that your phone knows you better than you know yourself. Your careless authorizations may pose certain risks. As the third update is announced, users in the live stream are astonished by this feature. Privacy protection is shocking for the current Android systems. The openness of Android allows many malicious apps to be installed freely. This leads to mobile phone security being far inferior to Apple's iOS system. However, even with privacy protection features, it cannot match the security of iOS. This is determined by the underlying architecture of the Android system. It can only be said that having a feature is better than not having it at all. If you excessively ignore the risks, then it's practically useless. To protect privacy, we have adopted multiple measures. For instance, a risk prompt will appear when downloading non-App Store applications, and users will be prompted when apps request permissions. Of course, if users find it troublesome, they can also turn it off in the settings. We have given the choice to the users. At the same time, we provide a whitelist as the last line of defense. When certain malicious apps try to access user information, they will be redirected to the blank whitelist, preventing these wrongdoers from succeeding, creating multiple lines of defense for peace of mind. This is to better protect users' data security. Amazing. With so many features, this can definitely become the top customized UI for Android. Dammy, you can step aside. You're no longer my favorite. I hope the price isn't too high, or else. Or else what? Haha, sooner or later this live stream room will be filled with laughter. The newly added features have significantly improved many of the current drawbacks of Android. However, the drawbacks of Android are not limited to these. It's just a matter of timing, and for now, we can only do so much. These new features have already become a major selling point for the phone. Moreover, once it's all done, how will we sell it? However, the addition of such features is undoubtedly bad news for app developers. Some unscrupulous manufacturers might create trouble. In this launch event, Huaxin Technology's first phone has been introduced, from hardware configuration to system features, one after another. The various technical breakthroughs have also ensured that the price of this phone will not be too low. Both the audience in-house and the viewers in the live stream are being piqued by Shen Fei expressing great interest in this phone. This launch event has already served its purpose, and I believe that the initial release should not be too disappointing. Now this launch event has entered its final stage, which is the announcement of the price, the aspect most users are concerned about. There are no bad products, only bad prices. After all, Shen Fei has nothing further to introduce. The breakthroughs and highlights have been covered, and most users in the live stream are simply waiting for the final price. Interested netizens are already typing the prices they hope for in the comments. $19.99, $2,599, $3,999. So how much should this phone with its leading configuration and domestically developed chip be sold for? During our internal pricing meeting, everyone advised me not to set the price too high. We are newcomers. If the price is too high, sales will suffer. However, our core components are self-developed and the R&D costs are very high, which results in our overall costs being significantly higher than those of competitors. If sales are too low, we will incur even greater losses. Will everyone support us? Listening to Shen Fei on stage, he continues to keep everyone in suspense. Old dang, take my money, but stay away from my phone. Stop keeping us in suspense. Oh, just tell us how much the phone costs. On stage, Shen Fei continued, our goal is to create a phone comparable to the big players. I can honestly tell everyone that no manufacturer wishes to become an international giant like the big players. However, we are self-aware, even though our configuration is higher than theirs. In terms of the system, it is close to theirs, but I can assure you that our price will definitely be much lower than theirs. Some netizens remarked after all this talk, the main point is that the price can't go down. Those expecting $19.99 may as well give up. It's excusable to keep the audience in suspense while introducing the features, but doing so while announcing the price is rather irritating. What the price actually is what the live stream audience and those present are most concerned about. If the final price isn't enticing enough, then all the prior introductions will be meaningless. Shen Fei directly stated, I see everyone has been typing the prices they wish for on the screen, so what is the final price? For a phone, everyone might use it for 2 to 3 years, and small memory will make it difficult for everyone. To lower the price, competitors have released versions with small memory, which we at Huaxing consider disgraceful. Therefore, we start with a large memory version of 332GB. The starting price may be a bit high, and we hope everyone can understand. Shen Fei pressed the remote button, and on the large screen behind him appeared 332G version, 3,999 yuan, 364G version, 4,299 yuan, 464G version, 4,599 yuan. What a tempting price. Some commenters said, just don't know when it will be released, I want to try it out. Too expensive, I think I'll wait for Dammy. Is it crazy to sell a domestic product for 4,000 yuan? Just based on that unknown processor. This price is indeed a bit high, but it's not unacceptable. If there are discounts, I will definitely buy it. Suddenly, Shen Fei on stage shifted the topic. However, technological breakthroughs cannot just be for a select few. Everyone should feel the joy brought by technological progress. At the same time, we demonstrate that our domestic products are not inferior to the big players, and we are not lacking in R&D capabilities. To celebrate the launch of our first Huaxing phone, we also want to make friends with everyone. The Huaxing X1 will have a launch discount of 300 yuan as a token of gratitude for everyone's support. To ensure smoother product sales and achieve a sensational launch, Huaxing has launched a price reduction activity at the time of the product price announcement, setting a relatively high price first and then reducing it. This will surely attract a batch of buyers. Then it's 3,699. That sounds even better, go for it. The Huaxing X1 will officially be listed on shopping platforms on November 12th. Thank you for your support. As Shen Fei announced the official release date of the Huaxing X1, it signified the formal end of the launch event. The era of Huaxin has officially begun. In the future, whenever high-end is mentioned, Huaxin will surely have a seat. The end of the launch event does not mean an end. On the contrary, it merely represents a beginning. However, Shen Fei may not excel in other areas, but his financial prowess is outstanding. As a rich second generation, if he didn't have this ability, it would be quite a joke. The Huaxing phone launch event has concluded, but the buzz online is just beginning. Of course, the influence of financial prowess is a factor, but it's certainly not solely due to that. The forums are lively. Naturally, the most lively post is this one: Huaxing is still too arrogant. The price of 3,699 is still too high. Although its configuration is indeed quite good and even stronger than the big players, the impression of lagging domestic phones is deeply ingrained. If it were priced around 2,000 yuan, it could still be a hit, but it stubbornly sells for 3,699. Its hardware is indeed worth that price. However, as a consumer, I do not accept this pricing. Which good person starts selling so expensively? I'll make a post saying if the sales exceed 200, I'll wash my hair upside down. Past events fade. I'm just here for the drama, waiting to see the upside down hair washing. There are quite a few rich people. Well, I feel like 200 should be achievable. The big players sell so expensively and still far outpace domestic sales every year. Stay away. Shouldn't the main post revise this? 200 is still very possible. Dammy sells over 1 million units every year. The end of the launch event has sparked a flurry of news online. Huaxing fans are starting to emerge. They are eagerly anticipating the emergence of domestically leading processors, as the domestic market has fallen far behind in this aspect. The domestically developed octa-core Tianqin 800 processor is far ahead of international competitors. The Type-C charging port is also leading the industry with an impressive 18W charging speed. No longer will there be concerns about battery drain while charging and playing at the same time. The launch of the Huaxing X1 has breathed new life into the smartphone market. The Huaxin X1 has been released, and various channels have begun promoting it with the support of financial backing. In the current smartphone market, it is indeed a good product, but its price is not very consumer-friendly, and the target consumer base is limited. The target white-collar consumer group may be more accepting, but attracting the general public is indeed challenging. This may lead to lower sales for the first generation of Huaxin phones. However, prices must not be casually lowered. With self-developed technology, it's essential to confirm the technological direction. Through successive generations of improvement, consumers should remember that Huaxin is exceptional, and it's normal for Huaxin to sell at a premium. This generation of products is certainly worth the price, catering to the needs of most people. In terms of imaging and photography, it combines algorithms with high-quality hardware. It allows even novices to take good photos, although there is still some distance to cover compared to competitors. The 3,000 mAh Glacier battery reliably lasts a day. In terms of charging, it features the first Type-C charging and supports 18W fast charging. Compared to competitors, 5V1A slow charging, it's from a different era. According to the system, in a parallel world, competitors are still using 20W super fast charging a decade from now. The core of the phone, the processor, is where Huaxin excels. With the system powered by the Tianqin 800, even competitors' products fall short, not to mention the current Huaxing and Phage models. Although the current software is quite poor, Huaxin has achieved specific optimizations combined with top-notch hardware, eliminating any lagging sensation. As for product pricing, it's hard to say, it's significantly higher than other competitors. However, when compared to offline OV products, the gap isn't that substantial. But the key issue now is that Huaxin Technology's offline stores are quite few, nowhere near those two competitors. Online shopping price is always a significant factor limiting most users from purchasing digital products. With the financial backing of Shen Fei, various review videos have started to emerge praising it as the fastest charging phone in history, the strongest flagship phone with full gaming attributes. The era of algorithm-based photography has arrived. Of course, users are most concerned about performance. Is it as impressive as claimed at the launch? The most prominent digital blogger in the tech community, Digital Chat Station, released a new video. Domestic high-end has arrived, Tianqin 800, a milestone in domestic progress. The title of the video attracted countless viewers. Digital Chat Station, with a 99% accuracy rate in leaks, managed to produce review videos immediately after product launches. In just a few months, it attracted around 800,000 fans. Due to its high accuracy, it was able to get the phone first and was dubbed the most prominent digital blogger. Of course, what the audience doesn't know is that this is a leak account jointly used by Shen Fei, Xiaomi, and Juchang. Officially certified, how can the accuracy not be high? As for why there are no blue and green companies involved, it's because both offline channels are already saturated during this period, making online unnecessary. As a side note, during this period, the blue and green companies had offline models that were indeed deceptive, serving as a lesson for the youth. The blue companies Y and the green companies A. My first lesson was with the Y85. Feel free to discuss your first lesson. Many netizens eagerly clicked on the video to learn whether the Tianqin 800 is as impressive as claimed. How does it compare to the competitors' Huaxing 800? First, let's test the Entertainment Bunny benchmark. It's just a benchmark, so take it with a grain of salt. Of course, if the score is particularly low, it is indeed unusable. To enable more users to understand the powerful Tianqin 800 processor, the publicity department ultimately decided to start with the Entertainment Bunny benchmark. Most people are novices and do not understand the professional knowledge. Lei Bussi's famous saying about running a benchmark is deeply ingrained in people's minds. In the same environment, a competitor's Huaxing 800 phone was simultaneously tested for benchmarking. The final results came out quickly. You can see that the Huaxing 800 scored 34000 points. The Tianqin 800, however, reached 11800 points, far ahead of its competitor. This is because the Tianqin 800 uses a 14nm process, whereas the competitor's Huaxing 800 employs a 28nm process. Thus, the lead is inevitable, compounded by large storage and high running memory configurations. Scoring more than double that of the Huaxing 800 is quite reasonable. In game testing, both frame rates and phone temperature are better than those of phones using the Huaxing 800. Were there any large games at that time? I don't recall, please comment if you remember. With a 3000 mAh battery and 18W fast charging, gaming time can be prolonged and faster recovery is possible. Actual tests show that 18W charging can recharge the 3000 mAh battery to 80 in half an hour. This phone supports 4G networks and can stream online videos. However, since data costs are a bit high, it is recommended to use Wi-Fi at home. After a series of evaluations, Digital Chat Station awarded an excellent rating. The video concluded with a line encouraging viewers to follow Digital Chat Station, your excellent digital tool. The emergence of various review videos online has prompted some potential Huaxin phone buyers to make up their minds to purchase. The excellent peripheral configurations of the first generation of Huaxin phones, combined with a great system and many substantial innovations. All configurations combined demonstrate that the first generation of Huaxin is currently the most impressive phone in the market, even compared to competitors. Due to the poor coding of the current system, it still cannot rival competitors, hence the need to increase running memory. In actual use, Huaxin's 3G large running memory performs just as well as competitors in terms of smoothness. What most netizens are concerned about is whether this domestically produced Tianqin 800 is indeed powerful. Is it just the manufacturer's hype, or is it genuinely strong? Related evaluations have emerged showing more than double, nearly triple the benchmark scores, allowing netizens to breathe a sigh of relief. Huaxin has indeed optimized the Tianqin 800 well. Self-developed chips with self-tuning are indeed more impressive. Whether in daily use or gaming performance, it outperforms competitors' Huaxing 800. Of course, to make the data shocking, Huaxin staff also put in a bit of effort. Theoretically, the Huaxing 800 has been released for half a year and is considered an older generation processor. Soon, the Huaxing 801 will be released, but even the latest Huaxing 801 cannot compare to Hualian's Tianqin 800. Just comparing data doesn't evoke that much shock. In this round of chip production and tuning, Tianqin Semiconductor has accumulated experience in chip tuning and related design. Having gained its own insights, the development engineers provided by the system are already in place. The next generation chip, Tianqin 810, is also about to begin mass production, expected to start verification in March next year. As for why it is so quick, because the large core raised 0, 2G, the medium core raised 0, 3G, and the small core raised 0, 1G. This is also the requirement given by Shen Fei to the development engineers. The current Tianqin 800 is already far ahead of its competitors. Technological development must proceed, and squeezing toothpaste is also necessary. This is not contradictory. And having a slight lead is excellent. Having too much of a lead can be detrimental. Thus, squeezing a bit of toothpaste is quite reasonable. Of course, it's primarily because the current toothpaste isn't that strong, or it's about cultivating the market. Even patents are made available for free usage without collecting any patent fees. So is there any protection for the system? No wait, it's a benefit. At midnight on November 12th, those sales exceeded 100 units. By noon on November 12th, the sales of the Huaxing X1 surpassed 1,500 units. On the evening of the 13th, sales exceeded 7,000 units. By the evening of the 14th, sales reached 16850 units. A total of 16000 units sold in 3 days is not particularly impressive. Compared to competitors who sell tens of thousands of units in minutes, this performance can be considered quite poor. However, as a new brand established for less than a year and lacking a fan base coupled with a price exceeding 3,000, achieving 160 units in 3 days through online promotion is quite remarkable. This sales data is very well regarded by Shen Fei. Most users view the manufacturer's so-called launch events merely as entertainment. The so-called blogger reviews are nothing more than a joke. If you receive the phone before the launch event, how can I trust your opinion? It's enough to get a general idea. If we could trust what bloggers say, pigs would fly. To truly consider a purchase, one must look at real user reviews. Many users, although very interested in this product, are still maintaining a wait-and-see attitude, waiting for genuine reviews from the first batch of users before making a decision. This is data with real reference value, far more meaningful than the exaggerated claims of bloggers. Bloggers may be compensated, but users are not. On November 19th, Shen Fei looked at the sales report sent by his assistant, noting that within a week a total of 630 units were sold. As consumer reviews emerged, some users who had been hesitant eventually chose to purchase the Huaxing phone, with daily sales approaching 100 units. This sales figure is quite impressive. With continued advertising investment and the growing reputation among users, this number should increase further. Shen Fei reviewed the statistical report sent by his assistant and instructed his colleague Gu Man release the first week sales figures through the official website, official Weibo, and digital chat forums. Our Huaxing phone has gained considerable attention, and we need to let users know to help those who want to buy but are hesitant to make a decision. A total of 630 units in a week is an excellent achievement for a small brand, especially considering the price point. However, compared to major brands like Xiaomi and Oppo, this may not even compare to their initial launch figures. With nearly 1,200 yuan in hardware profit per phone, the appeal of self-developed products is evident. If we account for research and development costs, the profit per unit is still around 800 yuan. In terms of sales volume, we cannot compete with any of the major brands like Xiaomi or Oppo, but in terms of profit, the performance is indeed commendable. The Huaxing X1 phone's first week sales exceeded 220 million yuan. Shortly thereafter, the Huaxing official website, official Weibo, and digital news platforms all released the first sales figures for this product. Releasing first week sales figures may seem a bit unethical, as others usually release sales figures from the launch day. With the backing of financial strength, we successfully trended on social media. These days, it's quite easy to make it on trending topics. Did Brother Jean really release it 2 minutes later than Huaxing's official announcement? Did he disclose the exact quantity? Is there some insider trading going on? The Huaxing phone is indeed quite impressive. It performs well with any game. The 3000 mAh battery is truly powerful, recharging quickly, making it an absolute gaming machine. Fast charging is indeed very useful, bringing joy to us gamers. It far surpasses my friend's Xiaomi, and as for OV, let's not even mention it. It's an electronic product that can't compete even with Xiaomi. I feel that the hype around the camera might be a bit exaggerated. I tried my friend's Huaxing, and it can't compare to the one I'm holding. However, the fast charging is impressive, far superior to this phone I'm using. The 3000 mAh battery life is truly remarkable, and the charging speed is quite fast. The majority of users who purchased this phone have praised it, resulting in a very good reputation for the first generation of Huaxing. The official website has a satisfaction rate of 98.5. while on the Amiao platform it's 94. 2. On the Dog East platform the satisfaction rate is 95. 3. It can be considered a good product, with a consensus rating of around 96. That's already quite impressive. With the experiences and recommendations from the first batch of users, many originally hesitant users have also chosen to purchase a Huaxing phone. On the 25th, sales broke 1,000 units, achieving a milestone. Congratulations to the host company for surpassing cumulative sales of 1,000 units. Rewards can be chosen based on the following options. A fast charging technology gift package includes 22. 5W fast charging technology, 27W fast charging technology, and 50 RD engineers. B50 chip road engineers. C1 fragment of a 14 nanometers production line. 2 fragments can be exchanged for 1. D comprehensive battery technology patent package. E communication technology patent package, including some core patents accounting for about 0.8 of 4G communication patents with 50 RD personnel. It seems these packages have made Shen Fei thoughtful. The system is quite good and even offers random rewards. Currently, the technology in chip production and RD is indeed sufficient, but preparation is necessary. Huaxing sales are quite good, having sold 1,000 units in half a month. One production line may not be enough, and that fragment must be chosen for the future. Accumulation in communications is indeed Huaxing's weak point, so it must be chosen. Fast charging technology can be disregarded as they are already leading. The Glacier battery is sufficient for now and can also be set aside. BCE is indeed good. Can I choose 3 systems? The system said no way. Then why are the production line fragments instead of a full production line? Could it be developed by penguins? Hearing this, the system fell silent for a while and then said the value is too high. Alright then, I'll choose CE. Congratulations to the host for obtaining 1 production line fragment along with some communication patents and 50 RD personnel. On November 30th, the sales exceeded 1,500 units, far surpassing Shen Fei's expectations. Originally based on Shen Fei's expectations as a digital novice, newcomers would enter at high prices. Even with many high-tech features, the entire product lifecycle should not exceed 5,000 units. Consumer trust is hard to earn, but Shen Fei forgot he was a user with privileges. Thus, in just 1 month, 1,500 units were sold. The originally prepared stock of 2,000 units of components proved to be insufficient, leaving him quite embarrassed. However, Shen Fei expressed that this embarrassment was great, hoping to continue facing such scenarios. The first month's sales were 2,000 units, influenced by the initial launch, resulting in higher sales. Even if sales in December may decline, they should still be between 1,000 and 1,500 units. With the word-of-mouth effect, the number might even increase. In the first half of next year, an official price adjustment promotion can be conducted, at that time monthly sales should exceed 2,500 units. Thus, the entire product lifecycle should be around 1.5 million units. As for when to adjust the price, it depends on the sales, which is based on market response. Initially, preparing 2 million units of stock components can help better negotiate lower prices with suppliers. For the first batch of components, due to the difficulty in estimating market reactions, they didn't dare to prepare too much stock. They were tricked once, and this time, they must negotiate better prices with suppliers. They must recover the losses from the previous 2,000 units. As for suppliers not agreeing, if they refuse, just switch to another. There are plenty of options. Regarding the possibility of inventory accumulation, it is still very high, but based on the experience learned from Shen's father, Shen Fei wants to put it into practice. Next year, they could release a Huaxing X2S or Huaxing X1S, which could clear inventory and lower prices. This would also be beneficial for sales. This plan is truly perfect. I, Shen Fei, am truly a genius. With various promotions and user reputation, the Huaxing X1 is starting to conquer the market, achieving impressive sales. Looking at this sales report, Shen Fei thought to himself, I'm already rich, why play the golden rule that gold will shine? Isn't that a waste? Of course, fellow competitors have also contributed a lot. Some Huaxing phones entered competitors' laboratories for disassembly and analysis. In the laboratory of Ju Factory RD engineer Mr. Yu, fast charging is actually quite simple. By increasing the voltage and current, it can be achieved. However, Huaxing has already registered its patents and has specific requirements for the batteries. If reverse engineering is necessary, it can be done, but the RD time will be extended. The main goal is to bypass Huaxing's technical patents. Therefore, it is still advisable to communicate with Huaxing to obtain the patents, and then proceed to develop our fast charging protocol. Okay, I understand. I will have someone communicate with Huaxing Technology to obtain technical authorization. But your RD must also proceed simultaneously. A special fast charging RD team should be established. If there aren't enough people, go recruit accordingly. I give you this authority. Should we follow up on this fast charging? Increasing fast charging is indeed beneficial for users, but it will definitely increase costs. According to the reports from the laboratory, the battery will definitely need to be replaced, and the charger must be custom-made, all of which will raise our costs. So let's hold off on following up for now. General Manager recently that fast charging has been quite popular. Should we follow up for our next Generation X series? Forget it. We are targeting offline consumers who don't understand the benefits of adding these features, which only increases costs. It's better to invest that money in advertising. Recently, the Blue Factory has sponsored several popular variety shows, and their market share has surpassed ours. Oh, we must keep up. As for the fast charging you mentioned, we can discuss it. Let's use it for our next generation, our model. I've even thought of the slogan, charge for 5 minutes, talk for 2 hours. What he didn't expect was that this catchy slogan would become a classic in the advertising industry. On November 28th, Shen Fei and Wang Teng, the person in charge of the Huaxing X1 series, headed to the airport for a direct flight to Neon. Since neither of them spoke Neon language, they were accompanied by a translator and a lawyer. Due to the prevalence of gang culture in Neon, there were plenty of bodyguards. The negotiating team consisted of 30 people, with 15 of them being bodyguards. The main purpose of this trip to Neon was to stabilize the supply chain and reduce costs. By the time Shen Fei arrived, it was already 2 in the afternoon. Fortunately, Sony's headquarters was conveniently located in Tokyo, and he decided to start with the lenses. In this regard, Sony was somewhat more reliable. The domestic company Huawei could provide investment support later, but for now it was best to stick with Sony. If only one company's lenses were used, the security of the supply chain couldn't be guaranteed. The important thing is that it's difficult to press down prices with only one supplier. In the future, aiming for higher price segments is inevitable. Should they increase the number of lenses and focal lengths to allow for a larger lens base and better light intake? With excellent algorithms, they could enhance the camera's capabilities. However, there was no rush. They were still in the single-camera era. The market was still being cultivated, and it could only mature once 4G plans became cheaper. For now, optimizing the AI algorithms was the priority. They had already roughly communicated the quantity, and Sony was taking it very seriously. A special welcoming team had been dispatched to ensure the negotiations went smoothly. As soon as they disembarked, the people from the other side rushed over. Shen Fei and his team were indeed easy to spot, surrounded by a large group of bodyguards. Hello, are you Mr. Shen? I am Hegemony, the representative of Sony, and I welcome your arrival. Shen Fei smiled and welcomed him in Chinese. Sony was indeed quite courteous. Of course, a large order was worth such treatment. Shen Fei, who had the final say, was present. If he was well entertained, it would be best if the young man impulsively placed a larger order. With this thought, Shen Fei suddenly understood why Sony was so enthusiastic. They had not shown this attitude when he ordered 2 sets previously. Back then, they had only given a quote, and there was no room for negotiation. After getting into the car, Hegemony took them to the hotel they had booked in advance, saying they should rest for a while before discussing the specifics of the collaboration after adjusting to the time difference. In reality, it was just to make further preparations. It's not just China that has a drinking culture, every country has one. However, the drinking culture abroad has status requirements. If you don't qualify, you can't enter, which is the so-called circle culture. After resting for a moment, Hegemony returned to the hotel, and the formal negotiations were about to begin. Since there was a language barrier, for this negotiation, each side brought a translator. Leading Sony was Hirai Kazuo, the head of the optical lens department. Shen Fei spoke Chinese while Hirai Kazuo spoke Neon language. The two sides communicated through their respective translators. After going through the enthusiastic politeness stage, Hirai Kazuo led Shen Fei towards the private room. They were preparing to have a meal. The hosts and guests enjoyed the meal together, at least on the surface. However, Japanese cuisine really wasn't that delicious, at least in Shen Fei's opinion. After the banquet, both sides began to discuss business formally. Mr. Shen, you want to order a large number of lenses? You only mentioned 1 million sets earlier. You didn't specify the exact specifications or the specific quantity, so it's quite difficult to provide a quote, Hirai Kazuo said anxiously. However, he also understood that it was likely based on the specifications of the previous order, so he had a certain baseline price in mind. If there were any unexpected surprises, he could lower the price a bit. 800 million pixels, 2,400 million pixels, both are mainstream lenses, Shen Fei said. Upon hearing this, Hirai Kazuo immediately realized he was right. Shen Fei came this time to continue procuring the necessary supporting products for the Huaxing X1 series. It seemed he would have to offer a better price to retain this rising major client. We understand on our end, but how much do you plan to purchase? The purchasing quantity depends on the price. The last price was a bit high. As you know, our mobile phones have 3 lenses, 2 of which are high-end lenses. The purchasing quantity will definitely not be low, but how much specifically, It will depend on your quote, Shen Fei replied. Previously, due to the small purchase, there was no way to negotiate on price. This time he brought up the last purchase price being high to take the lead. Hirai Kazuo was also an old fox, and he said without changing his expression, since Mr. Shen is in this line of work, you should know that the main issue is the high RD costs. The price for a 2,000 order and 1,000,000 orders certainly wouldn't be the same. I'd like to apologize for the previous incident, Mr. Shen. As for that, there's no need for an apology. We purchased less last time. It's understandable. So how much we specifically purchased this time will depend on your sincerity. Hearing Shen Fei not buy into his tactic, but instead handed the pricing power to him, made Hirai Kazuo uneasy about pricing. According to his preliminary investigation, Shen Fei didn't like to bargain. He either went for a one-shot deal or switched to another supplier. Although Sony was confident in their lenses, it wasn't just a day or two that Samsung had been eyeing their position. If the price was too high and pushed Shen Fei to Samsung, that would be disastrous. All right, Hirai Kazuo pondered for a moment, then stood up formally and stated, the 800 million pixel lens is priced at 13.0 and the 2400 million pixel lens is 20. If we sign today, we can supply immediately. How much would you like each month? Hirai Kazuo could indeed offer this guarantee without knowing the order, indicating that he had conducted some investigation. Was he trying to secure Shen Fei in one go? Shen Fei thought for a moment. This price was a reduction of $3 from the last purchase price for the 800 million pixel lens and a reduction of $6 for the 2400 million pixel lens. However, the supply chain couldn't be calculated this way. This industry was extremely cyclical. Prices could fluctuate every quarter, month, or even day. This procurement took place 4 to 5 months after the last one, so prices had already been adjusted once. Hirai Kazuo's quote was completely insincere. Before the order was completed next year, there would be at least one more price adjustment. This was treating him as a fool. Mr. Hirai, your price is completely insincere. Upon hearing Shen Fei say this lightly, Hirai Kazuo instantly understood what he meant. Indeed, one should not judge a person by their age, of those who can get things done all have their own schemes. Hirai Kazuo did not show any dissatisfaction on his face. Instead, he slightly curled his lips into a smile. Negotiation. It was just you giving a price and me giving a price. If we agree, we negotiate. If not, we continue to haggle. Moreover, electronic products inherently decrease in price due to cycles and economies of scale. The 800 million pixel lens is 11.0 and the 2400 million pixel lens is 17. In that case, I can tell you that this price still does not meet my expectations. Upon hearing this, Hirai Kazuo next to him was instantly speechless. Brother, you are the boss. How can I tell you the bottom price when you don't even tell me how much you're planning to purchase? It seemed that only the big move could work now. Hirai Kazuo was so courteous because he had done his homework. Mr. Shen, you are young, yet have achieved your current position. You are indeed a very capable person. I know you have to order other components, so let's not pull each other too much. Our business department's research shows that the life cycle of your Huaxing X1 is about 3 to 4 million units. I'll give you a super low price, so what do you think? Okay, let's hear it. However, Shen Fei was indeed a bit shocked internally. After all, they mentioned 1,000,000 orders before coming, so they surely wouldn't be foolish enough to negotiate without doing some research. However, they seemed quite confident in themselves, while their own predictions indicated only about 2 million in sales. Hopefully, they could prove themselves wrong. The 800 million pixel lens is priced at 9.50 and the 2400 million pixel lens at 14. Hirai Kazuo stated, lowering the price by another $1, but this likely was still not the lowest price the old man could accept. There should still be room for negotiation. How about this, the 800 million pixel lens for 7 and the 2400 million pixel lens for 12. I'll first order 3 million sets while also guaranteeing at least an additional million order next year. As for this million order, it certainly wouldn't be for the 2400 million pixel lens. Next year's Huaxing S1 rear main camera could use a 2400 million pixel lens, but the front lens would definitely not be the same as the X series. Instead, it would use a 1300 pixel lens, which would be sufficient. Compared to domestic competitors' 500 million lenses, this was far ahead. Coupled with Huaxing's AI beautification algorithm, it was significantly superior. Hirai Kazuo frowned. According to their internal research results, the life cycle of Huaxing's product was only around 3 million units. So this million order was definitely just an empty promise, like a castle in the air, visible yet intangible. Seeing Hirai Kazuo's reaction and comparing it to what he learned about competitors' procurement prices, Shen Fei realized that this price was indeed at the bottom. He then pulled out his other trump card. The components will arrive, and within half a month we will settle the payment. At the same time, the order must be completed before September next year, with an initial batch of orders to be sent by early December. It's quite normal for bulk orders to have payment terms, so Shen Fei's plan to pay the remaining balance within half a month after the order arrives became his final card. Hirai Kazuo smiled and said, Mr. Shen, congratulations, you have convinced me. Oh, let's proceed, as you suggested. Of course, the leaders of both sides only handle major issues. The minor details should be left to the people below. The penalty for breach of contract and the quantity for each batch of goods will be left to them. For example, a batch of components must arrive at the beginning of December. Sony will also send a group of engineers to Huaxing Technology to assist in optimizing the algorithms. The professionals should handle professional matters. This is Huaxing's consistent style. With the assistance of algorithm talents from Sony, Huaxing is sure to maintain its lead in algorithms. Although their layout and algorithms is decent, competitors are not foolish and will catch up sooner or later. Sony's engineers must understand their lenses better, especially with a systematic OTA upgrade scheduled for January next year, continuing to enhance the photography algorithms. At that time, spending a bit more will ensure we trend again. This will further boost sales, coinciding with the official price adjustment in February next year. Sales are bound to explode again. The only dissatisfaction for consumers is the price. If the price is appropriate, sales will undoubtedly soar. The first generation of Demi sold over 7 million units, while the second generation surpassed 14 million. The Demi 3 series has also exceeded 2 million units, and it is expected to sell at least 15 million units over its entire life cycle. This is also why Shen Fei dares to place an order for 5 million units. This market is an unexploited blue ocean and a very deep one. Other domestic manufacturers are all in the 100 to 200 yuan range. The starting price for competitors' products is at least 4,999 yuan, so the market around 300 yuan is very broad. Huaxing smartphones still possess a plethora of core technologies and are not afraid of competitors entering this market. Even if they do, they cannot outdo Huaxing technology. Lenses are not products of significant iterations. This generation can still be used in the next. For instance, competitors are still using 8-megapixel legacy lenses. After the contract negotiations concluded, Hirai Kazuo approached and said, "Mr. Shen, I truly appreciate a straightforward client like you and hope that based on this cooperation, we can have more collaborations in the future." Shen Fei replied, "That is inevitable. Next year, our X1S series and the S series at the 200 yuan price point will be launched. This order for 5 million units might really just be the foundation." Currently, Huaxing's chip production line, even with the help of system engineers, does not achieve a 100 pass rate, not even reaching 90. This results in many chips being substandard, yet still usable. By shielding certain faulty cores, they can function normally. Even after shielding the faulty cores, they are still superior to the current Snapdragon 800 and even the soon-to-be-released Snapdragon 801. With 18W fast charging, we can aim for a price around 2500 yuan. At least it should be a blockbuster at the tens of millions level. The real concern will be whether the limited version of the chip is sufficient. Should we release an S1 Pro equipped with a full-blooded Tianqin 800? Clearing inventory is not disgraceful. Consumers will still thank you. Upon hearing this, Hirai Kazuo was astonished and said, "If that is the case, then next year we will definitely offer Mr. Shen a further discount based on this, absolutely the industry's lowest price." As for why it is a low price rather than the lowest price, that is a privilege reserved for competitors whose annual sales must exceed 100 million. However, it should be soon. Hirai Kazuo is very aware of the impact of price on product sales. Demi has maintained a million-level sales for 3 consecutive generations due to its low price, even reaching over 10 million in the previous generation. This generation has already exceeded 8 million in sales, so it's safe to say it will be another blockbuster. With so many technologies, Huaxing can set the price at 200 yuan with sales starting at least 10 million, which may even affect Demi's sales. Of course, he knows Shen Fei cannot lower the price that much, but 2500 yuan is still a killer price. After the contract negotiations concluded, Shen Fei, after some pleasantries, returned to the hotel with Hirai Kazuo's enthusiastic send-off. In recent years, domestic CMOS has yet to stand tall and can only be supported as best as possible. He will immediately discuss investment and shareholding matters with OmniVision. At that time, domestic CMOS can replace Sony. With the lens negotiations completed, the next focus will be the screens. However, there's no rush for screens. Although a 1080p screen is quite high and many companies can produce them, the prices are a bit high. Currently, mainstream screens are still 720p. However, Shen Fei believes that under the pressure of large orders, manufacturers will surely compromise. In terms of screens, it is widely acknowledged that Samsung screens are the best, but unfortunately Samsung's top screens are never supplied externally. A slightly inferior grade is supplied to competitors. Domestic manufacturers can indeed obtain Samsung screens that are not much different from those of other companies. Domestic brands like BOE Tianma and Huaxing Optoelectronics are all at a T10086 level. Even if there are many suppliers, support for domestic suppliers is still necessary, whether to reduce supply chain costs or ensure supply chain security. This is a path that must be taken and is unavoidable. Now let's first investigate the screen manufacturers in neon, starting with Sharp. The previous batch of Huaxing X1 smartphones used Sharp screens. Sharp is also a giant in LCD screens. Large orders are always communicated quickly. Wang Tung has already contacted Sharp yesterday. So when he arrived in Osaka today, Takahashi Murakami, the sales director of Sharp, was already waiting at the entrance. There are too many companies capable of producing screens. This big order cannot be missed. After a series of pleasantries, they finally arrived at the conference room. Mr. Takahashi must have heard that we signed an order for 15 million lens sets with Sony yesterday. The screens we are using now are Sharp screens, so I hope Mr. Takahashi can provide a more favorable quote this time. The last order quantity was relatively small, only 200 units, so the price for a 5.1-inch 1080p screen was 60. This accounted for a significant portion of Huaxing X1's cost. This is also the main reason why Huaxing's self-developed baseband and chips lead to higher costs. Mr. Shen, I've heard that you are a straightforward person, and I will certainly provide you with a one-time price. I wonder how many units you need. The S-series will definitely undergo some compromises since it mainly targets the 200 yuan range, and there's no need for such a good screen. The chips will be slightly downgraded, focusing on photography. The lenses cannot be compromised, nor can the algorithms, therefore the screen is the best point. The S-series will use a 4.7-inch LCD screen with a resolution of 720p, which is considered mainstream now. We need 300,000 units of the 5.1-inch 1080p screen. Initially, we'll require 500,000 units of the 4.7-inch 720p screen. Any additional quantity will depend on the quote Mr. Takahashi can provide. Takahashi was shocked upon hearing this. It was not what he had heard before. Sony did not say this. Was the money spent on gathering intel wasted? As a seasoned businessman, Takahashi quickly reacted and said, Mr. Shen's demand is indeed large. We need to discuss specifics on our side. We will definitely provide an irresistible price. May I ask about the delivery schedule? We need the 1080p screens delivered first along with some samples of the 4.7-inch screens for our testing machines. The 4.7-inch screens can wait to be delivered starting in March next year. All right, Mr. Shen, we've exchanged some ideas. We can offer the 1080p screens at 55. The 4.7-inch 720p screens can be priced at 38. Compared to the last price, this is indeed a significant drop. The current price for 1080p screens is indeed a bit high. The new technology and high costs are understandable. But I am ordering 300,000 units. Isn't this drop a bit inadequate? Each screen can be reduced by 2, making the 5.1-inch 1080p screen 53 and the 4.7-inch 720p screen 36. The 720p technology is absolutely mature, and I believe you will definitely make a profit at this price. Moreover, I can clearly say that our S-series will be positioned at the 200 yuan price point. The sales will definitely exceed 5 million units. I trust Mr. Takahashi understands my point. As for Sharp, I have a sentimental attachment. Even though you sold the last batch of screens at a high price, this is why I chose to come to Sharp first. Takahashi Murakami replied, Well, Mr. Shen, I must say you are an excellent negotiator. This opportunity is indeed tempting, and I accept. Let's proceed as you suggested, but you must guarantee that the 720p screens will have at least an additional order of 3 million next year. Upon hearing Takahashi say this, Shen Fei knew he was talking nonsense. But if he wins this deal, then he is an excellent businessman. Here's to a pleasant cooperation. As Shen Fei led the team to Neon City for supply chain negotiations, Guman also received numerous business inquiries. They were all consulting about fast charging. Moreover, Yu Dazue from Ju Factory expressed a desire to communicate regarding chip development. In fact, he just wanted some guidance as their chips were indeed quite poor. The communication was merely a pleasant title. As a domestic manufacturer capable of self-developing chips, the quality of the chips produced could not be described as satisfactory. One could only say they were still on the path of improvement. If even their flagship model wouldn't use the Kirin chip, how good could it possibly be? Since the boss was not in the country, Guman could only use evasive tactics. She gave Yu Dazue a positive response. I will mention this to Shen Fei. As for whether it would be accepted, that depended on the boss, as she was just a senior employee. On December 7th, Shen Fei concluded the supply chain negotiations in Neon City. In fact, he was only involved in the negotiations for screen lenses and flash memory. Other smaller components were left to Wang Tung, who accompanied him. Upon returning to the office in the imperial capital, Shen Fei had yet to rest. Guman hurried to his office to report on the work of the past few days. After listening, Shen Fei said, It seems their response is quite prompt. They have already begun negotiating technology within a month. I believe they have conducted relevant tests in the lab as well. Gu Man nodded. From user feedback, fast charging indeed has a significant impact on user experience and can be regarded as a key technology. If their response had been slow, there would definitely be internal issues. Shen Fei pondered for a moment and said, "That's certain, you should notify them. On Wednesday, a centralized meeting will take place for unified authorization. The market must be expanded. Only with a larger market can we better exploit it." As for who the exploited would be, the likes of Demilan Factory and Meizu, who had not come for consultations, would not be offered the same price next time. With the follow-up from other manufacturers, I believe we can soon cultivate a user mindset that fast charging is a necessity for smartphones. Gu Man shocked asked, "So the boss is really granting direct authorization? This is one of our core technologies." Shen Fei waved his hand at Gu Man and said, "No, this is not a core technology. We have only one core technology. That is our chip technology. As long as we maintain a leading position in this area, we will remain invincible. Promoting the fast charging protocol is not just for profit. It is more importantly to popularize our standards. Of course, we can also sell some fast charging chips. First-class manufacturers set the standards, second-class manufacturers focus on technology, and third-class manufacturers produce products with standard setting being the most profitable. Chip technology is indeed costly, but if successful, it will become a true cash cow." With the system's assistance, Shen Fei had never considered that his chip side might fail. The system he was bound to would not provide the next generation chip only upon task completion. It was given to the research and development personnel, which was far superior to merely providing rewards. Researchers are the most important resource for Huaxing. Zhu Factory and Green Factory both attached great importance to this matter, sending their respective vice presidents to negotiate. Zhao Ming from Zhu Factory, who had a friendly demeanor, was sent over for the negotiation. A friendly demeanor is indeed very important. Chen Xinghe, the vice president of the mobile business department from Green Factory, arrived in a formal suit, appearing very official. When Shen Fei arrived at the conference room, both parties had already settled in and exchanged some pleasantries. "Mr. Zhao, Mr. Chen, it is an honor to meet you. Welcome to discuss work. Mr. Shen is too kind. It was us who intruded, and we hope we did not disturb your normal business operations. People usually enjoy being treated well." Both sides sent over personnel from the technical department who were not fond of lengthy discussions. Those things were merely a waste of time, so they directly began the negotiations. Moreover, completing the negotiations wouldn't affect meal times. To expand the market and help consumers get accustomed to fast charging, we are very sincere and can provide technical products and patents. As Shen Fei spoke, he instructed Gu Man to place the technical patent documents on the table before both parties. After reviewing for a moment, Zhao Ming asked, "Mr. Shen, is this technology for sale?" Each company will definitely develop its own proprietary protocol for fast charging and selling chargers. They generally want use a public version of the protocol, and besides, the public version Shen Fei presented today only supports 10W fast charging. The public version protocol will generally lag behind Huaxing's proprietary version by 1 or even 2 or 3 steps. Selling is not impossible, but we need to negotiate the price well. Selling is feasible, but the price must be right, as this is not a very critical technology. It must be at a premium. Using fast charging technology to recover costs is also viable, and only by selling the technology can they be willing to invest in this area. How much are we talking? Not expensive, 200 million for a permanent authorization supporting you in developing your private protocol. I believe you all have researched this technology over the past month. As long as you bypass our patents, fast charging is quite simple. However, figuring out how to bypass it will certainly take a few months. Time is money, and I believe you can understand that. Two sighs were heard in the office. 200 million wasn't considered expensive. Yet if they invested that 200 million, they would definitely be able to develop their own fast charging. Shen Fei could tell that he was being unreasonable. "Mr. Shen, your patent is indeed very important, but bypassing it is not particularly difficult. 200 million is enough for us to navigate around the specific patents." Zhao Ming responded, then took a sip of tea. "Mr. Shen, we have come here, so we certainly wish to negotiate sincerely. Although our research and development capabilities cannot compare to yours at Huaxing, we do have the ability to bypass the patents, but it will take some time. We would like to implement fast charging on our next generation, our series." After Chen Xinghe finished speaking, he also picked up his cup to drink tea, and seeing both of them bargaining, Shen Fei thought for a moment and said, "Since both companies are here, I understand the desire to cooperate, and the price is negotiable. I will offer you the lowest patent fee of 50 million with no room for negotiation. We will establish a technology alliance to jointly promote technological standards, and the charging protocol must be compatible with the public version of the technology alliance's charging protocol. Mr. Shen, as of now, I only see us joining, and the alliance only has obligations, not benefits, which seems inappropriate, right?" Zhao Ming stated.
Beside him, Qin Xinghe also nodded, not saying anything more, as Zhao Ming had already expressed all that he wanted to say. Since you are all required to join the alliance, there will certainly be benefits from the alliance. It cannot be that you are only responsible for obligations. Naturally, there will be some benefits. Members joining the alliance can purchase fast-charging chips at cost price. Each fast-charging chip will be 15 yuan, while non-alliance members will pay 20 yuan per chip, with each smartphone requiring 2 fast-charging chips. This alone can save each of you about 30 on costs. Moreover, merely making it compatible with the public version protocol is not particularly difficult for users. Furthermore, the public version protocol will only reach 40W in the future, and it will not interfere with your proprietary fast charging. Although it was said to be at cost price, Huaxing technology still had a profit margin. Currently, the production cost of each fast charging chip is 8 yuan, with a research and development cost of about 2 yuan per chip. With the large-scale production of fast-charging chips from both companies, the cost per chip could also be reduced by 1 to 2 yuan. Calculating based on the tens of millions of units each company would produce, it would result in several hundred million in profits. After considering, both agreed to this condition. However, details still needed to be discussed. After a series of negotiations, the 3 parties officially signed an agreement to jointly establish the Huaxing Fast-Charging Alliance. Huaxing Technology will be the head of the association. There will be some changes in member benefits. Members can purchase fast-charging chips at a cost price of 13 yuan per chip, needing to be compatible with the public fast-charging protocol. At the same time, each of the 2 companies will pay 45 million yuan in patent fees to obtain the fast-charging patent. Huaxing must ensure that the patent fees for subsequent joining manufacturers will not be less than 50 million yuan. With the word-of-mouth promotion from the initial users and various online evaluations, the sales of the Huaxing X1 have entered a phase of explosive growth. In December, sales soared to 330 units, far exceeding Shen Fei's initial predictions for the entire product lifecycle, giving him a hard slap in the face. However, Shen Fei stated that he welcomed more such slaps in the face, as it seemed Sony's predictions were indeed quite accurate. Professionals do what professionals do, and the imaging team at Sony needed to collaborate well. Shen Fei also instructed his team to be more clever and learn more technical skills, as they would need to develop algorithms independently after they left. With the cooperation of professionals, Huaxing quickly launched AI Algorithm 2.0, integrating Android system security patches into one package for testing. This system update primarily enhanced portrait photography capabilities, improving the accuracy of automatic focus, and for the first time, supporting 10-fold digital zoom. The beauty enhancement feature has also been strengthened, enabling automatic facial recognition during photography for beautification. On the system side, several security patches have been added, enhancing data encryption technology and further protecting user privacy. In terms of functionality, a new custom mode for application icons has been introduced, allowing users to choose whether the app icons are square, round, or in other shapes, increasing usability. This patch is scheduled to officially launch for the Huaxing X1 on January 1st. Huaxin building, a 33-story office building given to Shen Fei by his father after he entered the smartphone business. In the capital, this building is not considered tall, but the key point is that this entire building belongs to Shen Fei, which is noteworthy. Owning a 33-story office building in the capital where land is extremely valuable is a precious asset for a startup company. In case of failure, they could always rent out the building. A certain company remarked, "I feel like I'm being hinted at." In the conference room, a sales meeting was taking place. As the chief steward of Huaxing, Guman was the first to speak. Mr. Shen, our Huaxing X1 has been selling well lately, and our production capacity has also ramped up. The promotion has not stopped. Although our sales are steadily climbing, it will indeed be challenging to clear the inventory by next September. Should we consider a price reduction promotion? Actually, there's no need. Our current sales are still very good, and we are still in the climbing phase, the head of the sales department quickly advised. Consuming 3 million units of inventory is quite simple. Our forecast indicates we will reach sales peaks in March. Hearing this, Shen Fei nodded, as he had learned to trust professionals after his last setback. However, whether we can achieve this production capacity depends on the chip division. Shen Fei glanced at Professor Liang, wondering how things were going there. Liang Qingsong said, "Our chip division is progressing smoothly with a current yield rate of 93. We are preparing to ramp up production. Additionally, we have implemented partial technical shielding for defective chips, and there are 400 usable flawed chips. There is also a stock of 700 fully functioning Tianqin 800 chips." Hearing that there were no issues with the chips, Shen Fei was very pleased, as this was the foundation of Huaxing. Wang Teng, the series manager, suddenly spoke up, "I am responsible for the S1 series. Based on the current costs, if we set the price at 25.99, there will be around 1,000 in profit. Our internal forecast is that as long as we have 80 of the promotional resources for the X series, monthly sales will not be less than 1 million units. But with only 4000 chips, that's simply not enough for a month's sales. At that time, we might have to resort to tricks like Le Bussy. A monthly sales target of 1 million units troubled Liang Qingsong. If we were to produce new series chips, although it would be somewhat tight, minor revisions could be designed. Yet we only have one production line. If we need to produce new chips, we will have to halt production of the Tianqin 800 chips. Listening to the reports below, Shen Fei was also deep in thought. Let's do this. We will shield some underperforming chips and use them directly as flawed versions. This should help resolve the chip production capacity issue. However, developing a new series is indeed urgent. Continuing like this is simply too wasteful. Regarding a price reduction promotion, I do not agree. It has only been 2 months since release. If we start a promotion, it will affect our high-end image. Digital products should ideally adjust prices every 3 months. Our current promotion feels a bit premature. However, Guman still felt a bit anxious and quickly advised, but Mr. Shen, other companies have already started adjusting their prices, and even the rice company has sufficient stock, no longer needing to rush to buy. A saturated market will have a significant impact on our sales. This statement indeed made Shen Fei ponder. Although the two sides are not at the same price level, the digital market is limited in size. They'll think about it. You all discuss something else first. Guman's statement indeed caught Shen Fei's attention. Let's reissue the initial promotional discount of 300 yuan in the form of a New Year's coupon, which would allow us to sell it starting at 3,699. This way it won't hurt the initial users and won't affect our foundation. After the new year, we can revert to the price of 3,999. If sales are poor after the holiday, we can directly adjust the price in February. Selling at a starting price of 3,699, third-party platforms can stack on additional discounts. If sales are good, we can delay until March. After the meeting, the simple yet effective cash capability propelled Huaxing's New Year's festival into trending searches. Various bloggers began to follow suit. Huaxing, as a newcomer, seems to love drawing attention, starting yet another New Year's festival. High emotional intelligence offers benefits to consumers, while low emotional intelligence leads to excessive inventory and price reductions. The facts prove that high-end products are hard to sell, prompting price cuts so soon. After the meeting, Shen Fei logged into his account on the digital leak site immediately and posted a blog entry. Actually, Huaxin is selling quite well. In the first 2 months since launch, we have around 2,000 units sold each month, which is quite successful for a newcomer. The official issuance of a 300 yuan coupon means there is no price reduction compared to the initial release. Digital products should be enjoyed early for better value with discounts for late buyers. Additionally, let me reveal some advanced news for those who aren't in a hurry to buy a phone or are on a budget but want to experience fast charging. The new R series from the Green Factory will also be released soon, equipped with fast charging. The previous engineering machine did not come with fast charging because the internal rollout has been postponed to January. Huaxing also has a new machine set to be released, but its internal schedule is relatively late, expected to be launched by the end of March or early April. The internal discussion is focused on securing the third and guaranteeing the fourth with surprises in performance. I can only reveal that the price will be very appealing, so stay tuned. Midnight Space, does our rice company have a phone with fast charging? The digital chat station responded, currently we haven't seen any products from the rice company that feature fast charging. The engineering machine of the 4th generation of rice has yet to be seen. Miss Yu is quiet. Rice hasn't even joined the fast charging alliance. How could they possibly have fast charging products? Moreover, the Gaotong side hasn't established a public protocol. How can Rice use it? Less than 2 hours after Shen Fei's Weibo post, Yudaze also logged into the digital chat station's account and tweeted, the idea of the New Year's festival is quite good. The Chrysanthemum Factory also has intentions to participate with expected price cuts ranging from 300 to 500 yuan. Meanwhile, the engineering machine of the Mate 2 has also been tested and will be equipped with domestic silicon processors, also featuring fast charging. The internal schedule is also set for March, likely in early March. I will provide more details as I gather more information. Based on the content released by Brother Jean at the beginning of the month, other companies likely won't feature fast charging. They haven't even joined the fast charging alliance. It's uncertain whether other companies will join in the future. They will join sooner or later, it's just a matter of when. Fast charging ruins batteries. Oh, we haven't even used them. Only these 2 companies have joined, and next year will definitely be different. That's right, that's much better than slow charging. I can fully charge my 3000 mAh battery while your 1500 mAh battery hasn't even reached half. Why has the discussion gone off track? Shouldn't we be talking about the New Year's festival? It turns out that restoring the original price is indeed effective. Coupled with Shen Fei's powerful promotional capabilities, sales began to soar during the promotional period from January 1st to January 7th. In the past 2 years, no one has mastered Shen Fei's carpet bombing promotion strategy. If other manufacturers also invested 20 million, it wouldn't take 7 days, or a single day would likely be insufficient. Huaxing technology never plays the limited supply game. They don't resort to tricks, and their reputation continues to improve, resulting in a rise in sales. Of course, this is in comparison to their own past performance, not against others. On January 1st, sales broke historical records, achieving a daily sales milestone of 2,000 units. On January 2nd, sales reached 18,000 units. On January 3rd, sales were 19,000 units. On January 4th, sales reached a new peak exceeding 25,000 units. Meanwhile, as Huaxing X1S sales surged, the Green Factory's new phone debuted on the popular variety show Huaxing Good Voice. The dual new collaboration successfully sponsored Huaxing Good Voice, with a fee of 150 million. With Huaxing Technologies products flying off the shelves, AI algorithms and beauty technologies have truly taken root in people's hearts. Naturally, the heir series, which targets the female market for the Green Factory, will not abandon the use of these technologies. While it cannot compete with Huaxing technology in terms of algorithms, it is at least aesthetically more pleasing than direct camera output, and it can be upgraded via ODA, which users will surely appreciate. Time was tight. Although they joined the Fast Charging Alliance, the technology was not developed quickly enough. This generation of heir utilized Huaxing Technologies' full suite of technologies. However, Huaxing Technology would never hand over the latest technology to the Green Factory. In recent months, engineers have developed a scaled-down version of the fast-charging technology from existing technologies. At 15W, this technology is also what the upcoming Huaxing S1 phone is preparing to use. The S1 cannot compete with its predecessor. The hierarchy is strict. However, under the Green Factory's monetary tactics, even Shen Fei succumbed and chose to allow them to debut this flash-charging technology. Ultimately, the Green Factory's brand new R1 adopted 5V3A 15W fast-charging technology. The battery is a large 2,800 mAh from Ningde Technology, which might be R1's biggest selling point. Based on the product data Shen Fei received, this is indeed the biggest selling point. The Green Factory's R1 has a thickness of approximately 7.1 mm, and the screen features a 5-inch LPS LCD with a mainstream resolution of 1280x720 pixels. The core processor of the phone is powered by BOGS MTK 6582, a quad-core processor with a maximum frequency of 1.3 GHz, which cannot even outperform Huaxin's smaller core. This may explain why this phone did not hold a launch event, but instead directly sponsored a variety show and distributed products offline. This is also a widely used strategy by OV at that time. Sponsoring a variety show allows core selling points to resonate with consumers, and inviting a few celebrities to use the phone encourages many photography enthusiasts to purchase it in store. As an offline photography phone, its imaging capabilities are naturally not poor. It features an 8-megapixel 5P spherical lens and an f2.0 ultra-large aperture combined with the Green Factory's beauty algorithm, making daily photography quite impressive and sufficient for use. The front camera as a photography phone also supports beauty effects. However, it is only 5 megapixels. Nonetheless, front-facing photography is significantly more important for young women, so the Green Factory specifically enhanced this feature. Using a premium aluminum magnesium metal frame, it has received positive reviews. The back features a square camera module with only one lens and a flash. Compared to other brands that have one lens and one flash arranged together, this design indeed receives praise and appears more high-end. It looks sophisticated, and the target users for this phone are those young women who are not tech-savvy. An attractive appearance is sufficient. My brother uses the same model, and that's enough. As for performance, what is that? Not familiar. In a rush, please do not disturb me while I watch my brother's new drama. At 140G, it is indeed lightweight and does not cause fatigue during extended use, and the metal frame feels excellent. Shen Fei roughly calculated the cost. The total cost of the device would definitely not exceed 1,000 yuan. Yet it starts at 2,499 for 1GB 16GB. Shen Fei couldn't help but gasp. No wonder offline distributors were pushing the Blue and Green Factory phones so hard. This phone must provide 800 yuan profit to distributors. If it were sold by Demi, the price would definitely not exceed 1,000. Indeed, those manufacturers who control the distribution channels can do as they please, which further strengthened Shen Fei's resolve to establish his own channel. So he instructed Guman, by mid-year we must have self-operated stores in all provincial capitals. By the end of the year, there should be at least 4 stores in each province. By the end of next year, there should be at least 1 store in every prefecture-level city. Research this month in detail and provide me with a feasibility report. With the popularity of Huaxing good voice, the green factories are one has also deeply resonated with the audience, especially with the slogan charge for 5 minutes talk for 2 hours, which has truly gone viral. Women purchasing phones actually care more about the phone's appearance. They want good-looking photos and convenient editing. The phone must be lightweight. They don't pay as much attention to waterproofing or performance. Therefore, even though Shen Fei sees the green factories are one as merely a budget phone, it still sells remarkably well at the starting price of $2,499. Thus, Joey, the head of the green factories, R series appeared on the digital chit-chat station announcing the R series first week sales totaled 180 units in the first week, proving that good design indeed resonates with consumers. The lightweight and exquisite body, excellent fast charging, and AI photography are, in my opinion, the three main characteristics of the green factories R series and the reasons behind the explosive sales of the R1. I hope our competitors will catch up quickly. Demi said Wang Pas selling melon self-brace. With such specs, even dogs wouldn't buy it. Himao commented this new series of phones feels great and charging is very fast. It's amazing, especially since my brother is using it. I give it high praise. Lazy Goat's assistant summarized in short, the first launch of the new generation R series has made a strong debut. Sales have been excellent with outstanding design and very average performance, indicating that aesthetics still play a significant role. Not everyone cares about performance. This can be understood as online users and offline users are two different groups. Offline users far outnumber online users. Most people are like Shen Fei, digital novices who choose based on looks. Beauty is justice. Promotion and price reduction are always the two great weapons of sales, especially since Shen Fei directly used both strategies this time. Although it merely returned to the original launch price with the in-depth online exposure from video leaks, this price is quite reasonable. The impact of the New Year's shopping season is still evident, with many opting to purchase the Huaxing X1. The sales figures for the first month of the new year are very impressive. As of 12 p.m. on January 28th, coinciding with the Lunar New Year, the Huaxing X1 has accumulated sales of 450 units, once again exceeding Shen Fei's expectations. Ding! Congratulations, host, your cumulative sales have surpassed 500 units, achieving the milestone of 500 units for a single product, and have received a New Year gift pack for 2014. The host can choose to open either the Achievement Gift Pack or the New Year Gift Pack. Didn't I already complete the 500 achievement long ago? End of the year, it's a bit busy. I'm going out to find you a New Year gift pack. Still a humorous system. They'll open the Achievement Gift Pack first. Let me see what I get. Ding. The Achievement Selection Mall has been refreshed. You can choose 2 rewards from the following 5 options: A1 fragment of a 14 nanometers production line, including 200 production staff, with 3 professional management personnel, B, a fast charging technology team of 50 people, C, 50 battery research and development personnel, D, 300 chip research and development personnel, including 2 A-grade talents, E, a small mobile communication basic patent package, 50 research and development personnel. System, isn't the disparity in these rewards too great? I seriously suspect you have included some filler products. Host, do not speak nonsensically. Everything is random. Do not slander this series. Of course, if you don't want it, I can give you a chance to refresh. Of course I want it. How could I not? After all, 2 golden legends have come out. How could I possibly refuse? System, I choose A and D. By the way, what does the A-grade talent mean? Congratulations, host, you have obtained 1 production line fragment. Congratulations, host, you have obtained 300 research and development personnel and 200 production personnel. After the rewards were issued, the system responded, and a grade talent refers to someone who can independently manage a project. Grade talents can independently manage a subproject. So does this mean that my Tianqin 700 and Tianqin 600 series can start simultaneously? Old Liang will be responsible for the Tianqin 800 series. There's no need for Old Liang to take charge of the lithography factory. It will better utilize Professor Liang's abilities in chip research and development. With 3 chip designs starting simultaneously and being produced at the same time, we can ensure that there are chips available for high, medium, and low-end uses. There will be no need to produce the S-series using the Tianqin 800. It would simply be too wasteful of resources. In 2014, we must better leverage the entire industry chain to prioritize low-end pricing and performance. The mid-range pricing must balance aesthetic design and performance. The high-end must achieve a 90 perfect all-round flagship smartphone. Those who understand smartphones have said that I can't pick a perfect phone. If you were to find a perfect smartphone, would the manufacturers still be able to sell products? How would the next generation upgrade and refresh consumer appeal? All smartphones are products made after manufacturers make their choices. I know that using this component will be very beneficial and will enhance the user experience. However, to ensure the next generation has points for upgrades, I'm sorry I cannot use it. So what do consumers really want? Low price, perfect configuration, suitable size, and appropriate weight. This is simply impossible. You get what you pay for. Manufacturers also need to make a profit and plan for the next generation. Ding. Does the host wish to open the New Year's gift package? Shen Fei eagerly said, "Open it, and let me see what good things there are." Congratulations, host, you have obtained a production line for chips, 14 nanometers manufacturing process, with 500 supporting engineers, and the highest exposure process of 10 nanometers. A medium-sized gift package for battery technology patents, including 200 research and development personnel, a large package for communication patents accounting for approximately 125 of 4G patents, some OLED screen production process patents, and research personnel system funds of 1.5 billion yuan, OAI photography algorithm patents, including 50 research and development personnel. Shen Fei gasped in amazement. This New Year's gift package is truly generous. Not only is there a dedicated chip production line, but the 500 engineers alone are already impressive. Is this screen production technology really not a mistake? A production line for screens must cost several billion. A factory investment generally exceeds 10 billion. Is Shen Fei capable of handling this? Even Shen's father wouldn't dare to touch it. Screen production truly burns through money, and most importantly, domestic technology in this area lags far behind foreign counterparts. Moreover, there will be foreign sabotage. When a domestic company attempts to establish a factory in a certain area and seeks assistance from the local government for joint investment, foreign screen manufacturers will choose to invest in the same area to crush the domestic company. The local government will see that one is a mature international player and the other is an uncertain domestic attempt. The choice is obvious. But then comes the tricky part. Foreign companies only promise support, but never actually build factories. They keep asking for industrial support and low-interest bank loans until the domestic company is driven away. These so-called international players will just pack up and leave. It can be said that the domestic company is still in a dire situation and its cash flow is about to break. At this point, the system provides money and patents. Not investing or buying shares would mean losing money. Keeping the cash in the account is just a loss. Investing in the domestic company has another benefit. The current situation is tough for them, so acquiring shares should be easier. As the saying goes, banks provide umbrellas in sunny weather and take them back in rainy weather. If Shen Fei invests now, he will be like a financial benefactor, not only bringing capital, but also consuming the finished products. Investing in the domestic company at this moment is definitely a major power move. There are many foreign screen manufacturers, but they are all international entities. Even if they can suppress prices due to large volume now, they are not fools. There will come a day when they won't be able to bear the pressure. They are consuming now, but will eventually regurgitate what they have eaten. Upstream suppliers are always the boss. If they want to extract money, they can do so anytime and easily. For example, our screen employs a brand new technology that can enhance brightness and improve display quality. In summary, our production process has improved, technology has advanced, and costs must rise. Naturally, manufacturers will not absorb these losses. As the screen technology advances, prices increase, and consequently, the final product's price will also rise. Ultimately, consumers will bear the cost. Downstream smartphone manufacturers are merely solution integrators and are the easiest to replace. Thus, price increases will lead to decreased sales. Consumers are not foolish, they will compare prices. If you sell it at a high price, I will just buy from others. With declining sales, manufacturers will ultimately have to exit the market. Well-known brands can sell their names, and those with technology can survive for a few years through licensing. Brands that rely solely on cost-effectiveness without technology will face a dead end. The OLED screen industry is also about to mature. At that point, replacing LCD screens is certain, and it will undoubtedly be another industrial reshuffle. Some manufacturers will fail to keep up and will be eliminated from the market as losers in this industrial transition. The industry's output value will inevitably produce new giant players, which is a key point for domestic companies to catch up. Now, with the technology patents provided by the system, it's the perfect time to surpass. Patents are just a small part. The core is the R&D engineers provided by the system. With some cash, who knows, I might even become a major shareholder in the domestic company. Even if that doesn't work, I can still collaborate with the domestic company to establish a factory and become a major shareholder in the joint venture. System: the four essential components of a smartphone. Now that chips can be produced independently and we have screen technology, what about flash memory, RAM, and camera lenses? Can we solve those issues as well? These also require long-term investment. In the short term, there will only be investment without visible results. It is expected that no results will appear within 3 years, and all are high investment industries. However, we could recruit some researchers to initiate preliminary research and development. Who knows when the system will reward relevant technology patents? Once the system rewards are in place, I will visit the domestic company to discuss investment and shareholding matters, aiming to finalize the investment and shareholding agreement next month, officially launching the domestic replacement plan in 2014. Even if we still use foreign screens for the next 2 to 3 years, the domestic replacement plan must be pursued. Although this path is challenging and costly, Shen Fei, as a player with advantages, can only say it's an easy task. The price adjustment was originally planned for February 11th, but unexpectedly the official price reduction during the Spring Festival shopping festival led to a surge in sales. The popularity skyrocketed, and a multitude of bloggers who hadn't even been paid to promote it released reviews just to chase traffic. As a result, the reputation of the Huaxing X1 exploded. Even in February, daily sales remained around 1,000 units. The price stayed stable at the initial launch price of 3,699 yuan. This was why even after the shopping festival ended, so many consumers still chose the Huaxing X1. The price was relatively stable, and it had begun to take on the appearance of a high-end product. This made Shen Fei, who had planned to adjust the price on the 11th, to abandon his previous plan. He decided to officially adjust the price on March 1st, timing it perfectly to counter the launch of Juchang's Mate 2 and give them a taste of the market's ruthlessness. At this time, Juchang was not yet a giant, it was only slightly stronger than Huaxing. They had just undergone a transformation, betting heavily on smartphones. They shifted from making customized phones for carriers to focusing on building their own brand. Yu Dazue also assumed the role of head of the Mate brand. However, the previous generation, Mate 1, had very poor sales. The K3V2 processor used in the Mate 1 was, to put it mildly, terrible. It was only because Yu Dazue insisted on using the K3V2 against all opposition. Otherwise, this processor might have ended up like its predecessor, relegated to use in knockoff phones. It turned out that this generation of processors was indeed too poor, lacking any distinguishing features, ultimately leading to the Mate 1's mediocre sales. But if even Juchang's products stopped using the flagship processors developed by HiSilicon, it would undoubtedly mean Juchang was voluntarily abandoning its exploration of the high-end market. Chip iteration is not merely a simple upgrade in technical parameters like switching to a more advanced manufacturing process or adding billions of transistors. It must be extensively used in mass-produced products, gathering feedback from a large number of users. Problems must be identified and solved through the complex usage patterns of various users. Only then can HiSilicon's processors evolve from their current lagging state to a leading one. This was also related to Juchang's vast scale. The consumer business division was just an unexpected venture. Juchang's core business had always been communication-based stations, not the Juchang terminal division that handled mobile phones. In 2008, Juchang even considered selling 49 of its terminal division's shares to weather the financial crisis. However, the bids from various capital sources were too low, so the plan was hastily abandoned. Leaning on a big tree makes for good shade, and having a powerful backer made all the difference. From the moment they entered the market, they chose to self-develop the core SoC for their phones. But for now, Juchang's SoC could only be said to have great potential for the future. They were currently sitting at the same table as MediaTek. It couldn't get much worse than this. Shen Fei believed that Juchang would become one of Huaxin Technology's greatest enemies in the future. Juchang had money, they could poach talent, increase investment, and continuously experiment. The day they caught up would inevitably come. Shen Fei looked at a document on his desk. It was another file that Juchang had given to Gu Man during their last negotiation to join the fast-charging alliance. It was a cooperation agreement titled Requesting Guidance from the Huaxin Technology Team for Juchang's HiSilicon. Currently, China imports chips worth nearly 100 billion yuan annually. Juchang's base station business also required a massive number of chips, and they couldn't independently design some of them. In this regard, they still had to bow to foreign powers. This was a key reason why Juchang dared to bet on the chip industry by establishing the HiSilicon Research Institute. But entering the chip industry didn't guarantee immediate output. Even after years of establishment, the chips they produced still lagged behind international giants. Shen Fei was reluctant to agree to Juchang's request. Chip technology was the very foundation of Huaxin Technology. However, Juchang had offered 500 million yuan to invite Huaxin Technology to jointly develop their HiSilicon Kirin 920 processor. As for performance, Juchang's requirements were not high. They didn't need it to match the Tianqin 800's performance. Having the performance of the Snapdragon 801 was sufficient. This was very simple for Huaxing. They only needed to license their own CPU and GPU cores to Juchang to achieve this. But obtaining the licenses for these two cores for a mere 500 million yuan was impossible. They needed to pay more. However, on the other hand, the Chinese market was vast enough to accommodate the development of multiple companies. Moreover, Huaxin was currently leading in so many areas. The current digital market was still an industry with a scale of only a few hundred billion yuan, still in its infancy. Otherwise, Huaxin would have already faced sanctions from the Eagle. A Juchang with a full industrial chain for base station business was already formidable. If they also stood up in the chip industry, the eagle would surely lose sleep. So helping Juchang stand up and letting them take the spotlight to attract fire might not be a bad idea. With Huaxing Technology's current self-production and self-sales model, they weren't afraid of the eagle's sanctions. Although they hadn't yet achieved full independent control of the entire industrial chain, being sanctioned would still be a bit annoying, but only a minor annoyance. Core SoCs could be independently designed and produced. For motherboard screens, flash memory RAM, and cameras, there were also domestic alternatives. They were just a bit behind, but still usable. After some thought, Shen Fei chose to agree to Juchang's request. Shen Fei hoped that in the future, under his company's leadership, a pattern of one superpower multiple strong players would form. Competing together for the international market was the goal. The constant internal squabbling was meaningless. Competing against Apple in the international market was the right path. Most importantly, Shen Fei believed that with Huaxin's help, Juchang would only save a few years of detours. Even without his help, with the support behind it, Juchang Terminal would surely catch up to Qualcomm within 5 years and surpass them within 10. Of course, as long as they were willing to invest funds in developing domestic chips, Shen Fei would definitely help the company. Being invincible was truly too lonely. He needed to introduce a pursuer to keep the team alert. They mustn't end up like their competitor Qualcomm, occasionally releasing a fire-breathing dragon. He had heard the Snapdragon 801 had issues. A bed of roses was always the greatest killer. They had to remain vigilant at all times. After finishing his thoughts, he dialed Yu Dazue's number. Soon the call was connected. "President Yu, what have you been busy with lately?" Shen Fei, of course, knew that Yu Dazue was busy preparing for the Mate series launch, which was less than half a month away. Product warm-up, sales projections, communication with foundries. It was a troublesome period. The previous generation, Mate 1, had very poor sales. It was still uncertain whether this generation could turn things around. Yu Dazue laughed and said, "President Shen, I'm busy with our Mate 2. There's really a lot to do. By the way, I wonder if President Shen will have time to attend our launch event. Just talking about the launch gets me excited. I almost forgot the main topic. May I ask what business President Shen has by calling specifically today?" Shen Fei didn't beat around the bush and said directly, "Wasn't it during the last China Fast Charging Alliance meeting that you wanted to spend a lot of money to let our Professor Liang guide your high silicon department? I've thought it over. You are, after all, a predecessor, and I admire your spirit of continuous investment in R&D. Also, there are some patents from Juchang that I would like to get licensed. Of course, we want to enter the base station market. It's just to improve our signal. Tell me the specific design targets so I can consider how many people to send in the guidance team." Hearing this news, Yu Dazue became instantly excited and quickly explained, "President Shen, although our current generation Kirin 910 is stronger than the previous K3V2, it is still a quad-core processor. Production volume is low. TSMC schedule is full, so we have to use the outdated 28nm process. There's a huge gap compared to Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800, let alone the Snapdragon 801 released before the new year. This is why I presumptuously and urgently sought your support, President Shen. Chip RD is not only expensive, but it's also very easy to cause a tape-out failure. If that happens, you have to schedule again and redo the tape-out. It's a waste of both time and money. Originally, we were the only ones doing this, so we had to feel our way across the river. But unexpectedly, your Huaxin made a stunning debut, not only surpassing Qualcomm, but even being a bit stronger than Apple. So we wanted to learn from your experience. President Yu, I roughly understand the situation, but am no expert in this field, so I won't pretend to be one. You're busy, so I won't waste your time. They'll have Professor Liang lead a team to your place. You'll have to play the good host. As for the guidance fee, they'll leave it to Guman. She will contact you. Also, we need some patents related to basebands and licenses for 4G technology. Professor Liang will discuss these with you." "Okay, President Shen, rest assured. Even if we have to rough it ourselves, we won't let your guidance team suffer. I will handle the specific details with President Gu. As for the patents, we will send someone to discuss them with President Liang." In the early days, HiSilicon's chips could be considered weak, but their baseband technology was certainly not. Apart from Qualcomm and MediaTek, the only other player at the table was HiSilicon. Even Apple, which led in global sales, still lacked the ability to develop its own baseband. After handling the business coordination with Juchang, it soon became February 20th. To avoid some trouble, Shen Fei decided to announce the price drop in advance on February 20th through the Digital Leak Station account. This was to prevent a flood of complaints like, "I just bought it today, and you lowered the price. Give me my money back." Customer service would handle it. Even if sales dipped temporarily, it didn't matter. Shen Fei was just that enlightened and magnanimous. Digital Expose. I have learned an exclusive piece of news that the price of the Huaxing X1 will be lowered on March 1st, expected to be 300 yuan. The starting price will drop to 3,699 yuan, which is still very appealing. Huaxing's entry-level memory is 332 gigabytes, equivalent to mid-range products from other companies. The Tianqin 800 is a powerful processor, and even the newly released Fire Dragon 801 still has a long way to go to catch up with the Tianqin 800. Currently, the official warehouse has begun inventorying. Those who are not in a hurry to change their phones can wait. Next month, there will be 2 launch events, one on March 6th for the Ju Factory Mate 2. And at the end of March, the Huaxing S1 will be launched, but the exact date will be confirmed later. For the Mate 2, the publicly available leak indicates that it will use a 28nm process quad-core processor, the Kirin 910. A super large screen of about 6 inches, supporting memory expansion, a massive battery supporting 4G networks, and fast charging. As for other news, it hasn't been disclosed yet, so specifics cannot be said. Lazy Goat's assistant. In summary, the sales of the Huaxing X1 have been very good, having already surpassed 1 million. Due to the decrease in supply chain costs, RD costs have been diluted, leading to an official price adjustment. At the same time, the Huawei Mate new product will be launched on the 3rd of next month, and there will be a big surprise from Huaxin Technology at the end of the month. With the announcement of the official price adjustment, sales plummeted in the following days, but daily sales still hovered around 1,000 units. Production at the factory has not stopped. Once production is completed, the products are packed and stored in the warehouse preparing for stock. There are no bad products, only bad prices, and this time the price is directly pulled to 3,699. I believe sales will certainly soar, with predictions that March sales will exceed 6,000 units, averaging 2,000 units daily. The supply chain has already urged manufacturers like Sony to deliver, while also placing additional orders for 2 million sets. The final design of the Huaxing S1 series has been confirmed under Wang Teng's design. It will be equipped with the 6-core Tianqin 800E, which is essentially a stripped-down version of the Tianqin 800. Due to the immaturity of the production process, some clock speeds cannot reach their maximum. Thus, during packaging, the clock speeds are directly reduced. The Tianqin 800E adopts a 123 design, primarily shielding 1 middle core and 1 small core based on the Tianqin 800. At the same time, all cores have been frequency scaled down. The large core can reach a maximum of 2. 1G, the middle core can reach up to 1. 85G, and the small core can only reach 1. 6G, representing a comprehensive reduction. However, even with this, the Entertainment Rabbit's benchmark score still reaches 880, surpassing the previous year's Gaodong 801. The S1 continues to implement Huaxing's dual rear camera philosophy, featuring a 24-megapixel main camera and a 2-megapixel secondary camera, which is a black and white lens. Regardless of whether this 2-megapixel camera is useful or just for show, consumers are unaware, it's enough to impress. Compared to other brands with only single cameras, this is certainly a bit stronger. The front camera features an 8-megapixel lens, standing out in an era where peers are using 8-megapixel rear lenses. It still surpasses expectations. Beauty enhancement is Huaxing's strong suit, so there's no need for concern as it directly inherits X1's flagship algorithms. In terms of battery, it directly outclasses its older sibling with a 3,500 mAh Glacier battery. However, there is no further upgrade in fast charging, as it can only use 15W fast charging, but compared to the current standard slow charging, it's still quite good. The screen is that batch of 4 7-inch 720p LCD screens. The 4 7-inch screen plus the bezel measures around 5 inches in practical tests, providing just the right grip. Wang Teng has predicted a starting price of 2,499 yuan, while also applying for discounts from Shen Fei. They are preparing to offer an initial launch discount like the X1. With various activities, the initial launch limited time price drop of 200 yuan will create a frenzy. The S1 Pro has not many improvements over the S1, featuring the same 720p screen. However, the size has increased from 4.7 inches to 5.1 inches, and the rear 2-megapixel black and white lens has been upgraded to an 8-megapixel lens. The battery remains at 3,500 mAh, but in terms of charging, it uses the latest achievement from the fast charging department, boasting a 22.5W super fast charge, which is a significant upgrade. The chip is the full-blooded version of the Tianqin 800, the same as the older sibling. The expected starting price is 2,999 yuan, with only a 700 yuan difference from the discounted older sibling, which offers a better front camera experience and a superior screen. However, the S1 is not lacking, boasting a larger battery, faster charging speed, and the same chip as the older sibling, while being 400 yuan cheaper. Shen Fei is indeed impressed with Wang Teng. This pricing strategy is quite clever, as it neither affects the older sibling's sales nor loses its unique selling points. If it really starts at 2,299 yuan, it's fortunate that 2 new production lines were acquired during the new year. Otherwise, with just this stock of chips, it might not even meet the monthly consumption of the S series. The Pro will definitely sell less than the standard version, as the price is set. It is also unlikely to surpass the X1, as one is a flagship and the other is a cost-effective sub-flagship. The two have fundamental positioning differences. With this configuration, the entire series should quickly break through 1 million in sales. The screen is in the first tier of the industry, and its photography and charging capabilities are far ahead of competitors. On the Huaxin official website and Weibo, there are monthly announcements of offline flagship store openings. On average, 5 stores open each month, allowing consumers to buy with confidence and peace of mind. Just as Huaxing announced the price drop, the competitor Xiaomi finally saw a drop in component prices as well. They have begun large-scale production of the Xiaomi 3.0, and consumers will feel that the Xiaomi 3, which previously required a scramble to purchase except during the New Year shopping festival, is finally no longer limited. At the same time, the 64GB large storage version has dropped by 200 yuan from the launch price, reaching 2,299 yuan. This has propelled the sales of the Xiaomi 3 to a remarkable 8 million units, with this month's sales surpassing 1.5 million units. This sales figure has made Shen Fei extremely envious. However, it won't be long now. The early price drop announcement caused a slight decrease in February's sales. Nevertheless, there were still 250,000 units sold. Having such sales before the price drop is already sufficient. Next month's sales will surely soar. Online Huaxing and Xiaomi are showcasing their sales figures, while OV, representing offline manufacturers, is quietly profiting handsomely. By leveraging a budget configuration, they are selling at the 1,000 or even 2,000 yuan range, with some high storage versions exceeding 3,000 yuan, making a substantial profit. However, with the promotion by Digital Chat Station and various digital bloggers, more and more people are paying attention to the specifications. The primary feature is that the official Weibo account of Xiaomi has surpassed 13 million followers, while the top leakster Digital Chat Station has surpassed 3 million followers. The official account of Huaxin Technology, established for less than a year, has also surpassed 2 million followers. The online buzz is growing higher. The Green Factory quietly established the OnePlus brand in mid-December 2013, positioning it as an online value for money product, primarily focusing on the OnePlus digital series. As a good brother, the Blue Factory also established the online brand IQO, focusing on gaming flagships. However, both value for money brands are not receiving much attention. These two brands primarily focus on offline sales, relying heavily on numerous offline distributors. Offline distributors still prefer to push the Green Factory's A series, R series, and the Blue Factory's Y series and X series. They earn between 400 to 800 yuan profit for each unit sold from these series. The planned products for the two sub-brands leave a profit of no more than 300 yuan for offline distributors per unit. Some memory versions only leave over 100 yuan. Naturally, offline distributors prefer to push higher profit products and are unwilling to promote cost-effective products. This is also the reason why there are so few offline stores for Xiaomi. As March arrived, the Ju factory began to ramp up its efforts. They have invested significantly in the success of this product. Internally, they also began to establish the business image of Mate, making numerous adaptations to enhance the experience for white-collar users. On March 3rd, the enthusiastic invitation of Yu Qingdong Shen Fei arrived at the launch event. The key reason he attended was that this generation of Mate was being unveiled in the capital. If it were elsewhere, Shen Fei might have found an excuse to decline. After a warm handshake with Yu Dazue, he took a seat in the front row, as Ju Factory's connections were still a bit stronger than Huaxin's, and they had more fans. Even though this was merely the second generation of the Mate product line, and the previous generation had been quite poor, the legacy of the feature phone era brought a substantial user base, resulting in a fully packed venue. As the promotional video began to play on the large screen at the launch event, the countdown commenced. As Ju Factory's flagship product, its specifications were naturally impressive. Even the promotional video was quite surprising. The entire venue fell silent at the moment the countdown ended. Yu Dazue's distinctive voice echoed from the stage, "Good morning, dear audience. The smartphone in my hand is our latest development, the Ju Factory Mate 2. Our research team strives for perfection, all to bring you a truly groundbreaking smartphone. Our Mate 2 has made significant breakthroughs in imaging design, exterior design, battery life, and charging. Firstly, Mate 2 is equipped with a super large screen measuring 6.1 inches, providing users with an ultra-wide visual experience. The screen has a resolution of 1280,720 pixels with a pixel density of 241 ppi. Utilizing extremely advanced packaging technology, the screen-to-body ratio reaches 75:04, and this screen supports multi-touch. Whether watching videos or browsing the web, the experience is remarkably good. You can even edit documents directly on this phone. As we all know, our heir has consistently invested in processor development. Thus, this generation will not disappoint our fans, as it features our self-developed heir Kirin 910. It integrates billions of transistors offering powerful computing and graphics processing capabilities with approximately a 30% improvement over the previous generation, ensuring smooth daily use. However, due to significant technological lag, combined with our inability to utilize the latest processes, this generation of processors may not meet everyone's expectations. Compared to competitors, there are still considerable gaps, and much work lies ahead, but we must tread through the thorns on our journey. Yu Dazui's words excited the audience of fans. This is the Ju factory they are familiar with. From this year onwards, we plan to invest $5 billion over the next 5 years to empower our children to stand tall, become strong, and navigate this thorny path. We hope for your continued support, and simultaneously the K series of processors will officially be renamed Kirin processors. The Mate 2 we are launching today is equipped with the first processor from the Kirin series, the Kirin 910. This is a quad-core processor with a maximum clock speed of 1.6 GHz, representing approximately a 30% improvement over the previous generation, while the heat output has decreased by 80% compared to its predecessor, offering users an excellent daily experience. After introducing the processor, Yu Dazue next addressed battery life. This phone boasts a massive 6.1-inch screen, making battery life a major concern. In terms of battery life, Mate 2 is equipped with a 4050 mAh super battery. Moreover, our Mate 2 supports reverse charging, which is handy when users are out and about. If a companion's or partner's phone happens to run out of battery, our Mate 2 can serve as a power bank for them. With such a large battery, while the audience was quite satisfied, charging posed a concern. Wouldn't it take several hours to fully charge? I believe that some of the viewers who pay attention to digital information are aware that recently our competitor Huaxin Technology, in collaboration with us at Ju Factory and our competitor Green Factory, established the Huaxing Fast Charging Alliance in the capital. As one of the members, our Mate series will definitely not be absent, as it features the 20W super fast charging developed in our Ju Factory laboratory. Compared to Huaxin Technology, it's even 2W faster, and in practice it can achieve a full charge from 0 to 100 in just 55 minutes. Shen Fei, listening from below, couldn't help but admire truly a player with deep pockets. With such funding, they have already rolled out a mature solution in just a few months. Even with the help of their talented system personnel, achieving results in such a short time is no small feat, showing that one should never underestimate the heroes of the world. Wow, Ju Factory truly lives up to its reputation as a tech-driven player, having surpassed the leader Huaxin in the fast-charging field so quickly. After today, my Huaxing X1 will no longer be the fastest-charging phone in my hands. Yu Dazue confidently continued to introduce the imaging capabilities of Mate 2 on stage. In terms of imaging, our Mate 2 is equipped with a 13-megapixel rear camera sensor. Whether you are capturing landscapes or architecture, you can effortlessly shoot stunning photos. When using the front-facing camera for selfies, it can automatically invoke GPU for AI beauty rendering, ensuring every selfie shines and looks like a masterpiece with just a few tweaks. Indeed, being a self-developed chip adapting to various requirements is convenient, though this is only in comparison to competitors. It's still not comparable to Huaxing. Having discussed photography, we now enter Ju Factory's strength in network communication. We can indeed borrow a phrase from our competitors, which is that we are far ahead. Anyone who knows about Ju Factory is aware that we started in the communication business. Currently, most of the 4G base stations in the country are equipped by Ju Factory, and some are even built by us. In terms of communication, you need not worry. We dare to claim the second position, and no competitor would dare to claim the first. Thus, our Mate 2 supports multiple network types. Whether you are in the city or the remote wilderness, you can always connect with those you wish to contact without missing calls or messages due to poor signal. Shen Fei strongly agreed with this. If it comes to communication capabilities, Ju Factory is indeed a bit more formidable. Even he with his cheat-like skills couldn't surpass them. Ju Factory holds a majority of communication patents. Their equipment will certainly be better compatible with their own base stations, making it impossible to compete, even if one were to try. This is why Shen Fei, after careful consideration, chose to assist Ju Factory in chip development, all to gain authorization for communication-related patents. Signal strength is indeed a critical aspect of a smartphone, significantly impacting both daily usage and gaming experience. As Shen Fei pondered this, Yu Dazue on stage continued to passionately discuss the selling points of Mate 2. Soon he wrapped up the selling points and prepared to discuss the final point, the price. I believe after watching for so long, the most pressing concern for everyone is the price. I won't keep you in suspense. Mate 2 comes in several versions, with the 3G telecom version being customized by the telecom company and not available in the official store. The price for the 216GB version, supporting up to 64GB memory expansion, is 2,688 yuan. The 4G all-network version, which I believe is of utmost interest to all users, starts at 2,899 yuan. We also offer a high-end version with the 332 gigabytes priced at 3,199 yuan, and the top version, 364 gigabytes, at 3,499 yuan. The Unicom 4G version is 2,888 yuan, and customers can enjoy discounted purchase by signing up for the corresponding Unicom 4G plan. Thank you all. In this day and age, Ju Factory still primarily relies on offline mobile operators as its main sales channel. Ju Factory's mobile phone business evolved from its earlier custom machine operations, maintaining a very good relationship with various operators aiding in mobile phone sales. However, after hearing the price, Shen Fei wondered if Ju Factory was also aiming for the high-end market. But that could be a challenging path. However, with a big brother leading the way, slightly undercutting his price makes the high-end path somewhat easier. The key issue is that the Pro version of the Huaxing S series targets the price range of 3,000 to 4,000 yuan, while the next generation X series aims for 4,000 to 5,000 yuan. This generation of Mate is likely to see very poor sales, especially with the imminent release of Huaxing's S series. However, with Huaxin's help, the next generation Mate might stand a better chance. If all goes well, this generation will certainly be overshadowed by Huaxing's S series, and sales will not be particularly good. We should start preparing for the next generation Mate 3. However, it cannot be said with absolute certainty. The Huaxing size is somewhat small, and there are still some who prefer super large screens. Therefore, there will still be sales, though they will likely not meet Ju Factory's previous sales expectations. As the subsequent sales prove this point, but that is a story for another time. After attending the press conference in Kyoto held by Ju Factory, Shen Fei returned to the company and began to look into another major matter: investment in Dongfang Factory. This is currently the most important point for Huaxin Technology. It relates to the future, and its internal positioning is strategic. It has been 3 months since the patents and technicians were acquired at the beginning of the year. Of course, it's impossible that he has truly been idle for 3 months. Both production and research of screens are industries that require massive investment. Shen Fei places considerable importance on this. However, to achieve cooperation, both sides must acknowledge each other's accomplishments. To avoid losses, Shen Fei specifically established a large negotiation team. They began preliminary investigations to prepare for official negotiations this month. Nevertheless, Shen Fei was not afraid. He possessed some core patents and a large R&D team. If negotiations succeed, great. If not, so be it. At worst, he could go home and convince his father, who had spent a lifetime in real estate, to invest in high-tech industries when he got older. Building a factory for production and self-marketing is also an option. Following the approach of the Three Mountains, it is not impossible. Through preliminary investigations, as of March this year, Dongfang Factory has a total of 4 production sites. One is located in Kyoto, known internally as the B1 Factory, which is the first production site of Dongfang Factory. It is a 5th-generation line that began production in 2005, mainly producing LCD screens applicable in mobile displays and other fields, currently operating at a loss. There is another production site in Kyoto codenamed B4. It is an 5th-generation line, the most technologically advanced factory of Dongfang Factory, which commenced production in 2011. However, the current capacity planning is primarily for large-sized display panels and will not produce mobile display panels. There is also a branch factory in Tianfu named B2 internally, which is a 4th-generation line. It began production in October 2009, mainly producing small-sized LCD screen products. Most mobile screens in the domestic market using Dongfang Factory's products come from this factory. In Huaxing, there is a 6th-generation line, which was a gamble by the Huaxing government at the time. When Dongfang Factory planned to settle in Huaxing, Sharp also arrived, intending to invest in establishing an 5th-generation line. Of course, Sharp did not genuinely intend to invest, but aimed to disrupt Dongfang Factory. If Sharp truly wanted to build a factory here, they wouldn't have promised an 5th-generation line. Such an advanced production line could never be established in Huaxing. But to make a promise, they certainly want to make it sound grand. Hence, many people internally lean towards Sharp, preparing to reject Dongfang Factory. Sharp's technology is more advanced, and it is foreign capital. However, after the Huaxing side conducted an investigation and learned about their past actions, they demanded Sharp to begin investing in the factory, but Sharp kept making empty promises, never taking action. This tactic of making empty promises to disrupt Dongfang Factory had already been employed several times. How could they possibly start production for real? Ultimately, after internal discussions, Huaxing chose to reject the Neon Sharp company. At the same time, the government guaranteed an 8 billion loan to support Dongfang Factory's establishment in Huaxing. In fact, it was proven that Dongfang Factory performed quite well. The construction began in 2008 and production started in 2010. In 2012, they began expanding with an 5th-generation line with a total investment of 28.5 billion expected to officially commence production in February of this year, planning for full production by 2015. It can be said that Huaxing truly completed its industrial transformation through this gamble. As the market share of Dongfang Factory continues to expand in the future, this investment may even yield profits. Currently, Dongfang Factory has a total of 4 large production sites with an estimated value of 92.5 billion at the end of 2013, truly a money-burning giant with each production site averaging over 20 billion in investment. Moreover, due to the inability to compete with foreign manufacturers' counter-cyclical strategies, Dongfang Factory remains in a loss phase. This means that the shareholders of Dongfang Factory are all quite powerful, otherwise they wouldn't withstand such losses and would have closed down long ago. Most of the OLED screens rewarded by the system involve key technologies coupled with so many R&D engineers, and its internal valuation is around 18 billion. Theoretically, it could account for 19.5% of Dongfang Factory's shares, but currently Dongfang Factory's largest shareholder holds only 10%. They may not be willing to allow Huaxin to become the largest shareholder. After several initial negotiations, Shen Fei side 19.5% is merely a theoretical figure that Dongfang Factory could offer to Huaxing. In reality, if Dongfang Factory could spare even 8 of its shares, it would be a blessing. If that were the case, Shen Fei wouldn't be taking this loss lightly. Cash acquisitions are no international joke. Everyone is capital. Money on paper is just waste paper. Moreover, even if a cash acquisition were to happen, it would likely require installment payments. If a joint operation method were adopted, most of the current technical patents of Dongfang Factory are for LCD, and Huaxing technology has not entered the television production industry. In the coming years, OLED screens will be widely used, relying on the display effects of OLED screens. LCD screens will have no place in the high-end market, at most being used in 1,000 yuan or 100 yuan devices. Huaxing technology will definitely focus on mobile phones in the future. Once the OLED screen technology reaches mass production, they will surely switch to OLED screens. Once this breakthrough occurs, they will begin to abandon LCD screens. Is a complete abandonment possible? In reality, there is still a significant portion of users loyal to LCD screens, colloquially known as LCD screens, will never be enslaved. However, LCD screens also have numerous drawbacks. LCD screens cannot emit light, so they require a backlight source to provide brightness. This leads to the fact that the brightness of LCD screens is not very high, generally around 300,500, and even if future technology improves, it may reach a maximum of around 800. LCD screens have significant defects, and phones using LCD screens often have dark corners. When displaying, a white panel color distortion occurs, greatly affecting user experience. However, most current phones still use LCD screens, as the technology for OLED screens is still too immature. The risk of screen burn-in is too high, leading to high after-sales risks for manufacturers. As future technology matures, the replacement of LCD screens by OLED screens is imminent. Although investing in Dongfang Factory may seem like a loss, independently building a screen factory requires massive investment, and the risks are a bit high. Management, raw material suppliers, production equipment, yield rates, and a series of other issues. It's far beyond what Huaxin technology can establish at present, which is why they want to partner with Dongfang Factory. If they don't establish it now, once the three mountains overcome the risk of screen burn-in, even if they only reduce the burn-in risk, they could be commercially viable on a large scale. They would then have sufficient funds for improvements, and by then, they would have completely lost the opportunity to catch up. So it's quite a headache. After several internal meetings and discussions with Dongfang Factory, both sides were unwilling to compromise for their own interests. Shen Fei wanted 20 of the shares. Dongfang Factory was only willing to offer a maximum of 8 of the shares, and the rest of the technology they were willing to acquire for 5 billion. They hoped Shen Fei could settle the final payment for purchasing Dongfang Factory's screens. In Shen Fei's view, this was akin to pulling a wolf from empty hands. Naturally, he abandoned the option to invest in Dongfang Factory. After leaving Dongfang Factory, waiting for a while, the other side chose to back down. Ultimately, they chose to establish a joint venture to create a new factory primarily focused on producing OLED screens. The headquarters is located in Jincheng, with Huaxing Technology contributing technology and talent along with 4 billion in cash. Dongfang Factory will provide technical workers, production equipment, and also contribute some technical patents. They will be responsible for the bulk of the funding, with a total of 16 billion, planning a total investment of 20 billion to establish a production base in Jincheng. The new company is named Huadong Panel Production Company. Shen Fei contributed the bulk of the technology along with some funds. The final share distribution is 60 for Huaxing Technology and 40 for Dongfang Factory, with both sides jointly operating. Most importantly, even with a 40 stake, Dongfang Factory does not have management authority. Of course, the other side had no objections to this. As for why the company headquarters chose Jincheng, it is simply because Jincheng has more ambition. To attract this giant company to settle, they provided 200 acres of land for use, while reserving another 1500 acres. They sold it to Huadong Panel Company at 110 of the market price and provided 10 billion in industrial investment loans. The interest is below the market rate, and they offer on-stop support, providing any necessary materials to ensure that the enterprise doesn't need to make a second trip. To prevent Dongfang Factory from poaching talent, Shen Fei had people's contracts placed under Huaxin Technology's name. Headquarters on assignment subsidiary work. After the Mate 2 went on sale, just as Shen Fei had predicted, its sales faltered. It took 15 days for sales to barely surpass 200,000. If Huaxing Technology had achieved such numbers, Shen Fei would have been ecstatic. But this is Juchang, a company with established offline channels and close ties to carriers. Such figures are negligible at Juchang. Most of those 200,000 units were moved through carrier relationships and bundled plans. The phone does possess a few exclusive selling points: a 4,000 mAh battery and 20W fast charging. In those respects, its configuration is somewhat more earnest than the offline models of the blue and green firms. In the rapidly evolving smartphone market, the competition is brutal. The Kirin 910's performance has opened a clear gap with rival chips, unfortunately in the wrong direction. Not to mention Huaxing, which has already raised the thresholds for high-end performance and screen resolution. At a price of 2899, Mate 2 specifications are hard to show off. If Juchang learned from the blue and green firms and leaned on offline retailers, hire a few idol endorsers, sponsor some variety shows, and sales might climb. Yet the Mate's design is so thoroughly businesslike that boosting sales by those means would be difficult. A 6.1-inch screen paired with a 720p resolution yields a noticeably grainy experience. Everyday use lacks the clarity and finesse expected, and the display suffers. Beyond performance, the screen will shoulder much of the blame. It also uses a single rear camera, though that alone is hardly grounds for complaint, as many others do the same. It is merely another variant in the Huaxing style. Still, the rear camera is not without merit: a 13-megapixel sensor with autofocus and support for AI beautification. A shortage of promotional resources and an indistinct price advantage left Udeze worried. At launch, they could not slash prices across the board. They could only reduce the effective price via contract plans to lure buyers, a strategy in which Juchang excels. Those who liked the phone praised it highly because the actual experience was solid. Criticisms kept surfacing online, leaving the phone with mixed reviews. Admirers mostly lauded the enormous screen and the large battery, one full charge lasting a day with ease. Detractors focused on the Kirin 910's performance. That chip could at best spar with OV's offline models, yet the phone still sold for 2800. If the phone's price dropped by 500, its surrounding features would make it a very respectable device. This generation of Kirin 910 has finally escaped the ill fate of its fiery predecessor. Its thermal performance is actually well controlled. Of course, Juchang's influence still matters, such as the heritage of an established maker. If Huaxing were to sell this phone, estimates suggest monthly volumes might not even reach 50,000. Juchang has clout, but not universal acceptance. That recognition is only gradually increasing, so Shen Fei was not optimistic about final sales. Because the figures were unflattering, Yu Dazue had already learned his lesson and immediately began development of the next generation. Thanks to Professor Liang's past support, the next generation Kirin chip was already in development, with tape-out expected in May. With Professor Liang's backing, the new chip's performance is expected to rise roughly 150% over the Kirin 910. Its internal designation is 925. Although Mate 2 sales were poor, Huaxin prepared to add fuel to the fire. They began warming up the Huaxing S1 series, and the official site opened reservations. Both S1 and S1 Pro were listed for reservation, and bookings could include opportunities to participate in offline events. DAV Shuma, Xianliaozhan, I'm sure you've all seen the Huaxing S1 reservation ads. No wonder. This is the industry's nouveau rich at work. The moment I unlocked my phone, it kept pushing the ad. Let me share some of the information I've gathered. The S1 series will have two configurations. They differ in screen size, but use the same panel. Those who prefer a smaller display should choose the standard model. Those who want a larger screen should pick the Pro. In terms of imaging, there is little disparity. The differences lie mostly in the auxiliary lenses. The main sensor is the same on both, and both employ a rear AI dual-camera setup. With flagship-level algorithms, the photography could pleasantly surprise. Performance will not disappoint. That is Huaxing's forte. The standard model ships with a 6-core Tianqin 800E, while the Pro carries the full-fat Tianqin 800. That single chip alone will be very expensive. Rumor has it that Wang Teng, the series lead, is persuading the executives. It seems likely they will deliver a pleasant surprise. Concrete performance details will be released in a few days. I will post a thorough review. In short, it aims to surpass them all, worthy of anticipation. Battery and charging are an area of confidence for them. That will be a major highlight. Wang will the charging be a surprise? After all, the fast-charging crown sits with Juchang now. Shuma Xianliaozhan replied slightly better. Yahangren Fixingji will the camera algorithm be neutered. Passerby Juchang already uses a 4,000 mAh cell, will Huaxin push capacity further? Shuma Xianliaozhan replied the battery has indeed improved, though I cannot disclose the exact figures before the embargo lifts. Wait for the launch event. This time Huaxing is emphasizing a large battery paired with fast charging, aiming to make fast charging accessible across more price tiers. Positioned as a mid-range line, the S-Series targets large shipment volumes and steady revenue, while also gaining some technological firsts. If Huaxing's X-Series is the cherished son, the S-Series is the cherished daughter. As a mid-range product, it is indeed somewhat aggressive, but no mid-range phone can be flawless. In the Huaxing 1 auditorium, which seats up to 800, Wang Tung rehearsed on stage with the bearing of a man accustomed to command. Making his first appearance on the main stage, Wang Tung showed no trace of nerves, perhaps because the audience was sparse. After all, this was the third rehearsal. Theoretically, a couple more runs would suffice. At that moment, Shen Fei entered the meeting room, and Wang Tung visibly flinched. The big boss had arrived. This was the S-Series inaugural model. Could it detonate into a hit? The pressure was palpable. After finishing his explanation, Wang Tung stepped down from the stage. Shen Fei in the audience asked, nervous. Wang Tung replied, so far so good. I'm familiar with the flow. I just don't know whether I'll panic if the hall is packed. Don't worry. Everyone must go through this once. Get familiar by repeating it a few more times. And your presentation was solid. To support your work, I've approved your plan. The official site has already launched reservations with accompanying promotions. You are permitted to cut 100 from the 2499 price stackable with existing promotions. That should allow you to hit your 2299 target. Very well, Mr. Shen. Thank you for your support. I believe the S-Series will surpass 10 million units. Good. When you break 10 million, I'll host a celebration. While Huaxin was busy preparing its launch, Juchang received some intelligence that instantly unnerved Yu Dazue. The starting price of the Huaxing S1 Pro was expected to mirror the Mate exactly, with most specifications stronger than the Mate's aside from battery and screen size. In almost every other respect, it outmatched the Mate. To blunt Huaxing's impact, Juchang increased its publicity budget and rushed shipments before the S1's release. They feared that once Huaxing launched, Mate sales would slide even further. They also reduced OEM order volumes, cutting the internal production plan from 5 million units to 2 million to avoid inventory buildup. They accelerated development of the next-generation Mate, reserving space for the new chip while beginning design on other modules so they could adapt as soon as the chip was ready. With the chip slot reserved, other components were already being designed. Once the chip arrived, adaptation would begin immediately. As time passed steadily, it reached the latter part of March. After numerous rehearsals, Wang Tung finally managed to suppress the excitement within him. He was set to launch the first-generation series as the CEO of Huaxing series. If this product launch proved highly successful and sales figures were impressive, Wang Tung would officially become the vice president of Huaxing Technology, taking full responsibility for the Huaxing series from then on. Following internal meetings and discussions, and after obtaining approval from Shen Fei, the launch event for the Huaxing S1 series was finally scheduled for March 28th. As a brand primarily focused on online channels, its powerful promotional machinery immediately sprang into action. One might criticize Huaxing's offline marketing, but its online promotion was undeniably formidable. Even the king of online marketing, Dami, had to concede defeat, for Huaxing wielded the power of money. On March 21st, Huaxing's official social media accounts began their campaign. The official Weibo account released a poster. The poster featured only the back view of a phone accompanied by the caption, AI dual camera, illuminate your beauty. The Huaxing S1 was set for launch on the 28th, touted as the king of value for money. Simultaneously, a 100 yuan coupon was offered for early reservations. The Huaxing phone official website also added a highly prominent preview page featuring a continuously ticking countdown timer. The ticking numbers served as a reminder that a technological feast poised to disrupt the 2,000 yuan price segment was about to commence. From then on, Dami would no longer be the king of cost performance. Each day, the official website would update a selling point of the Huaxing S1. The official Weibo account would publish a short article about this selling point daily, aiming to pique users' interest in the model and encourage them to watch the launch event. The following day, another bombshell was dropped. The Huaxing S1 would be equipped with the 6-core Tianqin 800E processor. However, specific core parameters were not disclosed. Wang Tung finally obtained the password for the digital leak station he had been eagerly awaiting from Shen Fei and began internal leaks. The major influencer digital leak station posted Huaxing officially begins preheating the internal codename S, the 2000 yuan battle god. It is benchmarked against Damis Digital Series Green Factories, R Series, and Blue Factories, X Series. It incorporates many premium components. Based on previous leaks and currently released information, let me summarize a 3,500 mAh Glacier Large Battery Tianqin 800 series processor super fast charging standard 720p screen, with the top-tier variant exclusively featuring the latest fast charging. The Pro version can be seen as the youth edition of the X series while also debuting some technologies. It's quite appealing. Guess the price, and one lucky guesser will win a Huaxing S1 364G mid-range version. The base configuration still follows Huaxing's old routine starting at 332G. Xingyu Uo using a flagship processor for the S series. How will the big brother sell? As for the price, I guess 2,599. Old Buddha is me. Don't worry, manufacturers understand cost-cutting better than you. But now the X1 has already dropped in price. I guess the starting price of the S1 should be 2,399 yuan. Suki 1254, how is the camera? Digital chat station. I heard from insiders that Wang Tung visits the algorithm department daily. There will be surprises. Foshan Huang, Huihong 2499 Dragon Abyss Underworld. What materials are the middle frame and back cover made of? Digital chat station. Polycarbonate, simple DRZ, understood, all plastic. It seems too many components were upgraded elsewhere. Doghead JPG. The Huaxin official website also launched a series of activities including reservations for free wired earphones and a 100 yuan coupon. Of course, the most popular was the Guess the Price Enjoy Free Orders event. It offered great benefits and was simple to participate in. Any user who made a reservation had one chance to post a comment with their predicted price. Regardless of correctness, after the sale, 100 lucky winners would be drawn for free orders. This event attracted a massive number of participants with daily comments exceeding 1,000. Within just 3 days, the number of comments surpassed 1 million. If even 20% of those users chose to purchase the phone, the first week sales would not fall below 3,000 units. Finally, 2 days before the launch event, the operations team released the complete exterior images of the phone. A 30-second video also revealed the phone's 4 color options. Additionally, high-definition renderings from the front, side, and back were released. The day before the launch, several digital influencers collaborating with Huaxing official released reviews on the chip. The most authoritative was the video from Digital Chat Station, an account widely considered semi-official by netizens. One day before the new phone's release, we managed to get our hands on the Huaxing S1 ahead of time. However, since it hasn't been released, yet we cannot publish detailed review content for some parts. But for now, the information regarding the chip has been cleared. So let's run some tests for everyone. I believe this is a key point of interest for many viewers. Without further ado, let's start the practical tests. First, the standard version features the Tianqin 800E processor derived from the Tianqin 800 series, adopting a 123 design. It is likely that during production, due to process deficiencies, a large number of defective chips were generated. However, these defective chips are not completely useless. They simply cannot run at such high frequencies. Tianqin Semiconductor disabled some cores and underclocked the processor to continue using them. Why do we say this? According to our understanding, Huaxing's internal expectations for the S series are sales in the tens of millions. If not for the large number of defective chips, due to production process issues, the S series would never have been able to use the Tianqin 800E. From what we've learned, the production cost of just this single chip exceeds 800 yuan. And the starting price of this phone will not exceed 2,500 yuan. Folks, this is the version starting at 332G. Since this chip is a cut-down version, what is its actual performance? Let's run Antutu first. In the current version, it scores around 85000 points. This score far exceeds the Fire Dragon 801 released by Gaotong last year. Combined with other configurations, it's the new king of the 2,000 yuan range. I just wonder if Huaxin will follow Damis' practice of limited releases. Interested parties can grab one in advance. The CPU part only scores 28000, which is related to the disabling of one mid-core and one small core in the CPU. Additionally, all 3 core types, big, medium, and small, have been underclocked, so the peak performance naturally cannot compare to the Tianqin 800. Yet it still leads competitors by about 1.5 to 2 generations. Of course, this statement assumes competitors continue to hold back. Meanwhile, everyone can look forward to seeing if the next generation of competitor processors will continue to be conservative now that Tianqin Semiconductor is the disruptive force. On the GPU side, it scores around 36000 points. Only one small core was disabled in the GPU, so the difference is minimal. Let me share some off-topic news. The processors in the second half of this year will undergo a major iteration, especially those from Ju Factory, which are worth anticipating. Although Ju Factory's current processors are quite unsatisfactory, they have money. They have invited people from Tianjin Semiconductor to assist in joint development. Ju Factory, what if I can't beat them? If I can't beat them, I'll join them. Teacher, I want private lessons. If Gaodong continues to hold back in the second half of the year, then next year's market will be very interesting. However, I personally believe that Tongzi will no longer hold back. Performance in the second half of the year will definitely improve, and it will no longer be a fire dragon. Gaodong, rest assured we won't let you down. In daily photography and gaming, the gap between the Tianjin 800E and Tianjin 800 is minimal, with game frame rate fluctuations differing by less than 2 frames. Also, because the Tianjin 800E has some cores disabled, the processor generates less heat during gaming, making the everyday user experience actually better. As for the photography aspect, since it hasn't been cleared, yet we cannot release it. All I can say is the surprise is huge. After the launch event tomorrow, we will release it immediately. Follow Digital Chat Station, your digital tool for advanced digital leaks and detailed review experiences. After this review video was released, the tech community was abuzz. Various digital influencers provided more detailed explanations based on this video. They also wanted to ride this wave of traffic, but hadn't received official review units, so this was their only option. These digital influencers posted comments alongside the video stating that Huaxing was leaving no room for other manufacturers. The biggest drawback of the current Huaxing X1 was its high price. Even after a price cut, it still exceeded the average person's budget for a phone. If they hit the 2,000 yuan range, they would dominate the competition. Netizens were also discussing fervently in the comments, with this performance and price, I don't even care if they use a plastic middle frame and plastic back cover. Hey, you guessed it right. This phone really does have a plastic back cover and plastic middle frame. The 28th finally arrived, the day of the launch event. Huaxing technology was no longer what it used to be, a back, then they had to have staff fill the seats to make the event seem lively. Huaxing technology had now established a preliminary foothold in the high-end market. The cumulative sales of the X1 series had surpassed 1.5 million units. Official fan count had exceeded 2 million. To attend the launch event now, aside from a few tech influencers, the rest of the audience had to win a lottery. As per tradition, Huaxing technology covered accommodation for the lucky attendees. They also reimbursed round-trip airfare, a very considerate gesture. At noon, the company treated the attending fans to a meal. During the meal, Wang Tung expressed that this was his first launch event and hoped for everyone's support. The fans all voiced their support, and some bolder ones asked, President Wang, we heard you were convincing the executives. Did you succeed? The 100 yuan coupon released a couple of days ago, does that mean you've convinced the executives? Wang Tung chuckled, but didn't reply directly. For now, I can only say there are more surprises. Look forward to tonight's launch, it won't disappoint your expectations. The audience was thrilled and intensely curious. It was 6:00 p.m. with the event starting at 7:00 p.m. The check-in area had already begun allowing guests to enter. Some fans were already preparing to check in. The area featured a dedicated photo spot allowing guests to take pictures and share them on their social media. Only 600 lucky attendees were selected for this event from a pool of 1,500 who entered the lottery. Those who got in were truly the fortunate ones. Of course, all attendees received small gifts prepared by Huaxing technology, definitely worth showing off. With an hour to go before the event, to keep early arrivals from getting bored, the operations team had set up a lounge and a display area. The display area mainly featured the S1, though photography was not allowed at that time. However, attendees could touch and experience it, which was a small surprise. The lounge offered sofas, tea, and snacks, allowing fans to sit and chat with each other. It also provided a place for tired fans to rest, ensuring they wouldn't feel drowsy during the event due to too much rambling beforehand. Backstage, Wang Tung was conducting his final rehearsal. He wanted to avoid any nervous mistakes. This was a live event with 800 in person and countless online viewers. It was nothing like the rehearsals with just a few dozen people. The psychological pressure was immense. After all, it was his first time, so a few extra run-throughs would ensure a flawless performance. As the scheduled time arrived, Wang Tung walked onto the stage promptly. Distinguished guests, dear friends from the media, and our loyal Huaxing fans. Good evening, and welcome to the Huaxing S1 series new product launch. I am both the host and the presenter today, and also the head of the entire S series. My name is Wang Tung, and I am deeply honored to stand here and witness this exciting moment with all of you. This is also my first time hosting a phone launch, so if there are any small hiccups, I hope you'll bear with me. After taking a moment to compose himself, Wang Tung officially launched into the event's rhythm. 20 years ago, mobile phones emerged. The brick phones of that era were truly like slabs. In just over 2 decades, not only have prices dropped and weight decreased, but their functions have also multiplied. As a new force, Huaxing aims to carve out its market position with formidable research capabilities. As Wang Tung said, this applause erupted from the audience. Most users chose Huaxing phones precisely for their exceptional research capabilities. Before we begin, I'd like to introduce the important guests attending today's event. First, our boss, President Shen, and our key strategic partner, President Yu, from Juchang. Also, friends from the media from all over and our loyal fans who have always supported us. Thank you all for your support. As Wang Tang's speech found its stride and the official promotion kicked in, viewers began pouring into the live stream with comments flying across the screen. It's starting, but Wang Tang keeps saying there will be a price surprise. The S series is definitely cheaper than the X series, but can it really debut new technology? Upstairs, Huaxin's RD seems quite strong. They probably have a good technological reserve. It's possible this phone will introduce several new features. Just watch patiently. ITLL be revealed soon. Wang Tung was now fully in his element. Over the past few years, our Huaxin brand has been relentlessly pursuing innovation in technology, quietly focusing on RD. Until last year, we achieved a very significant breakthrough. So we felt it was time to make our voice heard in this domestic market, which is flooded with foreign products. Last year, we launched the Huaxing X1. At that time, President Shen underestimated the enthusiasm for this product. It sold over 100,000 units in less than a month. That was the sales target our team had projected for the entire product lifecycle. It completely depleted our inventory. Hearing this, the audience burst into laughter. Fortunately, sales weren't that high right at launch, so it didn't dampen everyone's shopping enthusiasm. This time, we hired a professional agency for projections. Based on the results, we've stocked up sufficiently. Rest assured, Huaxin is dedicated to creating superior products for users and meeting their ever-growing needs. Today, we will once again present a satisfactory answer. Technological RD shouldn't be aloof. High-end technology can be democratized to lower-tier products. As Wang Tung's speech delved into the main topic, the viewership in the official livestream room had surpassed 3 million, with comments flooding the screen. President Wang, overthrow President Shen. Are you content being under his thumb all the time? Dog emoji. President Wang is amazing, a better speaker than President Shen. Amidst the cheers, Wang Tung finally introduced the core design. So, I believe you've all seen our design through the official teaser videos. Isn't it beautiful? Yes, it is. The audience played along, keeping the event from becoming too dry. The lively interaction helped ease Wang Ting's nervousness. You already know the design, so let me share a little story about it. Our team combined technology with design aesthetics. For the transition on the bezels, we designed a specific curve, making the phone more comfortable to hold and preventing the bezels from digging into your hand. For the back cover, we used polycarbonate material with a gradient finish. It shimmers beautifully under sunlight. Polycarbonate is highly scratch and wear resistant, and due to its nature, it's also very drop resistant. This sparked discussion among the audience. Is polycarbonate the same as that common plastic? Oh, so it has such a fancy name. Dog emoji. Wang Tung continued his detailed introduction. After covering the design, the topic naturally shifted to the screen. For the display, we've used a flagship grade 4.7-inch LCD screen. It boasts a 720p HD resolution and supports a 60 Hz refresh rate. Whether you're gaming, browsing images, or watching videos in daily life, it delivers an ultimate visual experience. Since this screen wasn't particularly advanced, especially compared to the 1080p screen on its bigger brother, he glossed over it without much detail. The screen might not be a leap, but the performance certainly was. Wang Tung held up a phone and addressed the audience. Our Huaxing S1 is powered by the Tianxin 800E, while the S1 Pro features the full-blooded Tianxin 800. I won't waste time detailing the differences here. But rest assured, regardless of the chip, we are far ahead of our competitors. The Tianxin 800 series has been validated by the market. It can handle all games on the market. To enhance your gaming experience, the S1's cooling system has been fully upgraded. It debuts the Glacier thermal module with a cooling area of 4,080 square millimeters. Paired with the polycarbonate back cover, heat is dissipated quickly. This ensures the phone stays cool even under extreme performance loads. Do any of the big shots in the live stream know if these thermal modules are actually useful? They are somewhat useful. If the phone gets too hot, it will throttle, reducing performance. If temperatures can be kept down, the phone can maintain high performance for longer. So this cooling system is quite powerful then. No worries, well, wait for the tech reviewers to test it and see if it works. Seeing the audience captivated by the performance, a smug look spread across Wang Teng's face. This is exactly why our event theme is Dare to Leap. Even our flagship X1 didn't have these technologies. If it were only this, it wouldn't qualify as a leap forward event. These words instantly shifted everyone's focus from performance to the unknown. In terms of memory and storage, we will not produce a low memory version that lowers the price. In the words of our CEO, Shen, it seems like a welfare for consumers to lower the price. In reality, it buries a pit for consumers, which is quite unethical. Using small memory can save a lot of money, but after a year or two of use, the phone will become sluggish. The only solution would be to buy a new phone. This viewpoint has gained many people's approval. That's right, my first-generation Rice phone has already started to lag. It was incredibly smooth at the time of purchase. This is a characteristic of the system, something we cannot change. Our entire Huaxing S1 series is equipped with large operating memory and substantial storage. The entire series starts with 332 gigabytes and supports up to 464 gigabytes memory configurations paired with the powerful Tianqin 800 series processor, ensuring you need not worry about phone lag and guaranteeing 36 months of continuous smooth performance. It also supports memory card expansion with a maximum of 64 gigabytes memory expansion. Wang Teng's words shocked everyone present. A manufacturer actually dares to guarantee 3 years of smooth performance. With Android, how is that possible? Huaxing, I only guarantee 3 years of smooth performance, but I never said it will always use Android. In terms of imaging, our Huaxing S series is positioned as a photography phone. However, our second chip has not yet been produced, so we have no choice but to use this processor for now. Everyone knows that our Tianqin 800 is incredibly powerful, and inadvertently, it has become the strongest gaming phone in the 2000 price range. But remember, our S series primarily focuses on photography capabilities. After saying this, Wang Teng helplessly waved his hand, as if to say that invincibility is just that powerful. His confident demeanor did not repel people, instead it garnered much support. So this is a photography phone with powerful performance. The S series is about to go crazy. Our Huaxing S1 series is the first to feature our Nightingale algorithm. It supports low-light photography, allowing for clear and bright photos even in dim environments. Of course, our S1 not only has a powerful algorithm, but also robust hardware. The first-generation S series is equipped with the flagship same sensor, which is the 24-megapixel main camera on our Huaxing X1. This immediately garnered praise from everyone. There has never been such a high-end lens in the 2000 price range, but Huaxing has made it happen. While Huaxing is about to go crazy, they actually downgraded the flagship lens. What about the other lens? Please introduce it. The other one is definitely a low-quality filler. It can't possibly be a good piece. If it were, how would they sell it? However, it's already enough. This lens is quite strong. As for the second lens, although it's a filler, others don't have it either. The auxiliary lens is a 2-megapixel monochrome lens, which is quite playable. The Pro definitely has its advantages. We replaced that 2-megapixel monochrome lens with an 8-megapixel ultra-wide-angle lens. It supports 123 degrees of ultra-wide-angle shooting, and everyone can take one home to experience it. Indeed, I knew the main camera was so good, the second lens must be a trash lens. A penny's worth for a penny's worth. Other brands are still using single main cameras, and it's already quite good that Huaxing has 2 lenses. This represents a completely new algorithm, and users who have purchased the X series are quite envious. When they bought it, although there was a promotion for an algorithm, there was no specific name. This is clearly a new version. I just wonder if they will get it. However, users who purchased the Huaxing X1 need not worry. Our Nightingale algorithm will definitely be pushed to everyone. It is expected to carry out gray testing on April 1st, and the complete push is expected to be finished by April 7th. Please be patient. Huaxing has indeed done well in this regard. I have already received 2 version updates for the phone I purchased. It truly becomes smoother the more you use it. Everything can be upgraded OTA. If the camera is not working, just upgrade it via OTA. If the battery life is insufficient, upgrade via OTA. The so-called OTA method saves everything, but there is a prerequisite: the hardware must support it. As a smartphone, the battery life is certainly one of the most concerning points for users. Entering the smartphone era, battery capacity has increased, but the battery life is not as good as during the feature phone era. Previously, a single charge could last a week, but now lasting a day on a single charge is already quite good. This does not mean that the battery is worse than before, rather the phone's functions have increased. This leads to increased power consumption, making the phone's battery life appear worse. Due to the popularity of 4G networks, 4G phones consume more power than 3G phones. But is there a solution? Huaxing X1 brings a solution, which is fast charging and high-density batteries, but it still cannot avoid the criticism of needing to charge once a day. Our competitors propose a solution to increase the screen size to accommodate a larger battery. But this brings another issue: the weight of the phone continues to increase, resulting in a poor grip. Therefore, we have decided again to produce technology that allows high-density batteries to accommodate larger capacities. We are the first in the world to launch a 3,500 mAh high-density battery. Hearing that the battery has increased by 16, the audience applauded enthusiastically, But there is also a new doubt: is this a standard feature for all models or exclusive to the Pro version? However, due to the recent technological iteration, the cost is a bit high. Considering our standard version's price, all our RD personnel were advising me. Even CEO Shen advised me that it was unnecessary for the standard version to have a 3,500 mAh Glacier battery, and it would suffice for the Pro version to launch first. But for the user experience and to make our S-series a strong debut, I ultimately chose to equip the standard version with the Glacier battery despite the opposition. For this reason, I also made a military pledge to CEO Shen. In April, our S1 series sales will definitely exceed 1 million. The entire product's life cycle will surely surpass 10 million in sales. So will everyone support my work? The audience below began to shout support, and the viewers in the live stream also started flooding the comments. The entire live stream was filled with words of support. From Shen Fei's perspective, the effect of this live-streamed launch was quite good, at least better than the last hurriedly organized one. Currently, the viewers in the live stream have already shown interest in this product and believe that when it goes on sale, it will bring them surprises. However, due to the high cost of batteries, we could only make a slight cut on fast charging, but everyone knows that fast charging was proposed by our company. We are the pioneers. We also have a cost advantage that is certain. Therefore, we cannot undermine our own credibility. The Huaxing S1 series also supports fast charging. However, due to cost considerations, our S1 series only supports 15W fast charging. I hope everyone can understand. I will definitely give everyone a surprise regarding the price later. It's fine as long as the price is right, it doesn't matter. Aside from Juchong, this is already considered a fast charging speed. Those using traditional charging speeds should not be shy of what is there to be afraid of. Mr. Wang, I hope you won't go back on your word. How much is the price? Don't keep us in suspense. I'm not interested in anything else. Just tell me the final price, and if it's reasonable, I'll order immediately. Hearing the interaction on site, Wang Tung also felt relieved. As for the Pro, it also adopts a 3,500 mAh Glacier battery. However, our fast charging has been upgraded to 22.5W. Super fast charging must let competitors know that we are the pioneers. The fastest charging speed must be named after us. In terms of charging power, Huaxing has once again refreshed the current fast charging record, shocking users of the X series, the green brand, our series, and Mate 2. Of course, those who should be even more shocked are users of domestic smartphones that have not joined the fast charging alliance and users of Apple phones. In just half a year, it has gone from being 3 times behind us to 4 times ahead. How can that be played? Aside from these powerful hardware specifications, our software is equally impressive. Currently, we rank second in customized Android software. The only one above us is the Rice Company's system. At that time, the Rice system was still quite strong. The first product of the Rice Company was actually the system, not the phone. Many people may not have used a Rice phone, but they definitely used MIUI. However, our system is not inferior to Rice. It's just that our playability is not as high as Rice phones. If we only talk about smoothness, we are even stronger than Rice. As for system maintenance, you need not worry. We once again promise that the S-series will provide users with at least 3 major version updates and 4 years of maintenance, while the flagship X series will have 4 major version updates and 5 years of software maintenance. Super strong accessories, long-term system maintenance, and conscientious pricing. This is our positioning for the S-series. Now that I've said everything that needs to be said, what should I talk about next? A uniform voice came from the audience. Price. Announced the price quickly. The viewers in the live stream also started commenting. Don't keep us in suspense. Quickly announce the price. If the price is reasonable, I will definitely rush to order it. What time is it now? Still keeping us in suspense. Oh, as expected, your tradition includes talking nonsense before announcing the price. Since everyone is so eager for the price, let me first share our Huaxin Technologies philosophy. We firmly believe in innovation as the driving force. We continue to invest heavily in research and development of advanced technology to bring consumers the most advanced and high-quality products, as well as the best service. We deeply understand that innovation is the key to the future, enabling survival in fierce market competition. We must always remain vigilant. As mentioned before, our Huaxing S1 still starts with 332 gigabytes. So what's its price? 2,499 yuan. The moment Wang Tung finished speaking, the slide on the stage flipped, revealing a massive 2,499. The other 2 configurations were also displayed immediately. The 364 gigabytes version is 2,799 yuan, and the 464 gigabytes version is 2,999 yuan. The audience below exclaimed, amazing, truly amazing. But Mr. Wang, is this really the final price? Didn't you say you had to convince the executives? Is this the price after convincing them? Any more surprises? How could that be? Wang Tung said I would convince the executives, and I succeeded. To celebrate the first sale, the 332 gigabytes version is discounted by 100 yuan. Starting at 2,399 yuan, with an additional 100 yuan coupon from the reservation, gift the final price is only 2,299 yuan. I believe everyone will find this price incredibly appealing. You must be eager to buy it right now, but don't rush. We haven't announced the price of the Pro version yet. Once I reveal the Pro's price, sales will begin immediately. Our Pro version also starts with 332 gigabytes, featuring the full-blooded Tianqin 800 and over-the-top 22. 5W super fast charging and an over-the-top dual camera setup. So what's its price? The price announcement segment truly satisfied the star fans. The Huaxing S1 Pro starts at 2,999 yuan. The large version, 364 gigabytes, is 3,399 yuan. The top-tier 4,128 gigabytes is only 3,799 yuan. To celebrate the first sale, the Pro version is also discounted by 100 yuan, starting at 2,899 yuan. After applying the coupon, the final price is only 2,799 yuan. Isn't that incredibly tempting? Additionally, we have over 1 million units in stock for immediate sale, so you don't have to worry about not being able to buy one. We will ship based on payment time. Those who order later may need to wait a few more days due to logistics pressure. Please be patient. We will do our best to get the devices to you as soon as possible. The live stream was flooded with the word fragrant, scrolling wildly, drowning out all other comments. It's fine, Mr. Wang. No matter the price, any issues are my own fault. Who would buy rice at this price? The standard version at 2,299 yuan is even better than rice. The Pro at 2,899 yuan lets you experience the full-blooded Tianqin 800 for under 3,000. Am I dreaming? Is this price for real? How can other competitors survive? The wolf has arrived, but I like it. It will force others to lower their prices. Meanwhile, on stage, Wang Teng turned to Shen Fei with a smile and said, "Thank you for your support, Mr. Shen." Shen Fei, sitting below, picked up the microphone and joked, "I must support your work, Mr. Wang. But you have to fulfill your military pledge, Mr. Wang. If you fail, your year-end bonus will be cut." Laughter erupted from the audience, and they collectively asked, "What military pledge did Mr. Wang make?" It's because the cost is too high. The original price of 2,499 yuan was already great, but not shocking enough. I promised Mr. Shen to cut another 200 yuan for the first sale, ensuring an explosive launch. First week sales will definitely exceed 1 million units, and cumulative sales will surely surpass 10 million. Someone in the live stream commented, "Don't buy it, everyone. Let Mr. Wang taste the harshness of the market." Good, Mr. Wang is offering benefits to everyone, and you're digging a pit for him. Thank you all for attending this launch event. We have prepared some small gifts for you. A pair of Huaxing wired earphones and a 500 yuan coupon. Those interested in the S1 series can purchase it. If you don't like the S series, you can also buy the X series. Viewers in the live stream who are interested in our S1 series can also visit our official online store, authorized third-party platforms, or offline flagship stores to make a purchase. Let me repeat, we have immediate sales with ample stock. No tricks. The audience shouted, "Mr. Wang, can we combine this with your previous offers?" Of course you can, dear star fans. This made the live stream viewers envious, clamoring for coupons as well. So the live stream released 100 more spots. Even after the event ended, some users continued watching, hoping to be the chosen ones. This price and product, wasn't this a direct challenge? At Rice Company, Lei Jun, watching the launch, felt a surge of vigilance. Various leaks before the launch had led Lei Jun to believe this phone would cost around 2,599 yuan, incomparable to the 1999 yuan Rice 3. Rice relied purely on cost performance to capture the market. No one could surpass Rice in that regard. However, rising hardware costs made it increasingly difficult for Rice to maintain the 1,999 yuan price. So each initial batch was only a few 100,000 units sold at a loss, waiting for supply chain costs to drop before mass production. This generation, the Rice 3, started with 216 gigabytes to maintain the 1,999 yuan price. To push toward the high end, it offered only two configurations, the high-end 64 gigabytes version at 2,499 yuan. To encourage consumers to choose the larger memory, this generation did not support expandable storage. But they never expected a disruptor to appear. Such impressive specs at just 2,299 yuan. Even after subtracting the 100 yuan reservation coupon, it was still 2,399 yuan, and the 364 gigabytes was only 2,799 yuan. Wang Teng was clearly targeting Rice using every means possible. If Wang Teng knew Lei Jun's thoughts, he would just scoff. Wang Teng would say he wasn't targeting anyone in particular. He was targeting everyone. But Lei Jun was indeed a marketing genius, deeply understanding young people's desire for high performance on a limited budget. He created a phone with a strong core SoC but mediocre other specs. However, that era is over. Now is the era of Huaxin. The S1 is fully capable of capturing Rice's cost-performance market. Of course, the Rice 3 wasn't without merit. Rice's system was still quite fun, and its screen was slightly better than competitors. Compared to competitors, its battery was slightly smaller, but still exceeded 3,000 mAh. However, the 5V1A charging speed was indeed a bit slow. Fortunately, the Rice 3 had already sold well with sales exceeding 6 million units. This eased Lei Jun's frustration, and he instructed his assistant to officially adjust the Rice 3's price. All versions would be available for immediate sale without daily limits. The 216GB version was reduced by 200 yuan, starting at 1,799 yuan. The 64GB large memory version had already been reduced by 200 yuan. This time, another 150 yuan was cut, starting at 2,149 yuan. This created a significant gap for cost-performance users and boosted sales. But he also needed to start preparing the next-generation Rice phone. The promotional results proved Lei Jun's decision was effective. After the Huaxing S1 launched, the Rice 3 series, which had monthly sales of around 8,000 units, dropped to only 4,500 units per month, a decline of less than 50. After the launch event, Huaxing began the next phase of promotion. A good product achieving great sales requires not only quality, but also excellent marketing. Some say Rice's success is built on outstanding products. But in Shen Fei's view, Rice's success stems not just from great products, but from a combination of great products and exceptional marketing, which ultimately established its market position. Many have tried to imitate Lei Jun's cost-performance strategy, but their failures prove that Lei Jun's success isn't solely due to cost performance. It's his internet marketing. Everyone's hardware comes from the same suppliers with no core proprietary components. Products are highly similar. Some companies like OV sell phones with 2,000 yuan prices, but 100 yuan specs, yet they still sell well. A simple calculation reveals everyone's costs. If you have money, you can assemble an identical Rice 3. If you want, you can even sell it cheaper than Lei Jun. But your sales will definitely be lower than Rice's. You can't match their brand trust or customer loyalty. Because Rice is the pioneer of the cost-performance strategy. Even if you lower prices, consumers will still thank Rice. They'll think it's Rice's pressure that forced other companies to cut prices. Shen Fei understood the importance of marketing. To ensure a strong start for the S series, he allocated the same marketing budget as the X series. But only for this time. Once the S series gained recognition, its marketing budget would be reduced to the appropriate level. Money shouldn't be wasted. He wasn't a rich man's fool. With robust promotional funds backing him, Wang Tung sprang into action after the press conference ended. Social media platforms quickly became the main arena for the campaign. On the Weibo front, 10 trending topics emerged, and Huaxing occupied 4 of them. Wang Tung: if sales don't reach 10 million units, deduct the year-end bonus. Huaxing S1 is being hailed as a new cost-performance champion. Fast charging has been iterated again, but is such rapid charging truly necessary? Tianqin 800's performance remains formidable. Such an irresistible price has won widespread favor. An original price of 2,499 yuan suddenly seems like a bargain. At launch, the price was immediately discounted to 2,299 yuan, rendering it unmatched. The phone specifications are exceptionally strong, one of the first global smartphones to support 4G networks among the initial batch. Top-tier 15W and 22.5W super fast charging paired with a 3,500 mAh battery leave it without rivals. The high-performance Tianqin 800 series processors lead domestically and even internationally. Flagship-level dual cameras and the same AI algorithms. These specs surpass virtually every other domestic manufacturer's handset, and yet it sells for only 2,399 yuan. That price persuaded many hesitant buyers to splurge. Many snapped up the Huaxing S1 on the first day because a 100 yuan reservation coupon let them reach the 2,299 yuan starting price. Still, some users feared problems with the Tianqin 800E processor. Clearly, an E variant must be a cut-down version. Who knows whether the manufacturer's claims are true or false? They boast so persuasively. Scores may differ, but they insist the real-world experience can surpass the full-power Tianqin 800. That made cautious users nervous. Previously, the Demi 3 had 2 different chips, and the same reassurances were offered. Yet the actual experiences proved night and day. Having been burned before, how could they not remain prudent? Nevertheless, that was only a small segment. Most feared the price reverting to 2,499 and thus chose to buy on launch day. Tomorrow, the 100 yuan reservation coupon would vanish, and for price-sensitive shoppers, that mattered a great deal. Video platforms proved even more professional. Contracted video creators released full-process review videos as soon as the press conference ended. Their aim was to secure official post-event traffic, more views, more followers, and a steady rise in their own clout. Tech reviewers praised for objective and professional appraisals attracted a flood of attention. Many fans opened the app immediately after the conference to watch the Hansen reviews. Before the benchmark runs, digital chatter had already leaked data. The standard version can reach around 8,500 points. In our actual tests at room temperature, we reached about 8,400 points. That might be related to test conditions. The difference is slight, and it still demolishes competitors. Why can't benchmarks match the official numbers? One reason is innate differences between chips. Another is that phone makers conduct benchmarks under carefully controlled conditions. Some even put phones in refrigerators to run benchmarks. Benchmarks are for reference. What matters is everyday user experience, the thing buyers should truly care about. As usual, we test with games the latest Endless Runner and other hot titles run smoothly throughout. The Pro's Tianqin 800 consumes about 2.5 W. After half an hour of gaming, the phone's highest temperature was 39 C, suggesting the advertised cooling module is indeed effective. The standard Tianqin 800 ES power consumption is, as the manufacturer claimed, slightly better. Only 2.3 W. After 30 minutes of gaming, the temperature reached 38.5 C, noticeably cooler than the Pro. Of course, gaming is not the most common scenario for a phone. In various daily app tests, the Tianqin 800's consumption is about 1.6 W, while the Tianqin 800 ES power usage is controlled at around 1.5 W. From this, the Tianqin 800 ES power management appears commendable. Perhaps Huaxing's technology has improved in recent months. If Shen Fei knew, he would surely laugh. This official contracted reviewer really knows how to speak. Turning throttling into a virtue is quite a talent. Clearly, the contract was well chosen. Indeed, the reviewer had signed with Huaxin Technology. As a contracted blogger, he obtained the device early and enjoyed official traffic support from Huaxin. It seems that a company's own processor tailored to its own phone yields superior performance, and app compatibility becomes easier. Right now, it's Huaxin's tech that shines. It's not that simple. Like a school, there are good students and poor ones. So, Kieran, what are you doing? That remark sent viewers watching the video into laughter. Kieran, what are you even doing? Hi C, stop mocking, prepare for private training. As detailed review videos emerged, hesitant netizens began to warm to the idea of trying the Huaxing S1. They say early buyers enjoy perks and late buyers catch discounts. But at Huaxing, it seemed the opposite. Late purchases might mean higher prices. Huaxing sold from existing stock. After the conference ended, as the audience began to leave, the official store had already opened sales. In just 1 minute, sales surpassed 2,000 units. That owed both to the price and to Huaxin Technology's growing clout in the smartphone industry. Still, this did not meet Wang Tang's expectations. Such an irresistible price, coupled with launch discounts, should have yielded more. After 1 minute of sales, he reasoned there ought to be at least 5,000 units. He imagined sales comparable to the elder brother's single-day figures, but reality lagged. Eventually, sales broke 1,000 units in 5 minutes and 1,500 in 10. Within an hour, sales had surged past 4,000 units. Given 3 months of pre-exposure, a month of warm-up, and a formal A-level promotion 10 days prior, such astonishing sales were understandable. Looking at Wang Tang, who reported the figures, Shen Fei said, "Such excellent sales. What are you sighing for? 1 hour sales equals a month's worth of the X series." Indeed, after the price adjustment, the X series sales had soared. It was only March 28th, and this month's sales had already exceeded 4,000 units. They estimated monthly sales would settle around 3,000 units, proving price remains the eternal king. We did so much promotion before launch. In this 1 hour, unlimited sales hit 4,000. I originally thought that even if we didn't reach 1 million, we'd at least hit 5,000. If to me were selling this device, I bet it would break 1 million within 30 minutes. They're on their 3rd generation, while we've only launched 1. Patience. I'm already pleased with these figures. A routine promotion will suffice from here on. I estimate we might break 1 million units today. That puts pressure on logistics. Get shipments out within a week and no delivery mishaps. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we prepared filings in advance. Some orders have been shifted to provincial branches. They knew this model would sell explosively. Inventory was sufficient, with an average of 1,000 units per provincial warehouse. Some orders would ship directly from provincial branches to minimize customers' wait. They had also negotiated with Shen Fei. Extra shifts tonight would ensure orders ship within 2 days in sequence. Good, that reassures me. You carry on, while I'll leave for the day and award the team bonuses when things calm down. All right, thank you, Mr. Shen. Shen Fei patted Wang Tang on the shoulder and left the office laughing. After all, a boss needn't keep burning the midnight oil. Leaving the office and descending to the parking lot, Shen Fei had just sat in his car when he heard a ding. He suddenly realized the system had new rewards. Sure enough, the system's voice came through. Congratulations, host. Single model sales have surpassed 1 million units. Total sales across all models have surpassed 2 million. Total sales across all models have surpassed 3 million. Single model cumulative milestones reached 100K, 200K, or 500K. Achievement unlocked. Daily sales reached 5,000 units. Oh, system, you actually remembered me. Didn't the X1 series already surpass 1 million? We were only a few 10,000s away from 2 million. And now you suddenly remembered to give me rewards. But didn't I give you a reward before the new year? What's the matter? After just a few months, you've become so distant. Do you still want rewards? I remember you used to hand out bonuses as soon as milestones were hit. Why the delay now? Did you go date other systems and lose track of time? The system was silent, offering only an unspoken pause. That was the newcomer event. Normally, cumulative sales must reach 10 million for those benefits, but since the host just began, I secretly opened them for you. The rewards you previously selected were actually ultimate prizes offered through a lottery, not true Chizzy round rewards. I kept wondering why I was so lucky. Lotteries usually need pity protections. How could every draw be a jackpot? So now you mean to restore them? How could that be? They would never discover me as a gold tier system. If they wanted to catch me, they'd have to wait centuries. Therefore, I'll withhold those rewards being directly handed over. Instead, I'll fuse several rewards into a package of technologies you currently need. For example, do you want patents for RAM and storage technologies? These would complete the core hardware components. Of course I want them, but storage systems are capital intensive. I just invested in screens, and now you want me to invest in storage. Do you take me for an ATM? Can't you ask your father for help? He has the funds. I calculated it. Your father's resources are sufficient. Shen's father, why do I sense a slight threat to my wallet? Are you serious? Ask my father to get into semiconductors. I'm serious, but you could handle it yourself. Do you want the technology or not? If not, I can convert it into something else for you. Shen Fei did not hesitate and answered immediately yes. Old man, I'll persuade him later. In any case, first secure the technology. Ding. Congratulations, host. You have obtained a RAM RD team, a storage RD team, and 2 sets of production equipment. Specific technologies will be provided by the RD teams. The system supplies only the manufacturing equipment. Hearing the reward, Shen Fei thought, the system showed some conscience this time by providing equipment. Now he would not need to convince his father. He could build a factory. Equipment is the largest investment in this industry, and under foreign embargoes, even with technology, one cannot buy advanced foreign machines. Now it was resolved. The system provided an end-to-end solution. Shen's father, so nobody speaks up for me. Call your old man when you need him, ignore him when you don't. Combining multiple achievements to provide production equipment. Impressive. If you'd said you'd provide equipment earlier, could my next generation Huaxing X2 use domestically produced RAM? You're overthinking. I only poached the teams, they have no results yet. You'll still need RD funding. Expected time to results is 2 years. You tricked me. Then why give me production equipment now and make me gloat prematurely? Additional rewards from other achievements, 5 battery researchers. 1 battery production line, partial communications patents, about 0.03 of 4G patents, and 5 designers. Plus 5,000 yuan in cash. While the reward is better than nothing, it seems they've caught up with you. These prizes are clearly less generous than before. The bulk was already given to you. These items are mainly for data and accounting. I need some records to reconcile. Otherwise, with your unlucky streak, it would take 5 years to draw a prize like before. Fine. This closes the final gap, so it's acceptable. When will the technicians arrive? I must arrange an RD center for them. Don't worry. They're already at the company. Arrangements have been made. All right then, step back for now. After talking with the system on his way home, Shen Fei arrived at his apartment at 11 at night. For a young man, 11 o'clock wasn't late. It was the beginning of the night. But after a busy launch day and his role overseeing major decisions, Shen Fei felt fatigued and sought rest. After showering and lying in bed, Shen Fei planned to scroll through netizens' comments one last time. Suddenly his phone rang. Wang Teng was calling. As soon as he answered, Wang Teng's excited voice came through. Mr. Shen, as of 1130, our S1 sales have surpassed 1 million. So soon. I thought it would be tomorrow morning, but it's already 1130. Pack up and go home. I'll leave only a skeleton crew on duty. Tomorrow is the real battle. Okay, Mr. Shen, I can't sleep. I'll keep watching for a while and let them go home. If you insist on staying up, suit yourself. It's 1130. I'm going to sleep. Wang Teng fell silent, glanced at his phone, realized the hour, and promptly hung up. The next morning, Shen Fei arrived at the company to find Wang Teng with heavy dark circles under his eyes. You didn't stay up all night, did you? People might think we mistreat our staff. Wang Tung chuckled and hurriedly replied, no, I didn't go home. I was too excited to sleep. I stayed on duty myself. Sales have reached 1.2 million. By the way, I hope I didn't disturb your sleep last night. No, you were half an hour later, and I might not have picked up. The S1 series is indeed successful. Go compile a detailed report and bring it to my office. Also have the operations team publish our first sales report. No wonder Demi always favors a cost-performance strategy. It works wonders. If only our X series could enjoy such sales. With that, Shen Fei turned and returned to his office. Employees naturally followed the boss's orders. The operations team finalized the copy through layers of review and published it. Huaxin trended again, not due to spending, but with genuine heat. 1.2 million units sold was truly explosive. Huaxing S1 sells 1 million units a day. Our revenue surpasses 3 billion, people exclaimed. Is Huaxing serious? Selling 1 million units a day, when was making money ever this easy? It's possible. Aside from a plastic back cover, the Huaxing S1 has little to complain about. Shipping estimates are already pushed to a week out. The demand is overwhelming. I can't tell how much inventory Huaxing actually has. I saw the largest order queued for 1.2 million units, and they still have stock. I've placed an order. Mine ships the day after tomorrow, and it shows the origin as our province. Mine is also within the province. Has Huaxing already begun establishing offline channels? Haven't you followed the official Weibo? Huaxing has been opening brick-and-mortar stores every month. It seems they urgently opened several stores this month for the launch. They have also ensured a transit point in every province. The country has been divided into 8 main warehouses, so shipments will be dispatched from the nearest hub. I handle this area. Huaxing now has a provincial transit point in every province. Yesterday, some orders were already transferred to our provincial hub. We have begun packing for shipment. Some fans will receive theirs this afternoon. Image attached. Brother, did you see my order? My side shows an estimated shipment today with an attached order image. I seriously suspect the poster above is bragging about their speed. My order's shipping date already shows April 2nd. April 2nd is already optimistic. I've seen some people's posted order shipping dates pushed out to April 7th. It seems a great many people bought this device. I can only say that at this price point you cannot find a better phone. Not even Dami 3 can compare to this one. Shen Fei, sitting in his office, scrolled through Weibo and saw nothing but glowing reviews and posts urging shipment. But that is largely because no one has held the actual device yet. I expect that once first-hand user experience arrives, some negative reviews will inevitably surface. One phone can never please everyone. By all appearances, it is quite good. However, yesterday's sales were likely this model's zenith, unless there is a substantial price cut later. Shen Fei has always believed that price is the most effective lever for driving sales. In his estimation, modest adjustments are acceptable. A sudden 300 yuan cut, like the X series experienced, will not occur. The S series is selling so fiercely that production seems to match sales. There will be no official price reduction in the short term. Soon Wang Tung, having finished organizing the materials, arrived at Shen Fei's office. This morning the sales stood at 1.2 million units. Now sales have surpassed 1.25 million. Growth has slowed somewhat, but the figures remain astonishing. Under a barrage of incentives, impulsive purchases are perfectly normal. Those interested in this model have already placed their orders. In addition, the reservation activity to claim a 100 yuan cash voucher was cancelled today. Vouchers reserved yesterday can still be used today, but no more will be issued. The launch price has been restored to 2399 yuan. In a week, it will revert to the original 2499. Human behavior is paradoxical. Some refuse to buy at the lower price, yet when the price rises and those around them praise the experience, they suddenly decide to purchase. One can only label such consumers as cautious. They fear missing out. Mr. Shen, at present sales have begun to stabilize. Our team predicts that once the first week sales conclude and the price returns to normal, cumulative sales will reach approximately 1.8 million units. Thereafter, monthly sales should settle in a steady range of roughly 600 to 800. The product life cycle is estimated at around 12 million units. With added promotion, sales could climb even higher. That's excellent. Yesterday was an exceptional case. Double discounts plus advanced hype. You did well, and of course the rest of the staff did admirably. They produced a fine phone. I'll notify finance to double your salaries this month. Give me the specifics of the sales analysis. I'm too disinclined to read it myself. We will forego promotions in the first half of the year and reassess in the second half based on actual sales. He gazed at the full 10-page sales analysis report. He inwardly admired their effort. Only a few hours into the workday, they had already produced a 10-page report, truly the making of competent clerical staff. At that moment, Wang Tung spoke. As it stands, the S1 is undoubtedly the hot seller. The price speaks for itself. The best-selling memory configuration is the 332G. Everyone reasons that one could spend just over 100 yuan for a 64 gigabytes memory card, so why spend 500 yuan to upgrade the internal storage to 64 gigabytes? Consequently, that configuration sales have already exceeded 7,000 units. Fortunately, we anticipated this in production and manufactured mostly that version, ensuring adequate supply. What surprised me was that 464G actually sold better than 364G. Shen Fei nodded and replied, "That is to be expected to prolong the device's useful life. Some opt for the top configuration. Moreover, the two versions differ by only 200 yuan. Anyone with a little extra cash will upgrade. Thus, judging by current sales price remains the decisive factor. By the way, how are Pro sales? So far, Pro's total is only 1500 units. The best-selling variant is the 4128 gigabytes largest storage version. After applying coupons, that version comes to 3699 yuan. Our S1 Pro can be regarded as a youthful edition of the X1. At that price, it is very appealing. The next generation Huaxing X1 will start at 3999 yuan. There will be no disguised launch discounts. The Huaxing S Pro will be positioned at around 300 yuan. While Shen Fei busied himself with the detailed sales analysis, rival manufacturers writhed like ants on a hot pan. When the Huaxing X1 was first announced at a lofty price, no one took it seriously. The outcome slapped everyone in the face. Huaxing had truly secured a foothold in the high-end tier. The market above 300 yuan was once considered off-limits for domestic brands. That segment was largely Guozi and Sansang's preserve. Guozi in particular only competes above 4500 yuan. Back then, monthly shipments of 200,000 to 300,000 units were negligible compared with today's market measured in hundreds of millions per year, not worth much attention. Yet they actually held steady. The source of Huaxin's chips has long been a mystery, and this has provoked widespread speculation online. Who exactly is contracting manufacture for them? With the S1's release, it at least proves Huaxin Technology's chip supply has been secured. They can supply at scale and even push chips down to mid-range volume production. The market to be contested has expanded greatly. Damas share is among the first to be siphoned off. The two blue and green manufacturers, having focused mainly on offline channels, have been hit relatively less. To Yu Dazue, it looked like the S1 used Tianqin 800, leading him to suspect Huaxing produces its own chips. They possess their own production line, though their manufacturing technology is not stellar. They have broken through the 14 nanometers process, but yield rates are not yet high. As for where the equipment came from, that is unimportant. Yu Dazue neither cares to think nor to ask. That is someone else's secret. What matters is that domestically there is finally an advanced process. This planted an idea in Yu Dazue's mind. The two companies enjoy a very good relationship. Could he have Huaxin contract manufacture his own 925? Even if the yield were a little low, that would not matter. Juchong could place a large subcontract order to help grind up the yield rate. Until Juching's research lab discovered that by cracking certain driver programs, they could activate the two cores that had been disabled. It was as if Juchong had opened the door to a new world. This made them realize Huaxing's chip production was not so inept, rather some cores had been intentionally masked to create price differentiation. However, systematic tests showed these chips were indeed not as robust as the fully enabled Tianqin 800 used in the X1 and S1 Pro, yet they were not defective units. They could not match peak performance. The researchers, after reflection, concluded that Huaxing likely possesses very strong testing capabilities. They had deliberately packaged some weaker chips as Tianqin 800E for the lower-priced models. That would explain Huaxin's apparently high yield rates. Only that due to a limited number of chip designers or constrained production lines, they had to employ this strategy to segment different price tiers. This left Yu Dazue, who saw the report, utterly astonished. Using premium chips as if they were defective ones. Even if you had money to burn, this was excessive. If he had known they could mass-produce chips who would still use the 910, he could have followed Huaxin's lead and launched a budget series to clear inventory with the 910. Wouldn't it be better to use the new Kirin for the Mate series directly? In that case, could HiSilicon's 925 be entrusted to Huaxin for manufacturing? But the question remained whether Huaxin's production lines had any spare capacity to take on their orders. That was indeed a concern. However, Huaxin had a limited product lineup, so they should be able to free up some capacity. After all, they didn't need that much, just enough for the Mate series. If necessary, they could just pay more. Taiwan's 14 nanometers process had only just broken through, and its yield rate was pitifully low. Even Qualcomm was unwilling to use it, opting instead for the 20 nanometers process for the next-gen 810. This was the critical point where Kirin could surpass Qualcomm. As for surpassing Huaxin, Yu Dazue had never even entertained the thought. The gap was simply too vast. He was not alone in this sentiment. Other manufacturers, seeing Huaxing's massive shipments, also realized that Huaxing could mass-produce processors. However, they failed to discern the underlying secrets of the chips. They all wondered if Huaxin would sell its chips externally. If so, they could procure a small portion for their flagship series. This would allow them to naturally push into higher price brackets, expand their price range, and reap greater profits. Every phone manufacturer aspired to become a company like Apple. Apple captured 70 of the market's profits with only 15 of the cost. However, the open-source Android system and Qualcomm's incremental upgrades prevented these manufacturers from securing a foothold in the high-end market. But they had no choice but to raise prices as Qualcomm's chips had become more expensive. Every manufacturer had long endured Qualcomm's dominance. They lacked the technical capability for self-development, and for high-end chips, Qualcomm was the only option. So they had no choice but to bear it. As for other technologies, they were acceptable for budget or entry-level series, but for high-end products, they were out of the question. Of course, they had attempted to support other manufacturers through bulk procurement to elevate their technical standards, but all such efforts had failed. For instance, Xiaomi had tried using processors from other vendors. The Xiaomi 3 Mobile Edition featured NVIDIA's Tegra 4 processor, which turned out to be a notorious overheating chip. This led to dismal sales for the Xiaomi 3 Mobile Edition. If Xiaomi hadn't urgently procured a batch of Qualcomm's Snapdragon 800 processors and quickly launched Unicom and Telecom versions, the entire reputation of the Xiaomi 3 would have been ruined. As for MediaTek, it was still struggling to survive. To stay afloat back, then it introduced a series of turnkey solutions which were mostly used in knockoff phones. This cemented the impression among some that MediaTek's chips were synonymous with counterfeit devices. Unless absolutely necessary, manufacturers generally avoided using MediaTek chips in their high-end series. As for Oppo and Vivo, those manufacturers who believed that having a conscience could make money, but lacking it could yield even more, were loyal partners of MediaTek. They wouldn't use MediaTek in their high-end series either, but rather in their offline volume-driven models, such as Oppo's A series and Vivo's Y series. Of course, even after MediaTek regained its footing, manufacturers still refrained from using its processors in their high-end series. Even if MediaTek's chips were cheaper and more powerful, they wouldn't use them. Qualcomm was somewhat akin to Huawei. Its core business wasn't the chip business that first came to mind. Qualcomm's primary focus was telecommunications, where it held a near-dominant position in the 3G era. In the 4G realm, it also held 24 of the patents. Chips were merely a sideline for Qualcomm, a means to better promote its base station solutions. Moreover, Qualcomm's offerings to manufacturers went beyond just a processor. They also provided communication basebands, audio chips, Wi-Fi chips, Bluetooth chips, and other small components, along with a range of communication patents known as the Qualcomm tax. If any manufacturer dared to bet on MediaTek, Qualcomm would make them regret it. Want the latest chips? Impossible. Want the latest technology? Impossible. Want to expand into overseas markets? Even more impossible. Consider the domestic patent laws. Currently, it was still a work in progress, at least better than before. Although patent management was strengthening year by year, collecting patent fees remained difficult. Based on the domestic situation, Qualcomm had tailored a scheme for the Chinese market where purchasing its chips exempted manufacturers from the Qualcomm tax. But once the market grew large enough, the harvesting would begin. This was why Shen Fei always chose communication patents from the system rewards to build his own moat. Overseas, however, was a different story. If you wanted to sell there, you had to pay full patent fees. Otherwise, the fines might exceed your profits. After fining you, they would also ban your sales, squeezing the premium lemon twice until not even the rind remained. And even if you wanted to pay the patent fees, Qualcomm would drag its feet. Given these circumstances, no manufacturer dared to defy Qualcomm. Even if the Snapdragon 801 chip of that generation was a notorious overheating model, they had to use it and procure it. Moreover, the upgrade from Snapdragon 800 to 801 was a mere incremental improvement. Yet manufacturers had no choice but to pay a premium for the 800 one, as the Snapdragon 800 had been discontinued. With its vast patent portfolio, Qualcomm demonstrated what it meant to be the father. Even after you paid them, they remained your master, the true overlord. Under Qualcomm's pressure, the manufacturers only came to inquire whether the Tianqi series processors were available for sale. They held little hope of success. The current Tianqi series processors were only in their first generation, representing the core technology of Huaxing technology. Shen Fei aspired to become a company like Qualcomm, but the communication patents rewarded by the system were still too few to challenge Qualcomm. He had to temporarily abandon that ambition. As for the future, he could create a dedicated series to supply other manufacturers, specifically targeting Qualcomm's high-end market. Selling phones wasn't profitable, selling chips was where the real money lay. Moreover, selling chips came with fewer headaches. No need to handle issues if they arose, no after-sales risks, truly high profit with low risk. For now, however, they couldn't be sold. So Shen Fei instructed Gu Man to decline the inquiries from various manufacturer representatives, though he left the door open for future cooperation. The manufacturers understood they hadn't expected to succeed this time anyway. They had merely come to ask. If Shen Fei had agreed, they would have had to consider whether there was a catch. Just as Shen Fei was lying there lost and thought, his phone on the desk suddenly rang. Seeing it was Yu Dazue, he quickly answered. After all, Huaxing had hostages in their hands. After picking up, they exchanged pleasantries for a while, engaging in some mutual flattery. All right, President Shen, stop praising me. Today I have a favor to ask of you. Shen Fei was momentarily taken aback and asked, what is it? Huaxing's advanced fast-charging technology had already been licensed to Huawei. A working group had been dispatched for chip research, and the CPU and GPU cores had also been licensed. What else could there be? Suddenly a thought struck Shen Fei. Could Huawei be coming to offer money? This matter is rather significant. May I ask if it's convenient for you, Director Shen? Perhaps you could call me using the Mate 2 I previously gifted you. It's a custom-built unit with end-to-end digital encryption. That explains the extraordinary caution. Only semiconductor foundry services would warrant such discretion. At present, China's chip industry lags 2 decades behind global leaders. An abrupt leap to cutting-edge process technology would indeed raise eyebrows. Maintaining confidentiality is entirely justified. Moreover, every step of the system leaves an auditable trail. Should questions arise, the answer is straightforward. Shen Fei amassed substantial capital through stock trading during university. He invested those funds into assembling a world-class engineering team. No charlatans, only true luminaries. And after 7 arduous years, they successfully developed an immersion lithography machine. This breakthrough became a pivotal catalyst, propelling Shen Fei into the smartphone industry. All other production lines were built by integrating top-tier domestic and international equipment. Soon the Mate 2 on the desk began ringing, an ironic twist of fate. To fully experience its expansive display, Shen Fei had even inserted a SIM card and tested it for several days. During that time, he exchanged multiple conversations with Yu Dazue. While the large screen experience was exceptional, the 720 pre-solution panel proved a modest bottleneck. As for the Kirin 910's performance, it sufficed admirably for office tasks. After all, as the saying goes, jazz doesn't game, jazz works. Though Shen Fei had already deduced the subject, he chose not to name it outright, preferring instead to let Yu Dazue speak first, thereby avoiding any misinterpretation. Director Yu, what pressing matter brings such solemnity? I need to know who exactly is fabricating Tianjin Semiconductor's chips. Bang. Though he'd anticipated this very question, Shen Fei fell silent for a moment, speechless. Yu Dazue, growing anxious, delicately probed further, does Tianjin Semiconductor possess sufficient production capacity? After brief reflection, Shen Fei resolved to disclose the truth. This call from Juhua Group could only mean one thing. They sought confirmation whether Huaxin Semiconductor could fabricate the Kirin 925. Since the truth would inevitably surface, and since refusing lucrative remuneration made no sense, he continued. Our 2 companies have entered deep collaboration, and we've already dispatched a team of engineers to your site for hands-on technical guidance. Therefore, I see no reason to conceal it further. We have mastered the 14-nanometer process node. Not merely a single production line is rumored, but 3 fully operational lines. Currently, only 1 line is active, yielding approximately 2,000 wafers per month. The line remains under fine-tuning, with peak capacity projected at 5,000 wafers monthly. The other 2 lines are still undergoing installation and commissioning, and remain temporarily offline. Bang! Yu Dazue inhaled sharply, stunned into silence for 2 seconds, then felt his entire worldview shatter. On soil long considered barren in semiconductor capability stood the world's most advanced fabrication infrastructure, 3 full lines. Even TSMC dared not claim such scale. Even a single operational line would be astonishing. After a pause, Yu Dazue stammered, Director Shen, I sincerely apologize. I'm utterly speechless. Might your company allocate some capacity to us? We're prepared to pay a premium. Hold on. Haven't you already initiated tape-out for the Kirin 925 at TSMC? Director Shen, we simply didn't know you possessed this capability. Had we known earlier, we'd never have approached TSMC. After all, your engineers contributed directly to the Kirin 925's design. Tape-out within Huaxin would undoubtedly yield superior success rates. True to his reputation for unflinching audacity, Yu Dazue was already leaning heavily on Huaxin's shoulders. Indeed, TSMC currently lacked willing test subjects for its newly developed 14-nanometer process. The true yield rate remained unknown. Even Gao Tong refused to adopt it. Their next-generation Fire Dragon 810 had explicitly committed to TSMC's 20-nanometer node. Only because no one else volunteered as guinea pigs did HiSilicon gain access. And even then, once the process matured, no amount of additional investment could secure priority access for HiSilicon Semiconductor. That's factual. Several early processors were forced onto obsolete nodes due to insufficient capacity. Accommodation is possible. We've yet to schedule production for our entry-level chip series. Originally, this line was reserved for our new product family. But since you have spoken, out of respect I'll assign it to you. Here's the arrangement. Preliminary commissioning will conclude by late April, enabling immediate tape-out. Naturally, the tape-out fee is substantial. Hearing this, Yu Dazue showed no irritation, only heightened courtesy. Advanced process nodes command premium pricing. That was perfectly understandable. Director Shen, given your generosity and your deliberate reservation of an entire line for us, cost becomes secondary. What's your quote? He added with unmistakable nonchalance. Name your price. 50 million RMB for tape-out. Thereafter, each wafer incurs 100,000 RMB. Final packaging, testing, and post-fabrication services cost 100 RMB per chip, our friendship rate. No lower figure is feasible. Yu Dazue compared this against TSMC's quotation. Tape-out fees were indeed slightly higher, but production costs were eminently reasonable, and the entire value chain, from silicon to sealed chip, was consolidated under one roof. Most critically, security was guaranteed. Given Huaxin's extraordinary support, a modest premium seemed wholly justifiable. Yu Dazue well understood that TSMC had extended access to his silicon precisely because no other client would serve as experimental fodder. Should TSMC's yield prove catastrophically low, as often occurs with nascent processes, the effective cost might far exceed Huaxin's quoted price. After careful deliberation, he accepted Shen Fei's terms. As for the origin of Huaxin's lithography machines, or whether Juhua Group could establish its own chip fab, such questions never crossed their minds. Others walked their own paths, and knowledge gained was to be safeguarded, not scrutinized. Juhua Group still firmly believed global specialization remained optimal. Vertical integration demanded colossal investment, rendering it unnecessary. Agreed, we accept your pricing. Notify us immediately upon completion of line commissioning for tape-out. And please don't laugh, our Mate 2 has sold dismally. Initial sales forecasts were already conservative, but then Huaxing unveiled the S1, a true game-changer. Internally, we've already abandoned this model and begun designing its successor slated for July release, though manufacturing timelines remain tight. Shen Fei nearly chuckled. He knew full well this was his own strategic suggestion. Suppressing his amusement, he replied, "Once their commissioning concludes, I'll notify you instantly for tape-out." Upon successful tape-out, mass production begins immediately. No TSMC-style scheduling delays. Of course, TSMC's backlog stems from overwhelming client demand. Each order must await completion of the preceding one. That idle interval between tape-out and volume production is termed scheduling. Following exhaustive technical negotiations, both parties signed the foundry agreement on April 5th and publicly announced the partnership. Naturally, the public announcement omitted mention of chip foundry services. Instead, it declared a comprehensive round-the-clock strategic alliance, entailing mutual licensing across chip design, communications patents, and fast-charging technologies. Digital Tech Chat Station. In this collaboration, Juhua contributed communications patents, while Huaxin Technology licensed core chip design intellectual property. The next generation Kirin 925 is already en route, expected for release in the second half of the year, promising dramatic performance gains. Enthusiasts of large displays and raw power now have a compelling domestic alternative. Tung Fan Thamas, wait, Huaxing's chip design capabilities clearly led globally. Why license them to Juhua? Isn't this Huaxin's crown jewel technology? Why grant such access? Wui Shifeng Cho Zhou Mian, didn't Juhua just launch the Mate 2? Why rush a successor? Doesn't that betray loyal users? Lan Yangyang assistant. In summary, Huaxin Technology licensed chip design IP to Juhua Group in exchange for communications patents. Juhua, dissatisfied with the Kirin 910's underwhelming performance, significantly increased investment in semiconductor development. With Tianqin Semiconductor's assistance, they redesigned an entirely new processor, this time delivering transformative gains in computational prowess. Given the magnitude of improvement, internal leadership bypassed the Kirin 920 entirely, naming the chip Kirin 925. The new device is scheduled for release in the second half of the year. Gudong's secret congratulations. Two of China's only domestic chip-using manufacturers have forged a strategic alliance. May homegrown innovation flourish evermore. A single domestic firm outpacing global competitors was already cause for international concern. Now two formidable challengers had cemented a full-spectrum strategic partnership. Many had previously known little of Huaxing, until investigation revealed its suspected self-sufficiency in chip fabrication. Such capability constitutes a matter of national strategic consequence. Today's chip industry commands a trillion-yuan market, with projections soaring into the 10 trillion yuan range. As a high-value, low-pollution, high-margin sector, it must remain anchored in American soil. Even as the two firms celebrated their historic alliance, a profound crisis loomed. silent, unseen, and gathering force. The smartphone market is continuously expanding with significant annual growth. However, competition remains fierce, though every new device release is accompanied by a silent war of promotion. The success of the Huawei S1 can be attributed to its exceptional configuration, which attracted a large number of users. This also proves that the strength of Huawei's promotion department is formidable. Before the launch, the department devised a series of meticulously planned promotional strategies. No matter how good the configuration or how appealing the price, it takes time for these factors to ferment in order to successfully capture the attention of consumers, which is a waste of time. This market is fixed. Selling one more unit for you means one less unit sold by another manufacturer. By the time your reputation has fermented, other manufacturers may have already captured this market. Especially in this rapidly developing internet age, various messages are mixed within the online world. During the time you wait for your so-called reputation to build, other manufacturers may spread rumors about you. This leads to a collapse of reputation, and with the internet flooded with mixed messages, crises can arise unexpectedly. Just as the sales of the Huawei S1 series soared to around 5,000 units daily, ripples of crisis began to surface in the calm of the internet as negative public opinion started to emerge. The first to fall was the official comment section. It was filled with various negative reviews mentioning poor battery life, system lag, and inferior photography capabilities. Some even claimed the system was riddled with bugs, severely affecting daily use, warning others not to purchase it, stating that anyone who buys it will regret it. These hired commenters were indeed investing significantly, paying some actual purchasers to leave negative reviews for Huawei. To participate in the review, one must first purchase a phone, but the funders behind the hired commenters would certainly not spend money to buy the device. However, these hired commenters are clever, inviting people to join groups, offering 50 yuan for each genuine review. This price is quite appealing and is enough to motivate most people to leave negative feedback. For consumers, having a new phone in hand while earning some cashback is a win-win situation. But for Huawei, too many negative reviews can easily lead some consumers to abandon their purchase. Soon, the positive review rate for the S1 on Huawei's official store dropped to 91.5, while the long-released X1's positive review rate fell from 98.5 to 95.5. Why did the X1's positive review rate drop so little? It had been on sale for over half a year with cumulative sales exceeding several million. Although this month's sales were considerable, they were still under 3,000. Users who bought the X1 were not short on money and naturally looked down on such a small amount. Or rather, those not in the same circle simply could not be invited. The backers also supported some tech review accounts, urging them to continuously belittle the Huawei S1 and X1. As for the direction, it was clearly to lead them towards accusing the domestic Tianqin 800 processor of being plagiarized. Huawei's network supervision department quickly discovered this and reported it to Shen Fei. The promotion department monitored for issues around the clock and reported them. Upon discovering the problem, they immediately notified the authorities. It was evident that this public relations crisis was premeditated. One cannot deny that this tactic was indeed precise and ruthless, as it is widely accepted that domestic chips lag behind those abroad. Huawei Technology had never released any products before suddenly introducing the internationally leading Tianqin 800 processor. It is hard not to suspect that this was a plagiarized product. A few years ago, there was the Huaxin incident, where the chip polishing incident caused China's semiconductor industry to fall behind by another decade. That incident severely damaged the credibility of scientific research in China, leading many citizens and foreign research institutions to doubt the authenticity of domestic scientific achievements. The direct consequence was a sharp decline in public trust in research institutions. Of course, this was just a crisis of trust. That incident also deterred any capital from investing in the semiconductor field. The upper echelons also decided to slow down development, resulting in the already 10-year lag turning into a 20-year gap. If they succeeded, Huawei would repeat the Huaxin incident of that year. First, consumers would develop a trust crisis towards Huawei, leading to a potential decline or even halt in sales of the currently best-selling Huawei S1 series. Negative reviews plus public opinion formula, are they really going all out? Even some netizens who were not well informed have already been influenced. Currently, Huawei Technology has been completely branded with the label of plagiarism. I really thought Huawei Technology had strong technology. I was even preparing to buy the S1, only to find out it was plagiarized. When the X1 was launched, I had my doubts. How poor is our country's semiconductor level? Everyone knows it. In such a semiconductor desert, how could such strong products arise? Look at how many years Juchang has invested. Can the chips produced even be used? It's absurd that some fools believe the first-generation chips could lead internationally. Do you believe I am Qin Shi Huang? Those who believe Huawei can design and produce, I plan to mark them, so when they grow old, I can sell them health products. As the saying goes, it is easy to spread rumors, but hard to dispel them. Faced with the sudden public relations crisis, Shen Fei immediately summoned company executives Wang Teng and Gu Man for an emergency meeting. They discussed solutions drawing from the lessons of the Huaxin incident, which was designed to destroy Huawei. Either they successfully dispel the rumors, or Huawei goes bankrupt. The atmosphere in the conference room was very tense, as all present were senior management. This crisis was indeed quite serious. Each person's face was filled with anxiety and concern, yet there was no panic among those present. They understood that as senior management, they must remain calm and avoid panic, needing to devise a reasonable and effective plan in a short time to resolve this public relations crisis. After intense discussion and analysis, Shen Fei and his subordinates formulated a series of response measures while also identifying the approximate enemies. The initiators of this crisis were foreign chip production and design manufacturers collaborating. Despite Huawei's millions of chip shipments, no foreign manufacturer secured any foundry orders. This was enough to shock foreign entities. Western countries enforced a blockade against the Chinese market, advocating for China to become the world's factory. However, this was only limited to low-end manufacturing, and they could not touch high-end fields. Under their severe blockade, China surprisingly developed an advanced semiconductor industry with technological levels even surpassing that of the TSMC they all supported. At this moment, General Yu called, "Mr. Shen, is everything all right? This crisis should stem from the semiconductor field." Yuda Zue, as expected, has an engineering background and is currently responsible for mobile phone business, immediately guessing why the other party struck so hard this time. This clearly isn't the work of domestic peers. Previously, everyone would only nitpick small faults, and it was impossible for them to go for the kill. Rest assured, it's a minor problem. True gold fears no fire. We already have a solution internally. That's good to hear. I thought Mr. Shen was still young and hadn't experienced so many storms, hoping to help you out, but I didn't expect you already had a solution in place. If you need us from Juchang, just say a word, and we will respond promptly to avoid hindering your efforts. Knowing you're busy, we'll leave it at that for now. Goodbye. After hanging up, Yuda Zue said, as the saying goes, adding flowers to the brocade is not as good as sending charcoal in the snow. Yuda Zue, having risen from the grassroots, grasped the situation very well, clearly stating Juchang's position while maintaining appropriate distance. Firstly, Huaxin Technology Company issued an official statement through their mobile website and official Weibo, beginning to dispel rumors to avoid affecting the normal operations of the company. The statement firmly denied those false rumors, emphasizing that Huaxin Technology insists on technological independence, stating that there is no technological plagiarism and all technologies have been validated. Huaxin's mission is to bring better and higher quality products to users, enhancing their overall user experience. At the same time, the company will not tolerate malicious rumor mongers and has reported to the police for investigation. They will also pursue legal responsibilities against those who follow the trend of defamation, safeguarding the company's legal rights and reputation. We hope everyone will refrain from believing or spreading false information. Let the rumors cease with the wise. Meanwhile, Shen Fei also posted a rather ambiguous statement on the official Weibo. Huaxin Technology Company has successfully purchased immersion lithography machines through a third-party company. It possesses a fully independent intellectual property 14-nanometer production process. I believe no one would steal an industry that is even more outdated than their own. That would be utterly meaningless. Shen Fei's other tactic is to use ambiguous language to create internal discord. Lithography machines have always been products that Western countries strictly prohibit from flowing into the Chinese market. Even though there has been some relaxation in the past 2 years, the lithography machines flowing into the Chinese market are at least 2 generations behind Western products belonging to a very mature process technology. The prices of these processes have already fallen, not accounting for high added value industries. After purchasing, Huaxin can only make a bit of hard-earned money while helping to clear out some outdated lithography machines. For second-hand products at new prices, this is undoubtedly a very cost-effective deal. Due to the relaxation from the West, the highest domestic process technology is currently 40 nanometers, but this 40-nanometer process has just been broken through. The yield rate is very low and no manufacturer is willing to use it. The mainstream remains at 65 nanometers and 130 nanometers, which are also the primary sources of income for Huaxin International, allowing them to earn only meager profits. There continues to be a significant technological gap with foreign countries. At this moment, the most mature process abroad is 28 nanometers, while 20 nanometers can already be mass-produced with a very favorable yield rate. The 14-nanometer process has just broken through and is awaiting an increase in yield rate. Without Huaxin Technology, there would still be at least a 10-year technological gap with foreign countries. Shen Fei's statement had a significant impact. It left many shocked. When did Huaxin have such advanced technology? How did this lithography machine end up in Huaxin? They hurriedly began internal investigations. As for whether this immersion lithography machine is indeed made in Huaxing, no one considered that rather than believing this lithography machine is made in Huaxing, it would be better to investigate which company dared to secretly transport such advanced lithography machines to Huaxing. Shen Fei's statement sparked widespread discussion on the internet in Huaxing. This land beneath our feet is known as the desert of semiconductors. AIN was incredulous. What? Am I still dreaming? Huaxing actually has a 14-nanometer process. I must still be asleep. Oh, let me sleep a bit more. Bada Jiang CC. Hey, in such situations domestically, shouldn't we keep a low profile and make a fortune? Why did Huaxin expose itself? Yancy, ya hasn't the upstairs just gotten online? How big has the public opinion against Huaxin been these days? You all didn't see it. Bingxian Nai's life is Huaxin copying foreign chip designs. Xiaoyao Kanshuma, do you believe Huaxin is copying abroad? Just as Shun said, who would copy something that is technologically inferior to themselves? Doghead JPG. Or does Shen possess the ability to traverse to the future and steal the technology they are about to invent? Once again, stacking armor. Doghead JPG. This comment section was filled with laughter. The PR team of Huaxin Technology also sprang into action, actively communicating with major media. They planned to create some informational videos explaining how Huaxin Technology having its own foundry would impact Huaguo's semiconductor industry and the global semiconductor landscape. This was to divert the focus of netizens. As the official authorized expose account Shuma Xinliao Station released a video of less than 10 seconds. Yet this short video was worth its weight in gold, making Shen Fei's Weibo post even more impactful. Shuma Xinliao Station. The Weibo post by Shen, the president of Huaxin, yesterday sparked widespread discussion. Everyone knows I have extensive connections and have been asked repeatedly if Huaxin truly has its own production line. So I can give you all a very definite answer. I would also like to take this opportunity to explain why I have not spoken up in recent days. I believe this video can clarify things for everyone. This Weibo post was accompanied by a video. It was a surveillance recording of less than 10 seconds filmed in the monitoring room. Only one lithography machine was seen continuously producing. It said nothing yet conveyed everything. However, the filming was done in a deliberately blurry manner. This led them to be unable to clearly see whether this immersion lithography machine was indeed an ASML product. The process node remained unclear, but this video still dealt a significant blow to foreign countries. Plagiarism. How could we possibly plagiarize an outdated industry? Perhaps your yield rates are not even as high as ours. Perfect 201512. Damn. Huaxin really has its own chip foundry. Oh, I thought it was mere boasting. Isn't it said that this thing requires a huge investment? Moreover, where did Huaxin's lithography machine come from? Citizen Xiaoya from the district replied, of course it grew out of the desert. Where else could it come from? Doghead JPG. Zhao Wangtung with a new machine. Facts have proven that slander is useless. The truth is the sharp knife that cuts through lies. Does this not indicate that we have already broken through the blockade of Western countries? Seeing this ID made Wang Ting feel quite displeased. Why did he have to use a new machine to attack me? I have clearly worked hard to benefit everyone. A Doghead JPG. However, after seeing his comments, Wang Tung said he forgave him. At the same time, the emergence of this video made Western countries firmly believe that there was definitely an insider among them. There must be someone who for high profits supplied lithography machines to Huaxing, thus intensifying the undercover investigation team. Blockade. What blockade? The iron wall has become a rotten fish net. How can they maintain a blockade? The ship has already sailed. What is the use of further darkness? They cannot successfully replicate the previous Huaxin incident. It would be better to find internal loopholes. By fixing these loopholes, and since the EUV lithography machines from ASML are about to mature, they can directly push the chip process to 7 nanometers. After all, their process can only reach a maximum of 10 nanometers. Sooner or later, they will surpass them again. Let them be proud for a few years. As the focus of foreign forces shifted, the domestic water army naturally lost financial support. Dog food is cut off. Who would work for them without money? Everyone is not foolish, and the online public opinion naturally began to fade. Meanwhile, the West certainly did not come away empty-handed. However, this investigation was not a problem. Once it was initiated, many loopholes were discovered. Xiao Rizi had previously been investigated for exporting advanced industrial machinery to the Maoxiong. Unexpectedly, they did it again, even exporting 2 outdated lithography machines to Maoxiong. Although the Huaguo market was unshackled, Maoxiong was not. Xiao Rizi really committed a major taboo, thus becoming the punching bag for the Western Industrial Alliance that had nowhere else to vent their frustrations. Consequently, Xiao Rizi was fined $50 billion, compensating for the losses caused by this leak. At the same time, the West once again intensified the embargo against Huaguo, ensuring that there would be no next time. Meanwhile, Huaxin Technology clarified that it indeed owns chip production lines. The Huaxing authorities also chose to step in. After all, this is the most advanced industry. Even if it is indeed imported from abroad, it must be fiercely protected. In order to avoid a repeat of the Huaxin incident, a special investigation team was dispatched to confirm the situation. Shen Fei led the investigation team to the production base where the production line is still operational. As for where the production line came from, the investigation team did not inquire and immediately reported the reality they observed. Soon, with the help of relevant departments, they successfully dismantled 5 major bases of online public opinion. A total of 1,325 people were arrested and 2,320 illegal accounts were sealed, averaging 16 accounts per person, uncovering illegal funds totaling 4.5 billion. Wow, no wonder they are so dedicated. It turns out they were given so much money. The official announcement of the conclusion of this public opinion incident was soon issued. The official announcement is as follows. According to the investigation team, Huaxin's Tianqin 800 series chips possess complete independent intellectual property rights and do not involve any plagiarism. The CPU utilizes the domestic H1 core, while the GPU employs the domestic X1 core. This core is at the forefront of global technology, and Huaxing Technology Company holds full independent intellectual property rights over it. Regarding the allegations of plagiarism against Huaxing, it has been confirmed through investigation that this was guided by certain domestic troll groups, with financial backing from foreign forces, striking a blow to our country's advanced industry. We hope everyone refrains from spreading rumors. As the saying goes, the fewer words, the greater the matter. The official response this time has been very forceful. This is not only because Huaxin has its own wafer fabrication plant, but also because Huaxin has indeed achieved numerous technological innovations and continues to support the domestic supply chain. This has left a very good impression of Huaxin on higher authorities. In an era focused on real estate development, there are indeed few who dare to invest in technology and achieve results. Thanks to the official debunking announcement and the joint efforts of various departments within the company, the situation quickly reversed. Articles that insulted Huaxin Technology for plagiarism were all taken down, most of which were voluntarily withdrawn. Now that the officials have taken action, those who originally intended to ride the wave for traffic have no financial support from foreign forces. Why wouldn't they delete their posts? If they persisted, wouldn't that be courting death? With no traffic and high risks. Ironically, those who criticized Huaxin at the time are now all releasing specialized videos praising Huaxin. It's fair to say that chasing traffic is not shameful. They will do anything that generates traffic. The video creators signed by Huaxin also introduced the technological innovations of the Huaxin series smartphones from a professional perspective, educating people on the contributions Huaxin Technology has made to the smartphone industry. Especially in high-tech reviews using simple and understandable language, they introduced consumers to the benefits and safety of high-density batteries. In simple terms, high-density batteries refer to batteries with a relatively high energy density. By improving energy density, the battery life of smartphones can be enhanced. In simpler terms, it means that through advancements in manufacturing technology, more energy can be packed into the same volume, thereby improving the battery life of smartphones. Contrary to what some internet users claim about high-density batteries being unsafe and prone to explosions, that is just a rumor. Please do not worry. Rest assured in your purchases and usage. By using straightforward language, they alleviated most of the fears held by internet users. With the efforts of these professionals and the company's public relations department, the negative comments were overwhelmed by a surge of positive reviews. Consumer concerns are also gradually dissipating. Even because of the official endorsement, consumers' trust in the Huaxin brand has sharply increased. The S-series, which initially saw a sharp decline in sales, has once again surged in popularity. Daily sales can exceed 150000 units. Under normal circumstances, sales at this time would maintain around 300 units per day, which is considered high, so now it can be seen as a blessing in disguise. Those who have used the phone now regret not buying it sooner. The battery life and fast charging once experienced make it hard to go back. Many praise Huaxin for its impressive fast charging capabilities. Thanks to the efforts of all parties involved, this crisis seems to have never occurred, and it calmed down in less than half a month. Western countries continue to argue amongst themselves, and while they have compensated for the losses, they have yet to determine the source of Huaxin's immersion lithography machine. Through investigations, they found that this lithography machine seemingly does not exist, as all orders from each company match up. The number produced by ASML aligns with the machines in each foundry. This has led them to suspect ASML, as currently only they can produce such machines. They must have secretly produced one through normal waste rates and sold it to Huaxing, though it's quite abstract and hard to believe. However, if the other truth exists, it would be even more terrifying, namely that Huaxing can produce lithography machines independently. But they have not advertised this. According to their character, if they had a breakthrough in lithography machines, they should be shouting it from the rooftops. Moreover, Huaxin is known as a semiconductor desert, with disinterest from above and no investment from below. How could they suddenly succeed? Thus, they are more willing to believe the first speculation. They have reinforced control over ASML, requiring strict reporting of each component's disposal to prevent recurrence of such issues. Other manufacturers, upon learning that Huaxin technology can produce independently, were utterly deflated. After this incident, the Huaxin smartphone brand's recognition will certainly expand again, and sales will undoubtedly soar. That market share is all theirs. How can they not feel disheartened? But they have no way to counter it. They cannot compete. Especially for Xiaomi, Huaxin is still considered an online brand. The positioning of the S-series overlaps too much with Xiaomi. Even though Huaxin has not yet entered the cost-performance market, once Huaxin starts focusing on this, there will be no space left for Xiaomi. In terms of technology, Xiaomi cannot compete with Huaxin. In terms of promotion, Huaxin is also not lacking. Lei Jun sat in his office with his eyes closed, contemplating the future of Xiaomi. After a while, he couldn't think of any way to counter Huaxin technology. However, for Lei Jun, there is indeed some good news. Huaxin technology has finally canceled the launch discount, and the starting price of the S1 has returned to 2,499. This has provided a breather for the currently declining Xiaomi 3 sales, as there is now a 700 yuan difference between the two. At the same time, Lei Jun's thoughts about developing self-research chips have resurfaced, as relying solely on Qualcomm is a common industry knowledge. However, chip research and development requires significant investment, and success is not guaranteed. The chances of failure are quite high. It is unclear how Juha and Huaxin managed to succeed. Currently, Xiaomi cannot afford this, but that does not mean Lei Jun cannot. Lei Jun plans to invest in semiconductors under his own name, while allowing Xiaomi to hold shares, thereby entering the semiconductor field legitimately. However, a new problem has arisen. If he invests in semiconductors, how will he navigate Qualcomm's patents, and where will the chip R&D team come from? This extinguished the small spark that had just ignited in Lei Jun's heart. The domestic market is tough, and at worst he could venture into foreign markets. For example, there are still markets in India and Southeast Asia that have yet to be developed. While Lei Jun was feeling frustrated about the future path to take, good news came again from Huaxin. The Huaxin crystal source plant had reserved positions for new production lines during its establishment. The 2 production lines awarded by the system began installation immediately after being awarded. Once the production lines arrived, they started working overtime day and night. The workers rewarded by the system are skilled and well-versed in technical aspects. This took a full 3 months, but this speed is already considered very fast. It should be noted that just one lithography machine weighs over 120 tons. Fortunately, the system transported the equipment to a large warehouse near the factory, otherwise the transportation alone would take over a month. The virtual lithography machine manufacturer set by the system is located in Sichuan province. Of course, if it were just this one lithography machine, assembly would not take several months. However, a complete production line consists of more than just this lithography machine. It also includes etching machines, electron beam lithography machines, ion implantation machines, thin film deposition equipment, chemical mechanical polishing equipment, and many other devices. This entire production line weighs several thousand tons. Fortunately, Huaxin is financially capable and willing to invest, ensuring timely payments for wages. When Shen Fei established the Huaxin lithography factory, he had already reserved space for new production lines. Otherwise, just building new factory buildings would take over 6 months. Even now, with Huaxin being a construction powerhouse, it would still take at least 6 months. The cleanroom requirements for lithography are demanding, and dust removal takes considerable time. How about this, Guman? Give Professor Liang a call. Oh, I will visit the lithography factory tomorrow. Guman, who was beside him, frowned and said, President Shen, Professor Liang has been dispatched by you to guide work at Jua. The Huaxin semiconductor factory is located in the northern suburbs of the imperial capital, where the population is relatively sparse. The key advantage here is the low land prices, which also facilitate confidentiality. However, this price is only relatively cheap. It is important to remember that this is the imperial capital, where even in the suburbs, every inch of land is precious. Now that the Huaxin semiconductor factory has gained fame, the local authorities have begun to attach increasing importance to it. Thus, they granted an additional 100 acres of land, selling it to Huaxin Semiconductor at a nominal price of 1 yuan. Of course, such favorable conditions come with additional stipulations. This land can only be used for industrial purposes and cannot be converted to commercial use. Considering the lack of supporting facilities, the construction of residential buildings for workers is permitted, but these cannot be sold. This condition is understandable. If land were simply to be sold, this area would be valued at around 10 billion. Although it is somewhat remote, it is still part of the capital. Why were they willing to incur such large expenses? This is due to their own reasons. Earlier this year, Huaxing Technology proposed an expansion of the factory, but they were unaware of the specific techniques used by Huaxing. Was it really an expansion of advanced production lines, or were they seizing the opportunity to acquire land for other purposes? Hence, the approval was not expedited and was still going through procedures. Of course, there was no specific confidentiality in place, and with the smear campaigns by foreign forces, Huaxing was fully exposed. Both the Magic City and Sheep City received this news, eagerly preparing to take action. They aimed to poach the Huaxin semiconductor factory. For instance, the Magic City proposed a 5-year tax exemption on land, with the government guaranteeing $5 billion in funding for factory construction. The Sheep City government even brought in the Jew factory to act as a mediator. Outsiders simply thought these two companies had formed a strategic partnership, but Sheep City had a clearer understanding of the details. They were aware that the two companies had subcontracting orders. If Huaxin Semiconductor were to establish a factory in Sheep City, it would be more convenient for them to do subcontracting work for the Jew factory. Sheep City certainly had a little ulterior motive. Since you're building a semiconductor factory here, why not conveniently set up a branch office? As for the terms, whatever the Magic City offers, we will match. There will also be corresponding subsidy policies to ensure that employees receive adequate talent subsidies. At least a guaranteed relocation fee of $5,000 for each person. However, due to a labor shortage, the current semiconductor factory only has 3 production lines and prior space has already been reserved. In the end, Shen Fei chose to refuse both Sheep City and the Magic City. However, he left the door open, stating that if they planned to establish a new factory in the future, they would consider both locations. Originally, Shen Fei did not intend to relocate at all. Earlier this year, he only aimed to acquire some land for the construction of welfare housing for employees. The approval for the additional 100 acres of land was indeed an unexpected joy. On April 18th, Shen Fei and Gu Man were sitting in a business vehicle heading towards the production site located in the suburbs. As the owner, Shen Fei was keenly aware of the importance of this production line. It could prove that Huaxin possessed advanced manufacturing processes, ensuring the safety of Huaxing smartphones. This new production line was intended for subcontracting work for the Jew factory. He had previously promised the Jew factory that he would undertake subcontracting for them. After more than 3 months and substantial investments of both funds and labor, the time had finally come to reap the rewards and verify whether this new production line could generate significant profits for Shen Fei. The system remarked, "If you weren't my host, I would truly wish for lightning to strike you. I secured the equipment, acquired the land, and even built the factory. What have you contributed? You've contributed nothing. Your thick skin knows no bounds." Shen Fei replied, "We're one and the same. Why differentiate between yours and mine? Why be so distant?" 2 hours later, they finally arrived at the entrance of the production plant. In the precious land of the imperial capital, reaching the suburbs in 2 hours was considered fortunate today, as they encountered no traffic jams. If there had been a traffic jam, it would not have been just 2 hours. The current main person in charge of the semiconductor factory is Huaxing, who must have been waiting at the entrance early, knowing that the big boss was coming to visit. Seeing the factory director waiting at the entrance, the employees naturally would not foolishly remain in the office. They all chose to stay beside Huaxing, waiting for the big boss arrival. Due to the highly specialized nature of chip production, Shen Fei rarely came here. He did not understand anything and preferred not to worry unnecessarily lest any issues arise in chip production. The employees were quite pleased with Shen Fei's visit. A boss like Shen Fei was hard to come by. He paid well and never delayed payments. He rarely interfered with normal operations. After Shen Fei got out of the car, Huaxing immediately approached him. His face was filled with a respectful smile. "Mr. Shen, you must be tired from your journey. It's rare for you to come here." Shen Fei nodded and smiled, saying, "You are the professionals. I don't understand anything. My presence would only delay your production, which would be counterproductive." As soon as he finished speaking, he shook hands with several others, exchanged a few pleasantries, and then said, "Standing here is quite tiring. Let's go directly to the new production line to take a look." The group walked towards the new workshop. Since this factory was engaged in semiconductor subcontracting, the entire area appeared exceptionally clean, with workers performing standardized operations. Semiconductor production is extremely meticulous. A small mistake can result in defective wafers. Seeing this situation, Shen Fei felt very satisfied. At the entrance, they were stopped by staff. This area is the semiconductor production facility, which has strict dust control procedures to prevent dust contamination that could affect lithography precision and lead to etching defects, thereby reducing the yield of chips. To put it more strictly, even a speck of dust could render valuable wafers unusable. "Mr. Shen, the production line is inside. We must go through a dust removal process before entering to avoid any production issues." Shen Fei understood this and smiled, saying, "I know this is a clean room. Although I am not a professional, I am aware of the hazards posed by dust. Please guide me on how to change my clothes. Under the guidance of the staff, Shen Fei carefully followed the dust prevention procedures. First, he put on transition shoes, entered the secondary shoe changing room, and changed into the clean shoes designated for the semiconductor factory, placing personal items in the designated storage cabinet. Next, he entered the hand washing and disinfection area, using specialized hand soap to wash his hands, ensuring there was no dirt or bacteria remaining. He donned a mask and a dust cap to prevent hair exposure, then put on dust-proof clothing and clean gloves to avoid skin exposure. He then stepped onto a dust removal mat to eliminate any dust that might be on the soles of his shoes and clothing. This step required repeated stamping to ensure that all dust was thoroughly removed. Finally, he entered the air shower room, closed the door, and various devices would automatically activate. High-speed air flows would blow over various parts of his body. During this process, he had to follow instructions, turning his body to ensure every part was adequately blown. After waiting, the door of the air shower room would automatically open, allowing him to enter the clean room for semiconductor production. Once inside the production area, Huaxing began to introduce Shen Fei to the operational processes of each piece of equipment. Of course, Shen Fei also asked some trivial questions. To his inquiries, Huaxing and the technicians provided very detailed answers. Even though the staff found these questions quite naive, it must be said that this is the big boss, the one who pays the salaries. The key point is that the boss is not a professional, so they were all very patient in answering. Entering the most critical lithography workshop and gazing at this industrial gem, although it was not his first time seeing it, Shen Fei couldn't help but express his admiration. Without the system, it would probably take Huaxing another decade to possess such an industrial gem. From henceforth, if they can go, so can we. Looking at this industrial equipment, Shen Fei asked Huaxing currently, how can we ensure that the lithography precision meets our original expectations? We have already learned from the issues encountered in the production process of another production line and made improvements. Before officially starting production, we will ensure lithography precision. Good, as long as you are confident. I plan to use this production line to subcontract the C Lion Kirin 925 processor for Ju factory. If there are no issues on your end, I will notify them to come tomorrow. Hearing this, Huaxing, who was beside him, exclaimed in shock, Mr. Shen, aren't you going to subcontract our Tianqin 810 first? I heard that the Tianqin 810 has already been developed. Our X1 is still selling very well. There is no rush. However, the Ju factory's Mate 2 has been a huge failure. They have urged me several times. Besides, our 810 is essentially just an overclock product of the 800, so there shouldn't be too many problems. And what's the actual yield rate of the new production line? It's hard to guarantee, so let the Ju factory be the guinea pig. Huaxing and the accompanying personnel almost burst into laughter, but they all held it in with the big boss present. Gu Man beside them gave Shen Fei a thumbs up, which completely broke the restraint of those accompanying, and they all laughed out loud. Looking at the smiling employees beside him, Shen Fei added, since we are letting others be the guinea pigs, we must ensure that every detail is executed to perfection and avoid any significant issues. Rest assured, Mr. Shen. Continuing forward, one arrives at the etching stage. This phase precisely removes unprotected semiconductor material using physical or chemical methods based on the previous photolithography pattern. This leaves behind the parts that form the chip circuits, transforming the two-dimensional pattern from photolithography into a three-dimensional circuit structure on the wafer. This step is equally crucial. However, when people think of chip production, the first thing that comes to mind is the lithography machine. What outsiders do not know is that while our country lags significantly behind in lithography technology with a gap of up to 20 years, in contrast, we are at an advanced level in etching machines, with some technologies even reaching a world-class standard, maintaining a technological advantage. In fact, many advanced production lines abroad use equipment from our country. For instance, the most advanced etching machines made in our country have passed TSMC's technical certification and are widely procured by them. The most advanced 14-nanometer process at TSMC also uses domestically produced etching machines. The etching phase is primarily where the yield rate is influenced. Nowadays, a small chip integrates tens of billions or even hundreds of billions of transistor components, making the circuits extremely complex. They can even be three-dimensional, and a slight mistake during etching can lead to waste, making etching techniques particularly challenging. In the view of Shen Fei, the importance of etching is even greater than that of the lithography machine. Fortunately, we maintain an advantageous position in the etching phase. Shen Fei looked at the etching machine and asked Huaxing, what is the expected yield rate for this production line? The engineer in charge replied, we are replicating this line 1-1 based on the line next door. Internally, we expect a yield rate of over 85. However, we cannot be certain due to the lack of practical validation. Yet the yield rate of the neighboring production line has already climbed to 97, so an 85 yield rate for this line is still feasible. Ultimately, the actual production will determine the outcome, and it should exceed this estimated yield rate. If issues arise, we can make adjustments then. In wafer production, even a minor problem can lead to a decrease in yield rate. Even if the production line is a 1:1 replica, the engineer cannot guarantee an identical yield rate. After pondering for a moment, Shen Fei said a guaranteed yield rate of 85 is already quite good. TSMC is currently only achieving around 50 yield rate. This line is sufficient for Ju Factory's needs. You can adjust accordingly based on the situation to strive for an increase in yield rate to match that of the neighboring line. Identify problems early and resolve them quickly, and I will consider increasing your salaries. During the visit, Shen Fei also engaged in friendly conversations with the workers. However, these are not just ordinary workers, most of them are highly educated engineers. Their attachment to this production line far exceeds that of Shen Fei. Before the establishment of Huaxing Wafer Factory, it was impossible to observe a complete production line so closely during visits to TSMC. Now they can operate it in practice, which excites these engineers immensely. One production line may have accidentally come in through smuggling, but this is the second production line indicating stable mass production capabilities in areas unbeknownst to them. This shows that our country's chips are finally no longer lagging behind and are even leading internationally. Shen Fei also kindly inquired about their salary and whether they were satisfied with it. An excited employee replied, "President Shen, the salary you offer is simply too high, and we are very satisfied. We are willing to work overtime every day." Shen Fei smiled and said, "It's better to avoid overtime. We must maintain a balance between work and rest. However, you have probably worked a lot of overtime for the construction of this production line recently." "It's no problem, President Shen. There are overtime pay, and we all volunteer for it." Due to his lack of technical knowledge, Shen Fei greatly respects technical talents. In this wafer factory, even the lowest-level engineers earn after-tax salaries of at least 2,000 yuan, and overtime pay can be 3 times that of their peers. Under such salary incentives, a wolf culture has developed at Huaxin, with employees voluntarily working overtime in shifts. It is only under these circumstances that a production line can be assembled in 3 months. Time passed quickly, and soon it was noon. Shen Fei and everyone went to the employee cafeteria for lunch. During the meal, Shen Fei asked Yuan Guoqing, "Is it like this every day? Or is it just because I came today that a special meal was prepared?" "That's impossible. Oh, I can guarantee that, President Shen." After lunch, Shen Fei focused on inspecting the testing and packaging equipment. In the quality inspection area, Yuan Guoqing carefully introduced him to various testing devices and the very stringent testing processes. Through this series of processes, defective products can be intercepted. At the same time, it can inform engineers about issues and defects that arise in the chips, seeking solutions to ensure every chip that flows into the market is stable and reliable. In the chip packaging workshop, the Huaxing Wafer Factory has achieved new breakthroughs. Compared to the previous generation, this generation of packaging technology can reduce signal transmission delays and losses, enabling efficient collaboration among various functional modules of the chip. Moreover, this generation of packaging technology offers better moisture, dust, and corrosion resistance, significantly enhancing the chip's anti-corrosion and anti-interference capabilities. While this technology is beneficial for consumers, it helps manufacturers build a good reputation, but may slightly impact shipments. As the day of inspection neared its end, Shen Fei stood in the middle of the new production line workshop, watching the engineers diligently debugging the equipment. He felt quite emotional, contemplating whether to double their salaries for this month. They have been busy building this production line for the past few months, which has not been an easy task. This production line is not only a significant investment for the company, but a cradle for the semiconductor industry in our country. This is also why we need to support Ju Factory with multiple incentivizers and followers. With new funding inflow, better development of the foundry can be achieved. In Shen Fei's vision, the future Huaxing Wafer Factory will operate independently as a large-scale foundry, like TSMC taking on orders from Huaxing Ju Factory and other companies willing to invest in chip research and development. Of course, Huaxing Wafer Factory will still be solely owned by Shen Fei, with no external funding allowed. Tianjin Semiconductor and Huaxing Wafer Factory are Shen Fei's permanent private domain, which no one can take from him. As he left the production facility, the sun had already set and the moon began its shift. Shen Fei gazed out of the car window at the disappearing factory. He pondered whether to begin constructing the third production line immediately. The employees had just undergone intense work, and starting right away would indeed be somewhat inhumane. If Shen Fei's thoughts were known to the employees, they would undoubtedly choose to support him. That is, they would insist on starting the project immediately. With salaries in place, overtime is entirely voluntary, so please do not pity us. However, the work for the second half of this year is indeed quite tight. The Tianjin 800 production line cannot afford to stop. The Tianjin 810 also needs to be prepared as the Huaxing X2 has already begun designing. However, with more than half a year until launch, it is not urgent. Currently, the production line used for Tianjin 800 has not yet fully reached its capacity. If it does, it can produce approximately 3 million chips per month, allowing sufficient time. After considering matters related to his own company, Shen Fei hesitated on whether to notify Yu Dazue now or wait until tomorrow. If he informed him now, given Yu Dazue's personality, he would likely rush over from Yangqing immediately. On the car, Shen Fei pondered for a moment and ultimately decided to call Yu Dazue now. Even without scheduling, the wafer processing would still take about a month. According to the information provided by Yu Dazue, they expect to release the new generation of Mate at the end of July. Therefore, the timeline is still rather tight. It's better to notify them as early as possible. The people at Ju Factory often work overtime. A day doesn't really matter. Moreover, the overtime pay at Ju Factory is among the best in the industry. Of course, it can't compare to the triple overtime pay at Huaxin. Sitting in the spacious car, Shen Fei held the phone and thought for a moment before deciding to call Yu Dazue. After all, this chip bears half of Huaxin's efforts. It's good to verify the wafer processing as soon as possible, and with that thought, he dialed the familiar phone number. As the dialing tone rang briefly, Yu Dazue's voice immediately came through on the other end. "Hello, General Manager. Shen, what's up? Are you calling me with good news?" Yu Dazue seemed to not be surprised by the call and even appeared a bit pleased. They had previously communicated that the second production line would be completed by the end of April, possibly even a few days earlier. What Yu Dazue didn't expect was to receive a call from Shen Fei today. This is not just a few days earlier, it's a full 2 weeks. This would alleviate some pressure on the high silicon side. Shen Fei chuckled and said, "Director, you have the nose of a dog who I just called. You already knew it was good news. What if I told you it was bad news? That's impossible. You General Manager Shen wouldn't call if there wasn't something good. How could it be bad news? Is there good news regarding the production line?" Shen Fei continued, "Oh, it seems I was right. You truly have the nose of a dog. Indeed, our new production line has been completed. The debugging work is finished, and you can bring your team over to guide the work." "Shen, are you joking with me? We are supposed to guide the work, not the other way around, right?" All right, no joking. Just wanted to inform you that the production line is ready. I just finished inspecting it at the factory today. Come over as soon as you can to prepare for the wafer processing. I heard you are holding a launch event at the end of July. The timeline is still a bit tight. Will you make it in time? Don't worry. We'll make it as long as the chip is on schedule. The other components have been mostly resolved, and we will definitely be there tomorrow. We'll discuss other matters in detail when we arrive tomorrow. So rushed. It's already evening, and you're flying in tonight. Of course, what's a little difficulty? General Manager Shun, it's getting late. You should rest first. I'll notify the team to buy tickets to Kyoto, and we can talk more tomorrow. After finishing, Yu Dazue hung up the phone. Shen Fei looked at the disconnected call and smiled. Truly, Yu Dazue is that impulsive. If only Wang Tong could be like him, then he could relax. Once Shen Fei hung up, he began to rest at home. In contrast, things were quite the opposite at Yangqing. After hanging up, Yu Dazue immediately informed Zhao Ming to come to his office for a detailed discussion, starting to assign work and prepare for the business trip. "Zhao Ming, I need to go on a business trip tonight, and the timing is uncertain. You'll be fully responsible for the company during this period. Call me if there's anything you can't handle." Zhao Ming looked at the excited Yu Dazue, puzzled as to why someone could be so thrilled about overtime and a business trip. He hurriedly asked, "What's the rush? Can't we go tomorrow? It's almost the end of the workday, and we need to catch a flight tonight. By the way, isn't there anything urgent in the company recently?" "It's about the chip. General Manager Shin just informed me that the production line is completed, and they have given us the schedule to prepare for the wafer processing." Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming immediately understood why Yu Dazue was so excited, and he smiled as he said, "So that's why it's definitely worth rushing over today. Delaying even a day could be quite troublesome. By the way, didn't you say it would be ready by the end of April? It's only mid-April now. It seems Huaxin's efficiency is quite high. Don't worry about anything here, I'll take care of it. We've worked together for a while now." As he waved his hand, he called the logistics department to notify the chip project team to prepare for the business trip to Kyoto. At the same time, he asked them to book tickets. As for whether there were still tickets available, there was no need to worry. Even if there were none, Ju Factory could urgently coordinate a flight. As a premier partner of the airline, money speaks, and everything works out. Of course, the chip team members weren't impatient after learning about this. Business trips, especially to distant places, come with triple pay. When pay is in place, the company feels like home. I love overtime. Especially upon hearing that they were going to Huaxin for wafer production, there was not a single person who showed impatience. On the contrary, everyone was excited, like students preparing for a teacher's homework check. Indeed, under the guidance of Professor Liang, over these past few months, their skills have developed rapidly. Surpassing Huaxin was something they didn't dare to imagine, and they had never thought about it. However, competing with Qualcomm in arm wrestling is certainly no problem. Bullying FA Go is still quite easy. FA Go is this, even human talk. From now on, the Sea Lion Kirin chip is no longer a burden on Ju Factory's mobile business. It's quite a coincidence that there's a flight at 3 a.m. However, the business class on this flight is fully booked. There are still plenty of economy seats available, so the journey tonight might not be so comfortable. Nevertheless, the people at Ju Factory didn't think too much and immediately booked the flight, which would arrive at Kyoto Airport at 6 a.m. As for packing luggage, they would rest for a bit and then head to the airport. As for sleeping, all the pure technical staff were so excited about going to Kyoto for wafer processing that they couldn't sleep. They were all eager to see this lithography machine known as the Industrial Pearl and see how beautiful it was. Early the next morning, as Shen Fei arrived at the company, the receptionist said to him, "General Manager Shen, the people from Ju Factory have arrived and are waiting for you in the reception room. Currently, Director Gu is there accompanying them." Shen Fei nodded and said, "Okay, I'll go take a look." Was it actually that Gu Man arrived early, or was it because Shen Fei was late? But Shen Fei felt it was quite reasonable for a boss to be a little late. "Director Yu is here so early, is there really such a rush?" Before the door was even pushed open, Shen Fei's voice came in. "How can I not be anxious? Time is of the essence. As soon as I received the call yesterday, I immediately organized people to come over. Time waits for no one. Whether our next generation mate can succeed depends on this chip. Don't worry, everything will definitely succeed with your technology. Thank you for your kind words. How about we first go to the production plant and take a look?" said Udazue. True to his passion for work, he immediately shifted the conversation to work. This made Shen Fei, who was still preparing to exchange a few pleasantries, understand Udazue's feelings at this moment, and he quickly said, "All right, Director Yu, since you are in such a hurry, I will have Guman take you there. I already spoke with you on Huaxing yesterday, though everything is arranged there, and you can go directly. I have some important matters to attend to, so I want to accompany you. I'll treat you to dinner tonight after you finish your work." "All right, General Manager Shen, since you still have matters to attend to, you can get busy first. Let Director Gu take us there. We can have a celebration dinner after our wafer processing is successful." Shen Fei did not choose to accompany Dazue to the Huaxin semiconductor factory, not because he was unwilling to go or did not value it. It was because he had something very important to attend to today, something that concerns the future development of Huaxing. Today, a strategic meeting of Huaxing technology is to be held. The development in the smartphone market has been too limited. Huaxing has only made some breakthroughs in the core SoC for mobile phones. With slight improvements in charging, they successfully captured the market. Other competitors, do you call this slight? The future development must be more favorable for Huaxing technology to gain more market share and earn more funds. In recent days, Shen Fei has been pondering these issues and has also consulted the system about some questions. It had previously provided design blueprints for parallel universes and allowed Shen Fei to view some images, making him quite clear about how to develop in the future. Ultimately, after harmonious communication between both parties, the system still showed Shen Fei some technical materials. Knowing how to develop in the future does not guarantee success, because this old dog of a system did not provide detailed technical materials. However, Shen Fei still understood how the future path would develop. That is to have a full-screen large battery, fast charging, and imaging capabilities. The future path has already become quite narrow. The large battery is already being developed by Huaxing, and Huaxing is far ahead in fast charging. Although they have not yet started to roll out lenses for imaging, Huaxing is already strong in algorithms. The full-screen path has not yet been ventured into, and Huaxing must tread this path alone. Although it is a bit challenging, it is not impossible. Huaxin has already formed a joint venture with Dongfang Factory to begin exploring OLED screens. With the official release of 4G licenses last year, this year will see the comprehensive popularization of 4G networks, marking the dawn of 4G. The Fire Dragon 8 series processor supports 4G networks. The new phones released this year also began supporting 4G networks. Huaxing has lost another selling point. Seeking innovation is inevitable. Thus, this conference was convened. With the guidance of the system, Shen Fei understood the future development path, but the employees were still unaware. It is necessary to let them understand the future development path through this conference. Allow them to unleash their creativity and realize these technologies, making Huaxing technology even stronger. This is also Shen Fei's first time holding such a large-scale meeting in the past 6 months. It included the Mobile Phone Design Department, Marketing Department, R&D Department, Chip Design Institute, Wafer Production, Plant, Mobile Phone Assembly Factories, and more. In the conference room, Shen Fei stood at the main table and said, "Last year our company launched its first smartphone and sales far exceeded our expectations. We were not complacent. Last month we successfully released our second phone, the S1, and sales exploded. With good sales, we must remain humble. We should calmly consider how to navigate our future path. In this wave of the era, how can we move forward better to achieve greater development? In the second half of the year, we will launch the new X2 series. Should we aim for a higher price range? Do we really have the ability to compete with Guozi? Let's discuss it together. As soon as Shen Fei's words fell, all departments began to ponder. Do we really need to compete with Guozi this year? In this era, Guozi has successfully established a high-end brand image with its previous generation of products. It symbolizes high-end and fashion. Some people even believe that using a Guozi phone can showcase one's identity and status. It allows individuals to have more face in social situations, especially favored by young people and urban white-collar workers. The Huaxing series phones have only released 3 models in total, and the high-end series has only one. Do we really have that strength? While everyone was silent, Wang Ting spoke up. I think we should still aim to match Guozi, even if we fail in the end. When Guozi users ridicule us for overestimating our capabilities, at least they will remember Huaxing. They are not all die-hard fans in the future when we catch up with Guozi in areas such as systems and photography. A portion of Guozi users will definitely convert to our customers. Upon hearing this, everyone nodded, but can we really catch up with Guozi using the current Android? Android truly filthy, comments marketing manager Li Qing said. I believe our X2 can also have 2 versions like the S series. A standard version and a pro version, with the standard version priced at $3,699, which is $300 less than the previous generation. This will attract users for volume, spreading out RD costs. Then release a pro version at $4,699, which is slightly lower than Guozi. Using our latest technology, even if sales are poor, at least we have raised our price point, allowing high-end customers to remember us. Our survey found that most young people choose Guozi because it is expensive. Expensive items are seen as having face among them. When it comes to production scheduling, plan ahead. This version will be produced in limited quantities to showcase to consumers. The logistics department head Wang Hua said, currently with the development of various technologies, cost increases are inevitable. Fortunately, most of our production is self-contained. Competitors will definitely raise prices for their next generation. The popularization of 4G networks will not allow them to enjoy it for free. They will need to pay more. Price increases for the next generation of products are unavoidable. P.S. Often the reason for price increases is cited as supply chain cost increases, but in reality manufacturers want to move up to higher price segments, and basically, if the supply chain increases by 1, manufacturers will increase by 10. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei applauded, and other employees followed suit. After the applause, Shen Fei said, "That's right, everyone dares to voice these opinions, so now I'll share my perspective. While 3G transitions to 4G and prices are increasing, we won't raise our prices. We will maintain a situation of high prices and high configurations, getting what we pay for. We need to create a big cup to showcase our strength. Gradually increasing prices through a frog in warm water approach. Consumers will rarely have discontent. By the time they react, we will have firmly established ourselves in the new price segment. Since we are talking about high configurations, there must be innovation. Otherwise, how can we distinguish between low and high configurations? Let's discuss again where we should innovate. Let's unleash our collective abilities." Wang Tung said, "Last year HTC released a phone that utilized fingerprint unlocking. I believe our new device can also adopt this technology." The RD department manager said, "We are already conducting technical research on this technology, and results will be available soon. Currently, the unlocking accuracy and speed have reached HTC's level, but there is still a slight gap compared to Guozi. We are still in development, continuously improving recognition accuracy." The battery factory head Wei Guohua said, "Currently our battery technology has also made some breakthroughs. We can achieve higher density, allowing an additional 20 capacity within the same volume. The smartphone industry is one that updates and changes very rapidly. If you're not careful, you can fall behind others. In this aspect, Huaxin is both stockpiling technology and acquiring other companies to strengthen its supply chain. Shen Fei firmly believes that only by having it himself can he ensure real safety. As a mobile phone company, all the functions of the phones you sell must be fully ahead of your own technological reserves and be completely ahead of competitors, or at least some competitors, to ensure genuine safety. Our design department is also considering inspiration from others' designs. I will create multiple plans for the next generation X2. At that time, we will hold a meeting to make specific decisions. That's fine, but those discarded plans are not necessary to abandon. They can be used in the S series or the new 1000 yuan series. The so-called high-end design delegation is actually just having designed several plans for the high-end series, but it would be a pity to discard them. After much deliberation, it was decided that the upcoming Huaxing X2 would be released in 2 versions, the Huaxing X2 and the Huaxing X2 Pro. The Pro version is not only Pro in price, but its configuration must also be Pro. The X2 will feature a 5.5-inch 1080p display, while the Pro version will sport a larger 5.8-inch screen, further expanding its dimensions. The enlarged body is designed to accommodate a larger battery. With the widespread adoption of 4G networks, power consumption has increased, making larger batteries inevitable. The Huaxing X2 will be equipped with a 3,800 mAh high-density Glacier Large battery, while the Pro version will house a 4,000 mAh Glacier Large battery. Juhua factory had already used a 4,000 mAh large battery in the Mate 2. However, that battery was too large and heavy, pushing the phone's weight over 200 g. The feel was terrible. It was essentially like a brick. The Glacier battery can overcome this issue effectively. After settling the Huaxing X2 matters, it was time to discuss future technologies. In Shen Fei's projection, Huaxin does not need to innovate with every generation, it only needs to ensure each generation's product is ahead of competitors. With the system in place and a team of highly capable R&D engineers, this is entirely achievable. Not needing innovation every generation does not mean technological innovation is unnecessary. When Huaxin loses its capacity for technological innovation, Huaxing will be on the brink of collapse. The first-generation Huaxing X1 phone was notable as the first in Huaxing to support 4G communication. It also featured a powerful octa-core processor. While competitors were using 720 resolution screens, Huaxing employed a 1080p display. The robust and smooth system, along with its pioneering fast charging and various black technologies, left a deep impression on people. The first-generation S series offered low prices and powerful performance. By placing high-performance processors in mid-range devices, it forged the glory of the Huaxing series. While others in the offline market were exploiting consumers, even selling mid-range processors for 3,000. Smooth for a year, laggy for 2, and dead by 3. This led many offline consumers to believe Android was inherently inferior to Apple and prone to lag. The second-generation X series, set for release in the second half of the year, offers relatively fewer distinct features, being merely a routine upgrade. It includes a more powerful system and processor, larger battery capacity, a bigger screen, and faster charging speeds. This does not hinder its continued popularity. These enhancements still keep it ahead of competitors. There's no need to innovate for the sake of innovation. Wait until competitors catch up before iterating, ensuring they always trail behind Huaxin. But the question remains how to develop in the future. According to the system's tech compendium, future phones will eliminate the 3-button navigation and continuously pursue narrower bezels. Smaller and smaller bezels make screens more aesthetically pleasing. Even a bezel width exceeding 3 mm could be described as wide enough to park an aircraft carrier. This packaging technology is unimaginable in the present. Technological development takes time. It's unachievable now, but certainly possible in the future. If this path was viable in another world, it proves its feasibility and shows there's little left to compete on in this industry. Alright, since everyone has largely settled the X2's configuration, let's discuss the future form of screens. Can we remove the 3 physical buttons below the screen? Replace them with system operation logic. Shen Fei straightforwardly proposed the concept of a full-screen display. The heads of various departments at the meeting were startled by Shen Fei's words. Removing physical buttons and replacing them with system operation logic. This would leave the phone's front with only a single screen, a major innovation and a massive undertaking. As for technical feasibility, no one doubted it. If Shen Fei dared to propose the idea, it must be feasible. He had already proven that his words shaped the future. The design department quickly grasped the benefits of removing physical buttons and excitedly said, removing them eliminates the barrier of buttons, allowing the screen size to match the body size exactly. This makes exterior design more convenient and allows for a more beautiful and elegant form. Removing physical buttons also saves internal space. The saved space can be used for a larger battery or other modules to enhance our features. It's a win-win situation. Wang Tung quickly added, after removing the buttons, we can continuously improve our packaging technology to increase screen-to-body ratio. This alone can sustain incremental improvements for at least a decade. However, this packaging technology might be quite challenging and likely demands high screen quality. Laughter spread through the meeting room, not mocking, but in agreement. The end of technology is incremental improvement. Shen Fei waved his hand and said, don't worry, I'm not asking you to use it now. Our next-gen X2 won't need this technology. It's impossible from a timing perspective. I just want you to discuss how to develop it as a technological reserve. I estimate it would be good if we can implement it by the X5. The software R&D team responded, we will immediately initiate a project to simulate the operation logic of the 3-button navigation. We'll develop a proposal for discussion. Everyone was engaged in lively discussion, but the hardware design team seemed troubled and quickly said, this would require redesigning all component positions, essentially starting from scratch. Oh, which department isn't starting from scratch? Take it slow. The tech R&D team has it even harder. It's not needed immediately. Finish your current projects first, then design gradually. Wang Tung spoke as he was now in charge of the design department. Though deeply shocked by Shen Fei's full-screen concept, the attendees All recognized the transformations this technological innovation could bring, thus defining a clear path for future development. Soon each team had assigned their respective projects for tackling. The full-screen proposal was thus concluded, and the next agenda item began. Our AI dual camera has received excellent market feedback. The hardware and software teams can discuss further areas for improvement. Although we hold a dominant position at this juncture, we must remain vigilant in times of peace. Li Fei, the head of the algorithm department, said, "With Sony's help, our algorithm has iterated to a new version that hasn't been updated yet. Compared to competitors, our current algorithm is already quite impressive. On the hardware side, we can add stabilization measures to the lens." Feedback from forums indicates many people tend to shake when taking photos, resulting in poor image quality. Shen Fei responded, "Good. I heard the next generation of Apple will feature optical image stabilization. Look into this area. It needs to be implemented in the next X2. Huaxing held an advantageous position in photography and had ample technological reserves, so there wasn't much discussion. Bang bang. Shen Fei tapped the table to get everyone's attention. Let's discuss the final issue: should we enter the gaming industry? This is something I've been pondering. Current mobile games don't require much performance. Games that Huaxing can run, others can too, just with a few more frames per second. It fails to demonstrate the power of our Tianqin series chips. Shen Fei had been considering this, but 4G had not yet become widespread. Even this year, it remains in a vague exploratory phase. However, since foreign countries began widespread adoption a few years earlier, we can still learn from their path. It is foreseeable that with the proliferation of 4G and decreasing mobile data costs, various PC websites and software will be ported to phones, especially the chat applications from eFactory. Whether Huaxin should enter the gaming market and how to do so is indeed a difficult decision. In Shen Fei's eyes, the future of Huaxin technology will definitely resemble that of a tech company, with a complete mobile phone industry chain becoming a leader among domestic smartphone manufacturers. The winds of the internet era are about to begin, and Huaxin has the funds, background, and technology. Should we take this opportunity to enter the gaming market? If we do, we are not professionals. If we don't, it would be a pity. Wang Tung, general manager, Shen, our personnel are all system developers. While we can adapt to create a game framework, we are not specialists in that field. We not only need to maintain our system, but also adapt to new versions. Rushing into the mobile game market may not be feasible. If we truly want to enter the gaming market, we will need to hire more staff. The software department, currently we have sufficient personnel, but entering the gaming market is not that simple. We need to establish our payment channels, login account systems, and promotional strategies, and we also need to form a dedicated operations team. The main issue is the game mechanics. They need to be developed. Of course, if we reference games from other manufacturers, that would be relatively simple. Marketing department Li Qing stated, currently we can forego discussing marketing since we have no issues on that front. Although mobile marketing and game marketing are two different areas, the marketing logic is the same. Both aim to persuade consumers to spend money on our products. Our login account can utilize our Huaxin account for one-click login. Thus, we are only left with establishing payment channels and an operations team. Logistics, Wang Hua, the operations team can be resolved easily. We can hire enough people if we spend money. However, establishing payment channels is a bit more complicated. Given our Huaxin scale, applying for a payment license is certainly feasible. The challenge lies in gaining consumer trust in this payment channel. They then began discussing some minor details, exchanging ideas. The overarching theme is clear: support entering the mobile gaming market. Everyone is aware that with the widespread adoption of 4G, the winds of the internet era are soon to rise. Entering the internet industry allows us to acquire substantial funds at relatively low costs to subsidize our research and development. Alright, this is just a preliminary discussion. You all will later draft a specific plan regarding which type of mobile gaming market to enter and give it some serious thought. Especially the marketing team, you should conduct a market survey. Once done, submit it to Guman for review before sending it to me. Alright, after several hours of meeting, everyone has worked hard. Let's adjourn. While Shen Fei quietly planned the future development path, the Demi company was diligently designing a phone capable of transforming the low-end market. Due to the release of the Huaxing S series, the sales of the Demi 3 series have gradually declined, resulting in a decrease in Demi's market share. Lei Buxi decided to launch the second phone of the Hongmi series. The budget market was well remembered by Lei Buxi with the launch of the first generation of Hongmi last year. Although the profits in this market are extremely low, it is exceptionally vast. The first generation of Hongmi exceeded 44 million units sold in less than a year after its release. Although profit margins were low, sales figures were remarkably high. The market is incredibly stable, and other manufacturers are reluctant to enter this sector, leaving only a pile of counterfeit phones competing with Demi. Compared to these counterfeit manufacturers, Demi offers excellent after-sales service, good system maintenance, and an extraordinarily stable supply chain enabling prices lower than those of counterfeit devices. While bringing enormous sales to Demi, it also significantly enhanced Demi's reputation. It also brought billions in revenue profit to Demi, although it may seem modest, every little bit counts. This phone has indeed opened up a broader market for Demi. The market overlooked by other manufacturers is precisely the one Lei Busi values. By employing a cost-effective strategy, he aims to eliminate those counterfeit manufacturers while cultivating a large user base. When these individuals eventually consider upgrading their phones, Demi will undoubtedly be the first brand that comes to mind. Those who can afford such phones are either financially strained students or elderly individuals reluctant to spend a high price on smartphones. Thus, this market is sufficiently expansive, and the success of the first generation of Hongmi has confirmed the viability of this budget market. Lei Busi posted a tweet on the digital chat platform announcing the release of the first generation of Hongmi last year, triggered widespread purchasing frenzy among fans. The upgraded version of the first generation will be launched this month. There may be new internal names, but the name can change, our original intention remains unchanged. Interested friends can tune in on May 6th, when I will personally unveil the second phone of Hongmi. This announcement sparked extensive discussions. Qingxiang Xiao Chengzi, what is the true God about to be iterated again? Meng Sui Ji Yuan, indeed Lei Zong is the most devoted to us users. The true God is iterating once a year. This is simply too attractive to resist. You can say it's lacking, but it is absolutely worth more than its price. After sending this tweet, Lei Busi picked up another phone to log into his own Weibo account. Hello everyone, I am Lei Busi. On May 6th, we will launch the second generation of Hongmi, which will redefine the configuration standards for budget and even mid-range phones. This will further promote the popularity of smartphones, allowing everyone to experience the joy of smart technology. We will not abandon the budget market and will continuously incorporate configurations typically found in mid-range and even high-end phones into our Hongmi models. I welcome everyone to watch the launch event for the second generation of Hongmi on May 6th. My dream is to allow everyone to enjoy the joys of technology. Technology should no longer be exclusive, but must serve everyone. Lei Busi's two tweets quickly made it to trending topics, sparking widespread discussions. Rumeng DLL, what Lei Zong said is truly touching. I am a student and cannot afford Demi yet, but I will support with a Hongmi. Praise for Lei Zong. I will support one when the time comes. Yuqing, why don't other manufacturers enter the budget market? Why? Because the profits are low. Other manufacturers overlook it. They can take the processor from the initial generation and sell it for 2,000. At this moment, Shen Fei also joined the conversation. Technology is no longer exclusive, it must serve everyone. This statement from Lei Zong is truly touching. Can I attend the launch event, Lei Busi? Lei Zong quickly saw this mention and promptly replied, coincidentally, I have some questions for General Manager Shen. You are warmly invited to attend. After watching the online discussions for a while, Lei Busi put down his phone and began preparing for the launch event, though the online debates continued. Shen Fei's Weibo post was not merely for gaining attention. He genuinely needed to discuss matters with Lei Busi. Demi's delay in joining the fast-charging alliance indicates they might be awaiting Gaotong's fast-charging solution. They are likely evaluating Gaotong's scheme before deciding which path to take. In the smartphone industry, Gaotong's standing greatly surpasses that of Huaxin technology. If Gaotong indeed launches a new fast-charging solution, Demi will undoubtedly join Gaotong's camp, and even the Green Factory might shift towards Gaotong, rendering their own fast-charging alliance a joke. Of course, this is merely a possibility. After all, the Green Factory has already spent a substantial amount to acquire patents, so at most they will achieve compatibility. Currently, it is better to bring more people on board, and if that fails, then so be it. At worst, we can collaborate with the Chrysanthemum Factory. Even though I have already patented the Type-C technology, it is still quite easy to bypass it. For instance, slightly widening the dimensions or adding more contact points can easily circumvent external patents. With Gaotong's vast capabilities, they should be able to easily develop new charging patents. Therefore, we must quickly bring Demi and the Blue Factory into the fast-charging alliance before Gaotong's solution is launched. As for failure, let it be, it is not a significant loss. If they do not join, that will be their loss. At worst, we can partner with the Chrysanthemum Factory to enter the mid-range or even budget market, allowing them to become a memory of the times. With the online buzz being significant, Wang Tung naturally noticed this news. He walked into Shen Fei's office and asked General Manager Shen, should we also consider entering the budget market? After all, this market has a large shipment volume and is quite favorable, which helps cultivate our brand reputation. Simultaneously, it would also support the domestic supply chain, improving our image. Moreover, we can develop our processors, specifically creating a chip for our budget phones, which would reduce costs further. Even if we sell at $799, our profit margins would be higher. In Wang Teng's view, Huaxin entering the budget market has immense benefits. With our strong self-research capabilities, we can compress costs to around 500 yuan, and even at a selling price of 799, we would still have around 300 yuan in profit. This would also increase Huaxin's market share and further enhance its reputation. This is truly a win-win strategy. Forget it going all in would look too desperate. We will not only avoid entering the budget market, but also the mid-range market. I do not plan to enter it extensively. In the future, having 1 or 2 models in the mid-range market will suffice. We possess self-developed processors with remarkable performance. In the mid-range market, customers prioritize performance when purchasing phones. If we enter extensively, other manufacturers would simply cease to exist. This is my thought process. In the future, we will focus on the 20,006,000 yuan range. Of course, this does not mean we will abandon the mid-range market. Our focus will simply not be there. Shen Fei sighed and continued. The market above 5,000 yuan in Huaxing is dominated by foreign brands. If that remains the case, we will forever be an assembly factory and will never stand tall. Thus, Huaxing must have a manufacturer capable of standing at the high end to represent the nation. Now that we have the technology and capability, I hope that this manufacturer will be Huaxing. These words left Wang Teng shocked. He realized his boss' vision was much broader than he had imagined. General Manager Shen, I understand now. On May 5th, the IDC China branch released the sales statistics for April 2014, with the top seller being the rice company, with the Rainbow Rice Generation 1 and the Rice 3 series achieving sales of 4.06 million. It stood out as the clear leader, demonstrating once again to competitors that the budget market is vast enough. In second place was the Blue Company, which in contrast to the online sales fame of the Rice Company chose to establish a strong offline presence with nearly 10,000 physical stores. With unexpectedly high sales of 2.8 million units, it secured the second position. In third place was Huaxin Technology, whose S-series was released at the end of March, resulting in a temporary spike in April sales. In April, a smear campaign by foreign media occurred, but after clarifications, Huaxing's reputation soared, leading to a significant increase in sales. Ultimately, it achieved sales of 2 million units, placing third. The fourth position went to Guozi, which became the biggest beneficiary in the entire mobile phone industry, exceeding 2 million units in sales for April. With sales of 18 million units, it ranked fourth, just 2,000 units shy of Huaxing in third place. Although its sales were lower than the top 3, its profits were not significantly less. Upon seeing this statistical report, Shen Fei felt envious. Even though the price of Guozi's 5th generation had been adjusted twice, the starting price still remained above 4,000 yuan. The 5th generation of Guozi had been on the market for nearly a year, and it still managed to sell 2 million units every month, indeed a remarkable achievement. The Green Company ranked 5th with sales of 1 million units. The Green Company also chose to establish itself offline, opening stores wherever the Blue Company did. However, no matter what, it could not compete with the Blue Company. It was unclear why, as both strategies were similar. As for other old players, for example, the Chrysanthemum Company, which has long been ranked at T10086, had only 1 million units sold throughout April, and the Mate 2 managed only 4,000 units. Other series of phones combined barely amounted to 1 million units, showing poor sales performance. After reviewing this sales analysis, Shen Fei fell silent for a moment. The high-end market still belonged to Guozi. The remaining competitor is the Sansang, with the domestic high-end market only allowing the Huaxing X1 with a large memory version to reach that price point. Yet their market share is barely 5%, which is a drop in the bucket. The rise of domestic brands still has a long way to go. Early the next morning, Shen Fei went to the Rice Company to talk to Lei Bus. The launch event for the Rainbow Rice Generation 2 was in the evening. Visiting Lei Bus at this time wouldn't disrupt their work. "Mr. Shen, why are you here so early for the launch event?" Lei Bus remarked. He was surprised to see Shen Fei arrive so early. He knew that Shen Fei's reason for attending the launch was not merely to attend the event. He just hadn't expected him to come so early. The two sides had no significant collaboration to discuss. On the contrary, both parties were still in a competitive position. Because of the release of the Huaxing S-series over the past month, many price-conscious users had chosen it, leading to a 20% decline in sales for the Rice 3 generation. "I mainly came to see you for something. I was worried about disturbing your rehearsal, so I arrived a bit early." "No worries, there's no rush for the rehearsal. Oh, let's go to the office for a detailed discussion." As he spoke, Lei Bus led Shen Fei out of the studio and towards his office for a thorough discussion. "I wonder what Mr. Shen wants to discuss with me. You actually came personally, little brother. I wonder if Mr. Lei has heard of the Fast Charge Alliance." Shen Fei, being young, did not want to engage in any roundabout talk. If he were to play games, he probably wouldn't outsmart Lei Bus, the old fox, so he chose to be straightforward. "I've heard of it. It's the association you founded with the Chrysanthemum and Green Companies, Mr. Shen, we had considered whether to join before. However, fast charging has not become widespread yet, and we're uncertain about its impact on sales. You know that our rice company focuses on cost performance, and using fast charging would definitely increase costs. So we chose to observe for a while longer. Lei Bus is indeed a cunning old fox, clearly contemplating whether to align with Qualcomm or Shen Fei. Yet he framed it as observing the impact on sales. Mr. Lei, the facts have shown that fast charging significantly boosts sales. Even if costs increase, it won't be by much. Moreover, incorporating fast charging provides a reasonable justification for raising prices. I wonder about your current thoughts on this, and do you want to join our fast charge alliance? Or are you waiting for Qualcomm's public version plan? Shen Fei's direct approach genuinely surprised Lei Bus, who negotiates like this. Shouldn't it be a gradual process? After a brief moment of contemplation, Lei Bus said, "Since you are so direct, I won't hide anything from you. Most of our components come from Qualcomm, and we are quite restricted by their patents. Therefore, we want to wait for Qualcomm's plan. The Green Company has already stopped giving Qualcomm face, and we must give them some. With the continuous popularization of fast charging, especially after the release of your S-series, it has become increasingly important for consumers. We are currently considering joining the Fast Charge Alliance. If Qualcomm's scheme ends up inferior to yours, we will join. Qualcomm's plan will be released soon, and although it won't match your fast charging technology, it can still achieve 10W power, which is sufficient for our rice series." This old fox is clearly using Qualcomm to pressure Shen Fei. Joining the Fast Charge Alliance is free, but obtaining patent authorization will require payment. This old fox doesn't want to pay. Mr. Lei, aren't you joking? The Fast Charge Alliance is merely an association. You can use Qualcomm's plan and still join our Fast Charge Alliance. Since Lei Bus was unwilling to engage, Shen Fei did not push further. They could use Qualcomm's plan, and Shen Fei welcomed their participation in the Fast Charge Alliance, albeit losing some patent revenue. If they were not willing to purchase exterior patents, they could design their own charging cables. The future Fast Charge Alliance might only reach a common agreement of 40W, with upward potential dependent on each company's capability. Seeing Shen Fei not responding, even his tone had changed a bit. Lei Bus quickly shifted the topic. "Since you've said that, we will definitely join the Fast Charge Alliance. However, let's discuss the specifics another day. But today's theme is to attend our dividend launch event, right? Let's not let other matters affect our relationship." I almost forgot the main point. Then Mr. Lei, you go ahead and handle your business. The most important thing today is still the launch event. Shen Fei had a premonition back then the Rice Generation 1 had caused numerous counterfeit manufacturers selling for 2,000 yuan to go bankrupt due to its flagship SoC priced at 1999. However, these counterfeit manufacturers appeared to have gone bankrupt on the surface. They simply used inferior configurations and lowered prices to below 1,000 yuan to continue surviving. Beneath 1,000 yuan, they still offered cost performance, as not everyone was willing to spend 1 to 2,000 yuan on a phone. Last year's Rainbow Rice Generation 1 not only shocked the regular army of the mobile phone industry, but also astonished those counterfeit manufacturers. With better configurations at even lower prices and superior system maintenance and after-sales service, they had lost all competitive edge. Will tonight's Rainbow Rice Generation 2 continue the glory of its predecessor? Shen Fei truly felt grateful towards the rice company. The price of 799 not only provided consumers with great value, but also purified the market environment, accelerating the demise of counterfeit phones. At the same time, the price of 799 has changed people's perception that only high prices could buy good phones, and those on a budget could only buy counterfeit ones. It allowed budget-conscious consumers to obtain quality smartphones, truly proving that technology is not elitist, but serves the people. Many people who transitioned from student life had either a rice phone or a rainbow phone as their first device, indeed, fulfilling the promise of serving the people. The Rainbow Rice Generation 1 also utilized a large number of domestic components, providing significant opportunities for the development of domestic supply chain enterprises. Only by using components can one identify shortcomings and areas for improvement. The large volume of shipments also brought substantial funding to companies, enabling them to continue their research and development. The screens and image sensors were domestically produced. Although Shen Fei had been considering supporting the domestic supply chain, most of the components currently in use were from foreign manufacturers. This was unavoidable. After all, given the selling price of the Huaxing series, using domestic components would undoubtedly attract criticism. This is also why Shen Fei is reluctant to enter the budget market. The higher-ups have noticed the rice company's support for the domestic supply chain and will not allow the rice company to go bankrupt. Soon evening arrived, and the audience at the venue had entered the hall early. It must be said that Lei Bus' personal charm is truly significant. The entire venue was bustling with excitement. Everyone was discussing whether tonight's Hongmi second generation would still be priced at 799. At this moment, the Mi fans were indeed more devoted than the Huaxing fans. The combination of the first generation of rice and the first generation of red rice certainly instills enduring trust in the brand. P.S. Unless you bought the Xiaomi 9, then switched from the 9 to the 11 and the 11 to the 12. As time arrived, Leibu stepped onto the stage. The moment he appeared, the Mi fans in the audience began to cheer. "Thank you, General Lei, for allowing us to use affordable smartphones." Lei, standing on stage, bowed to the audience, and this bow made the applause from the audience even louder. "Welcome, Mi fans, to the launch event of our second Homey series smartphone. Thank you all. It is precisely because of your companionship over the years that our rice company has been able to develop so rapidly. We have always been committed to bringing high-cost performance products to everyone, and the smartphone launch today will continue to uphold our philosophy. We aim to provide better products for everyone, allowing you to purchase high-cost performance smartphones at extremely low prices. Before the launch event, I mentioned that we would redefine the configurations of budget smartphones and even 1,000 yuan smartphones today, so everyone can look forward to it. Shen Fei has always believed that Lei Bu is a marketing genius, and seeing him today, he was indeed correct. He often ignites consumers' enthusiasm with simple words while also being very adept at winning hearts. An excellent company earns profits while a great company wins people's hearts. Technology is not high and mighty, but serves the people. Today we present to you the Homey Ones, which as the second smartphone in our Homey series will still maximize cost performance, because it is more appealing than the price of counterfeit phones. Qingxiang Xiao Qingzi, maximizing cost performance, crushing counterfeit manufacturers. Meng Sui Ji Yuan. General Lei, will it still be priced at 799? Will there be greater surprises? Wu Sua Ji Jin, stay true to the original intention and you will achieve your goal. Go General Lei. Alright, having said so much, let's get to the point. The most important thing for budget smartphones is the core SoC. So our Homey One's telecom version is equipped with Brother Fa's MTK 6582, which is a very powerful quad-core processor. You may have heard of this processor, which is the same as the one used in the rival R series. How much do they sell for? Over 2,000. When I first saw this smartphone, I was shocked money can be earned like this. However, due to cost reasons, this smartphone only supports 3G networks. I hope everyone can understand. Because this processor is too poor and widely used by OV, Lei Bu did not use benchmarking. He merely introduced the price range of this processor's widespread application, creating a high sense of cost performance among netizens. A deafening voice came from the audience. Understood. Anyway, I won't be using 4G networks. How expensive are the current 4G tariffs? And what's the difference between 4G and 3G? Isn't it just a bit faster? 4G allows for watching videos without lag. It's much better than 3G. Wow, Brother Fu is here. Using 4G data to watch videos, how much is the monthly fee? Anyway, I'm still using a 3G plan. Not having 4G is just right. After introducing our telecom version, naturally, there will be versions for mobile and Unicom. However, we have differentiated this version, bringing you even more powerful performance using the Firedragon 400 processor, which has even stronger performance. As for other aspects, the two versions are the same. Only the core SoC is different. That's great. I'm with Unicom, so I don't have to change my phone number. Oh, what a pity. Why doesn't our mobile version use the Firedragon processor? What's the pity? The two prices will definitely be different. With such a powerful core, other specifications naturally won't be poor. First of all, our screen is a 4.7-inch 720p resolution LCD screen sourced from the domestic Dongfang factory. This screen offers an excellent user experience, and I have tried it for a few days. Today's domestic screens have indeed stood up. I hope everyone can support them more. In terms of photography, budget smartphones face challenges, but we still did our best to make it happen just to let everyone experience the joy of technology. Our Homey Ones is equipped with an 8-megapixel rear camera that supports 1080p video recording. It also has an LED fill light allowing for photography in low light. In bright light, its imaging quality is quite good. Of course, I can responsibly tell you that there will definitely be a gap compared to rival products. The front camera is a 1.6-megapixel lens, and both lenses come from the domestic company Huawei. Those watching the live stream were filled with questions. Does anyone really use this smartphone for photography? Aren't they all used for scanning codes? As for the battery design, we use a detachable battery, while rival brands are adopting fast charging and larger batteries. Although the charging speed is fast, it still takes about an hour. Our detachable battery can be swapped out immediately, allowing for a full charge faster than fast charging. Shen Fei, who was chatting and laughing, suddenly chuckled at this statement. It is indeed faster. Even if future fast charging reaches 100W, it won't be faster than this speed, so what Leibu said is not wrong. The end of fast charging is battery swapping. At the same time, to enhance everyone's user experience, we will include an additional battery in the packaging. This means that each smartphone will come with 2 batteries for everyone to replace. Our official store also sells spare batteries with each battery priced at only 11.8 yuan. Isn't that incredibly attractive? Applause erupted from the audience. This move received praise from the majority. While they actually included 2 batteries, that's really good. I was originally planning to buy a spare battery for replacement, and now I saved some money. Thank you, General Lei. And each spare battery is only 11.8, so I want to buy several for replacement. I believe the audience here and in the live stream are eager to know the price of this smartphone. After saying this, Lei Bu lifted the microphone forward. Naturally, the audience cooperated, shouting loudly, "Want it." Since everyone is so eager, I won't play any tricks to keep you in suspense. I will directly announce the price. The mobile version with 18 GB starts at 699 yuan. It supports up to 32 GB memory expansion. The large screen behind displayed the enormous number 699, 3 large characters, making it strikingly impressive. The live stream was filled with messages like, "General Lei, you are my idol. General Lei, the king of cost performance forever." The applause from the audience has not stopped since the price was revealed. The Unicom and Telecom versions due to using the Fire Dragon 400 processor start at 799 yuan. Isn't this price incredibly awesome? This time we learned from the previous lesson and prepared 1.5 million units. Our factory and the OEM are working hard to produce, ensuring that everyone can purchase one. Lingyu Wuji, with so much stock, do we not have to fight for it? Simple DRZ, what are you thinking? The fight for such high cost performance will still happen. I dare say that this 1.5 million will not last 2 days. When this price was announced, Shen Fei realized that this smartphone would definitely sell, as well as the last one, another product approaching 50 million in sales. But what happened to the rice company? They actually have 1.5 million in stock. This is abnormal, very abnormal. When has the rice company ever had so much stock? This time the rice company surprisingly offered immediate sales after the launch event. The price indeed served as the biggest boost to sales. Within less than an hour of sales, it broke through 3,000 units. With the continuous popularization of smartphones, this sales figure is merely the beginning. In an hour and a half, sales exceeded 5,000 units. After 2 hours, they surpassed 7,000 units. By midnight, total sales officially exceeded 1 million units, setting a new record for single-day sales created by Huaxing. This thrilled Lei Jun, who was sitting in the office. With the launch of the Huaxing 1S today, he chose to wait in the office for the sales report. The results did not disappoint him. From the start of sales until midnight, total sales exceeded 1 million units, further expanding the user base of MIUI. Upon seeing this sales figure, Lei Jun realized that the Huaxing 1S was secure, and he let everyone leave work early. The next morning, sales officially surpassed 1.5 million units. The inventory had been completely cleared. The factories continued to ramp up production, and the entire link announced a halt in sales awaiting the next sale. This led users preparing to buy the Huaxing 1S early the next day to flood the forums with posts. Didn't Lei say that this time there would be no rush sales due to immediate availability? Simply put, DRZ said, is it possible that the sales of the Huaxing 1S are extremely good? Last night, all 1.5 million units of stock were sold out, and that's why the rice company had to pause sales. Dreaming back to 11 years old, he exclaimed, "No way. It's only been a few hours and 1 million units are gone just like that. How is that possible? It must be them trying to create a rush for sales to maintain the hype." "You're so naive," said. "How is that impossible? Can you find another product with such a high cost-performance ratio?" "Anyway, I have already purchased it. Here's the order screenshot." This is the marketing department of the rice company, which has also released yesterday's battle report. In 3 hours, sales of the Huaxing 1S exceeded 7,000 units. By 8 a.m. today, the 1.5 million stock had been completely sold out. Sales have been paused due to stock reasons, and the next sale is scheduled for May 15th, with an estimated stock of around 2 million. Interested netizens can wait for the sale to purchase. This sales battle report not only shocked all netizens, but also drew the attention of other manufacturers to the budget phone market. Although profit margins are low, the shipment volume is indeed massive. Many began internal discussions about whether to enter the budget phone market. A divine being also said, "Wow, the rice company really sold out 1.5 million units in just one night." Which kid told me that 1.5 million units wouldn't need to be rushed? I thought there was plenty of stock. I couldn't buy it last night, so I waited to buy it first thing in the morning, and now look. As a rice fan, one should know. Rice products definitely need to be rushed for purchase, no matter how much initial stock there is. I'm connected with my brothers, but next time I won't trust you guys again. However, even with 2 million, we'll still have to rush to buy. How annoying. But as a budget phone, it definitely underwent stringent considerations in many aspects. For instance, it does not support fast charging and only has a 2,000 mAh battery, but in the face of the 699 price, these are not drawbacks. The release of the Huaxing 1S significantly increased the rice company's market share in the mid to low-end market. It has accumulated a large number of loyal users for the brand, further solidifying its image as a consumer-friendly company. These images are far more important than the sales of the Huaxing 1S. This day's sales of 1.5 million units also prompted more manufacturers to pay attention to the 1,000 yuan phone market. Even if the profit margin for 2,000 yuan phones is higher, the shipment volume remains limited. As the sale of the Huaxing 1S came to an end, the hype gradually subsided, but a drop in heat does not mean a lack of interest. Some digital bloggers began to conduct reviews. Mi bloggers praised the Huaxing 1S as a cost-performance miracle, and Huaxing streamers also specifically made a video review. Hello everyone, I am doing product reviews, and today I bring you the Huaxing 1S. This product has been very hot recently, so I bought it right away to review for you. First, regarding benchmark scores, the manufacturer did not conduct benchmark testing for this processor. First is Brother Fa's MTK 6582, which can score around 1.9 million on current entertainment benchmarks. Compared to other manufacturers, it is indeed a bit behind, but you must remember this phone is only priced at 699 yuan. Thus all issues are my fault. The high-spec version, the Fire Dragon 400, only scores 28000 points. There is still a slight gap compared to the posters of manufacturers, but it is not significant. If you want to use it for a long time, it's better to choose the high-spec version. But if you just want to play a little, then the mobile version is sufficient. These two processors are enough for everyone's daily use. In social chatting and browsing the web, it performs quite well. However, if you want to play games, then I do not recommend buying this phone. In other aspects, the screen display effect is indeed, as the manufacturer stated, the effect is quite good. It can be seen that domestic screen manufacturers have made significant breakthroughs in technology over the past 2 years. As mentioned at the launch event, one should not expect the camera performance of a budget phone. As long as it can take photos, I'll share a few sample shots. For screen photography, manufacturers chose high saturation, which is indeed appealing. However, due to the hardware limitations, the quality is quite average. To conclude, if you just need a phone that can make calls, then this phone is still quite good. If you also have gaming needs, then I do not recommend buying this phone. The discounted Rise 3 is better. With various bloggers' reviews, the recently cooled Huaxing 1S became popular again. Many consumers wanted to experience this smartphone priced at only 699 yuan. However, upon checking the website, they found it was out of stock. At this time, the Blue Company was discussing the possibility of entering the budget market. They are deeply rooted in the offline market. Due to the excess of overpriced low-spec phones, the Blue Company's reputation has not been good, often being referred to as the factory girl phone. While domestic manufacturers are pondering whether to enter the budget smartphone market, Qualcomm across the ocean has sent out invitation announcements to various domestic mobile companies. They invite them to attend the launch event of the Snapdragon 810, marking Qualcomm's first launch in Huaxing. This dedicated event will certainly feature more than just the Snapdragon 810, but also some other chips. Though it is called a viewing, in reality it is a performance showcase to prompt domestic manufacturers to place orders. It remains unclear whether Qualcomm is testing the waters or casting a wide net, as both Huaxin Technology and Ju Factory Terminals have received invitations. When Shen Fei saw the invitation, he was momentarily stunned, wondering if the head of Qualcomm had lost his mind. Clearly aware that Huaxin Technology possesses the capability for self-research and production, why would they still invite Shen Fei? Is it a show of force, or is there some profound intention behind it? After receiving the invitation, Shen Fei called Yu Dazue to find out whether Ju Factory had also received the invitation for the launch event. Yes, we were surprised to receive the invitation as well. However, we do plan to procure some of Qualcomm's chips internally, and we currently only intend to use the 925 and the Mate. Some of our other series also need updates, so we will have to procure some. But whether we buy them ultimately depends on the price. Although Ju Factory has money, we are not foolish buyers. If it weren't for the help of Huaxing, Ju Factory wouldn't have been able to design even this one chip, let alone others. Ju Factory has indeed utilized many of Qualcomm's chips. Shen Fei had initially assumed that Ju Factory, like Huaxin, would no longer procure chips from other manufacturers since they could self-develop. So that's how it is. It seems Qualcomm is not demonstrating strength, but merely casting a wide net. Let's go together. You should still be at the chip factory, right? Alright, in that case, I will inform Zhao Ming not to send anyone over, and I will go with you. After hanging up, Shen Fei thought for a moment. If even Huaxin Technology, which had only been established last year, received an invitation, how could Ju Factory not have received one? It seems he was indeed overthinking. It's not entirely his fault, as a smear campaign had just occurred in April. The capital behind it bore Qualcomm's shadow, so it was wise to think a bit deeper. After exchanging pleasantries, Shen Fei inquired about the tape-out progress of Ju Factory's 925 processor before ending the call. After all, the launch event is not far from Huaxin's headquarters, and they have invited Shen Fei, so why not go and see the spectacle? It would be a chance to learn from the competitor's launch capabilities. Let's see if the Snapdragon will choose not to milk the market under the pressure from Huaxin and perhaps release a chip with exceptionally strong performance. However, Huaxin Technologies chips are not for sale. Qualcomm is likely to continue milking the market. The invitation mentioned 2 chips, but one wonders what kind of tricks are being played. Could they be releasing 2 flagship chips? After all, the 6 series and 4 series have already been updated. Yet Shen Fei felt no fear. Huaxin Technology had no reason to be afraid either. Even if I have the upper hand, I still can't be defeated. Besides, this time Qualcomm is using TSMC's 20nm process. From a process standpoint, Huaxin has no reason to be afraid. Even if they use the same octa-core design, it is of no use. They cannot compete at all. This is the advantage of leading in manufacturing processes. If I lead, you can't catch up within a year. The day of the launch event has arrived. This time it's being held in Kyoto. Shen Fei did not choose to check into a hotel in advance, but instead woke up early on the day of the event and headed to the venue. Since Huaxin Technology had no intention of procuring Qualcomm chips, they were simply going to watch the spectacle. There was really no need to take it too seriously. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Qualcomm's launch event in Huaxing. Today we bring you the most advanced Qualcomm 8 series platform. This time we have 2 chips. One is our flagship chip, the Snapdragon 810, and the other is the sub-flagship chip, the Snapdragon 808. First, let me introduce this processor we call the Snapdragon 810. It utilizes TSMC's most advanced and mature 20nm process. It features a CPU octa-core architecture composed of 4 A57 big cores and 4 A53 small cores. The 8 cores enhance its performance by 150 compared to the previous generation. Indeed, as expected from the toothpaste factory, the Tianqin 800 has been out for over half a year, yet they still choose to milk the market. It's merely an upgrade from a 4-core to an 8-core. Seeing this, Shen Fei wondered whether he should ask Professor Liang to make an effort and create a small revised hexacore processor based on the Tianqin 810 to sell to other manufacturers. Let the toothpaste factory work harder and release a bit of their inventory technology. After pondering for a while, Shen Fei gave up. If it actually came to fruition, he wouldn't be happy about it. The maximum frequency of the big cores is 2.1 GHz, while the small cores reach up to 1.56 GHz. In terms of GPU, it integrates the Adreno 430 graphics chip with a maximum frequency of 600 MHz. The powerful GPU can provide users with a stronger gaming experience. Additionally, this chip integrates 4G network capabilities, eliminating the need for an external baseband, which will make this chip more power efficient. We know that all of you manufacturers like to use Antutu to benchmark our chip's performance, so we've tested a few engineering machines. In the current version, our Snapdragon 810 can score 8100 points, making it a very powerful octa-core processor. This generation of Snapdragon 810 integrates 4G functions. Purchasing our Snapdragon 810 means you won't need to buy a separate communication baseband. Oh, it seems Huaxin has indeed pressured Qualcomm into integrating the baseband into the chip. According to Shen Fei's previous understanding, Qualcomm initially intended to use an external 4G baseband, allowing them to sell 2 chips for the price of 1. If you procure our Qualcomm chip, you might as well procure the baseband at the same time. If you buy both, you can get a discount of 50, and if the quantity is large enough, it might even be free. Under such temptation, manufacturers will generally choose to purchase Qualcomm's baseband as a package. It's easier to adapt a single manufacturer's product, saving time. This half-by-half give behavior of purchasing chips from Qualcomm has left other baseband manufacturers struggling with no money for research and development. Currently, only 3G basebands are available for sale, while 4G basebands are basically stillborn. Some baseband manufacturers, due to low sales, are even considering selling their baseband RD teams. Of course, Qualcomm's strategy is designed to eliminate other baseband manufacturers. Monopolization is the most profitable. As for our Snapdragon 808 chip, it is a hexacore processor also utilizing TSMC's 20nm process technology. It comprises 2 A75 and 4 A53 cores, with the big cores reaching a maximum of 1.85 GHz and the small cores up to 1.4 GHz. In terms of GPU, it also integrates the Adreno 430 graphics chip with a maximum frequency of 430 MHz. Its Antutu score is 5300 points, making its performance still quite strong. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly understood this is not the Snapdragon 808, but rather a downgraded version of the Snapdragon 810. Truly, the international manufacturer has even given this downgraded version a new name. However, this downgraded version is indeed quite tragic, as 2 big cores have been cut. The remaining 2 big cores and 4 small cores have been downclocked, resulting in a significant performance gap. Is it a design flaw from Qualcomm or an issue with TSMC's 20nm process? Shen Fei leans towards the former. TSMC's 14nm process has already announced successful experiments and is ramping up production. How could a mature process like 20nm be so poor? Moreover, the Snapdragon 810 is Qualcomm's first octa-core chip. Encountering some problems is entirely normal. Not everyone is a top-tier contender. Next, I will announce the prices of these two chips. Our flagship chip, the Snapdragon 810, is priced at 980 yuan, while the sub-flagship Snapdragon 808 is priced at 780 yuan. At the moment this price was announced, the discussions among those present came to an abrupt halt. This price is not just expensive, it is exorbitantly so. Currently, the price of an entire smartphone from domestic manufacturers hovers around 2,000 yuan. A single chip is nearing 1,000 yuan. Adding in all the additional costs, selling a smartphone indeed wouldn't earn more than selling a chip from Qualcomm. It's not a joke. The representatives from the blue and green camps exchanged glances and thought, forget it. Let's stick to our offline market. The profits in the online market are too low. Let's continue to quietly amass wealth. There's no need to compete with them. However, Mr. Jia from LeTV had high hopes for these two chips. Of course, Mr. Jia is not a fool either. He did not procure the 1,000 yuan Snapdragon 810. Instead, he chose to procure the Snapdragon 808, preparing to target the rice market. Isn't his rice priced at 1,999 yuan, claiming to be a high-cost performance device? Mr. Jia is ready to give a masterclass to the rice market. Of course, who ultimately teaches whom is still uncertain. Although Mr. Jia's marketing skills are also not low, whether he can win against Lei Jun is still debatable. Seeing that no company was willing to procure Lei Jun, went up to discuss for a while. Ultimately, he procured a batch of the previously released Snapdragon 801, which is the second batch of chips for the upcoming Mi 4 series. Mr. Weren't you planning to procure a batch of Snapdragon chips? Why not go up and discuss? The price is too high. Our main plan for the second half of the year is still focused on our Mate series. As for our Nexus series, we plan to launch it next year. There's no rush, we will wait for the price to drop before procuring. After saying this, Udazue smiled. Because the prices of these two Snapdragon processors are not low and there are very few procuring manufacturers, the event was hastily concluded. In the period that followed, the entire smartphone industry felt particularly quiet, as if it were the calm before a storm. Following the conclusion of the last Gaotong launch event, there were no significant developments in the smartphone industry. Only the Blue Factory sponsored a few variety shows and released several factory girl phones, which reportedly sold quite well. This is mainly due to the lack of major leaks throughout May. As a result, the digital chat station was ridiculed by netizens, saying, has the station master been captured by manufacturers and unable to access core news? However, the mock digital chat station suddenly released a very important Weibo post at the end of May. Of course, it was not about the new phones to be released in the second half of the year, but rather that the Chrysanthemum factory was preparing to participate in the 618 promotion. Approaching mid-year, many new devices are set to be unveiled. They must find a reason to start clearing inventory early, otherwise it would be quite difficult to manage those stocks later. The large digital chat station said some users who want to buy a phone recently are holding on for a while longer. Everyone should have heard about the 618 big sale on e-commerce platforms, right? This year some smartphone manufacturers will participate and the prices will be quite surprising, so if you can make do, just make do. You can save several hundred, right? At the same time, combined with the platform's discount prices, it might reach a new floor price. Which manufacturers are participating? I seem to not know. Either the station master speaks half-heartedly. I'll be careful when having children. Digital Chat Station replied, currently only a few manufacturers have announced their participation and we haven't got the complete news. It's not that I am unwilling to share. Citizens in the Greater Bay Area remarked the station master has indeed been sidelined, unable to grasp the latest news. As June 1st approached, the Chrysanthemum factory officially announced a price cut of 500 yuan for the Mate 2, as its current sales were indeed poor, with only 50 to 60,000 units sold each month. Compared to Huaxing, this sales figure is not bad. If the Huaxing X1 could achieve such sales monthly, Shen Fei would be quite pleased. However, for the large and established Chrysanthemum factory, this sales figure is nothing short of a disgrace. The new Mate series phones to be launched in the second half of the year will completely remedy this shortcoming. By that time, even if the Mate 2's price is cut by 1,000 yuan, sales will not increase. It would be better to take advantage of the current situation to clear out inventory before the major releases. Of course, the supply chain costs have also decreased. Even with a 500 yuan reduction combined with some platform subsidies, there would still be some profit. The Mate 2, priced at 2,899 yuan with a 910 processor, is essentially electronic waste. However, when its price drops to 2,399 yuan, its cost-performance ratio, though slightly low, becomes acceptable. Moreover, it boasts quite attractive specifications that other manufacturers simply cannot compare with, such as a 6-inch large screen. At the current price of only 2,399 yuan, with some platform coupons, it can even be obtained for 2,299 yuan. What more could you ask for at this price? This phone also features a massive 4,000 mAh battery and 20W super fast charging. It can recharge quickly with a battery life that exceeds that of other competitors by 3 hours. Although the performance of the 910 processor is lacking, it is equipped with a 4G modem, making it a 4G phone. At this price, one can only say it is truly appealing. Of course, the market has also proven to the chrysanthemum factory that price is indeed the greatest sales booster. In just 5 hours, sales on the e-commerce platform surpassed 5,000 units. This is a sales figure that the chrysanthemum factory would typically take 2 days to achieve across all channels. It is expected that today alone sales on the e-commerce platform will exceed 15,000 units. The 618 promotion is set to continue until the 18th. Of course, for the chrysanthemum factory, once the price drops, it will not return to the original price. Unless they completely clear their inventory, and seeing the sales boom Udazue at the other end has actually increased the order with the OEM. In the fan group of the digital chat station on Weibo, a citizen from the Greater Bay Area asked, did anyone go shopping on the e-commerce platform today? The chrysanthemum factory's Mate 2 surprisingly managed to reach 2,250 yuan. This price seems too good to be true. I dare not buy it. The assistant to Lazy Sheep remarked, you upstairs must be a fake fan, right? Did the station master not mention that many new devices will be launched in the second half of the year, and they have started to clear inventory? Kobe24 from the Purple Gold team replied, that's right, and the chrysanthemum factory indeed cannot sell much at that price. After the price drop, it indeed looks appealing, and I want to buy one. But won't the Mate series be updated in the second half of the year? I've heard the performance will be very strong. The assistant to Lazy Sheep responded, the performance has indeed improved significantly, but the price will definitely rise, but is estimated to reach over 3,000 yuan. If you don't play games much, this Mate 2 is still highly recommended. As expected, other manufacturers are not foolish either. After observing for a couple of days, seeing the chrysanthemum factory's strong sales, they also declared their participation in the 618 battle. The Xiaomi company, the king of e-commerce sales, naturally would not miss such an opportunity. Thus, the Xiaomi 3 series was launched at a starting price of 1,599 yuan, alongside the new Xiaomi 3s. It still uses the Gaodong 800 processor, but this time the version is for full network compatibility. At the same time, it has introduced a 364G version with a large memory priced at only 2,099 yuan. Meanwhile, the Budget King Homey Ones has specially made available 5 million units of inventory to participate in the e-commerce 618 event. However, there were no new discounts this time. The additional battery has increased from 1 to 2, and the price has changed from 699 yuan to 700 yuan, symbolically increased by 1 yuan while providing an extra battery. Lei Jun also specially posted on Weibo, competitors launched the 618 promotion, but we are unwilling to participate. They launched the 618 promotion because their sales were really poor. The inventory backlog was too severe, and they had no choice but to clear their stock under the guise of a promotion. Our Xiaomi 3 series and Homey ones basically sold out as soon as they were launched, so we have no need to participate. However, many fans have been tagging me urging our Xiaomi company to join this 618 promotion. To thank everyone for their support, we also joined this 618 promotion. To give back to our fans, we have reduced our prices by over 100 yuan again. We have launched a special version for 618A. Of course, this version is not much different from the Xiaomi 3, except that it is a full network version and has a large memory of 364G. Our Homey Ones is a phone that savvy users should know very well. We are really just doing this to give back to our fans. There's hardly any room for further discounts. Thus, we have implemented a policy where for just 1 more yuan you can get an extra battery. Of course, if you prefer, you can also choose the 699 yuan version. Thanks again to all the fans for their support, hoping everyone can purchase their desired phone during this event. As an internet surfer, Shen Fei naturally noticed this Weibo post. I must say, Lei Jun indeed knows how to grasp people's hearts. His own Xiaomi 4 is about to be released soon. The Xiaomi 3 series has also reached the time to clear inventory. The cost is currently definitely not more than 1,000 yuan. He could sell it for 1,500 and still make a profit. However, he frames it as giving back to the fans. One must say, in terms of marketing, Shen Fei still has to learn from Lei Jun. Shen Fei and Wang Tung also have their own Weibo. Naturally, they could not avoid being tagged by a bunch of fans asking if Huaxing would participate in this 618 promotion. Currently, the sales of the Huaxing X1 series have surpassed 4 million units, nearing 5 million units. It has already exceeded both Sony's and Huaxing's own forecasts, and even the orders have been increased twice. The S1 series has truly seen explosive sales. Since its release at the end of March, it has sold over 7 million units in just 3 months, averaging 200,000 units sold each month. Wang Tung naturally saw this news and asked Shen Fei, Mr. Shen, should we also participate in this 618 promotion? It seems that this 618 event indeed has a significant impact on sales. Our Huaxing X1's cost has now dropped to 1,500 yuan. The profit per unit is around 1,500 yuan. Should we lower the price a bit? Although we have already exceeded our initial projected sales numbers, selling a bit more would still be beneficial. Wang Ting only mentioned the Huaxing X1 series and did not bring up the Huaxing S series. The current S series sales are still booming, making it unnecessary to reduce prices. The price adjustment for the Huaxing X1 3 months ago was due to its average sales. The price cut was indeed for promotion. The current S series has no need for such measures. Shen Fei sat silently at the table for a moment before saying, let's adjust the price of the X1i. As for the extent of the reduction, let's cut it by 300. Starting from 33.99 yuan for the 64G version at 36.99, should we take a gamble? Let's see if our sales can break 7 million units. As for the S series, how are the sales of each version now? The best-selling version of the S series during its launch was the 332G version, now that it has returned to its original price. In fact, the versions with larger memory are selling better than the 32G version. Let's do it this way: reduce the 32G version by 200 and the other versions by 300. Also notify the OEM to cut the production plan for the 32G version by half, prioritizing the production of larger memory versions. Shen Fei chose to lower the price of the larger memory versions more, so that the price difference between each version is only 200 yuan. This way consumers will feel that the larger memory version is more appealing, forcing them to choose to buy it. The blue and green factories are not selling much on e-commerce platforms. They mainly rely on the offline market. Online, the blue and green factories are always criticized. They sell you a phone that costs over 1,000 yuan for 3,000 yuan. Thus, during this so-called e-commerce 618 year, both factories pretended not to hear and continued with their own approaches, only making a price adjustment offline as a response to fans' tags. As various companies participated in the 618 promotional event, the once tranquil technology circles stirred once again. To enhance their sales figures, they bombarded the internet platforms with a plethora of advertisements. However, with everyone involved, the advertising costs on internet platforms actually surged significantly. This left Shen Fei somewhat speechless. Everyone has learned to bombard with advertisements. It seems the advertising costs for the next generation X2 will inevitably increase. To achieve good sales, advertisements are indispensable. Moreover, this tactic is the most commonly used promotional strategy by Huaxing technology. With the rise of the internet, television users are continuously declining, yet the advertising costs for television stations are escalating, and the actual promotional effects are not particularly favorable. It would be better to advertise on internet platforms where the costs are lower and the effects instead are somewhat better. Of course, with the future expansion of Huaxing Technology's offline stores, they could spend a premium to seize the top spot on CCTV, attracting middle-aged and elderly users to further expand their sales demographic. Compared to younger individuals, middle-aged and elderly users have more disposable income and are less sensitive to internet trends. Instead, they prefer watching television advertisements to make purchases offline. While Shen Fei was reviewing the sales report for the 618 event, Gu Man pushed open the office door, bringing Wang Tung and Liang Qingsong along with her. Wang Tung spoke up, President Shen, other companies have already begun preparing for the new products of the second half of the year. Our configuration has yet to be finalized, and here are some plans I prepared for you to confirm. Also, Liang Qingsong quickly added, President Shen, our third production line was completed at the end of May. However, you were busy at that time, so we didn't invite you to visit. Now everything has been debugged. We are preparing to start the wafer production for the Tianqin 810 tomorrow, so you must attend. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei's eyes widened in surprise. The third production line had been completed so quickly, even faster than the second line. However, since their own chip was not in urgent demand, they did not rush into wafer production immediately after completion. Instead, they conducted a thorough inspection of the production line. Of course, when the second line was completed, they notified Ju Factory to come for wafer production, but it did not mean they started production immediately. They first began making photomasks and other essential preparations. Shen Fei had previously learned that the Tianqin 810 had already been finalized. Now that so much time has passed, he wondered if the Chip Research Institute had anything new to present. Although Professor Liang was on a business trip at Ju Factory, there were still 2 A-level talents in the Research Institute. If they truly couldn't produce any results in the past 6 months, Shen Fei would find it hard to believe. The Tianqin 810 is a minor upgrade based on the Tianqin 800. The boss said that if we lead too far ahead, we will face continuous suppression from foreign competitors. Let's hold back for now and surprise them later. Although it's called a minor upgrade, it actually involves some overclocking and optimization of power consumption. However, given how powerful it is, already squeezing a bit more performance is understandable. Last month, Qualcomm released a chip that adopted a 20-nanometer process technology. Huaxin still has at least half a year's worth of performance to squeeze out. Our Tianqin 810 processor is expected to have a 12 performance improvement compared to the previous generation Tianqin 800. Additionally, we have optimized power consumption, reducing it by about 7 relative to performance, which will help decrease heat generation while running games. Compared to competitors, we are likely to lead by about 2 years, but this assumes we continue to optimize performance. With that, Professor Liang smiled. Wang Ting picked up the technical preview diagram placed on the office desk. Currently, the Tianqin 810 had not yet entered wafer production, so they could only look at the technical preview diagram. Even though it was just a preview diagram, Wang Ting felt very satisfied. Shen Fei was nominally in charge of the X series, but the real work was still being done by Wang Ting. Wang Ting lamented, "My life is truly hard. Boss, don't misunderstand, I was just joking. Please don't deduct my year-end bonus." This new chip is a standard upgrade, but due to reduced heat and power consumption, its actual performance should be slightly higher than expected. It can be said that this new chip remains the strongest in the world, with the in-house X1 and H1 cores boasting extreme performance. Moreover, this is one of only 2 chips in the world that uses 14-nanometer process technology. The other is its older brother, the Tianqin 800. However, Shen Fei did not take pride in the superior performance of this processor, as other manufacturers were no slouches either. The chip production lines on the island have reportedly seen significant improvements in yield. It is said that they are actively communicating with Qualcomm, hoping that the next generation 820 will adopt the island's 14-nanometer process technology. Although the Tianqin 810 theoretically competes with the Dragon 810 and Dragon 808A, those 2 chips are still too expensive. In reality, it can only compete with the Dragon 805 and 801. As for competing with the Dragon 810, that would only be possible next year, so Shen Fei never thought they would fall behind Qualcomm. However, he never underestimated any competitors. The depth of experience of established manufacturers is beyond his imagination. However, designing a chip is one thing, but whether it can successfully enter wafer production is the real key. Thus, Shen Fei quickly said this performance is already sufficient. However, I would like to ask if there will be any issues with wafer production. What will the planned production capacity be? This question was directed at Liang Qingsong, the current director of the Tianqin Semiconductor Research Institute, who was very knowledgeable about these matters. There shouldn't be any issues with wafer production. Although this chip is a new one, it is essentially an overclocked version of the 800. We only made minor adjustments to some details and reduced part of the power consumption. As for production capacity, if we rely solely on this production line, we expect a monthly output of around 1 million units. The yield rate for this new production line is expected to be around 85. If the production line for the Tianqin 800 is halted and switched to producing the 810, the expected monthly capacity will reach around 3 million units. Shen Fei nodded. A capacity of 1 million units per month was already sufficient, and 3 million units was indeed more than they would need. He currently had no plans to sell the 800 series chips, so there was no need to ramp up production capacity that high. What is the current inventory of the Tianqin 800? The S1 series is selling quite well, and the inventory of the Tianqin 800 is currently only around 7 million units. That inventory level is indeed a bit low, so we should produce for 3 more months. By the time inventory is around 12 million units, we can halt production of the Tianqin 800. Professor Liang, can you organize other RD personnel to design a low-end processor within these 3 months with performance slightly below that of the Tianqin 800E? Is that all right? Shen Fei thought for a moment, and then confirmed the production plan for the second half of the year. Huaxing Technology's market share was still too low, with only one breakout product. Moreover, the X2 is expected to have a high-end version released in the second half of the year, but the sales increase should be minimal. Relying solely on the S1 series to capture market share would likely not yield a significant market presence, so they must release a low-end series of smartphones to seize the market. Professor Liang thought for a moment and nodded at the big boss. After some contemplation, Professor Liang said, if it's 3 months, designing a low-end chip is completely feasible. However, this chip may be considered low-end by Huaxing. Yet it can still compete with the latest Fire Dragon 808. I believe it will certainly become a hot-selling item when priced at $18.99. Sales are expected to be quite impressive, and the market share will undoubtedly increase. Our Chip Research Institute is well-staffed, and we are currently researching the X2 and H2 cores. However, that project is almost fully developed, and if luck is on our side, we might see the real Tianqin 820 chip by the end of the year. This chip is the true embodiment of our latest technology. The Tianqin 810 has powerful performance, but it is ultimately just an overclocked version of the 800 series processor. The technical difficulty is still quite simple. It was finalized months ago. Now it's just for Shen Fei to confirm before we start the tape-out production. The planned Tianqin 820 is the culmination of our technological advancements over the past few months. The performance improvement will be significant and power consumption will further decrease. At that time, products like Gaodong and Guozi will seem inferior in front of Huaxing. Of course, that is true even now, but the gap between 1 and 10 is still distinct. It can only be said that it embodies the 4 words far ahead. Competitors have always been chasing, but have never caught up. Liang Qingsong chatted with Shen Fei for a while before leaving. The Chip Research Institute is quite busy at the moment. They need to assist the Chrysanthemum factory with tape-out work, while also busying themselves with the Tianqin 810's tape-out. At the same time, they must develop the next generation of cores and tackle new tasks recently assigned. Wang Teng also discussed the specific configuration of the Huaxing X2 with Shen Fei. After their communication, he left as well. June 19th. The 618 event has just concluded. Early in the morning, various companies announced their respective 618 battle reports, starting with the first to join the Chrysanthemum factory. One must say that the price drop is indeed enticing. Just the Mate series. In just half a month, the sales of the Mate 2 have actually exceeded 1.2 million units. Although the performance of the Kirin 910 is poor, once it drops to a certain price point, it becomes a legendary device. This chip may have weak performance, but it's not the Fire Kirin, it doesn't overheat. The actual experience is quite good, it just lacks in performance. Additionally, it supports 4G, which gives it a significant advantage over many 3G phones. This 618 event has indeed allowed the Chrysanthemum factory to reap substantial benefits, with total sales across other series of phones reaching 1.8 million units. Total sales revenue reached 3.6 billion, and even the net profit exceeded 800 million, greatly recovering their losses. The rice company was not to be outdone, releasing its own sales report half an hour after the Chrysanthemum factory. During the 618 event, the rice company achieved cumulative sales of 8.6 million phones, a truly shocking figure. Of course, most of these were for the Huaxing 1S, but it is still impressive enough. The first sale of the Huaxing 1S happened a long time ago, and those interested in this phone have already snatched it up. Unless they are particularly lazy and don't want to sit in front of the computer to grab one during each release. Or they might be the unfortunate ones who try every time but never succeed. However, such people should be quite rare, right? After all, the Huaxing has released stock more than 10 times, with cumulative sales surpassing 10 million units. Once again, it broke the record it had set for the fastest domestic smartphone to surpass 10 million sales. However, it seems that only the Huaxing can break this record in the future. The rice company is indeed ruthless. Other companies cannot reach this level. Among the cumulative sales of 8.6 million units, the Huaxing 1S accounted for 5 million units, successfully pushing the total sales of the Huaxing 1S series to 13 million units. The Rice 3 series also successfully surpassed 3.1 million units during the entire 618 event. It became the best-selling phone, priced above 1,000 yuan during the 618 event, leaving other manufacturers in the dust. At the same time, the sales of these 3.1 million units have successfully pushed the cumulative sales of the Rice 3 to 16 million units. Selling at low margins indeed has greatly improved market share. Among them, the sales of the special edition for 618 reached 1.2 million units, which certainly allowed Lei Busi to enjoy a taste of good fortune. The profit from this new model is not low, reaching a whopping 700 yuan. Other manufacturers have also released their own sales reports. As a representative of self-research, Huaxin technology naturally would not fall behind. However, compared to the lavish achievements of the rice company, Huaxin's results do not look as impressive. During the 618 event, Huaxing's cumulative sales exceeded 2.4 million units, with the Huaxing X1 series achieving cumulative sales of 6.0 and the S1 series reaching 1.8 million units. This performance indeed pales in comparison to the rice company's sales, but compared to their usual sales, it has doubled, which is still a great success. Once again, it validated Shen Fei's belief: no matter how poor a smartphone is, as long as the price is right, sales will not suffer. This is an ironclad rule of the market. With the release of various companies' impressive sales reports, the first digital 618 event came to a complete end. However, although 618 has ended, everyone tacitly decided not to revert to the original prices and continued to clear stocks at the 618 prices. As we enter July, a new wave of new devices is anticipated. However, with the release of these impressive reports, discussions online are just beginning. Especially in the comment section of a certain unknown digital leaker, it is quite lively. Kobe24 in purple and gold exclaimed, "Wow, this time for 618. The Chrysanthemum Factory's Mate 2 is indeed too enticing. It can be purchased for as low as $21.99, and I chose to buy one myself. With a large battery and fast charging paired with this big screen, the experience is indeed quite pleasant. Shining, you are so evil. I also got a Homey 1S. This time I didn't have to rush. Having 3 batteries to play with is quite nice. Citizen Xiaoya from the Greater Bay Area, I just didn't expect Huaxing to join in as well. Didn't they say they wouldn't adjust prices? I lost 300 yuan. Tianyao Moke 68. Can you trust what the manufacturers say? They previously said they wouldn't adjust prices, but they didn't say they wouldn't clear inventory. A dog's head for self-preservation JPG. Rooming DLL, but why aren't the blue and green factories participating? Looking at the reports released by each company, their sales have all increased. Lazy sheep assistant, they can satisfy their appetite just relying on offline markets. Why would they want to play in the online market? However, the executives of the blue and green factories, upon seeing such astonishing sales, naturally couldn't help but feel envious. Even though they have nearly 10,000 authorized stores offline, it would still take them about 2 months to achieve such sales. And this is merely the sales from half a month. It has indeed intensified their desire to venture into the online market. Thus, both companies increased their investment in the iQOO and OnePlus, which were established last year, preparing to enter the online market in the latter half of the year. A new chaotic battle in the smartphone arena is about to commence. In Kyoto at Dami Technology, the sales surge during the 618 shopping festival has made Bus eager to launch the Dami 4 smartphone. This officially marks the beginning of the fierce competition for the latter half of the year. As the first to use the Gaotong chip, Dami must release it early, otherwise it will be at risk of being outpaced by competitors, especially the new generation Kirin. Bus knows that this generation of Kirin chips is finally no longer dragging down the Juchong factory, but has instead become its biggest selling point. The allure of self-developed technology. No matter how high Bus sales level is, it cannot compete with the traffic brought by self-developed chips. This generation of Kirin chips has seen a significant performance boost thanks to the technology from Huaxin Technology. Bus is not clear on how much improvement this generation has over the last one. However, it is evident from Yu Dazu's Weibo that he is very confident. The Dami 4 uses the Fire Dragon 801, not the recently released Fire Dragon 808 or 810. In terms of performance, it does not have an advantage over the Juchong factory. However, according to Shen Fei, they have quoted a relatively high price to the Juchong factory, which, constrained by chip costs, may further increase their prices. Seeing the price at 3,000 yuan, it means both sides are no longer in the same price segment, which is good news. With both sides not in the same price range, there is no need to worry. However, Boss Jia had ordered a batch of Fire Dragon 808 chips, always trying to compete with Dami for market share. This was an opportunity to preemptively release before their super smartphone was ready. As a result, first-hand leak bloggers in the digital circle began to release news. Dami Company's new generation Dami series is about to be launched, featuring the Fire Dragon 8 series processor platform. The screen is also a highlight set to fully popularize 1080p screens across the industry. Several companies in the industry top 5 are likely to follow suit. The entire series starts with 3G RAM, and for the first time, Dami Company supports smartphones with 4G networks. With such specifications, I wonder if Bus' original intention will remain. In terms of other configurations, it will use a battery with over 3,000 mAh and a fast-charging solution from Tongzi. Yes, this Dami 4 will be Dami's first smartphone to support fast charging. Having introduced the main configurations, are you looking forward to it? For details, please check on July 5th. Lazy Yang Yang's assistant. In summary, the Dami 4 is about to be launched with the specific date being July 5th. Please go and watch. The highlights include a super large battery, all models starting at 3G, support for fast charging, and the popularization of 1080p screens. As for the price, it should still start at $19.99. AI-in. With this configuration, how can Dami sell it for $19.99? Is there really a profit to be made? Shiyu. A 1080p screen. Besides Huaxin, finally someone is using it. Thanks to Dami for bringing the price down. This is exactly the same. The Dami 3 is still selling well. How can they release a new model? And besides, what if the platform is still Fire Dragon 800? Doghead JPG Xinyao. It's true they said it would be the 8 series, but didn't specify the exact chip. However, this price probably won't allow for the latest Fire Dragon 810, as I've heard a single Fire Dragon 810 is nearly 1,000 yuan. However, Bus Weibo post had an unexpected effect. Originally, Boss Jia had procured a batch of 720p screens intending to use the Fire Dragon 808 to compete with Dami 4 powered by Fire Dragon 801. He aimed to break Dami Company's price-performance shield, seize Dami Company's market, and claim the title of the price-performance divine machine. Yet he never expected that Dami Company would choose to use 1080p screens. This directly left Boss Jia's plans in ruins, and he ended up with a batch of 720p screens in hand, a significant loss. Looking at the trending topics online, Shen Fei felt overwhelmed. These competitors have learned to promote and create buzz before the product launch. With the prices trending on Weibo, isn't this disrupting the market? Annoying JPG. As the saying goes, Dami series should buy doubles and not singles. It seems the Dami 4 is a decent product. Speaking of which, Lei Bus is quite interesting. Shen Fei was on the phone with Yu Dezue, who was on a business trip to the chip foundry discussing the upcoming launch of Dami's products. You received it too? Lei Bus actually sent it directly to the hotel I'm staying at. We received it at the front desk when we returned last night. Indeed, what is placed on Shen Fei's desk is the invitation to the Dami 4 launch event. This time, Lei Bus has truly invested heavily hosting the launch at the Kyoto Grand Hall. Are you going? Are you still busy there? Shen Fei asked Yu Dezue while looking at the invitation on the table. Of course, they have warmly invited us, and we are all in Kyoto. It's also a good opportunity for me to learn from Lei Bus launch spirit. For Yu Dezue, knowing oneself and one's opponent is key to victory. Although Dami is not a significant threat to Juchang currently, it is essential to respect every opponent and not underestimate anyone, especially since everyone has emerged from the grassroots level. You guys aren't busy anymore, and you still have time to attend a launch event. It's alright, we successfully passed the tape yesterday and are currently speeding up verification. Preliminary tests show no issues, but we still need to wait for specific evaluations. However, Professor Liang mentioned that there shouldn't be any problems. Well, then I must congratulate you. You have to treat me to dinner after work today. Of course, I will definitely treat Shinzong to dinner, thanking him for his enthusiastic help. Thus, the two sides chatted about some chip-related issues before ending the call. As a competitor's boss, Shen Fei still appreciates Dami Company's launch events. Shen Fei, a boss who loves to watch the excitement, is understandable. You may not buy Dami Company's products, but you must watch their launch events. There will always be some highlights that make you laugh together. Soon the day of the launch event arrived. In Kyoto, there was no need to arrive early. Huaxin's actions brought Shen Fei and Wang Teng, the head of the S-Series, to the Kyoto Grand Hall to show support for their competitors. Seeing Lei Bus, who came to greet them with a beaming smile, Shen Fei thought this should be an interesting launch event, curious about what memorable moments would occur. Mr. Lei, it's been a few months. I really miss you. From the looks of Mr. Lei, there should be many good things at this launch. I wonder if you could share some information in advance. Mr. Shen, with the launch just around the corner, let's keep some suspense. Anyway, it can't compare to Huaxing technology, but I'm curious if Huaxing technology will continue its industry poverty alleviation efforts. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei was immediately shocked. Industry poverty alleviation. Huaxing technology hasn't done anything related to industry poverty alleviation. What does this statement mean? Suddenly, Shen Fei was shocked and thought of an unlikely scenario. Could it be that Lei Bus intends to enter the chip design industry? Does the Dami factory really have that technology? Or does Lei Bus have a great ambition to invest? Not knowing what aspect Lei Bus intended to discuss, Shen Fei pretended to be confused and said, "Industry poverty alleviation, I'm not sure what aspects Mr. Lei is referring to. Should we discuss it in detail after the launch event? If it's something beneficial for the domestic industry, it wouldn't be impossible." After hearing this, Lei Bus was very pleased as there was something to discuss. He didn't clarify if Shen Fei rashly agreed. Lei Bus wouldn't hold Shen Fei in high regard. Since Mr. Shen has said so, we can discuss it in detail after the event. They'll take you to the lounge first, so you can rest for a while since there's still time before the launch event starts. As time approached 8 o'clock, the highly anticipated Dami Company's launch event was about to begin. The lights above illuminated the entire stage, and Lei Busi walked up as the lights shone. "We have made ample preparations for this product launch, ensuring everyone is satisfied." According to reports from Digital Chat Station, the new Dami 4 series is indeed quite appealing. Calculating it out, the hardware cost has reached 1,500 yuan, not including shipping and storage. The cost should be around 1,600 yuan. Assuming the offline channels leave a minimum profit of 200 yuan per unit for distributors, the cost must be at least 1,750 yuan. Initially, the profit per unit for Dami might not even be higher than that of the distributors. It's uncertain how much stock the offline distributors will actually receive in the early stages. Unless Dami decides to raise the price to 2,199 or 2099. I wonder if this generation will still be launched at 1999. A Shen Fei is quite curious about what the final price will be, depending on Lei Busi's decisiveness. If it remains at 1999, a Lei Busi is likely to choose a limited time release again, waiting for the supply chain prices to drop further before a wider release. It's a pity for the first batch of eager buyers. There won't be many units available, likely around 1 million at most. Although it seems like a lot, it will be released in several batches, making it difficult to secure one. Damas products have no direct correlation with the products under Huaxing, but that doesn't stop Shen Fei from enjoying the spectacle. After a brief warm-up, Lei Busi began to unveil the main product of the day, the Dami 4 series. I believe everyone has learned that we will continue to use the Fire Dragon 8 series platform. So which chip will it be? Aren't you all eager to know? Suddenly an audience member remarked that Lei Busi seemed to have learned to tease the audience at launch events. Aren't you afraid of getting struck by lightning? Sitting next to him, Yudazue heard what the audience said and glanced at Shen Fei. Since they were sitting quite close, Yudazue could hear it clearly. Shen Fei couldn't possibly miss it either. He looked at Yudazue and said, "Why are you looking at me? What does it have to do with me?" Yudazue remained silent, merely smiling. "I believe everyone is curious, so I won't keep you in suspense any longer. Indeed, we are equipped with the Fire Dragon 8 Series 801 processor, a remarkably powerful quad-core processor. After our tuning, its performance is exceptionally robust, not much different from the recently released Fire Dragon 808. However, the audience reacted with skepticism, questioning whether tuning could truly bridge the gap, given the generational difference. I hear disbelief from the audience. Surely there is a difference between a 6-core and a 4-core processor. If you're skeptical, let's run a benchmark using this simplest method to showcase our tuning capabilities. Lei Busi's first introduction was the processor, one of the most significant selling points of this phone. With octa-core processors becoming commonplace, using this quad-core processor in Dami 4 does seem a bit outdated. However, the Fire Dragon 801 truly does not lag far behind the Fire Dragon 808. Since the Fire Dragon 810 is Qualcomm's first octa-core processor, its clock speed is not very high, while the 6-core version Fire Dragon 808 had its clock speed further cut down. The Fire Dragon 801, commonly used by Qualcomm as a quad-core architecture, has its clock speed pushed to 2.5 GHz. Its peak performance is indeed quite formidable. When Dami enhances this processor with heat dissipation after a bit of tuning, its performance can actually explode to very high levels. While a processor's performance is critical, tuning is equally important. If tuning skills are lacking, even if they were given a Tianqin 800, they could tune it to perform like Fire Dragon 810. This is one reason why phones from the blue and green manufacturers tend to run faster than those from Dami. There are reasons related to hardware differences and tuning skills. Regarding Lei Busi's statements, Shen Fei is still inclined to believe. Currently, Dami's capability in tuning chips is indeed impressive. Shen Fei is quite curious about how well this chip can perform in benchmarks. Could it really surpass the Fire Dragon 808? Our final score for the tuning of the Fire Dragon 801 is 48572. This score is indeed shocking, although it doesn't reach the scores of Tianqin 800E and Tianqin 800. However, it is indeed comparable to the performance of the Fire Dragon 808 processor. Huaxing Technology currently does not sell chips, so the Fire Dragon 808 and Fire Dragon 810 are the best processors available on the market. Even though phones equipped with the Fire Dragon 808 processor have not yet been released. But last month, General Jia announced their entry into the smartphone market, showcasing the benchmark scores of the Fire Dragon 808, estimated to be around 52000 points. Now, Dami's Fire Dragon 801 can achieve 4800 points, which is indeed powerful. So for a device equipped with such a powerful processor and an outstanding display, what would its final price be? The audience shouted in unison, $1999, $1999, still $1999. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were also typing $1999, $1999. In fact, I was quite troubled when it came to pricing the Mi 4. My colleagues kept advising me to abandon the $1999 price point. The times have changed. Just a single chip and a display already cost around $1,000. Adding the communication baseband, some small fast-charging chips, and the battery mainboard. Our costs are simply too high. Selling at $1999 would leave us unable to sustain ourselves, and we would incur losses. Yet in the end, I made a decision. Our company will not forget its original intent. We will never disappoint the expectations of our fans, so the price of the Mi 4 with 3 GB RAM and 16 GB storage is set at $1999. Additionally, there is a higher configuration version with 3 GB RAM and 32 GB storage for $2299, and an ultra-high configuration version with 3 GB RAM and 64 GB storage priced at $2,599. I would also like to inform all our fans that the Mi 4 supports 4G full network compatibility. Competitors have already begun to popularize 4G compatibility, though our company cannot fall behind. Thank you all for your support, and the sales will commence immediately after this launch event. We will absolutely not let our fans down. On the stage, Shen Fei and Yu Dazue began to converse with Yu Dazue, commenting this price means they won't make any profit. I must say Lei Jun is quite bold, which also complicates pricing for others. The price is good, the key is whether they have stock to sell. Otherwise it would just be a show. Haha. The imaging capabilities of the Mi 4 are indeed average, as most of the cost went into the display and chip. The imaging aspect has hence been somewhat compromised. However, most of the purchasers of the Mi 4 are male users who aren't particularly focused on imaging. The rear camera uses a standard 13-megapixel lens, while the front camera is an 8-megapixel lens, which is acceptable for mainstream standards. Paired with MIUI's algorithms, the experience is indeed quite decent. It's pretty good for scanning QR codes. At the very moment the launch event concluded, "We will never disappoint our fans' expectations" began trending. AI expressed, "I'm touched, truly touched. Lei Jun is magnificent. She remarked, this price is truly astonishing, an unbeatable hot seller. Isn't this exactly the same? Crush all competitors. Lei Jun indeed has guts, creating yet another great phone." Currently, it seems the even-numbered models of Mi are indeed better than the odd ones. Sales are likely to soar towards 20 million units. The post-launch facts also prove this, with the first batch being 5,000 units. In just 5 minutes they sold out, demonstrating the enthusiasm of the fans. The official Mi account promptly shared the sales report of these 5 minutes. This also serves to prove that it wasn't a trick, they genuinely had stock to sell. However, due to the overwhelming sales, many netizens were unable to grab one. The Mi 4 series sold over 5,000 units in the first 5 minutes. However, due to production capacity issues, current inventory is insufficient, and we have notified the factories to work overtime to ramp up production. The next batch will go on sale promptly at 10 a.m. the day after tomorrow. There will be a total of 2,000 units in this batch. The inventory released indeed exceeded Shen Fei's predictions, but this amount of stock still cannot meet the massive market demand. So it is still a bit of a trick. However, manufacturers still need to make profits, which is understandable. Sitting in his office, Lei Jun looked at the sold-out news, satisfied, and nodded. Beside him, Lu Weibing was quite excited. Although the price is still $19.99, there were indeed some clever strategies during the initial sales. In this first batch of 5,000 units, only 1,000 were the 3GB RAM and 16GB storage version, priced at $19.99. The versions with 3GB RAM and 32GB storage, as well as those with 3GB RAM and 64GB storage, each had 2,000 units, further proving that Mi can indeed move towards high-end markets, gradually increasing the price and slowly breaking away from the $19.99 price point. As for what was previously mentioned about discussing industrial poverty alleviation with Shen Fei after the launch event. Since the launch event ended at 10 p.m., Lei Jun ultimately gave up and scheduled a meeting for the next morning. After a busy launch event, even with help from others, he felt quite exhausted. "Mr. Lu, our pricing strategy for the Mi series has been successful. However, $19.99 is the spiritual pillar for our fans, so we need another series to maintain this price point. Therefore, the Redmi series that you are in charge of should launch a new performance-oriented series to capture this price range. But there's no rush this year, let's start from $15.99. I plan to completely break free from the $19.99 constraints over the next 2 years. How about we call it the K series? It implies knocking out all enemies. Not bad, not bad." What Lu Weibing didn't expect was that the K series would not knock out many enemies. It actually knocked out several times its own elder brother, which could be described as a case of filial piety. Of course, that's a story for another time. The next morning, the hype for the Mi 4 soared even higher, and Yu Dazue, trying to seize the momentum, posted a Weibo early in the morning. The most powerful maid in history is about to debut. However, Yu Dazue indeed had reasons to be proud. This time, with the support of Huaxin, the Kirin 925 could reach a benchmark score of around 98,000. This surpasses the Snapdragon 810 processor. Compared to the previous generation, it has improved by about 270. The Kirin chip is no longer a stumbling block for the Mate series. The Sea Lion has finally stood up. It seems that Yu Dazue, feeling that the hype was rather low, decided to use another account to boost his visibility. A prominent figure announced with the successful launch of the Mi 4, "I wonder if any of you managed to grab your desired Mi 4. But those who aren't in a hurry can certainly wait. After all, there are many new machines coming in the second half of the year. For example, the upcoming flagship device from Ju Factory, the new Mate series. This phone will be equipped with a very powerful octa-core processor. With the support of Huaxin technology, the performance of this chip will exceed your imagination. For fans of large-sized phones, you can look forward to it. Large size, large battery, super fast charging, which will still be the main selling points of this generation." With the commencement of the promotion by the Chrysanthemum factory, Lei Busi realized that only self-developed chips could lead them toward the high-end market. As the number of manufacturers increased, the 1,000 yuan market became increasingly difficult to navigate. As Huaxing technology and the chrysanthemum factory gradually established a foothold in the high-end sector, they would not abandon the sinking market. This was certainly not good news for the current rice company that dominated the market with cost-effectiveness as its selling point. This further reinforced Lei Buxi's idea of developing self-made chips. Although he had this notion when the Tianxin 800E was released, the rice company lacked both funds and technology at that time. Helplessly, they had to give up, but now a new opportunity had arisen. The Intel mobile chip division faced severe sales declines leading to financial difficulties. They decided to terminate the chip production business and sell off that division. Nowadays, the rice company wished to enter chip design, but unfortunately, it lacked both technology and research personnel. Leveraging Intel's entry into the chip design sector might be a viable strategy. Due to the many involved aspects, it was merely a shell. Nevertheless, he still wanted to hear others' opinions about this significant news. So he quickly called in Liu Weibin. All the executives have entered the chip design industry. Should the rice company also enter the chip design sector? Upon hearing this, Liu Weibin was suddenly taken aback. Wasn't it a bit too risky for the rice company to enter the chip design industry? The rice company's risk resistance was simply too low. Yet the chip industry was notorious for its high risks, with a single tape-out costing tens of millions. If things didn't go smoothly, a few failed tape-outs could ruin the current rice company. As a senior executive, Liu Weibin felt it necessary to remind Lei Buxi. Entering the chip industry is not as simple as it sounds. Moreover, given the current technology reserves of the rice company, where would the technology and personnel come from? These were all pressing issues. The rice company was merely an internet company focused on assembly and sales, not a technology research and development firm with no technical accumulation whatsoever. Currently, the rice company primarily utilized Qualcomm's processor platform. The success of a hasty entry into the chip design industry was uncertain. First and foremost, they had to consider whether they would offend Qualcomm, leading to a cessation of chip supply. Lei firmly opposed entering the chip design industry. Where would the technology come from for our rice company to enter the chip design industry? Even the large and established chrysanthemum factory had mostly been burning cash on their earlier generations of chips. They hold no practical value. If it weren't for Udazu's boldness, their K3V2 and 910 wouldn't have gained any users. I do not believe that simply investing funds will guarantee success, and will Qualcomm really be willing to let us develop our own chips? Although Liu Weibin had poured cold water on him, he understood the underlying message. However, Lei Buxi was also quite helpless as all components were rising in price, making it truly difficult for the rice company to maintain its 1999 standing. Previously, it was acceptable without any domestic manufacturers entering, as everyone was merely an assembly factory and no one could mock anyone else. But now leading companies like Huaxin and the chrysanthemum factory were present. If the rice company wanted to stand out, it had to enter the chip design sector. For the moment, we needn't worry too much about technology. Intel is selling off their mobile chip business. Currently, they are asking for $350 million. However, their technological level is not worth that price, so no manufacturers are willing to take over. We can wait a little longer. Intel is rather whimsical, trying to sell off a failing business for $350 million, hoping to find a big fool to take over. While Lei Buxi was willing to accept, the price was still negotiable. How high is Intel's technological level? For competitors with technology, it can only be considered average or below, but for the rice company, this technology was sufficient to enter the chip design industry. This opportunity is already worth $100 million. $350 million, they really dare to think that way. Do they have users for their processors? I heard their latest processor is still a Fire Dragon and hasn't even been produced yet. With such technology, it is not worth that price. Lei, why don't we just give up? Yes, I inquired, and it is indeed still a Fire Dragon. They plan to sell this business. If their new chips had any potential, they wouldn't be selling it now. In the realm of computer CPUs, it is indeed Intel's territory, but it seems they are not fitting well into the mobile chip industry. Each generation of chips not only lagged behind Qualcomm, but also consumed more power. After several generations and an investment of hundreds of millions, their efforts have seemingly gone to waste. They were left with no choice but to sell the business. If they sold it for $350 million, one could say their investments over the past few years hadn't resulted in a loss at all. That works perfectly. We could use that to negotiate the price down. Even if we acquire Intel's business, they invested so much capital without success. From our perspective, can we really succeed? Upon hearing this, Liu Weibin's thoughts began to shift. It was indeed a good time, but he still lacked confidence in the rice company's research capabilities. Seeing Liu Weibin's expression, Lei Buxi immediately understood what he was afraid of. Don't worry, I have a backup plan. Yesterday, I communicated with President Shen of Huaxing Technology. We haven't communicated much with this young man Shen. However, since he is willing to support the chrysanthemum factory, it shows his broad vision. I plan to acquire Intel's business and package some of our research projects into a subsidiary. We will seek Huaxing Technology's industrial support under this subsidiary. This way we need not worry about Qualcomm suppressing us. Currently, Qualcomm still needs us to supply chips, so they naturally won't go all out against us. Additionally, I plan to spin off the Homey series into a separate company for you to manage. Acquiring Intel's business is merely a stepping stone toward entering the chip design industry. The true source of technology will come from our competitor Huaxin Technology. Regardless of whether Huaxin Technology is willing to help us, is it really time for Homey to become independent? I believe it's about time. After releasing 2 generations of the 100 Yuan series, Homey has already gained enough recognition. Other manufacturers' mid-range series or sub-brands have consistently targeted our rice brand. This is detrimental to our high-end strategy, so Homey must become independent for these reasons. As for Huaxin Technology, I believe President Shen will agree. He'll take you along to discuss it this afternoon. If it doesn't work out well, abandon the acquisition. However, Homey will still become independent if this plan cannot be halted. I believe President Shen won't look down on us. Shen Fei could help the chrysanthemum factory for the advancement of domestic industry, and naturally, he could also assist the rice company, a fellow competitor. The chrysanthemum factory has money and technology, while the rice company lacks everything. Lei Busi has enough determination. If Huaxing Technology is willing to support the rice company, the newly established chip subsidiary could relinquish 60 of its shares. We could even allow Huaxing Technology to take a controlling stake, and all the OEM orders could be handed over to them. He believes this cake will satisfy them. Lei Busi deeply understands the importance of technology. With the technological endorsement from Huaxing Technology, the rice company could easily break free from the constraints of 1999 and stride toward high-end markets, embracing a bright future. Rebus briefly exchanged a few words with Liu Weibin before heading to the conference room together. An urgent high-level meeting of the Dami company was convened. When it comes to the company's strategic planning, brainstorming is essential. The executives were already gathered around the long table in the conference room, waiting for Rebus' arrival. The large screen in front had already projected relevant data and materials regarding the Intel mobile chip business. Rebus said, "As you all know the reason for convening this meeting. I plan to have Dami company enter the chip design industry, just as Intel wants to sell its mobile chip design-related business. Let's discuss whether we can acquire it." There are indeed quite a few who agree. First, the technical director Zheng Xuezhong said currently Intel still has some technical foundation, but it is relatively lagging in high-end chips. Their R&D progress is quite aggressive, so the energy consumption of these chips is not good. If we can take over, we can proceed steadily. It would be completely feasible to design and produce a low-end chip in 2 years. As newcomers, we shouldn't expect to research any high-end chips right away. Lin Sherwei said financially it's a bit difficult. Mr. Rebus, you'll have to negotiate the price. The company has invested heavily in the production of Dami 4.0, and we currently have about 1.5 billion in available cash flow. However, this 1.5 billion cannot be entirely used for the acquisition. We must also allocate part of it for post-acquisition investments and cannot spend it all at once. Rebus nodded in understanding. They discussed some other issues. All right, since there are no objections, we will officially initiate the acquisition plan for Intel. We aim to acquire Intel's mobile chip business for $80 million. Well then, Mr. Liu, this afternoon, you will accompany me to Huaxing Technology. We will communicate with Mr. Shen and see what their opinions are. In the capital's Huaxing building, Liu Weibin, getting out of the car, gazed at the impressive Huaxing building and couldn't help but exclaim, "This location and building are much more impressive than our Dami building." Rebus smiled and replied, "Don't worry, Mr. Liu. Sooner or later we will also own a similar building, but unfortunately we won't be able to secure such a prime location." As one of the gifts from the old man to Shen Fei for starting up the location of Huaxing building is naturally excellent. Although it's not a tall building, its location is good enough, and the price is certainly not low. "Hello, do you have an appointment?" "Yes, I made an appointment with Mr. Shen yesterday, stating that Rebus from Dami company would be visiting." "Oh, so it's Mr. Rebus." "Mr. Shen informed me this morning. After you arrive, I will take you up." After the press conference yesterday, Shen Fei had been pondering what Rebus' words actually meant. Could it really be as he thought that Dami company was actually going to enter the chip industry? However, they had nothing, not even the funds to support entering this industry. There is a saying in the chip industry that it starts with $1 and 1 billion is just a drop in the bucket that might take 10 billion to see results. You can announce your entry into the chip industry just by spending $1 to print a few PPTs. But to achieve results, that's another story. The K3V2 produced by Ju Factory, which invested several billion, could only be considered electronic waste. "Mr. Rebus, I apologize for not welcoming you properly." Shen Fei greeted him with a smile, though he was quite curious about what kind of scheme Rebus had. As long as he was willing to enter this industry, Shen Fei was willing to lend a hand, while also earning some processing fees and potential royalties. Rebus smiled and said, "How could I blame Mr. Shen for not welcoming me properly? It is we who are intruding." After some small talk, both sides quickly got to the point. Both were the big bosses of their respective companies, so they naturally wouldn't have much leisure time. "I wonder what conditions Ju Factory offered you to gain Huaxin's assistance back then. There is no such thing as free help in this world. To gain something, one must pay a price, and Rebus was certainly not a fool." Hearing this shocked Shen Fei. Could it really be that Dammy Company was going to enter the chip design industry? Anyway, it wasn't particularly important news. After thinking for a while, Shen Fei told Rebus Ju Factory authorized some communication patents and invested some funds. "I wonder why Mr. Rebus is asking about this. Our Dammy Company also wants to enter the chip industry, and we have an opportunity. I wonder if Mr. Shen has heard about it." Shen Fei put on an attentive expression, signaling Rebus to continue. He was also very curious about what had led Rebus to decisively decide to enter the mobile chip industry at this time. After all, the investment in this industry was substantial, even though Rebus claimed to be the cash king of the capital. But with the funds Rebus had, he could only afford to burn cash in the chip industry for a few years. Currently, Intel plans to sell its mobile chip design business, and we intend to take over. We do not have relevant experience and are unsure of the true value of their so-called patents. Therefore, we would like to request Mr. Shen's assistance in acquiring a portion of people. And please, Mr. Shen, do not interfere to prevent Intel from taking advantage of the situation to raise the price. After the acquisition, whatever patents Huaxin needs, we can authorize to you for free to cover Professor Liang's salary." Here Rebus was clearly being a bit clever, hoping to have Professor Liang help. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent. Intel was preparing to sell its mobile chip design department, which Professor Liang had already informed Shen Fei about. Intel's core technology was not substantial. Most were patents that could easily be circumvented, and acquiring these patents was merely to offset some of the royalty fees. Spending so much money would only make Shen Fei look like a big fool, and Huaxin had already decided to give up. But he didn't expect Rebus to have taken an interest. Nonetheless, for Huaxin technology today, it wasn't exactly good stuff. Yet it was still quite decent for Dammy and Ju Factory. "We do need some patents, but it's not necessary. We have already given up. Mr. Rebus can proceed with the acquisition confidently. I believe you have other matters to attend to. If it were just this, there's no need for you to make the trip personally." Upon hearing this, Rebus felt relieved. If they weren't interested, that was good. If they really had to compete with Huaxin, even the so-called cash king of the capital, Rebus would have doubts. Their technology can indeed help us a bit, which is why we want to purchase it. When the time comes, we will provide you with whatever you need. However, we hope to receive technical support from Huaxin. Since we want to assimilate after the acquisition, it would be quite difficult without a qualified teacher to assist us. We can pay tuition fees. Most of Intel's engineers are foreigners, and getting them to wholeheartedly teach Damas engineers would indeed be quite difficult. The most likely scenario would be that they would need to be paid handsomely, yet they wouldn't be very dedicated to their work. As for teaching Damas engineers, how could that be possible? If they taught them, how would these foreigners earn money? With better options available at lower wages, how could they possibly support them? Mr. Rebus, have you seriously considered entering this industry? Although there have been rumors that you are the cash king of the capital, this is no small investment. Upon hearing this, Rebus awkwardly smiled, but quickly assured, "Rest assured, Mr. Shen, my decision to come here is definite. Dammy Company will contribute a portion of the funds, and I will personally contribute as well to ensure the success of this project. In the future, it will become a first-tier subsidiary of Dammy Company, and both the company and I will fully support it. If Huaxin is willing to join, we will also give Huaxin a share, and you won't need to spend a single penny." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly realized something. There's a saying that what is free is the most expensive. Yet he couldn't help but admire Rebus' boldness. "Mr. Lei, let's not rush into discussing the share issue. However, we will do our utmost to help you secure the mobile chip business from Yingtier. As for the other matters, we can discuss them later." Shen Fei calmly looked at Lei Busi, not revealing any signs of excitement. The bait thrown out by Lei Busi was indeed enticing. A free share from a chip company, even if newly established, was worth billions. Yet this bait was not so easy to swallow. The price to pay after consuming it was substantial. Shen Fei understood the reason Lei Busi was willing to part with such significant interests. It was merely to gain the support of Huaxin Technology in assisting Dammy Company with chip development. He wanted Huaxin Technology to help train Dammy Company's employees. As a cunning old fox in the business world, Lei Busi would certainly not give up just because of Shen Fei's refusal. "Mr. Shen, don't you want to know how much share we are willing to offer your company?" With a demeanor as if he had Shen Fei in his grasp, Lei Busi smiled at Shen Fei after saying this. His gaze was as if he were looking at a beautiful woman, causing goosebumps to rise on Shen Fei's skin. "Not interested. This pie looks appetizing, but until it is realized, it remains nothing but air. I believe Mr. Lei understands my point." Who was Shen Fei? He played by his own rules and had clearly conveyed his answer to Lei Busi. Everything could be discussed once the project was finalized. Since Mr. Shen has said, so I will show you Dammy Company's determination. After the acquisition is complete, we can discuss this matter in detail. Lei Busi was certainly not a fool. He understood Shen Fei's meaning. They could talk, but he had to see the product first. He couldn't just be fed empty promises. For Lei Busi, Shen Fei's words were already enough. There is an old saying in Huaxing, people in the same industry are enemies and both parties are absolute competitors. If Shen Fei had simply agreed to Lei Busi's few words, Lei Busi might believe the rumors circulating online. Shen Fei was merely a puppet representative sent by Huaxing technology. Once the major matters were settled, it was time to discuss smaller issues. Mr. Shen, since you don't want to talk about this now, let's discuss something else. Weren't we supposed to have Dammy Company join the Fast Charge Alliance? What are the conditions? Dammy Company was about to enter the chip design industry and naturally would no longer adopt the outdated fast charging standards. Their prices are somewhat cheaper than Huaxin. This charging speed was simply too slow. The Gaodong side was also unreasonable, having not authorized Dammy Company any patents. They could only use Gaodong's public patents without the ability for secondary development. Gaodong's fast charging protocol was still based on the USB-C interface. Currently, the fastest charging speed could only reach 10 W. At the last Dammy 4 launch, the fans were clearly disappointed with this charging speed. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately perked up. Everything before was just empty promises. Now he could really see the money, but whether it was big money or small money remained unknown. If it was merely joining the Fast Charge Alliance, then forget it, let Gu Man handle it. Considering that Lei Busi was about to enter the chip development field, surely they would procure patents. If Dammy wanted to gain Huaxin's assistance, they would have to pay a protection fee. Mr. Lei is willing to join our Fast Charge Alliance, and we naturally welcome him. There are no special conditions for joining. It simply requires adopting our Type-C interface. A design patent fee of 5 million yuan is required, and then you can find a factory for production. Not knowing whether Lei Busi simply wanted to join the Fast Charge Alliance or if he wanted to package the patents together, Shen Fei did not continue. He merely explained the licensing price of the Type-C interface to Lei Busi. Mr. Shen, let me make it clearer. We want to use Huaxin's charging protocol patents and conduct secondary development. Hearing this, Shen Fei became even more alert. They wanted to purchase patents. This was worth discussing. Little money, here I come. To appear more formal, Shen Fei even cleared his throat 3 times. Our bundled patents are priced at 70 million yuan, providing both 10W and 15W fast charging solutions. Higher charging protocols will require you to develop them yourself. Currently, the charging interfaces of members joining the Fast Charge Alliance must support the 10W public fast charging protocol. The patent licensing fee had already risen from 50 million to 70 million. Green Factory and Chrysanthemum Factory, as the first members to join, enjoyed some discounts. Moreover, maintaining the original price would hurt the feelings of the two companies. Upon hearing this quote, Lei Busi widened his eyes. Clearly, the price he had learned earlier was 50 million for the bundle. Although there was no prior authorization for the 15W patent, just adding one more caused a price hike of 20 million. Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Isn't that too outrageous? Of course, Lei Busi still maintained his composure and did not show any signs of anger. Yet composure or not, prices still needed to be negotiated. Nobody's money comes from thin air. Mr. Shen, everyone in this industry knows each other's news. Quoting this price is a bit. Being adults, there was no need to be so explicit. Leaving some face for both parties is a very good habit. Hearing this, Shen Fei did not blush. He continued calmly. Isn't there no 15W fast charging standard? Moreover, isn't it normal for prices to rise? Since Mr. Lei has said this, how about I take a step back and offer 65 million? Hearing Shen Fei start to backtrack and voluntarily lower the price, Lei Busi immediately realized that negotiations were possible. Thus, he quoted his price, 55 million. There had always been rumors that Lei Busi was best at using the Dragon Slayer knife during negotiations. Now it seemed that the reputation was well-deserved. Is Mr. Lei joking with this price? The hard work of our RD personnel cannot be sold so cheaply. Let me take another step back, 60 million. After some back and forth, they finally settled at 55 million, a price Shen Fei would not lose on. This also wouldn't disappoint the previous two companies. Having already authorized the so-called RD costs had long been recouped. Now reauthorizing to the Liang factory was pure profit. Soon both parties signed the agreement concluding this visit. For Lei Busi this time, he had completely achieved his expected goals. The current chip landscape had been completely disrupted. At the forefront was Huaxin technology, leading globally and ranked first domestically. Chrysanthemum Factory, as the second company capable of self-developing chips, was about to release the 925 which could at least compete with the Fire Dragon 810, leading domestically and top-notch internationally. Ranked third was the Fruit Company, but with their own system, they could be ranked second. Following them was the Fire Dragon series, while Fa Gu was not even qualified to be at the table. It was understandable that Lei Busi was excited Odami Company would soon become a company capable of self-developing chips. No longer would they be merely an assembly factory relying on cost-effectiveness for sales. From now on, please refer to yourself as a technological elite, Lei. Last week I mentioned that the most powerful mate in history is about to be released. Everyone doubted it, so today I am here to reveal some insider information. A super powerful octa-core 925 chip, an outstanding battery exceeding 4,000 mAh, and the body is made of aerospace-grade materials, greatly enhancing its quality. Let's leave it at that for today. Tomorrow I will bring you more crucial updates. The Chrysanthemum factory has begun its second round of warm-up and has released the official poster. This poster reveals quite a bit of information. It features a dual rear camera like Huaxing with a metal mid-frame and back panel combined with a unique design language. It indeed has a refreshing appeal. I seem to not know either another one who talks halfway, be careful not to give birth without an exit. However, the poster is indeed quite beautiful. You just said a bunch of nonsense, not a single key point. The information released is still less than the poster. Exactly, it's still not as professional as Digital Chat Station. The officials have already started revealing information. I wonder when Brother Jean will share detailed specifications. I must say Udazu's marketing skills are quite good. Although he said a lot of nonsense, it still had an effect. Mate 7, the most powerful mate in history with exceptional signal strength. Internet surfing champion Shen Fei naturally saw this news. As a leader in 4G networks, Shen Fei truly believes in the Chrysanthemum factory's statement. In the field of communications, Huaxing remains the strongest. However, with the Chrysanthemum factory's patent authorization, Huaxing isn't far behind. It's just a promotional tactic. Let them have their moment. As the promotional heat increases, more and more netizens feel excited. Especially the Chrysanthemum fans, it feels like the new year, their brand, is finally about to rise. As a public promotional channel, Digital Chat Stations, Udazue naturally won't miss out. He continuously posted several Weibo updates for promotion and warm-up. The Mate series has seen an upgrade in product positioning. A price increase is inevitable, although it might be a slight one. The battery remains an advantage from the previous generation, and this generation can still be relied upon. Additionally, it will debut the Smart Energy 2.0 system, which is more energy efficient, extending battery life. The SoC and screen were shortcomings of the previous generation, but this generation has addressed all of them. Compared to Udazu's dry revelations before, this information has completely ignited the fans' desire to upgrade their phones. In terms of stock, Udazue learned from the previous generation's lessons and didn't prepare too much inventory this time. The first batch consists of only 2 million units, with further orders depending on how many can be sold during the initial launch. The previous generation's Mate 2 was a failure, although this generation has addressed past shortcomings. The price will rise again, making Udazue, who was initially filled with confidence, feel hesitant once more. With the support of new technologies, Udazu's confidence has been greatly boosted. They decided to launch overseas, entering the international market. Since this is an overseas launch, the language of the presentation will naturally be English. However, it will support real-time subtitles with domestic signals automatically converted to Chinese subtitles, ensuring that users in Huaxing can watch without issues. After all, there will be another launch event in Huaxing in a week. This time, the Chrysanthemum factory aims to prove to the world that Huaxing's technology is not inferior. This is also what Shen Fei admires the most. Due to its technological leadership in communications, the Chrysanthemum factory has opened up sales channels in both communications and mobile phones. Time has reached July 1st. With extensive previous promotions and the accumulated reputation of earlier generations, the number of online viewers in the live broadcast room has exceeded 1.7 million. Even if only a small fraction of those viewers choose to buy the Chrysanthemum factory's phone, it can guarantee at least 4.0 in sales. Even during the overseas launch event, 1,000-seat hall was filled to capacity, indicating that the Chrysanthemum factory's popularity abroad is not lower than at home. Shen Fei naturally chose to watch this live broadcast. Udazu's broken English sounded quite amusing. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Chrysanthemum Factory Mate 7 series launch event. This time, the Chrysanthemum factory inexplicably skipped the Mate 3.0, Mate 4.0, and so on, and directly launched the Mate 7. Later, Shen Fei learned through Udazue that the number 7 represents luck and perfection in the West. In Huaxing, 7 also has unique meanings such as the Big Dipper and the Qixi Festival, which can leave a deeper impression on consumers. Many people must wonder why we skipped so many names and directly called this generation the Mate 7. Let me tell you, because this generation has 7 major selling points. These 7 selling points have improved so much compared to the previous generation that they far exceed conventional upgrades. Therefore, we named it Mate 7. Next, I will give you a detailed introduction. Yu Dazue saw that the atmosphere was fully set and began the formal introduction. First of all, we adopted the latest Kirin 925 processor developed by C-Line Semiconductor. It features an octa-core design and integrates 4G network functionality, offering a 330 improvement compared to the last generation, making its performance incredibly powerful. Since this is an overseas launch, benchmarking tests are not popular abroad. Yu Dazue briefly mentioned it before moving on to the next segment. This time we adopted the most advanced LCD screen with very good display effects. A 6-inch screen that you can use for watching videos, texts, and even for office work. The resolution of this screen is 1080p, and based on this, its picture quality will be quite excellent. It also supports a refresh rate of 60 Hz and a touch sampling rate of 120 Hz. This screen completely resolves the shortcomings of the previous generation, making it a top-tier screen in today's smartphone market. This screen is indeed quite impressive. It finally addresses the biggest flaw of the previous generation. It's still 6 inches. Thankfully, they didn't abandon it. That's great. The netizens in the live broadcast room were evidently very satisfied with this screen, as it finally fixed the biggest drawback of the previous generation. Additionally, we have introduced a rotary motor for the first time, which gives a satisfying typing experience with a clacking sound. These small details were naturally mentioned in passing. Next up for discussion is naturally the imaging technology. As Huaxin unveils the era of dual cameras, the previous generation still used a single rear camera, falling behind in imaging technology. This generation, it was announced during the promotion that it features an extreme dual camera setup. However, due to cost considerations, this generation's Mate only uses a 13-megapixel lens and an 8-megapixel lens for the rear dual camera module. For the front camera, it features a 12-megapixel lens that supports panoramic selfies. This camera module can be easily replicated by domestic competitors outside of Huaxing. Compared to the previous generation, the photography level of this generation can be described as a leap forward. In addition to the powerful SoC upgraded screen and advanced imaging, we have also made breakthroughs in unlocking. This generation will adopt rear fingerprint unlocking, making it more convenient and faster. Upon seeing the content Yu Dazue introduced, the netizens were momentarily shocked. It seems that Yu Dazue's claims are indeed accurate. The enhancements are truly significant. It appears that the chrysanthemum factory has finally stood tall, and you can take the lead. With so many improvements, I wonder what the final price will be. Digital Chat Station has stated that this generation will have a price increase. I wonder how much. What's the rush? Isn't there still the battery left to introduce? However, with these upgrades, it should definitely be above 3,000. Shouldn't the most crucial aspects of the Ju factory be the large screen and battery life? What I look forward to the most is whether the battery life has improved this time. The performance has already risen to prominence, and if the battery life also excels, it will be a legendary device. To be honest, this time the Ju factory actually used a rear-mounted fingerprint scanner. Other manufacturers in the country haven't adopted it yet. I just wonder how high the success rate of unlocking will be. After seeing the related introductions, netizens were also filled with anticipation. But isn't the Ju factory's strong suit supposed to be batteries? Why hasn't it been introduced yet? This time the screen has been upgraded to a 1080p display. Surely, it can't still be a 4,000 mAh battery. If that's the case, the battery life might actually be a drawback. Besides all these advantages, everyone knows that the Ju factory excels in battery performance, so this generation has achieved new breakthroughs. Our Mate 7 is equipped with a massive 4,200 mAh battery. This time our battery life capabilities have once again reached new heights. Have we also made breakthroughs in charging? In March, our competitors took the title for the fastest charging speed from us. This time we will reclaim that title. The Ju factory's Mate 7 first introduces 27W fast charging. Fast charging again breaking through. According to tests in our Ju factory laboratory, with 27W charging power, it only takes 37 minutes to fully revive this 4,200 mAh battery. Mate 7 not only provides the sense of security from a large battery, but also offers immense reassurance in terms of battery recovery. Borrowing a phrase from our competitors in the realm of battery life, the Ju factory leads by a wide margin. This time, the battery capacity and charging speed left both the audience on-site and domestic netizens watching the live stream in shock. Although domestic users have seen their fair share due to Huaxin and the Ju factory. However, just half a year later, it went from 5W to 27W. And with 27W charging power combined with a 4,200 mAh huge battery, what a miraculous combination. Of course, the most shocked must be foreign users who have no idea what fast charging is. Most of them are Apple users whose most advanced iPhone 5 battery is only 1,440 mAh. The Mate 7's battery capacity is nearly 3 times that. It truly astonished a group of foreigners. Although the Apple battery is small, it charges slowly. It's worth noting that Apple's devices still use a 5W charger requiring 3 to 4 hours to fully charge this small battery. The Mate 7 can fully charge a 4,200 mAh large battery in just 37 minutes. This indeed allowed these foreigners who had never seen such a thing to experience something new. With expressions of astonishment, they all applauded. Although they didn't understand how this so-called fast charging technology works, it didn't stop them from thinking that this feature was incredibly impressive. In the gradually intensifying domestic market, this charging speed and battery capacity remain astonishing. Even though 4G power consumption has increased, a battery over 4,000 mAh is still sufficient to provide peace of mind. The 27W charging speed also allows users to quickly recharge in emergency situations, doubling their sense of security. Next, Zhuwei introduced some new technologies debuting on the Zhu factory Mate 7. Smart Power Saving 2.0 officially advertised to improve battery life by over 10. I wonder if it actually works. Smart unlocking can recognize the owner's identity through Zhu factory's Bluetooth device. Unlocking the phone without a password achieves a balance of security and convenience. It's quite a useful feature. In terms of imaging, there have also been multiple innovations. For the first time, time-lapse photography has been introduced, allowing even one person to take beautiful selfies. There have also been breakthroughs in low-light photography, supporting a super night scene function. It can capture details in the dark using AI algorithms, though it requires a tripod for assistance. In practical experience, this super night scene function is quite lacking. It does, however, add a considerable workload for engineers from other manufacturers. I might not need it, but you all can't do without it. After presenting a series of parameters, netizens, however, did not hear the most anticipated news: the final price. Without a price, saying anything more is pointless. A good phone is key in terms of technology, and price is equally crucial. Is the Zhu factory aiming for the sky with this price? Didn't digital chat stations say it would just rise a little? At this price, even if this generation of Mate 7 is appealing, it's not worth that amount. Everyone, please don't criticize. This is the price for the European market. If our price hasn't been announced yet, it should drop a bit by then. As soon as the price was revealed, domestic netizens were shocked. However, they were worrying for nothing. This is the European market where higher prices are to be expected. The domestic price has yet to be announced. Zhu factory Mate 7 332G version at €499. 364 version at €549. 4128 version at €599. This price converts to 4,000 yuan. Is Zhu factory really worth it? For those saying this is the price for the European market, please stop. Even if it drops domestically, it will be around 3,500, otherwise I'll do a headstand while washing my hair. However, it is indeed understandable. After all, the previous generation Mate 2 was only around 2,800, and even without 4G, it was cheaper. Just half a year later, the starting price in the European market has reached around 4,000 yuan. It is certainly worth critiquing. Is the Zhu factory setting this price to directly contend with Apple in the European market? As soon as the launch event concluded, it was officially on sale in Europe. Due to just considerable influence in the European market, there are still some fans. With their support, the first day sales were not too bad, exceeding 5,000 units on the launch day. In the domestic market, 5,000 units is merely a drop in the bucket. But in Europe, as a domestic manufacturer, a phone with a starting price close to €500 achieving such sales is quite impressive. This sales figure can be considered very good. Although it hasn't stirred waves in Europe, it has trended in domestic searches. Zhu factory new device launch starting price exceeds 4,000 yuan. Mate 7 fingerprint unlock, a new unlocking experience. Mate 7's powerful Kirin 925A series of trending topics has made domestic users even more eager for the domestic sales price. Digital chat station, the Zhu factory strategy in Europe has performed remarkably well. Sales exceeded 5,000 units on launch day, setting a new sales record for the Mate series in Europe. The domestic version and the European version are the same. However, due to the lack of high transportation costs and taxes, the price will be pleasantly surprising. As previously predicted, it will rise slightly, not exceeding 500 yuan, and it won't be as high as you all imagined. As the online discussions continued to brew, more and more people became curious about the actual price of Mate 7. Everyone was spreading rumors that it would increase by over 1,000 yuan, forcing Zhuwei to urgently clarify. Now the Huaxing X1 is only 3,000 yuan. If there are some Zhu fans who believed in the online rumors and were convinced by the prices circulating online, it would be a great loss to miss out on purchasing the Mate 7. Zhuwei said, "Tomorrow we will hold the Mate 7 launch event in Huaxing. To thank our fans for their support over the years, the price will surely surprise everyone." A week has passed since the foreign launch event, and the domestic hype has already been overshadowed by the Mate 7 from Ju Factory. However, the starting price of Mate 7 in Europe has reached €500, sparking widespread discussion. No domestic manufacturer has confirmed such a high price, which has led consumers to doubt the pricing in Huaxin. The Huaxin launch event was quite simple. Udazue briefly introduced before announcing the final price. The starting price is 3,199 yuan. The other two versions are priced at 34.99 and 37.99 yuan, successfully placing the price into the 3,000 yuan range. This price indeed shocked netizens, as previous leaks had speculated a minimum price of 3,599. The actual price has created a huge gap from expectations. As a result, Ju Factory went crazy. Although it cannot compete with the performance of the Huaxing X1S Tianqin 800, the performance compared to other competitors is distinctly superior. This phone has its own unique features, boasting a massive 6-inch screen, an ultra-large battery, over 4,000 mAh, and a super-fast charging of 27W, making it simply unbeatable. Ju Factory's calculated strategy is indeed impressive. Currently, Huaxin users still believe that foreign products are superior to domestic ones, and Ju Factory first held a launch event overseas before selling domestically. With a noticeable price difference, it is no surprise that the excitement is palpable. At the very moment of the product launch, numerous online reviewers rushed to release their review videos. They sought to capture as much traffic as possible at this critical moment, all transforming into 10-year loyal fans of Ju Factory. Udazue felt a bit embarrassed after watching. The praise was too excessive. He didn't even spend any money. Of course, there were plenty of paid videos as well. The high-tech review, also at Ju Factory's invitation, produced a detailed review episode about Mate 7. Now, with funding from Huaxin, high-tech review's professionalism has significantly improved, accumulating a large number of fans and high popularity. To highlight the powerful performance of the Kirin 925, they specifically compared it with the powerful Fire Dragon 810 and Tianqin 800 chips released by Gaodong earlier this year. The first benchmark test was the one most concerning to the public, the Entertainment Rabbit score. In an environment of 15 degrees Celsius, the strongest remains the Tianqin 800, which can score around 115,000 points. The second place goes to Ju Factory's Kirin 925, which in the current version can score around 950 points, not far off the official claim of 98000. This score is enough to crush most competitors. In last place is undoubtedly the international giant Gaodong's Fire Dragon 810, with no suspense. Since no domestic manufacturer has adopted a mass-produced version of the Fire Dragon 810, the one tested here is overseas junk. Their calibration capabilities are indeed average. Gaodong claims the Fire Dragon 810 can score over 910 points, but in this junk machine, it only managed around 8600. In terms of benchmark scores, Tianqin Semiconductor, Hisilicon Semiconductor, international giant Gaodong, due to Tianqin Semiconductor's H1 core having sufficiently low power consumption. In daily usage, the Kirin 925's power consumption is only 1W, while Gaodong's power consumption is a full 8W. Similarly, in light and moderate gaming, it also leads over the international giant Gaodong. What's hard to believe is that during gaming tests, the Fire Dragon actually overheated. In a racing game, the Fire Dragon 810, true to its name, reached a power consumption of 5W. In comparison, the competing Kirin 925 only consumed 3W, a significant difference indicating that the Fire Dragon 810 truly flopped in gaming power consumption. The above tests prove that this generation of Kirin chips has finally stood up, even leading over the international giant Gaodong. The detailed review thoroughly impressed most consumers, alleviating the concerns of many who wished to purchase it. Previously, Kirin was synonymous with weak performance. At that time, they would not give up. Now that it has finally stood up, how could they abandon the purchase? Ju Factory's powerful online promotion capabilities and the fan base accumulated over several generations led to this launch achieving tremendous success. Mate 7's first sales exceeded 5,000 units in 1 minute. In 5 minutes, it surpassed 3,000 units. In 2 hours, it exceeded 15,000 units. On the day of the launch, total sales surpassed 3,000 units, beginning its journey towards the high-end market. These sales are impressive. It seems we need to place additional orders with the suppliers. Udazue looked at yesterday's sales report and said to Zhao Ming beside him, "Indeed impressive, but now Mate has already reached the 3,000 yuan price segment, which is around 2,000 yuan higher than before. Shouldn't we seize this market for honor?" Zhao Ming looked at the smiling Udazue and said, "The highest sales volume still lies in the price range of 1,000 to just over 2,000 yuan. No manufacturer would give up this segment. Ju Factory has already moved up, so can the 2,000 yuan price segment allow honor to inherit its legacy. Now that Hexilicon has fully risen, will there be ample chip supply for Honor? This market definitely cannot be missed. Do you have specific plans? I plan to take a batch of 925 chips to take down the rice company. Stop joking, be serious. Let's do it this way. During chip production, there will be a batch of slightly defective 925 chips. We will package them as 925H and 925E with approximately 2 million in stock to use in your Honor Digital Series Pro. The Kirin 920 previously designed by Hexilicon has already passed the tape-out successfully at TSMC. It will be used in your standard version of the digital series. The Kirin 920 is made using TSMC's 20nm process and adopts the ARM public architecture. Its benchmark score is around 5000, not much different from Gaodong's Fire Dragon 801. Even with the help of Huaxin technology, the yield rate of 925 is only around 80. If following Huaxin's standards, the acceptance rate is only about 60. However, Ju Factory indeed has money, and to spur the people at Hexilicon Semiconductor, they directly adopted Huaxin standards. They downclocked and packaged the underperforming chips into Kirin 925E and those with core damage into 925H. Due to a lack of design personnel, most of Honor's models will still use Fire Dragon chips and some mid to low-end chips manufactured by TSMC. Honor itself is also a sub-brand primarily targeting the market of 1000 to 2000 yuan. Using these chips to move up in price is already sufficient. However, Zhao Ming is really ruthless. He consistently uses Honor's digital series to compete against the rice company's digital series, a sub-brand persistently chasing after another's main brand. Regardless of win or lose, the rice company's prestige has been lowered. This is also why Lei Jun wants to quickly separate the Hongmi series and establish the Hongmi brand. Let Hongmi and Honor compete. Even if it means selling at a loss, they must take revenge. Zhao Ming was also pleased with those two chips. He never expected to get the full-powered version of 925. He first needs to use the 925E and 920. This year, all the competitors are still using Fire Dragon 801 with the performance of Fire Dragon 801. How could they possibly beat 925E and 920? Next year, when competitors start using Fire Dragon 808 and Fire Dragon 810, he will continue to crush them with 925. He couldn't wait to ask. Having 925E, 925H, and 920 is already enough. I wonder how much stock of 920 we have. Yu Dazue waved his hand and said, "We have currently placed an order for 10 million at TSMC. If that's not enough, well, add more. Just go ahead and do it." Recently, competitors have been launching new devices to seize the market, but Huaxin is not in a hurry. The newly released models will always be mere cannon fodder. The true king of the devices will always be one. Shen Fei's goal is the king of devices for the year 2014, letting other competitors test the waters first. Of course, the main reason is that the revisions now cannot be made in time as the key components have already begun production. The Tianqin 810 has officially entered production, yet even now the configuration on the Huaxing X2 is already sufficient to compete for the title of king. Today, Shen Fei's main task is to convene a high-level company meeting to discuss some previous proposals. Just as he was preparing to head to the meeting, a familiar voice rang out. Ding! Congratulations, host. The sales of a single brand have surpassed 10 million units, and you are eligible for a premium prize. The monthly breakthrough award has accumulated to 25. The lottery has been automatically drawn, and the specific prizes are as follows: 5 chip researchers 2, a small package of communication patents approximately 0.09, 8 OI battery technology research team, 5 people 6 O communication technology research team, 5 people 5, a game design plan 1, a small package of OLED screen production technology 3. Oh, my system big brother finally remembered me. What's up? What do you mean by that? I wasn't just playing around, I was actually out looking for gifts for you. These are all talents I've unearthed from around the world. How can you say they are just small gifts? Hey, there's even a game design plan in here. Didn't you always provide technical talents before? Why the sudden change this time? There are still too few game talents these days. However, with this plan, at least you can create a casual mobile game that earns over 100 million a month, which can better bind your users. Hearing this, Shen Fei was instantly shocked. Although the mobile game market has started to thrive with the promotion of 4G, the idea that a casual mobile game could earn over 100 million a month shattered Shen Fei's worldview. Alright, so what is the super prize? This is for breaking 10 million units in a single category. You can't just give me these trivial things. You better give me something good, preferably another production line, as the current production is a bit tight. I've already mentioned the super prize, so how could it be something trivial? Ding! Congratulations, host. You have unlocked the super prize and received 2 chip production lines. You also received a work plan for the 10 nanometers improvement program along with 200 employees. Finally, a good item was given. Huaxing had just visited Shen Fei last week saying that the chip factory was understaffed and looking to hire more people. However, due to the confidentiality of chip production, Shen Fei refused Huaxing's request. Such a core industry must be handled by trusted personnel. Now adding 2,000 people and 2 production lines perfectly fills the gap. Of course, the most crucial point is having the improvement of the 10 nanometers manufacturing process, which allows them to continue leading. Alright, the items have been sent to you. No worries, I'll just continue to rest. A qualified system only needs to appear when the host is in need. At all other times, it should not disturb the host's normal life for any reason. After receiving the items, Shen Fei immediately headed to the conference room. Today's meeting is quite crucial as Wang Tung has prepared a research report on the gaming industry. They are preparing to review and initiate preliminary work in this meeting. Additionally, due to the numerous businesses of Huaxing technology, signs of management bloat have begun to appear. Shen Fei decided to officially split the various businesses of Huaxing Technology into subsidiaries, formally establishing the Huaxing Technology Group. However, Shen Fei did not communicate this to the team below, planning to officially announce it in the upcoming meeting as a little surprise for them. Everyone can become the head of a subsidiary and their salaries can be significantly increased. As for the shares, they shouldn't think about that. In a few years, Shen Fei would grant them some dividend rights to grow alongside the company. Due to Shen Fei's experiences in earlier years, he places great importance on equity. He believes that only with equity in one's hands can work be effectively promoted. This has also led to Huaxing Technology's employees earning salaries that are often over 3 times that of similar companies, yet without any equity dividends. This has resulted in many external companies offering high salaries and promising equity dividends to poach Huaxing Technology's technical backbone. As for non-compete agreements, they are willing to pay a small amount. After all, spending a bit of money to recruit cutting-edge talent in the industry is certainly worth it. However, the key positions are all held by loyal R&D experts rewarded by the system, and no amount of money can lure them away. The only ones they can poach are some rookie researchers hired at high salaries, which can also be seen as Shen Fei contributing a bit to the technological advancement of Huaxing. The reason for holding this meeting is clear to everyone. It is to review the planning report for the gaming industry. You from the publicity department should start by reporting your market research situation. After a month of market research, most users find the current mobile game market quite boring. Relatively speaking, they prefer to play games on their computers. As for mobile games, they can be used for a few minutes of daily leisure, but most users are not willing to play for long periods on their phones. In comparison to the passionate discussions on Huaxin's side, as the owner of Nanshan Pizza Hut, the Goose Factory was eerily quiet, even a bit anxious. The market research conducted by Huaxin over the past month almost clearly indicates that Huaxin wants to enter the mobile game market, while Goose Factory, as the current leader in the gaming market, would find it a bit amusing to be afraid. However, the sudden announcement of a wealthy and technologically advanced large company entering the mobile game business does indeed put some pressure on Goose Factory. Of course, it is just some pressure. No matter how creative they are, Goose Factory could always borrow ideas after some time. However, this tactic has been used less and less by Goose Factory, as it is not good for their reputation. Compared to borrowing ideas, Goose Factory prefers to spend a little money to acquire. However, given Huaxing Technology's vast size, acquisition is naturally impossible. If that doesn't work, they can negotiate a joint venture. If that still fails, they'll have to settle for borrowing ideas. The Goose Factory cannot fall in the era of 4G. Meanwhile, after discussing for a long time, Shen Fei has heard some suggestions. What are the current divergences? Wang Tung wants to directly develop a large-scale 5v5 game. Meanwhile, the marketing departments Li Qing and Secretary Gu Man prefer to enter the casual gaming market. According to them, after working a long day and returning home, they prefer to play casual games on their phones rather than large-scale games. Shen Fei, being an adult, naturally chose to pursue both paths. After all, he is not short on resources and can afford to be indulgent. Alright, no more arguing. The two paths do not fundamentally differ. Our intention is to showcase our technology. When future phones are tested, it is better to have a game alongside an entertainment rabbit to represent the phone's performance. This will better attract consumers to purchase our phones. However, we cannot miss out on the casual market. Since that's the case, let's walk both paths together. Additionally, this is a casual mobile game design plan I worked on during my free time. You can take a look at it first. This design plan is the previous system reward for the 3-match game, and with this detailed plan you can directly write the code. This saves a significant amount of time. Gu Man was shocked after reading and remarked, "Mr. Shen, this is truly a genius idea. The playability is indeed quite good, and there are popular games abroad that we can draw inspiration from. With this detailed plan, we can begin internal testing in a short time. However, the gameplay might be a bit too simple. Will consumers get bored quickly and abandon it?" Shen Fei looked at the crowd below and instantly understood their thoughts. The Match 3 gameplay is not unusual. There are relatively popular games abroad as well. You must understand that most people are very tired after a busy day. They simply do not have the mood to play more complex games. Only simple games with clear levels will have a market. Moreover, such games can be played not only after work, but also during work breaks. Upon hearing this, Li Qing immediately understood Shen Fei's point. Who wouldn't love a game that can be played anytime and anywhere and can be completed in 1 or 2 minutes? Now that Mr. Shen has this detailed plan, our software department can develop a preliminary version within 2 months, starting internal testing, and officially operate in 3 months. The mobile market is just beginning and is still in the phase of expanding the cake. At this moment, Huaxin technology can step in and claim the largest slice. Li Qing instantly thought of a marketing plan upon hearing Li Yaoguo from the software department's assurance. We can ride on the traffic of our big brother and officially launch our Match 3 game at the Huaxing X2 launch event. As for the specific operations, we will plan in detail once we return. Alright, this project will officially be established, and regarding Wang Teng's 5v5 project, I would like each of you to share your opinions. As soon as Shen Fei finished speaking, Wang Teng immediately took up the conversation, as this planning proposal was his idea. Firstly, due to the current performance of mobile phones, everyone is focused on the casual gaming sector. Games like 5v5, which are large in scale, have not yet entered the market. We currently have a first-mover advantage. Although mobile games have no clear path, yet we can find our way across the river by following the path of PC games. As a large company, the label of plagiarism is always unflattering, but it is indeed the best method. The wildly popular League of Legends on PC is not suitable for mobile, but we can draw some inspiration from it. Manager Wang Huawei from the RD department stated, currently under the stir of our catfish effect, chip performance will significantly improve in a short period. We need to plan ahead. Our research and development also require time. If we start development now, we can demonstrate the product in 6 months and officially launch it in a year. By then, the performance of various companies will be sufficient to support it. The discussion is going well, and I would like to add a few words. After saying this, Shen Fei continued to propose some of his requirements. The graphics must be exquisite, but we also need to develop corresponding adaptations and release a lower quality version so that some low-end phones can run it properly. At the same time, regarding the frame rate, we need to achieve a maximum of 60 frames. We can also offer options for 45 frames and 30 frames modes to lower the performance requirements on mobile SoCs. We must also hire specialists for sound effects so that users will feel compelled to play upon hearing the voiceovers. This game primarily showcases technology and serves to promote the strength of the Huaxing series of chips. Thus, for the highest configuration, all Huaxing series phones must be able to run at full capacity. As for phones from other brands, we will also develop adaptations to provide them with lower quality options. This way, users of their phones can also play the game, thereby highlighting the power of Huaxing series chips. This is a strategic scheme that forces manufacturers to choose powerful processor platforms, increasing their costs and compelling them to raise their prices. As for why we need to develop a low-quality version, Huaxing phones are not the only strong contenders on the market. If we depend solely on Huaxing's users to sustain this game, it won't last. Once the game gains popularity, it is expected that Goose Factory will immediately plagiarize it, leveraging their promotional channels to overshadow Huaxing's game. Goose Factory has the most promotional channels and is very skilled at producing games. Of course, the main reason is that Goose Factory's path to success hasn't been particularly glamorous. If the two companies were to truly compete based on Huaxing's current technology level, it would be difficult to match the artistry of Goose Factory's productions in the gaming field. In the rivalry between the two companies, Huaxin might indeed face failure. Alright, since the discussion is complete, Gu Man, you will be responsible for executing the final plan. After finishing, everyone was ready to leave the meeting when Shen Fei suddenly raised his hand, indicating for everyone to sit down. There's no need to rush you. I have an idea I want to discuss with you all. Our Huaxing company now has more than 1,000 employees, and the management structure is too complex, so I want to make some changes. Upon hearing this, they immediately understood that Shen Fei was preparing for organizational reform. Huaxing Technology is no longer the small shrimp it once was, but a tech giant leading the progress of technology in Huaxing. Management indeed needs reform. It can no longer be treated lightly. There must be progress. Alright, I won't scare you. For you, this is actually good news. We won't make many changes. We are merely dividing some businesses into specific subsidiaries. First, Huaxin Wafer Factory will officially be renamed Huaxin Wafer and become a first-level subsidiary of Huaxing Technology Group, with Yuan Guoqing responsible for daily management. We will establish Huaxing Mobile Company as a first-level subsidiary of Huaxing Technology Group, still under my management. Qinqing Semiconductor will also be a first-level subsidiary managed by Professor Liang. Wang Teng, you will continue to oversee the Huaxing S-Series and X-Series, though Gu Man will handle the launch event for the X-Series. We will also establish Huaxing Game Company, which I will temporarily manage for now. There are only 2 project teams. This organizational reform is not a major overhaul. It is merely about making several businesses independent subsidiaries. Huaxing Technology is busy researching new opportunities. Meanwhile, the Dami company, with Professor Liang's cooperation, has already determined the patent value of Intel in just half a month's time. An internal meeting was called once again, but this time it was a bit special. Liang Qingsong was invited by Lei Busi to attend this internal meeting. This was an internal meeting of Dami company, and Liang Qingsong initially wanted to refuse. However, unable to resist Lei Busi's enthusiastic invitation, he ultimately chose to attend. Lei Busi began. First, I want to thank Professor Liang for his enthusiastic help. In terms of patents, they really haven't taken advantage of us too much. These patents alone are worth $1.2 billion. Additionally, the research engineering team of 200 people is also valued at $50 million. As for the hundreds of millions they invested, it's better to just listen. Upon hearing Lei Busi's words, Liu Weibin next to him felt quite incredulous and immediately said, "Since it is worth this much, why is no company willing to take it on? Is there some insider information that they are hiding from us?" Hearing Liu Weibin's statement, the professional Liang Qingsong spoke up. They can't sustain it any longer. Chip research and development is incredibly costly, and their 2 generations of chips are all failures. They cannot recoup their costs, and they require at least $100 million in investment each year with no end in sight for when they will succeed in development, which is why they gave up. As for why no one is buying, to put it bluntly, those with technology look down upon them. Those without technology do not have the funds to invest. If it weren't for you, Dami, I would estimate it would take at least another 6 months, and there's no certainty anyone would be willing to take over. Lin Shuwei said, "Since it is like this, can we do something in this area to negotiate a lower price? After all, currently apart from our Dami company, no one else is willing to take it on." Upon hearing this, Lei Busi contemplated, "Professor Liang, what price should we quote now?" Hearing this, Professor Liang was speechless. "It's inappropriate for an outsider like me to participate in this meeting. Is it appropriate for me to make such a critical decision now?" Although Lei Busi is skilled in negotiations, determining how to make the initial quote sound like they are willing to negotiate without appearing to be a fool is indeed a bit challenging for him. "Let's quote 100 million renminbi first. If they are willing to negotiate, we can proceed. If not, we can hold off for a while. Given their price, they will not be able to sell it in the short term. The longer we wait, the lower the price will go. All right, let's proceed with this price and make the first quote to Intel." In the Magic City, one of the most developed cities in Huaxing, its openness attracts many foreign investment enterprises to establish themselves here. As the largest lens manufacturer within Huaxing, Huawei also chose to set up its base in the Magic City. Shen Fei arrived in the Magic City with his team preparing to acquire Huawei. Earlier during negotiations abroad regarding the supply chain, Shen Fei had already planned to support some domestic-related enterprises. When it came to image sensors, the first company that came to mind for support was Huawei. Huawei is considered a leader not only domestically, but also globally in the field of sensors. Its shipment volume ranks among the top 3 in the world. However, upon investigation, it became clear that Huawei is not a domestic enterprise, but rather an American one that merely established its R&D center in Huaxing. After understanding this, Shen Fei abandoned the plan to support Huawei and chose to place orders with Sony instead, preparing to wait for the right moment to acquire Huawei, transforming it into a true Huawei enterprise. However, as Sony and Samsung continued to make technological breakthroughs, Huawei's market share began to decline and its profit margins significantly dropped. Internally, there were plans to sell. Currently, the 2 points that cannot be bypassed in smartphones are imaging and performance. Today, Huaxin Technology's mobile business has already far surpassed its competitors in terms of performance. Therefore, imaging must also be specially customized to completely bridge the gap with competitors and become a truly high-end flagship. Relying solely on off-the-shelf sensors, no matter how advanced the algorithms, will not create a significant gap. As the saying goes, a larger base can crush the smaller. While Huaxing's algorithms are impressive, they pale in comparison to the effects brought about by hardware improvements. Algorithms are just one aspect of software that affect photography. In terms of hardware, the lens is a factor, but the core SOC's LSP and NSP also greatly influence the quality of the photos taken. If the ISP and NSP perform poorly, it will result in slower output speeds and subpar image quality. This significantly impacts the user experience. Of course, most domestic phones currently still use a single camera and have not yet entered the competition for imaging. However, with price points rising, imaging will become an unavoidable key point. Chips determine the price floor, while imaging quality determines the ceiling. Shen Fei positions the Huaxing X series as a high-end flagship. Currently, photography has not been taken seriously as most mainstream brands are still using 8-megapixel, 12-megapixel, or even 13-megapixel cameras. Huaxing X1 has already used a dual-camera setup consisting of a 24-megapixel lens and an additional lens initiating an arms race in imaging. However, even though the 24-megapixel lens on the Huaxing X1 boasts a very high pixel count, it remains the most basic version. Its sensor size is quite small, resulting in limited light intake compared to competitors. In terms of pixel count, its height certainly plays a significant role. However, in practical shooting, it still produces 12-megapixel images. Only in high-pixel mode will it output 24-megapixel photos. As time progresses, dual-camera setups will only become the standard, while triple-camera setups will become selling points, and gradually some will adopt 4 or even 5 cameras. Having too many lenses in addition to the main camera includes wide-angle lenses, ultra-wide lenses, portrait lenses, depth lenses, black and white lenses, and fisheye lenses. However, most of these lenses are around 2 million pixels. In reality, they do not provide significant help to the user experience. It merely appears that having more lenses enhances photography. As for why choose Huawei over other domestic manufacturers or foreign giants? This is the most helpless aspect. Apart from Huawei, other domestic manufacturers truly lack any technology, forcing the choice to acquire Huawei. Of course, it is also related to the current dominance of Sony and Samsung. Due to their massive market share and production capacity, they have aggressively squeezed the survival space of other companies. If they can't make money, they can only go bankrupt. Naturally, most of the image sensors designed by Huawei are low-end series, and due to technological limitations, they simply cannot compete with other manufacturers in the high-end market. Or rather, due to technological discrepancies, there is a significant gap between them and other manufacturers, leaving them with the only advantage of cost-performance ratio. Currently, Huawei in the sensor market is akin to the chip market's FAGU, aggressively capturing the low-end market, as low-end markets have lower costs, allowing for aggressive price cuts. The sensors used in the Redmi Budget series and the Honor Budget series, set to launch soon, both come from Huawei. Their main selling point is simply functionality with no need to elaborate on imaging quality. Due to Huawei's relatively low standing, it is easier to acquire. Because of its low market share, the acquisition price will not be excessively high. As for where the technology will come from after the acquisition, Shen Fei stated, "System, you know. It's your turn to step up." The system replied, "Not familiar, do not disturb. So you really only come to me when you need technology." After the acquisition, it will become a genuine Huaxing enterprise, allowing for better access to industry support plans from above, creating a true Huaxing full industrial chain. Once this acquisition is completed, Shen Fei's full industrial chain plan is about to officially commence. If this acquisition is successful, it will mean that Huaxin's core technology will truly complete the closed loop. This is why Shen Fei would rather spend a large amount of capital to acquire Huawei rather than choose to collaborate with his old partner Sony to jointly develop a new large sensor. Collaborating with Sony would only enhance Sony's R&D capabilities, while after Huaxing's initial use for a period, they could make slight modifications to the lens, rename it, and sell it to other companies. During this visit, there must have been prior exchanges. Shen Fei not only brought his own business negotiation team, but also included some personnel from the Kyoto government. This was to facilitate communication with the Magic City government personnel to jointly promote the success of this collaboration and achieve the National Industrial Power Plan. Of course, Shen Fei's reason for doing this is also because this acquisition plan requires approval from the country. Huaxing Technology is merely a company. No matter how proficient the lawyers are in international acquisitions, they cannot avoid unexpected complications. With government personnel involved, both parties are on equal footing, and the other side is willing to sell, though specific price discussions are yet to be completed. Huawei intends to sell at a price of 7 billion, but according to Huaxing Technology's investigation, Huawei's revenue in 2013 was only 7.85 billion, with a net profit of only 350 million. As for this year, having passed the halfway mark, Huawei's revenue has increased compared to last year, reaching 5.08 billion by July. The net profit remains below 300 million. If they quote this price, it's not just because Shen Fei is aware they genuinely want to sell. It could also be perceived as a high price intended to deter Huaxing and avoid future cooperation being jeopardized due to a rejection. However, since they are willing to make an offer, it indicates a desire to negotiate. Let's negotiate, as the main players generally inflate their prices, but eventually settle. With the government's assistance, the country has officially approved the acquisition proposal, concluding that Huaxin's acquisition of Huawei will not pose a threat to the country, thus allowing the acquisition. The moment the acquisition permit was faxed to Huaxing Technology, Shen Fei knew it was settled. Only the price remained to finalize the successful takeover. Of course, the acquisition would certainly not proceed at the price reported by Omnivision. If it did, he would become a legend in the acquisition world, becoming the ultimate fool. The subsequent negotiations naturally revolved around the price. Both sides claimed their offers were thoroughly objective and reasonable. But negotiations are about money. One truly wanted to sell, the other genuinely wanted to buy. It all depended on who would concede in the end. The people from OmniVision were not fools and had realized Huaxin technology intended to build its own complete industrial chain. In the first few days of talks, they refused to budge on the price at all, as if they had Huaxin cornered. Shen Fei naturally wouldn't indulge them. Production was not an issue. What Huaxin lacked was only the technical expertise and design. Dreaming of treating Huaxin as a cash cow was nothing but a fantasy. With the mediation of the assisting staff, both sides agreed to rest for 2 days and resume talks later. Shen Fei wouldn't idle away these 2 days either. He had his employees go on a company-funded trip. The company would reimburse 40 of the final expenses with a cap of 200 yuan per person. This thrilled the employees. They already had overtime subsidies for the business trip, and now this unexpected bonus. So they flocked to scenic spots and shopping malls. This scene made the OmniVision side nervous. Their technology wasn't cutting edge. Given Huaxin Technology's relationship with Sony, it wasn't impossible for Huaxin to purchase some related technology from Sony. Thus, in the following negotiations, OmniVision chose to make concessions. First, they lowered the offer to 6.5 billion yuan, selling all technology patents along with the R&D personnel in the Chinese region, the production base, and the company premises in Shanghai. Yet even at this price, the price-to-earnings ratio was still over 10 times. However, since they had conceded once, they could do so again. It was now a game of who would lose their nerve first. To pressure the OmniVision negotiators, Shen Fei sent a group from the negotiation team to Japan, specifically to Sony. This move completely broke the resolve of OmniVision's shareholders. Even Sony's outdated production technology was not inferior to OmniVision's. Huaxing Technology was renowned for its R&D capabilities. With these technologies, they would likely catch up quickly, rendering OmniVision's own technologies worthless. So both sides convened the third phase of meetings. Before the meeting, Shen Fei explicitly told them this was the final negotiation and hoped for a reasonable price, otherwise Huaxin would walk away. Shen Fei's successive moves completely overwhelmed the OmniVision representatives. President Shen, our final offer is 5 billion yuan, inclusive of all the previously mentioned terms. This is our last price. Any lower, and we'd rather not sell. It seemed Shen Fei's tactics had worked wonders, considering in the previous round they had stubbornly held at 6 billion. Although OmniVision's net profit was not high, its land in Shanghai was a valuable fixed asset. The factory, though not in Shanghai, was also worth several hundred million yuan in fixed assets. Now the 5 billion yuan offer still reflected a tenfold price-to-earnings ratio relative to net profit, but after deducting fixed assets, it had indeed hit rock bottom. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Shen Fei found the price quite reasonable. Since the other side's big boss had come in person, it was only courteous to show respect. Since Chairman Hong has put it that way, and we're all Chinese, let's honor his offer and close the deal at this price. Indeed, although OmniVision was an American enterprise founded in Silicon Valley, all its founders were Chinese. The two sides then signed the acquisition agreement, and Huaxing paid a deposit of 2 billion yuan. The remaining funds would be paid only after the acquisition was fully completed and all assets were entirely taken over. As for where the money came from, although Huaxin's profit margins were not low, coming up with a full 5 billion yuan was no easy feat. Earlier this year, they had jointly invested with Dongfang Factory in building a new screen production base. Clearly, the funds came from bank loans with an interest rate of only 3.5. Shen Fei had never hidden his ultimate goal of completing an industrial closed loop to become the Chinese version of Samsung Group. The authorities were well aware of Shen Fei's objective. But wasn't this also driving the progress of China's industry? The higher-ups supported Shen Fei's choices. They not only provided green lights and policy support, but also offered some financial assistance. Huaxing Technology's acquisition of OmniVision would surely boost R&D, which was exactly what the authorities hoped to see. The moment the agreement was signed, OmniVision became a wholly owned subsidiary of Huaxing Technology Group. Such a massive transaction involving a Chinese acquisition of an American enterprise was naturally not handled discreetly, but publicized loudly. It also served to send a false signal to the United States, making them think Shen Fei was merely arrogant, prone to hubris, someone who had just stumbled upon some advanced technology through sheer luck. Thus, after the acquisition concluded, Huaxin's official website released the contract formalizing Huaxing Technology's acquisition of OmniVision. Shen Fei himself posted a message on his Weibo. OmniVision is now a wholly owned subsidiary of Huaxing Technology Group. We will turn around the loss-making OmniVision by injecting an advanced Chinese model, reviving it in no time. I guarantee that within 3 years, OmniVision will once again lead the lens industry. To outsiders, this statement seemed somewhat ridiculous. OmniVision had fallen behind all its competitors, with its annual revenue and net profit consistently declining. Anal baby, I used to have some neutral goodwill toward Huaxing, but I never expected the boss to be so arrogant. Is he still dreaming? Zinio Dejexi, does advanced Chinese model mean overtime work? Doge. JPG, Wodmingtai Shui Nikenbudo. What's with this guy's arrogance? Unsurprisingly, the comments were full of mockery for Shen Fei's overconfidence, with many believing he was embarrassing the country. But this was precisely what Shen Fei intended. It was a self-deprecation tactic. Building a complete industrial chain would inevitably create friction with current partners. Huaxing technology led in most technologies, but still hadn't achieved a full industrial chain. Being suppressed was still somewhat irksome. However, they never imagined that while Shen Fei's words were self-deprecating, they were no joke. After all, the one who hangs is unmatched under heaven. Shen Fei's remark not only sparked widespread discussion online, but also alerted various manufacturers. Their low-end series of lenses all come from OmniVision. However, the change in ownership at OmniVision should not affect the collaboration between both parties. The new owner Shen Fei has stated his intention to return to being the global top player within 3 years, which will still require their support. Nevertheless, foreign media are singing pessimistic tunes, suggesting that OmniVision's market position will change after the ownership transfer. Digital influencer Digital Chat Station remarked Shen's words are quite believable. The first leading chip in the world appeared at Huaxing Technology. The world's leading fast-charging technology originated from Huaxing Technology. High-density batteries also originated from Huaxing Technology. In summary, Huaxing Technology's research and development capabilities are remarkably strong, and it is quite possible that they may achieve their goals in the next 3 years. We will wait and see. Everyone is discussing rationally while also offering 3 Mate 7 phones from Ju Factory as a giveaway. Indeed, this Weibo post was published by the distant Yudazue in Yangqing. It's unclear why Yudazue has such strong faith in Shen Fei's words. Perhaps it is due to trust in Huaxing's formidable research capabilities. Of course, the purpose of this Weibo post is also to attract attention, as the hype around the Mate 7 has already begun to decline. Xiaoming, do you think Shen is joking? I don't think so. How could someone achieve such results at such a young age and be so arrogant? After saying this, he smiled at Yudazue. Heroes see alike. I think he is more likely engaging in self-deprecation. Upon hearing this, Zhao Ming was instantly shocked. Is this a choice that a young person in their 20s would make? It's easy to add flowers to a brocade, but difficult to deliver coal in the snow. After some contemplation, Zhao Ming said, how about we use OmniVision's lenses for our Glory series to support Shen? Kyoto. Lei Busi merely glanced at the news before setting it down. Huaxin's acquisition of OmniVision is not a bad thing for Dami Corporation. In fact, it's not bad news for all domestic manufacturers. It seems more like a good thing. With the presence of domestic OmniVision, it will be more difficult for foreign manufacturers to unite and raise prices. For Dami Corporation, the more pressing issue is the acquisition of Intel's chip design business. Ding. Congratulations to the host for initially completing the industrial closure, achieving system accomplishments, and preliminarily becoming the parent of other manufacturers, receiving a grand achievement gift package. Oh, where does the technology come from? This is just perfect timing. I wonder if it's related to sensor technology. Hurry up and open it. Shen Fei said impatiently. Congratulations to the host for opening the achievement gift package. Congratulations to the host for obtaining a design blueprint for a 12-inch large sensor. Congratulations to the host for acquiring 500 sensor design research and development personnel. With that, Shen Fei immediately burst into applause. At the same time, he thought to himself, my system is truly outstanding. Next time when I need something, I will whisper to you again. The system not only rewarded a design blueprint for a 12-inch large sensor, but also provided a complete team. This team is invaluable, as they are exactly what is currently needed. The system's reward was not merely a blueprint. With this team, the lens can be fully developed into a series. This lens is sufficient to lead Sony by more than 3 years. After 3 years, with the capabilities of these 500 researchers, what size sensor they can produce remains an unknown. Of course, the size is one issue, and the focal length is another. However, with these researchers, neither is a problem. It can be said that with them, Huaxing's path to high-end products will be much smoother. However, to produce this lens will take at least 3 months. It seems that the Huaxing X2 will not be usable this time. But such an excellent lens can still be used for next year's Huaxing X3. Due to Shen Fei's swift financial transactions, the handover between both parties was completed, quickly finishing the industrial transfer within a week. Shen Fei also brought along the team rewarded by the system and went to the Magic City again. This acquisition involved a significant portion of the funds. The relevant leaders in the Magic City were well aware of Shen Fei's character, so in this acquisition, not only did they exert considerable effort, but they also provided a guarantee of 2 billion in funds. This was to ensure that once Shen Fei completed the acquisition and integration, OmniVision would remain in the Magic City. In their view, Huaxing technology could even handle photolithography machines. A small lens should be easily obtained. Moreover, it is merely a guarantee. With Huaxing Technology's cash flow, they will definitely be able to pay it back later. Although the industrial transfer has been completed, the industrial integration is rather troublesome. First, there is the issue of arranging research personnel, as the most valuable asset of OmniVision is this research team. Therefore, after completing the acquisition to win the hearts of the people, Shen Fei announced a 15 salary increase, instantly winning over the hearts of the researchers. Researchers are generally quite straightforward. As long as their salaries are in place, it doesn't matter who the boss is. However, while the personnel issue was resolved, the product line issue was indeed very troublesome. Not only does he need to plan the original product line of OmniVision, but he also needs to reallocate research personnel to develop a new series. Annoying. While Shen Fei was busy integrating OmniVision across the ocean, the Fruit Company released the new generation of the Fruit 6 series. This generation of Fruit 6 has seen significant improvements compared to the previous generation. The Fruit 6 features an aluminum alloy back cover, which is more drop-resistant than the previous generation's glass material and adds a luxury gold color. Meanwhile, the screen size has increased from 4 inches to 4.7 inches. Fruit typically pressures suppliers' prices through bulk purchases, so this generation of Fruit 6 continues to use a rear single camera. It still features that 8-megapixel lens with no upgrades compared to the previous model. The front camera is 1.2 megapixels. If it weren't for the algorithms from Fruit, this lens would be comparable to the front camera on the Homey 2S. The battery is indeed a highlight, increasing from 1,440 mAh to 1,810 mAh, a substantial 25 improvement, marking a milestone progress. However, it still charges at 5W. I wonder if it can fully charge in 5 hours. That said, Fruit's tuning capability is indeed strong. The iOS system combined with 1 GB of RAM is smoother than domestic manufacturers' 3 GB RAM with the Android system. This is due both to system tuning and that A8 chip. Without Huaxing's presence, this A8 would undoubtedly be the strongest smartphone chip of 2014. The capabilities of the Fruit in chip research and development are indeed impressive. The A8, like the Snapdragon 810, adopts TSMC's 20-nanometer process technology. However, in terms of performance, it surpasses Snapdragon by about 15. Additionally, its power consumption is 20 lower than Snapdragon. I must say the Fruit's power management is outstanding. This generation of the Fruit A8 integrates approximately 2 billion transistors. However, the chip area is only 89 square millimeters, which is a 13 reduction compared to the previous generation A7. Thanks to the upgraded process technology, the CPU has improved by 25 compared to the last generation, and the GPU has seen a roughly 50 increase, truly squeezing out every bit of performance. In terms of entertainment performance, it can score around 1100 points, almost on par with the current version of Tianqin 800. Of course, this is also related to Huaxing technology. With the support of new technology, the company has been making significant inroads in the European market, capturing a considerable share from the Fruits market. Currently, the Mate 7 has already surpassed 500 units sold in Europe, reaching a new milestone. Although it cannot compare with the Fruit's annual sales of over 100 million, it has certainly encroached on the Fruits market. Of course, while they pushed performance to the limit, other aspects had to be somewhat compromised. This is only in comparison with domestic competitors. If compared to the previous generation's Fruit 5, then it is not just a compromise, but a significant upgrade. Just looking at the screen, this generation of the Fruit 6 uses a 133 for 750 pixel 4.7-inch display. The improvement over the previous generation is substantial. Simultaneously, due to the smaller screen size, the display quality is actually not particularly poor. However, its product power does not match its price. Nevertheless, for Fruit fans, this is not an issue. Any improvement is considered excellent. Fruit users have an exceptionally strong adaptive ability. However, the domestic version has not yet been released. In the United States, the price for the 116 GB version is $649. The 64 GB version is $749, and the 128 GB version is $849. Based on this pricing, the domestic version is expected to launch at around 600 yuan. However, the Fruit's pricing has remained consistent across generations, so it cannot be considered a price increase. Truly a very conscientious move. With the fan base accumulated over the previous generations, even with such poor specifications and such high prices, the sales of the domestic version should not be poor. In the minds of most domestic consumers, high-end smartphones are either Fruits or others. However, the release of this device suddenly made Shen Fei feel that Huaxing is stable this year. This generation of Fruit phones has shown no innovation. It is merely a routine upgrade, and the degree of upgrade is not particularly significant. As for the larger Plus version, Shen Fei sees it as just a bulkier model. Of course, this is not regarding its specifications, but its price. With a 1080p screen paired with the A8 and a 2900 mAh battery, the price has reached $749. Just a slight improvement in the battery and screen, yet it costs an additional $100. After the release of the Fruit 6, a Huaxing immediately called Shen Fei after watching the launch event. Shen, our generation of Huaxing X2 is definitely stable, and I see that this generation of Fruit 6 is so thin it will surely be very easy to bend. I suggest we immediately contact channels to acquire some US versions of the Fruit 6 for testing. If it does indeed bend easily, we can announce this good news to the public. The current Fruit 6 series has only been released in the United States. Under normal circumstances, the domestic version is expected to be released in November, coinciding with the launch event of Huaxing X2. During the previous S-series launch, we had already faced some smear campaigns. This time we must retaliate. Keeping quiet is not Shen Fei's character. It's already the 4G era, yet they still use an 1800 mAh battery and a 5W super slow charge, want to take longer to charge than to drain. If there really is a bending issue, it could lead to a significant drop in Fruit sales. If they make any more mistakes and implement differential treatment, Huaxin technology is confident it can have their sales. Alright, since you have confidence, I'll approve this plan. You find someone to procure a batch of gray market devices. I'll reimburse you later, but the evaluations must be genuine and no intentional misrepresentation, otherwise we will be legally responsible. Due to the Fruit's production capacity not keeping up, the launch times in various regions are different. However, each region has very loyal Fruit fans. Thus, gray market goods have emerged, transporting US versions with either locked or unlocked devices through special channels to other regions or countries, easily doubling the price. Naturally, many people take risks, which is why there are many new device users in regions where the product has not yet launched. As a surfing enthusiast, Shen Fei, seeing the Fruit being released at such a high price, naturally won't miss this hot topic. He posted a Weibo update on his account, stabilized. This new series of Fruit, apart from the optical image stabilization being somewhat noteworthy, is otherwise just a routine upgrade. I haven't seen any innovation. It's trash that can't even compete with the Mate 7, let alone our X2. Huaxing X2 strives to become the flagship of 2014. Oh, what they have we have too, and what they lack we still have. In the face of the current Fruit, especially during the Cook era, Huaxing technology is not afraid at all. Even if the Ju factory is brought in to compete, it shouldn't be a problem. The Fruit's lack of progress will not be overlooked by Huaxing technology. Thus, it serves as a stepping stone for Huaxing technology to step into the high-end market. Shen Fei's words sparked public opinion once again. Many people came to his Weibo to mock him, especially Fruit fans who rushed to insult and defend their brand. Apollo Pineapple. Oh, here comes the big talk again. Last time you said you'd return to the top of sensors within 3 years, right? Shen, you won't just be blowing hot air, will you? Shinkai Makoto. Isn't it just with the backing of a good parent that you have your current estate? Not humble at all. Why the big tone? Aren't you afraid of biting your tongue? As a young man, Shen Fei will not indulge these people. They have bullied him to his doorstep. So if he continues to endure, wouldn't that make him a fool? What's wrong? Is it wrong to speak the truth? It's already 2014, and they still use that small battery. With that charging speed, can it really be fully charged in 5 hours? When others invite you out to play, do you say, wait for me to charge? By the time your battery is full, have they already finished their fun? Yin Yuehong. Shen, you made a good point. Ooh, I'm tired of these Fruit fans who never stop boasting. On the other side, Udazue, seeing this public opinion, naturally would not let it pass. This is a flow of traffic served on a platter after all. The contributions of our competitors to industry innovation in recent years have indeed been minimal. In my view, it seems they have become somewhat complacent. From various aspects of configuration, competitors indeed do not surpass our Mate 7, whether in terms of screen size, endurance, or charging speed. I must say Udazue is indeed quite sharp, specifically targeting the Fruit where it falls short. But that's understandable. In comparisons, it is certainly necessary to compare, otherwise it would just be giving free publicity to others. However, one aspect neither side has overlooked is the Fruit's algorithmic capabilities. The sensors used by the Fruit are undoubtedly inferior to those of the Ju factory in Huaxin, but the actual photos taken are indeed somewhat stronger than theirs. While Shen Fei was busy arguing with netizens as a keyboard warrior, good news came from the Research Institute. The charging research team had achieved a new technological breakthrough. Not only had there been breakthroughs in charging speed, but there were also new innovations in other areas. They specifically invited Shen Fei to take a look. Upon hearing about the new technology, Shen Fei was prepared to go and see it. He had only attended the demonstration when the first-generation fast-charging technology was introduced and hadn't returned since. As the big boss, he had to ensure everyone was treated equally. As soon as he entered the laboratory, Shen Fei jokingly said, I heard from Goo Man that you all have developed new tricks in fast charging technology and specially invited me to take a look. Who knows if it's any good? If not, my bonus for this month might be deducted. As a young man, Shen Fei naturally didn't want to visit with a stern face like his father. Everyone is young, why keep a straight face all day? It's tiring. Li Yiqin, who was initially a bit nervous, instantly calmed down. With a smile, he said, Mr. Shen, it must be a major breakthrough, otherwise how could we dare to invite you here? Is it true that the 33W charging power has gone into mass production? Currently, the leading fast charging technology has returned to the hands of competitor Ju Factory. Regardless, the charging speed of Huaxing X2 must surpass that of Mate 7. We must reclaim the title of the fast charging leader. Mr. Shen, the 33W charging speed was already mass-produced last month. This time we have made a new breakthrough in the charging method. We call it intelligent rapid charging. Through this technology, we can learn the user's charging habits. It will stop charging when it reaches 70 at night. It will resume charging half an hour before the user wakes up the next morning and fully charge the device 10 minutes before the user wakes up. This new breakthrough from the Research Institute is the intelligent charging technology. By learning users' charging habits through algorithms, it avoids the situation where users forget to unplug the charger at night, which leads to quick battery degradation. Mr. Shen, our intelligent fast charging can also work with our developed fast charging chip to reduce heat generation during charging. The key is that through the combination of the two, we can maintain high-power charging for a long time, said a researcher beside him, demonstrating the actual effects of this technology on a nearby computer. The test naturally used the latest breakthrough 33W charging protocol. From 0 to 20, it can reach around 31W, almost achieving the maximum power. Once the battery level reaches 20, the charging power begins to decline, fluctuating between 28W and 29W. It can still maintain high-power charging. In just 18 minutes, the battery level rose from 0 to 51, showcasing the effectiveness of the intelligent rapid charging system combined with the fast charging chip. When the battery level exceeds 50, the charging power decreases again, dropping to around 25W. This charging power is still quite fast. Competitors' maximum 27W charging power can only reach this level, usually maintaining around 18W to 20W. This is quite normal. It's difficult for so-called high-power charging phones to reach the advertised power in their first generation. Of course, exceptions apply to Huaxin technology. Generally, the actual power of the first-generation fast charging can only reach about 60 of the nominal maximum, with most maintaining around 40. Once the battery level reaches 80, it enters trickle charging mode. Yes, it's the trickle charging technology first released by Ju Factory, which is very useful for battery protection. The electronics industry often learns from each other, and everyone does the same. Good ideas and methods from competitors should be adopted. In trickle charging mode, the charging power further drops to around 10 watts. When the battery level reaches 95, the charging power drops again to 5W, gradually filling the phone through the trickle charging cycle. Is this technology learned from competitors? Shen Fei said with a smile, knowing that some users would likely ask this question at the launch of Huaxing X2. Plagiarism isn't scary. What's scary is not plagiarizing. As long as it benefits users, then it's acceptable. Mr. Shen, some inspiration indeed came from Ju Factory's Mate 7A, and we have improved upon it. They only have a trickle charging system and can't achieve intelligent rapid charging. Their method locks the battery capacity at 80 and starts trickle charging automatically after reaching 80. Our technology is far superior to theirs, and it has the advantage that it can be assisted by the fast charging chip without needing a separate small chip to implement this function. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly understood that this feature could be popularized. This could be pushed to users of Huaxing X1 and Huaxing S1 during the next system OTA upgrade. It must be said that Huaxing users are quite good receiving an OTA version upgrade every 3 months. Each upgrade feels almost like getting a new system. It's truly as if a joke. The more you use it, the smoother it gets. Over the past year, system engineers have also developed unique ideas for the Android system, taking advantage of the fact that Android has not yet matured, preparing to clean up some junk code to slim down the system, reduce memory usage, and enhance system security. The more junk code there is, the easier it is to have vulnerabilities. They also plan to add some fun features. The current desktop system is still too clunky. Adding just a few features would already make it a very good system. This has led to some brands' phones having excellent configurations, but due to a poor system, many tech enthusiasts buy them to flash with better systems. Some big shots also create public packages for phone enthusiasts to use for flashing. However, even though they have been continuously optimizing the Android system, Shen Fei has never given up on the most crucial part of the domestic replacement plan: developing a truly domestic operating system. However, creating a purely domestic system is not difficult. as any company like Huaxin or Ju Factory could develop one in a short period. But while it's easy to create, promoting it is challenging. Simply being compatible with Android is very simple, but how to get each app developer to specifically develop a version for this operating system is indeed a problem. Relying solely on Huaxin technology cannot successfully promote it, so they teamed up with Ju Factory, which still has considerable influence. A series of actions from Huaxin technology has also aroused a sense of crisis in Ju Factory, increasing the scale of their replacement plan. The two sides quickly reached an agreement and established a new subsidiary to specifically research the system. However, until the other side completely forbids the use of the Android system, they do not intend to bring this plan to light. The current Android ecosystem is already very mature, and while its functionality may lag behind that of Apple, it is still the second largest operating system in the world. If we consider only the number of users, it might even be the largest operating system globally. However, the plan must still be made as the other side harbors bad intentions. If one day Huaxing and Ju Factory account for 40% of the global smartphone shipments, the other side will surely eliminate both companies. As September arrived, everyone began to launch various sales activities. The rice company finally started mass production of the fourth generation of rice. The supply chain has already lowered the price of screens, allowing the rice company to acquire more affordable components. Naturally, cheaper parts also mean that the profits from rice have finally increased, with each device yielding a profit of 300 yuan. With online sales, the profit could reach up to 500 yuan. The most direct phenomenon of mass production is that goods are no longer sold out within 5 minutes, followed by an announcement to wait for the next release. No longer needing to wait anxiously in front of the computer for a release, purchases can be made at any time. Meanwhile, the Blue Factory suddenly realized the importance of fast charging in the online market. They increased their investment in the online market, preparing to fully compete with rice and capture its market share. Thus, the person in charge of the Blue Factory's IQ series came to Huaxing Group to prepare for the procurement of Huaxing's public version fast charging protocol. Naturally, Shen Fei would not refuse such a high-quality client coming to offer money. After friendly negotiations, the Blue Factory ultimately secured Huaxing's fast charging patent for 60 million yuan, along with additional agreements for 18W and 20W fast charging. Of course, as a cost, the Blue Factory procured a batch of fast charging chips from Huaxing valued at 400 million yuan. Domestic mainstream manufacturers have finally all joined the fast charging alliance, which also means that Gaodong's fast charging solution has been abandoned by everyone. Just as Shen Fei was pleased with securing this large order, Gu Man suddenly arrived at Shen Fei's office and said, "General Manager, General Manager Ma wishes to visit our company tomorrow and would like to schedule a time." "Which General Manager Ma? Is it Big Ma or Little Ma?" "Little General Manager Ma is specifically coming to visit. Perhaps he noticed our extensive research in the gaming market and our recruitment of game engineers." Currently, Huaxin Technology's position in the mobile phone market is becoming increasingly important, gradually showing signs of becoming a dominant player. Its market share is also rising. For General Manager Ma, a friendly collaboration between both parties is clearly preferable to a clash in the gaming market. Although the Goose Factory has the largest publicity channel with Penguin Software, must ultimately pass the review of mobile phone manufacturers to be listed in the App Store. If Huaxin Technology plays hardball, the Goose Factory will surely suffer losses. Of course, in terms of gaming, the Goose Factory excels in publicity and operational capabilities, which are also strong points in game development. However, in terms of original game development, the Goose Factory is not particularly dominant. They excel more in directly imitating games that have started to become popular. Then in a short time, they develop a game with similar gameplay, using the Goose Factory's powerful publicity and promotional capabilities to dominate the market and eliminate the original creators. Huaxin Technology's entry has instilled a sense of urgency in the Goose Factory, especially with the recent establishment of its wholly owned subsidiary Huaxing Games, which has made the Goose Factory fully aware of the crisis. Huaxin's foray into the gaming industry signifies the wolf is coming. After careful consideration, General Manager Ma ultimately chose to come to Huaxin to seek cooperation, as both companies have strong publicity channels and ample funding. Huaxin's decisive entry into the gaming market must surely involve unique technology or distinctive game planning. Now, as a turning point in the 4G era, Penguin cannot miss any opportunity. Once missed, it could become a tear of the times, completely disappearing from the annals of history. On Huaxin's side, Shen Fei naturally understands that General Manager Ma's intention is to establish a joint venture with Huaxin or acquire Huaxin's gaming business to firmly secure Penguin's market position as the #1 in gaming. Conference room. Alright, everyone is here in a rush, but there's really nothing major. The main thing is that General Manager Ma from Penguin is about to visit. The specific matter is likely to inquire about or invest in the current status of our gaming business. Shen Fei naturally did not want Penguin to meddle in their gaming business. At this moment, Penguin's actions in the gaming sector have already shown signs if Penguin were to acquire various charging models would likely emerge, easily provoking user dissatisfaction. Furthermore, Penguin's frequent imitation has led to a very poor reputation in the market. Guman said currently the mobile game market is growing year by year. We are all in the initial stage, and we do not really need the assistance of Penguin Company. They only have a strong market position in the PC gaming market, but with the gradual development of mobile phones, the PC gaming market will eventually decline. Of course, with Penguin's involvement, it could help us save some time in the publicity and promotion phase. Currently, Penguin has not truly become a giant in the internet industry, but due to its strong social software, it has begun to vaguely take shape as an internet giant. There is a saying on the internet, whoever owns the channel holds the future. Naturally, the largest channel manufacturers now are the mobile phone manufacturers. Penguin Company has a strong presence in the PC gaming market with QQ, which has already been developed into a mobile version. On this basis, they are preparing to develop a communication software specifically based on mobile. They plan to eliminate all unnecessary features, retaining only the basic communication functions. By then, with these channels, they could become a true giant in the internet sector of Huaxing. Wang Tung then said Penguin's reputation is truly poor. If they join, I feel it would have a negative effect on our game's publicity. We have already established our project, and it seems a bit late for Penguin to join now. Everyone shared their viewpoints, summarizing that they were unwilling to let Penguin Company invest. Since everyone's views are almost identical, I will share my perspective. The Match 3 game will continue to be independently developed and operated by Huaxing Games. Let's bring out the 5v5 game planning proposal and establish a joint venture with Penguin. The operational rights for the Alliance mobile games in Huaxing are in Penguin's hands, and they also hold a portion of the Alliance company's shares. Of course, the most important thing is that Penguin is very adept at imitation. I believe that with Penguin's involvement, it will be a tremendous help in developing the 5v5 game. Upon hearing this, everyone present instantly understood Shen Fei's intention for Penguin to join. The development difficulty of the 5v5 game isn't particularly high, however, Huaxing lacks experience in game balance and operations. In this regard, Penguin is actually strong. Having multiple friends is much better than having multiple enemies who are mere imitators. Yu Dazue said our generation's Mate 7 has learned from the previous generation's major lessons and has undergone a complete overhaul, surpassing the usual upgrades of normal iterations. The consumer's eyes are sharp. Our Mate 7 has officially surpassed 2 million units in sales within 2 months of its launch. We thank all consumers for their support, and next week we will launch our brand new Honor 6, which will bring very significant surprises. This made Lei Busi, who was also in Kyoto, tense when he saw this Weibo post. Honor has never had good intentions and has been continuously targeting the rice company. Having a good father, their prices have always been lower than the rice companies, which makes them very uncomfortable. General Manager Lu, stop holding back. How many do we have now? Quickly release as many as possible. Based on Zhao Ming's personality, he is likely to target our 4th generation rice again, as they have the advantage of self-developed core technology. The specifications should be slightly better than ours. Judging by his character, he will likely set the price at 1998 to annoy us. By then, relying solely on our MIUI may not be enough to compete with Honor, and we might have to lower our prices. By the way, let the negotiation team expedite the negotiation process to secure Intel's mobile chip business as soon as possible. This Weibo post also sparked some thoughts in Ma Huateng, who was in the hotel. The current Penguin Company is vast, and its layout is continuously evolving. Naturally, there are thoughts about entering the mobile phone business. Designing a phone requires merely creating an exterior and integrating the supply chain. Finding a factory for production would suffice. However, as an outsider, he knew nothing about mobile phone design and supply chain integration. Even just being a basic solution integrator requires a significant investment. Although Penguin has money now, it doesn't mean they can casually waste billions. Ma Huateng has not made a firm decision in this regard. This Weibo post also piqued Shen Fei's interest. Since he was already planning to collaborate with Penguin on game development, why not deepen the cooperation? Bringing the previous gaming phone project to the negotiation table for joint development of a gaming phone. The current Huaxing Series X is positioned as an all-around flagship. The S series focuses on photography. There isn't a phone specifically developed for the gaming market. However, due to the powerful performance of the S series, many gamers ultimately chose this series. But in Shen Fei's plan, the S series will eventually lean towards the female market, continuously enhancing its imaging capabilities while slightly weakening its performance. This vacated market cannot be left to competitors. It would be better to collaborate with Penguin to produce a performance-driven gaming phone that minimizes imaging capabilities, leaving only a lens for scanning codes. Enhancing heat dissipation, increasing battery capacity, and fast charging to make it a true gaming phone.
Hello, Mr. Ma, welcome to our Huaxing technology for a visit. Shall I show you around our company first? After all, this is Huaxing Technology's territory, so Shen Fei naturally wanted to show the spirit of a host and warmly welcome little Ma. Ma Huaxing instantly understood Shen Fei's words. He knew the purpose of his visit, but wouldn't bring it up first to maintain the initiative. However, this aligned perfectly with Ma Huaxing's intentions. Taking the opportunity to observe Huaxin's business layout in case he decided to move forward one day. Of course, Shen Fei was merely being polite. Core departments wouldn't allow Ma Huaxing to visit unless both sides truly reached a cooperation agreement. Soon the tour concluded. After this tour, although Ma Huaxing felt somewhat disappointed, gaining some understanding quickly cooled his ardor. It turned out that creating a phone was not as simple as he imagined. The first step of supply chain integration is quite complex. Thank you, Mr. Shen, for showing me around your esteemed company. It's getting late, shall we get to the point? After the visit, a calm Ma Huaxing said to Shen Fei, wanting to directly enter the negotiation phase. Both sides were busy, and there was no need to waste time here. All right, Mr. Ma, let's head to the meeting room together. Is Mr. Shen very optimistic about the future gaming market? This question successfully amused Shen Fei. In the 3G era, mobile phones could browse the web via the internet. In the 4G era, mobile phones could watch videos online. With the gradual popularization of 4G, mobile phones will completely replace PCs. The question is Shen Fei really optimistic about the gaming market? To be precise, Shen Fei is optimistic about the future of the mobile gaming market, not the entire gaming market. Compared to PC games, mobile game development is much simpler, requiring less refinement. It just needs to be accessible anytime and anywhere, much like web games during the PC era. Simple, quick, stress-relieving, and able to be finished in a short time. This is what mobile games require. So, Mr. Ma, do you favor PC games or mobile games more? Upon hearing this, Ma Huaxing instantly realized that Shen Fei was only optimistic about mobile games, not the entire gaming market. Although the pressure in his heart eased, mobile games are the future. Everyone is moving in this direction, as a gaming giant, Penguin cannot fall behind. Of course, it's the mobile gaming market. Otherwise, we wouldn't have come here. Moreover, Penguin has already begun shifting its business to mobile. As early as the 3G era, we developed a mobile version of QQ. The year before last, we also developed the mobile version of the communication software WeChat, which is enough to demonstrate our gradual investment in the mobile sector. It must be said that Penguin's position in the communication field is extremely strong. Other manufacturers have not developed similar communication software, but they have ultimately been outdone by Penguin, leading to their exit from the market. Due to QQ's playability being unacceptable to older users, Penguin's keen sense naturally detected this issue. In 2011, we developed communication software targeting middle-aged and elderly users. Today, this product's user base has already surpassed 10 million, firmly establishing Penguin's dominance in the communication field. We are aware of this, which is why we have this meeting. Mr. Ma, however, our project has already been approved and is now in the initial development phase. After saying this, Shen Fei rubbed his hands, hinting to Ma Huaxing. So, Mr. Shen, does that mean? Are you really planning to challenge our powerful publicity machine? Shen Fei laughed and said, Mr. Ma, are you declaring war on us? He was originally just trying to develop a performance-demanding game to prove that Huaxing's chip is powerful enough. It was merely to not miss the opportunity of the 4G era. He didn't genuinely intend to overthrow Penguin and seize their gaming market. Ma Huaxing repeatedly shook his head, choosing to take a step back. What I mean is, we've made the preliminary preparations, and these preparations cannot be wasted. We need more funds. Upon hearing this, Gu Man beside him could no longer hold in her laughter. Ma Huaxing had originally prepared to leave and engage in a serious battle with Huaxin. He never expected that Shen Fei would say they needed more funds. This left Ma Huaxing momentarily silent, realizing he might be getting old and not understanding the negotiation logic of the younger generation. However, the savvy Ma Huaxing quickly responded, saying, May I ask, Mr. Shen, how much do you need? Indeed, he is an old fox. In terms of the quote, he set a trap for Shen Fei. The game isn't out yet. If the valuation is too high, Penguin won't choose to accept it, and it can also help to negotiate a better price. Negotiating with these old foxes is really frustrating, Shen Fei thought. We already have a mature planning scheme, the game's background story is ready, and we have begun preliminary development. Since Mr. Ma has come to negotiate, and Penguin is strong in this field, we are prepared to offer 45 of the shares to your company, Mr. Ma. Why don't you take a look at the game planning scheme and the expected charging model, and then quote your price? In business negotiations, whoever quotes first loses. Shen Fei naturally wouldn't fall into the trap set by Ma Huaxing. He handed the quoting power over to Ma Huaxing. Aren't you afraid, Mr. Shen, that after I look at the planning scheme, I might take the idea and not negotiate? I trust in Mr. Ma's integrity. You wouldn't do something like that.
After saying this, he smiled, as everyone present holds a respectable position. If someone were to actually do something so shameless, Shen Fei would laugh awake in the middle of the night. President Shen, I'd like to know how far your company's project has progressed. Gazing at the urgent Ma, Shen Fei drew a document from the side and placed it before him. Then he spoke. The current progress is quite favorable. The game's basic framework has already been established. Regarding heroes, we have preliminary sketches and skill designs for 20 characters. At the same time, we've applied for a payment license from the higher authorities, intending to establish our own payment channel. Shen Fei's casual words struck Ma like a heavy blow. A payment license. This was a monumental affair. Observing Ma's agitation, Shen Fei smiled. Gu Man, as his core secretary, was indeed competent. Within this short month, not only had she recruited enough staff, but she had also initiated work in batches according to the plan. The progress was naturally swift. Ma Huaxing, lost in thought over the report, had previously considered adapting League into a mobile game. However, constrained by the performance metrics of current phones and the workload, he ultimately abandoned the idea. Yet as a leading player in the gaming industry, he was well aware of the convenience of mobile games. Although browser games had always been labeled as crude, they remained immensely popular and generated substantial revenue. The key was their portability, and now mobile games were poised to supplant browser games. After a moment of contemplation, Ma spoke. President Shen, our company can offer 500 million for a 45 stake. In other words, even without launching any game based solely on this proposal, we can value your company at 1.2 billion. Undeniably, the company was immensely wealthy. This valuation approached that of an industry unicorn. Evidently, the proposal had captured Ma Huaxing's attention. Yet this price failed to entice Shen Fei, who promptly declined. No, President Ma, you misunderstand. The 45 I mentioned pertains only to the shares of this specific project. Our game company also has other sub-projects. According to prior discussions, although Match 3 games were simple, their profit margins were not low. Surrendering them to the company would be a significant loss. In that case, based solely on this game, we can only offer 400 million in funding. How would you like to proceed, President Shen? If it were merely 400 million, without the company's promotional channel, Shen Fei would have to be foolish to cooperate with them. The very reason for seeking collaboration with the company on this project was their formidable promotional capabilities and experience in operating the mobile version of League. 400 million. President Ma, perhaps we should engage in a fair contest. Once this game is officially launched, 400 million would merely represent a single year's profit. President Shen, you mentioned after official launch. You must understand that the lifespan of mobile games typically ranges from 1 to 3 years, and most don't even survive a year. Indeed, due to their simplicity, most mobile games have a lifespan of only a few months, especially casual ones. Generally, games last only 2 to 3 years, though over 80 fail to survive beyond 3 years due to both intense market competition and operational issues. This was why Shen Fei agreed to the company's equity participation. Although Huaxing Game Company boasted many talents, it had never truly operated a game. A popular game like a 5v5, if well operated, could last a decade. As the player base grew, such a game would become a hen laying golden eggs. President Ma, you mentioned generally. With the combined support of Huaxin and your company, if this game fails to survive a year, we might as well bang our heads against a wall. Seeing that he couldn't pressure Shen Fei, Ma Huaxing chose to relent, raising his hand to signal Shen Fei to state his terms. Very well, President Shen, you've convinced me. What are your conditions for letting us board? 200 million in cash, plus your company's premium promotional capabilities. We'll establish a new subsidiary granting you 40 equity and 45 profit-sharing rights, allowing you to send employees for supervision. But you must not interfere with the company's normal operations. My sole requirement is that it be treated as a first-tier subsidiary of your company. Simultaneously, it'll guide you along a new path. Huaxing Game Company wasn't short of funds thanks to its strong backing. It sought the company merely as a stepmother with formidable promotional prowess. Agreed, we accept these terms. He'll personally oversee the joint venture. But what exactly is this new path you mentioned, President Shen? Given the company's current status, entering any industry was virtually effortless. Money paved the way to vast horizons. Yet having a guide would be even better, allowing them to avoid detours. President Ma, have you ever considered entering the smartphone industry? I have a promising project I'd like to collaborate on with you. This instantly piqued Ma Huaxing's interest, as he had long harbored ambitions in the smartphone sector, partly influenced by another President Ma. After all, that other President Ma had also aspired to enter the smartphone industry, albeit unsuccessfully. Rumors suggested ongoing negotiations with Meiju internally, though the current status remained unknown. This was another reason Shen Fei chose to collaborate with President Ma. As for why he didn't venture alone. While gaming phones generated considerable buzz, their future was unclear. As phone performance gradually improved, gaming phones would inevitably become obsolete. You're certainly familiar with smartphones, President Ma, but have you heard of gaming phones? With your involvement, the game we're co-developing is sure to launch officially by next year. By then, if our phones offer higher and more stable frame rates, will undoubtedly attract many gaming users to make purchases. Does this path appeal to you, President Ma? Ma Huaxing instantly grasped Shen Fei's concept. Users willing to spend money on games were not short of funds. To achieve higher frame rates, a portion would naturally opt to buy, even if only 5 of users purchased. With a popular game boasting tens of millions of users, that would mean a market of at least 500,000 phones. President Shen, if it's so profitable, why isn't Huaxing doing it themselves? After all, this is Huaxin's core business. We're merely phone manufacturers. Making gaming phones doesn't align well with our reputation, for one. Secondly, I'm not overly optimistic about this industry's future. I believe this market will last at most 8 to 10 years. With an annual performance improvement of about 8, dedicated gaming phones will become unnecessary after a decade. When everyone's performance is robust, there will be no need to specifically purchase gaming phones. The market won't vanish, but it will shrink. Shen Fei didn't offer any elaborate justifications. Instead, he candidly explained to President Ma why Huaxing wasn't entering the gaming phone sector. This left Ma Huaxing momentarily at a loss for how to respond. President Shen, how exactly do you plan to proceed? It's simple: overclock the chip to enhance overall performance. Overclocking has its drawbacks, but in my view, the benefits outweigh them. Ma Huaxing instantly understood Shen Fei's intention. It was about achieving higher performance through overclocking. The foundation remained that same chip. However, overclocking also meant higher power consumption, and the actual experience was often not as good as the original. Mr. Shen, simply relying on overclocking technology alone shouldn't convince consumers to commit to purchasing a dedicated gaming phone, right? Moreover, the power consumption from overclocking should be higher, which would lead to significant heating issues for the phone. Ma Huaxing knew that Shen Fei had a detailed plan. It was clear just from the SoC overclocking project. But why choose the Penguin Company? As for Shen Fei's candid statement that this market isn't long-term, Ma Huaxing still believed it. After all, based on Moore's law, in 10 years the manufacturing process will reach 5 nanometers or even 3 nanometers, and by then the performance will already be sufficient for use. But would the advancement in the mobile phone industry mean stagnation in the gaming sector? As a gaming mogul, he already had some ideas in mind to extend the market's lifespan by a few years. For example, enhancing graphics and frame rates. After all, in just one short year, mobile phones have already transitioned from a 720p screen resolution to 1080p. Since hardware can be improved, software can certainly be enhanced as well. Mr. Ma, rest assured, since I dared to bring this up, we already have a detailed plan that can address these issues. It's just a matter of whether you dare to follow through. After all, even if we cooperate in the mobile phone industry, your company would still need to invest around 1 billion yuan. Shen Fei's strong assurances completely eased the tension in Ma Huaxing's heart. He smiled broadly and said, Brother Shen, since you've said so, when shall we sign the contract? Since Shen Fei was so confident, Ma Huaxing felt there was nothing to fear. After all, the investment was from the company, not just himself. Losing 1 billion yuan was merely a drop in the bucket for the Penguin Company. As for how to sell the gaming phone, that was actually quite easy to solve. In the future, 5v5 games will surely promote their own esports competitions, much like the League of Legends. It is only natural for the gaming phone company to use their own devices in the competitions, given that they hold half of the shares in Penguin Group. Meanwhile, Shen Fei continued to optimize the plan in his mind. The dangers of overclocking could be mitigated by the liquid cooling technology developed by Huaxing Laboratory, but the Tianqin 800 does not generate much heat, so it was unnecessary. He thought of designing the phone to look cooler. The breathing lights from the Blue Factory and Meizu looked nice and could be referenced. Adding a row of RGB light strips on the back of the phone would certainly embody the esports aesthetics. When there is a kill or an achievement reached in the game, the RGB light strip on the back would automatically light up. I believe these designs would attract a considerable number of gaming enthusiasts. The next morning, both parties officially signed the contract to jointly establish Penguin Star Gaming Company and Huaxing Mobile Company, marking the entry of one into the mobile gaming industry and the other into the phone industry. Huaxing Technology and Huaxing Games announced this partnership on their official websites. Congratulations to our brother Huaxing Games and Penguin Group for the establishment of Penguin Star Gaming Company. The main business area in the future will focus on bringing new gaming experiences to the mobile gaming industry. We, Huaxing Technology and Penguin Company, have jointly established Huaxing Mobile Company. Huaxing Mobile Company's future business will mainly target esports phones filled with esports style, equipped with powerful performance. The rather low-key impressionist remarked, What's going on here? Am I still not awake? I can understand Huaxin entering the mobile gaming industry as they had conducted surveys before. But is Penguin really going this far into the phone industry? Nezuko, always wanting to eat bread, said, "The moment I saw this news, I thought anyone who dares to buy Penguin's phone is quite tough. But then I glanced at the partner being Huaxin and thought, ah, that's settled. Perhaps it's just a change of branding." Someone asked, "Did Mr. Shen drug Mr. Ma in some way?" Mr. Ma unexpectedly chose to enter the phone sector, which is not merely the gaming field. With Penguin's strong adaptability, they could succeed. This, but neither party was willing to let it dissipate quickly. With Penguin's involvement, this game would officially undergo practical testing next year and be fully operational in the second half of the year. During this period, both parties needed that buzz the most. When the official public test occurs, it can attract more players. The digital chat station stated, "This collaboration will surely bring new vitality to both the gaming and mobile phone industries." What esports phone elements are you looking forward to? Including but not limited to stronger performance, breathing lights, bigger batteries, larger screens, and faster charging speeds. Whale FA1L, the battery charging speed. As a gamer, this is the most essential feature I need. I love that large screen model from Mate, but the price is a bit high. The rather low-key impressionist said, "Performance is definitely the first choice. Without strong performance, what do you call a gaming phone? As for the rest, as an adult, I choose to have it all." Wang Tung summarized the comments under this post and reported them to Shen Fei. Currently, what gamers care about most is still performance, followed by screen size. They believe that the current 5-inch screens are still too small and hope for larger displays. Small screens are not suitable for gaming. They hope the screen size reaches at least 6 inches like the Blue Factory's models. Shen Fei took a sip from the teacup on the table and then said, "Send a copy of this message to Mr. Ma. This gaming phone will be released under the name of Huaxing Mobile Company. For now, the configuration is under our management, but once Huaxing Mobile Company's laboratory is established, these matters will be handed over to them. For now, you should stay busy for a while, and by the end of the year, transfer Huaxing Mobile Company's business to Penguin." The major shareholder of Huaxing Mobile Company is Penguin, holding 65 of the shares, while Huaxin Technology, as the solution provider, holds only 35. However, this is also Shen Fei's attempt, or rather a test. The chips, batteries, screens, and other components for Huaxing Mobile Company are all sourced from Huaxin Technology. Currently, Huaxing is already very powerful, and the chip outsourcing business should be put on the agenda. If they hesitate, won't that tarnish the system's reputation? Don't you think? System. Even though Ma Huaxing is not in this circle, he is well aware that the digital chat station is essentially a public account. Otherwise, how could a digital blogger know so much insider information? The confidentiality measures taken by these manufacturers are simply astonishing. Huaxin has already taken action, so Penguin can't fall behind. Ma Huaxing specifically drew a team of key personnel from the Alliance's adaptation team to go to Penguin Star Gaming Company. This is not only about competing for status, but also about promoting game development. After all, this is a company established through joint investment by both parties, and there will undoubtedly be factions within. As long as it does not affect work, both Shen Fei and Ma Huaxing allow this phenomenon to exist. Factions can exist, but as a major shareholder, one must have the status of a major shareholder. The largest shareholder of Huaxing Mobile Company is Penguin Company, and the largest faction can only be composed of people from Penguin Company. However, Penguin Company is not specialized in this area, so they can only let Huaxin take the lead in management. But while Penguin may not be an expert, they do have money. Next, Penguin wildly transformed into a marauder, aggressively targeting various manufacturers, research engineers, marketing departments, brand managers. They welcomed anyone, including supply chain managers. This left various companies distressed. They were initially looking forward to seeing Penguin's folly. Although the mobile phone industry does not have a high technical content, it still has some barriers to entry. With Penguin diving in headfirst, the only outcome left is failure. But instead it was, "Dude, you're really doing this? What kind of mind-altering drug did Huaxin give you to make such a huge investment? Could it be that Huaxin has sold their own chips?" All manufacturers suddenly broke into a cold sweat at the thought, otherwise there would be no reason for Ma Huaxing to make such a huge investment. Of course, the most shocked party in this cooperation was Old Ma. After all, Old Ma had a grip on e-commerce, and Little Ma had a grip on social media, both of whom were vying for the title of the internet big brother. Both wanted to seize each other's market, but for some reason, Old Ma's social media couldn't take off and Little Ma's e-commerce couldn't take off. However, Old Ma had always wanted to enter the mobile phone industry. He just thought the waters were too deep. After a little inquiry, he abandoned the decision to enter the factory alone and ultimately chose to invest in a company. In the end, he chose Meizhou, which is far away in Zhuhai, but Huang Zhang's appetite was simply too big, and the two parties failed to reach an agreement on price. It seems they need to speed up the negotiation process, otherwise if this drags on, Little Ma's first phone will be released, and Ant may not even be able to secure shares successfully. This also made the originally prepared Blue Factory, which planned to wait a few days until the heat of the Fruit 6 completely subsided before launching its own sub-brand, make a new decision instantly. They immediately started to warm up their new sub-brand, the iQOO series. Time waits for no one. The iQOO digital series is currently preparing to compete with the Xiaomi series with the same positioning as Xiaomi, focusing on e-commerce cost-effectiveness without offline promotion. The digital chat station, the Blue Factory, will launch the new iteration of its X series at the Huaxing concert hall, focusing on thinness and photography, with a huge surprise in the thickness of the body. At the same time, the Blue Factory will also launch its new sub-brand, fully competing with the Xiaomi series. Saying no to high price and low configuration, users who like performance can look forward to it. Only because Makoto Shinkai is too handsome, this generation of X5 won't still use the Fire Dragon 400 series processor like the previous generation, will it? Is it just that I haven't woken up? How could the Blue Factory give up high price and low configuration? Wake up, the one above iQOO won't have high price and low configuration, but that doesn't mean their big brother won't. Doghead JPG, everyone make sure to show up and see what kind of electronic garbage the Blue Factory has produced this time. The Blue Factory is best at the machine C tactic. Just 2 months ago, they released the X3V equipped with the Fire Dragon 400 series processor and dared to sell it for over 2,400. Now it has barely been a while, and they have actually released the new X series. In order to ensure that this launch event has enough heat, the Blue Factory even purchased pop-up ads from Penguin to promote this event, ensuring that their sub-brand can become an instant success. Welcome everyone to watch our launch event. This event will unveil our X5 Max and our new series, which will bring you a very big surprise. First of all, since our X5 Max is called Max, it must be very powerful. First, this generation of models challenges the thinnest in the world. The thickness of the phone is only 4.75 millimeters. You might not feel much about this thickness, so let me describe it. It is thinner than stacking 3 coins together. To achieve this thickness, we put in a lot of effort. Isn't that impressive? The one above, you need to remember this, is the Blue Factory. If they still use a Snapdragon 4 like the previous generation, you'll be crying. The one above just don't know how big the battery is. Based on this thickness, the battery can't be that big. If Huaxin comes in, the battery might be a bit larger. After all, they have high-density batteries that might be better. What are you afraid of? The Blue Factory has already joined the Fast Charging Alliance and has obtained Huaxing's technical authorization. There will definitely be fast charging, at worst 3 charges a day. As for the screen, we adopted a 5.5-inch OLED screen, which has a better display effect than the LCD screens used by competitors. Its screen edges do not darken, making the experience very comfortable. At the same time, this generation is equipped with the OS 2.0 developed based on Android 4.4. So what is the price of such an extremely thin and outstandingly displayed phone? Starting at $2,998. How should we put this price? The Blue Factory truly deserves to be called the epitome of high price and low configuration. They can only deceive some clueless girls in the offline market. Xiang Yang laughed. This price truly is the Blue Factory. They didn't dare to introduce the processor or battery. It's obvious that it's not a good phone. Little Nan said, not everyone likes cost-effectiveness. We girls prefer something lighter with a better feel and a more aesthetically pleasing design. Not everyone likes those straight male-style designs. As for the price, this price is still acceptable. At the moment the price was announced, sales of Xiaomi's suddenly increased by several thousand units. Indeed, Xiaomi sales depend on competitors. However, Lei Busi, sitting in his office, suddenly felt anxious. He had long anticipated the Blue Factory's X series, but a month ago when the head of Huawei's Fire Dragon came to promote the Fire Dragon 808, he mentioned that the Blue Factory had purchased a batch of Fire Dragon 808. However, now that the new phone has been released, there were no surprises, but why did he suddenly feel anxious inside? Lei Busi himself did not know where the anxiety came from. The Blue Factory's X series had such a high price, and they were also using Huaxing's X1. They would definitely not choose online sales. As for offline, Xiaomi's market share can be said to have never entered the offline market. So why did he suddenly feel anxious? The launch event did not conclude after the announcement of the X5 Max. The true protagonist of the event was yet to come, which was the upcoming iQOO brand. In the eyes of the Blue Factory, if the first generation of iQOO could boast extreme performance and exceptional cost-effectiveness, its sales should be quite impressive, potentially even overshadowing the competition. This would greatly aid in transforming the public perception of the Blue Factory. The host on stage continued, however, this phone is not the focus of our launch today. Rather, it is the iQOO brand and its first generation, which will provide everyone with extraordinary value for money. Now let us welcome the head of the iQOO brand phone, Shen Fei, with a round of applause. He raised his hand to lead the applause, which left the audience and online viewers astonished. Could it be that, as rumored online, the Blue Factory has indeed turned over a new leaf? Hello everyone. I am Feng Yufei, currently the CEO of the iQOO brand. Our new iQOO series will provide products with exceptional value for money, catering to the young user group seeking the ultimate gaming experience. Since we are targeting the youth, and I am also young, I know that young people do not like to hear empty talk. So let us get straight to the point. The first generation of iQOO. First, let me introduce the performance of our iQOO first generation. Competitor A is equipped with the Snapdragon 801, which is a last year's quad-core processor. In our view, this is already quite outdated. Therefore, we have equipped our iQOO first generation with the newly released Snapdragon 808, a 6-core processor with just one chip costing 200 yuan more than that of the competitor. Someone commented, "I can imagine Lei's tears flowing in the restroom. This kid must be his prized disciple." Xiaonan added, "Lei must think this is directed at him." Haha. Indeed, to capture the market, Feng Yufei chose the classic Lei style comparison method. I must say this tactic is indeed effective. What do competitors say about the small difference between quad-core and 6-core? To me, it's simply a joke. Although the main frequency of the Snapdragon 808 is not high, the performance gap is still significant. How can I prove this statement? Competitors like to use the benchmark scores from Entertainment Rabbit to showcase their tuning capabilities. So let us also display the prowess of our tuned Snapdragon 808. He pressed a button to flip the PPT slide, revealing a massive 5-digit number on the screen. 58,000 points. Under our tuning, the Snapdragon 808 achieved a score of 58,000, creating a 20 performance gap from our competitors. Thus, the difference between quad-core and 6-core is indeed substantial. At that moment of performance revelation, many users who were about to purchase competitors' phones opted to cancel their orders. This left Lei Bubusi watching the live stream utterly speechless. He's using my words. Young people do not abide by the rules and resort to ambush. Lei Bubusi finally understood why he felt uneasy. He immediately instructed Lu Weibin, "Lu, let's reduce the prices of all versions of our 4th generation phones by 200 yuan first." Lei, is that really necessary? Their costs should be higher than ours, and their prices haven't even been revealed yet. There's no need to be so anxious. You don't understand, they are targeting us, trying to change the Blue Factory's reputation through us. The person beside him immediately grasped the situation. A price reduction was essential. In terms of screens, we also use a 5-inch 1080p LCD screen. This is the same as our competitors. However, I must criticize our competitors for using 3 GB of RAM while still starting with a 16 GB storage. Therefore, our iQOO first generation starts with 332 GB. Indeed, we must point out all criticisms to illustrate that cost-effectiveness is not solely the domain of the competitor. Others can achieve it as well, and even do it better. The brand loyalty of cost-effective users is the lowest. They will choose whoever has the lowest price. Regarding the battery, we are equipped with a large 3,500 mAh battery that supports 20W super fast charging. The competitor's 10W fast charging does seem like a relic from the previous era. But it's understandable, as the competitor's charging speed has doubled compared to the last generation, while ours has also doubled compared to theirs. After all, we sourced 400 million fast-charging chips from Huaxin, so we must utilize them. Anything from our X series that cannot be used will naturally be given to our beloved iQOO. Alright, there's not much left to discuss, so let's introduce the final point, which is also the one everyone is most concerned about. Please tell me what it is. Price. Exactly, it's the price. You might have already guessed the answer in your mind. After all, you all know who our competitor is, whom we compared with earlier. Since the configurations have been compared thoroughly, the price will naturally be similar. As I mentioned earlier, our entire series starts at 332 GB. So naturally, we won't follow the competitor's pricing of 1,999 yuan. Therefore, our iQOO first generation starts at a price of 2,399 yuan. Surprised? Additionally, there is a higher memory version at 364 GB starting at 2,699 yuan. Xiangyang laughed. It's only 100 yuan cheaper than the competitors with superior specifications in every aspect. I find it quite appealing and want to give it a try. Lin Zhongjin commented, "It really looks good, all aspects are quite strong. It seems that besides the competitor, other manufacturers can also offer cost-effectiveness." Of course, as the first-generation product of iQOO, it won't be priced like this. The whole series will be reduced by another 100 yuan, starting at 2,299 yuan. Isn't this price incredibly attractive? At the moment this price was announced, Lei Bubusi was left speechless. Haha, the boomerang of cost-effectiveness has finally hit him. It had him constantly comparing with competitors in previous launch events. Alright, Lugo announced the price reduction. Also give a 200 yuan coupon or 200 yuan worth of phone credit to users who purchased our competitor's phone in the past week. As for why we choose coupons or phone credits instead of directly refunding 200 yuan in cash, it's because this will save more money. Currently, the relationship between the competitor and the mobile company is still very good, and there are many orders for contracted phones. Thus, giving users phone credits allows for an 85% discount, and every little bit counts. At the moment the iQOO launch event concluded, it quickly started trending online. iQOO truly remarkable. iQOO 2,299 competitor announces 200 yuan price drop. Amidst a flurry of trending searches regarding iQOO, the Xiaomi company successfully made its way to the trending list by lowering its prices by 200. After all, the competitors had just released their new devices boasting superior specifications in every aspect compared to Xiaomi's offerings, yet their prices matched exactly. This left Xiaomi feeling somewhat uncomfortable. However, it wasn't just Lei Jun who felt this way. After all, it was Honor that had initially announced the promotion only to have iQOO steal the spotlight. Nevertheless, iQOO's early release indeed played its role effectively. Firstly, public perception of the brand had shifted away from its previous reputation as a low-cost option with high prices and low specifications. Within just 1 hour of its launch, iQOO surpassed 1 million units in shipments. With the Snapdragon 808, a 3,500 mAh battery, 20W fast charging, and a 1080p display, it was well balanced in all aspects. Although there are better performance options available at this price point, such as the Huawei S1, it is worth noting that the S1 only features a 720p display. In the first half of the year, the Huawei S1 was the best mid-range phone, but by the second half, with the widespread adoption of 1080p screens, the appeal of this phone had significantly diminished. However, in terms of performance and photography, the Huawei S1 remains the best phone in the 2,000 yuan price range. Meanwhile, Shen Fei has not rushed to release a new phone as sales of the current S1 have only slightly declined. After all, both devices are small-sized phones, and the difference between a 720p and a 1080p display is not particularly large. Many users ultimately chose the Huawei S1 for its photography capabilities or for longer usage times. Currently, the S1 still sells around 5,000 units per month. However, Shen Fei has already started instructing the manufacturing partners to reduce production and shift towards the Huawei X2 series. The price cut on the Xiaomi 4, however, has not met Lei Jun's original expectations, as the same memory version is only 200 yuan cheaper than the original iQOO. But that 200 yuan has bought iQOO faster charging speeds and better performance. Of course, the Xiaomi 4 has some advantages over iQOO, such as a metal frame and metal back cover, whereas iQOO opted for all plastic construction due to cost constraints. However, due to the 200 yuan price drop, Xiaomi sales have only decreased by about 30, with daily shipments fluctuating between 2,000 to 3,000 units, albeit showing a gradual decline. This situation has made Lei Jun anxious. His company must expedite the release of the Xiaomi 4s and address all the shortcomings of the current Xiaomi 4. After all, the Snapdragon 808 has already undergone 2 price adjustments due to poor sales. Currently, the price for each chip is around 500 yuan, and larger orders may receive additional discounts. With the current sales of Xiaomi, they can push the price down to around 450 yuan. Once the chips are in place, Xiaomi will certainly reclaim today's humiliation. Let's show iQOO who the true king of cost performance is. However, this has also made Lei Jun realize that the independence of Hongmi is urgent. Previously, it was just Honor from the Chrysanthemum factory competing against him, which was already quite annoying. Now the Blue factory has joined the fray. Originally, he had discussed independence with Lu Weibing after the new year, but it seems he must act immediately. Currently, the most important task for Xiaomi is acquiring the mobile chip business from Intel, as it is a turbulent time. However, it appears Lu Weibing will still be responsible for the independence plans of the Hongmi series. Next week, they will release the first generation of Note. As for the originally planned K series, it will be cancelled for now. After all, they cannot let Hongmi release the first generation K series equipped with Snapdragon 808, otherwise there would be no need to sell the Xiaomi 4. Lei Jun, thanks to the efforts of our Xiaomi company competitors, have finally entered the online market. We appreciate their motivation, and next we will launch our new budget Redmi Note series. It will bring higher specifications and better user experience. At the same time, next month we will also launch a new member of the Xiaomi 4 generation, the Xiaomi 4s, which will still have surprises. Indeed, Lei Jun can no longer sit idly by. Although the price drop temporarily stabilized sales, the gradually declining trend is indeed worrisome. Helpless Lei Jun resorted to early pre-sales. After all, the playability of MIUI is still much better than the current system of the Blue factory. It is believed that with the help of early pre-sales, some consumers will temporarily choose to forego purchasing the first generation iQOO. However, Lei Jun's tactic has indeed irritated the Blue factory's Feng Yufei, who chose to engage in a war of words with Lei Jun online to boost his own sales. Some people clearly lack the product strength of their own offerings, yet they resort to tricks that lead users to temporarily forego better products. Feng Yufei's Weibo post was quite direct, even tagging Lei Jun. Feng Yufei, someone is getting anxious, I won't say who. Lei Jun, someone is getting anxious, I won't say who. However, seeing the continuously rising online heat, Zhao Ming became anxious as well and immediately joined the verbal sparring to draw attention to his own brand. Zhao Ming, recently a new competitor has entered the online market and released a great product, but I feel it cannot compare to our upcoming Honor 6 series. There is a saying in the industry, whoever possesses the Kirin chip rules the world. This time our entire Honor 6 series will be equipped with Kirin chips. It will be officially launched next Wednesday and competitors are welcome to attend. Lei Jun, Feng Yufei. Due to being busy engaging in a war of words with Feng Yufei, Lei Jun quickly noticed this message. Having one competitor from the Blue Factory was already quite bothersome, and now Zhao Ming has joined it is crucial to note that he is also a somewhat petty individual. Lei Jun could already imagine how Zhao Ming would showcase his own Xiaomi 4 to steal the spotlight during the press conference. Feng Yufei also noticed this and had long heard rumors about Zhao Ming's pettiness. It seems the rumors were indeed true, it was merely a matter of snatching some attention. As for chasing closely, he even specially tagged an invitation for himself to attend the event. A fool would know this is a trap, and at the press conference they would definitely showcase their own products. To compare if they cannot measure up, it would indeed be quite laughable. Everyone knows that the PPT will feature both the first-generation iQOO and the Redmi 4 series. Lei Jun, Zhao Ming, recently our company has been quite busy. We are actively preparing for our Xiaomi 4 series and currently do not have time to attend the competitors' press conference. Meanwhile, we wish them great success with their products. It must be said that Lei Jun's emotional intelligence is indeed quite high. He has both declined the invitation and preserved face in front of outsiders. It must be said that Zhao Ming's arrogance this time is quite understandable, as Udazue has provided some excellent resources. The aim is to ensure that Honor can steadily capture the 2,000 yuan market that has opened up. After all, in terms of shipments, the primary focus remains on the 1,000 yuan market. Due to the significant cost of chips, Honor can further lower its prices by self-producing and selling. Originally, Zhao Ming intended to price the Honor 6 lower than the other two brands to capture more market share. However, he was ultimately rejected by Udazue, as it is essential to leave room for price reduction. One never knows when Huawei will release a new series. However, Shen Fei is indeed eager to launch new phones, especially with the first generation of their Tianqin 6 series. The Tianqin 610 has officially entered mass production. The specific model has already been designed by Wang Tung, officially entering the 1,000 yuan market. After all, the lower the price, the higher the shipment volume. Some low-end models can help Huawei seize more market share and increase their overall market presence. In the planning of the mobile division, this chip will not debut in the short term. After all, Huaxing does not intend to open a new mid-range line. If used in the S series, it does not perform as well as the Tianqin 800E. Using it in the S series would be a significant downgrade. After much deliberation, the status of this chip indeed feels awkward. It was ultimately decided that it would debut with the Huaxin tablet, where its performance would still be a strong representative. This chip is a modified version of the Tianqin 800 with certain reductions made to the GPU and CPU. However, due to the adoption of Huaxin's X1 and H1 cores, its performance remains exceptionally strong. Moreover, this is Huaxing's first attempt at entering the tablet market, and Shen Fei is unsure about the market size. Thus, they do not dare to directly launch a high-end tablet like Apple, but instead want to release a low-end tablet to test the waters. A low-end tablet paired with the Tianqin 600 is more than sufficient. Although this chip has a relatively small code name, its performance is not lacking. After all, the X1 and H1 cores of Tianqin Semiconductor are very powerful. Internally, the Tianqin 600 is positioned as a mid-range processor. However, among competitors, it is already considered a very powerful high-end processor. After all, the Tianqin 600 has not been compromised in any aspect. It just underwent design and trial production. After passing testing, it was found that no mobile phone could utilize it, and it had to be temporarily shelved. As for external sales, Shen Fei indeed has this plan, as its performance is not weak and its power consumption is very low. External sales are indeed possible, but the debut rights must remain with Huaxing. Ultimately, after discussions, it was decided to apply it to tablets, so this batch of chips had the modem cut out during production. Moreover, as a tablet, there is no need to integrate a 4G modem, since as a large tablet with a screen size exceeding 10 inches, it is unlikely that anyone would take it outdoors. Furthermore, outdoor areas generally have Wi-Fi coverage, and most people do not require cellular connectivity for tablets. Of course, most importantly, adding a 4G modem would increase costs by several hundred yuan, which is indeed unnecessary. Since this Tianqin 600 only had its 4G modem cut out, all other aspects are standard configurations. Therefore, this Tianqin 600 can achieve around 6500 points. However, this score is merely a benchmark from an engineering machine and has not undergone any tuning. Once Huaxing does some tuning, it can easily surpass 7,000 points. 7,000 points is still a very powerful performance indicator in the current chip market. Among all competitors, only the Fire Dragon 810 Kirin 925 series and Apple's latest A series can surpass this score. As for others, they are simply incomparable. It can be said that any chip released by Tianjin Semiconductor today can reach a leading level domestically and internationally, and their flagship chips are even at the pinnacle of international standards. Shen Fei v. The market has been quite lively recently. But there can only be one king of machines. Those who arrive first are always the cannon fodder. Our Huaxing X series will officially launch our Huaxing X2 series on November 1st, and will also unveil our first-generation Huaxing pad. In the past year, our technology has also made new breakthroughs which I will showcase to everyone at that time. We have taken the king of machines of 2014. After all, the Apple 6 series, which can compete with our Generation X2, has been quite disappointing. This news naturally made competitors nervous, especially Lei Busi, who was already agitated and became even more so upon seeing this Weibo post. Clearly, no manufacturers had plans to release tablets, while their own Xiaomi was preparing to be the first domestic manufacturer to take the plunge. The Xiaomi Pad has already entered mass production and is set to launch together at the upcoming Xiaomi 4S release event. To surprise their fans, as current tablets generally cost around 4,000 yuan, if they release theirs at 1,999, it is sure to sell out. However, they did not expect a competitor like Huaxing to emerge. With Huaxing's level, any chip will undoubtedly outperform their own. This has made it difficult for them to set their prices. Although their tablet is equipped with the Fire Dragon 805 and does not have a modem function, the cost is not particularly high, allowing for a price drop. But Huaxing technology could easily adjust their prices according to the Xiaomi Pad, ensuring they remain unbeatable. Huaxing technology is truly annoying. Having such a powerful competitor is both their honor and their sorrow. This has made it hard for Lei Busi to set the price for the first-generation Xiaomi tablet. However, the negotiation team far away in another country finally relayed some good news that made Lei Busi happy. Intel has finally relented. The price has dropped to $100 million, and the team can go to Huawei, but whether the employees go to Huawei depends on their own choices. The Xiaomi company cannot force them to go to Huawei, and after acquiring Intel's mobile chip business, the employees' salaries cannot decrease by more than 15. However, Intel is overthinking this. To nurture their own team, Xiaomi will definitely take good care of these employees. Nevertheless, this price is still a bit high. Lei Busi plans to delay for a few more days. At the same time, he prepares to probe Shen Fei's stance, both to see if he can gain Shen Fei's support and to find out what price their first-generation tablet is set at, to determine how much to adjust the price of their Xiaomi Pad. Hey General Shen, I wonder if what you said before still stands. We are about to succeed in negotiations here. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately realized that the negotiations over there were going quite smoothly and were likely nearing a contract. Thus, Lei Busi wanted to probe his stance again. After all, this business is not easy, and even a powerhouse like Intel eventually had to choose to cut their losses. No industry is easy to enter, especially one with such high technical content. Lei Busi does not believe he can once again become the chosen one like before and succeed in one step. Of course, we will assist any domestic manufacturers entering this industry, but I wonder if you Lei Zong can afford this cost. After all, Professor Liang's time is still very precious. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi instantly calmed down. As long as Shen Fei agrees, it doesn't matter how big his appetite is in Lei Busi's eyes. The most frightening thing would be Shen Fei rejecting him. In Lei Busi's view, if Shen Fei rejected him, this acquisition deal could also be declared over. After all, having someone to lead in this industry makes a significant difference, as can be seen from the example of the Jew factory. Previously, they struggled alone for 4 to 5 years, investing over 10 billion, and only developed a few electronic scraps, which they were even unwilling to use themselves. However, with Huaxing's help, they rose successfully in just 6 months, and their technical level has even caught up with the international giant Gaodong, and they are not far behind Apple. Rest assured, General Shun, we can definitely afford the price. May I know if you are willing to hear our proposal? Lei Zong, I would love to hear more. I will personally contribute 50 of the funding for acquiring Intel, and Xiaomi will also contribute 50. After the acquisition, we will establish a new company. In this newly formed company, Xiaomi will hold 20 of the shares, I will hold 20, and the remaining shares will all belong to you, General Shun. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly admired Lei Busi for being ruthless enough. It must be noted that this company is one of the primary sources for the future chip supply of the rice company, considering their annual sales in the tens of millions. This new company can secure at least a few million in orders, and the profit margins are quite substantial. After all, even if they establish their own supply to chip companies, they still need to purchase some Qualcomm chips to maintain a good relationship between the two parties. After all, Qualcomm's patents are no joke. For instance, the Chrysanthemum factory is still procuring this batch of Qualcomm chips, which is of course related to the current insufficient chip production capacity of the Chrysanthemum factory. There's no need for Mr. Lei to make such a big deal. We at Huaxin are merely providing some technology. In Shen Fei's view, his assistance to the rice company would not be all-encompassing. He would only authorize their X1 and H1 cores, as he would be using the latest X2 and H2 cores next year. These older generation technologies are merely licensed out for some patent fees, serving as a last flicker of their light. Ultimately, under the leadership of Huaxing Technology, they aim to completely drive Qualcomm out of the Chinese market. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, this is a decision we have made after careful consideration. After all, we plan to venture into the international market next, and we still rely on Qualcomm's chip supply. Thus, the chips produced by the new company will only be used in certain domestic series. Therefore, the benefits that you at Huaxing can gain are not as significant as you might imagine. Moreover, in my opinion, technology is always the most important aspect, so please feel free to accept these shares. Shen Fei instantly understood that with the Blue Factory's IQ series and the Chrysanthemum Factory's Glory series both entering the e-commerce market, the rice company would face increasingly difficult times. A decline in sales is inevitable, and to maintain the market share of the rice company venturing into the international market is indispensable. Moreover, what's the point of constantly battling within one's own country? It would be better to compete with international partners in the global market. As for Huaxing and Shen Fei's plan, they are preparing to officially enter the international market next year, vying with the fruit company for the title of the best flagship. However, the international market is quite different from the domestic one. Without channels, one can still rely on e-commerce platforms to ship products first, and then slowly build their own channels. In the international arena, especially in Europe, sales are primarily conducted through offline stores, and online platforms are extremely underdeveloped. It seems they will have to seek the assistance of the Chrysanthemum factory to leverage their offline channels for sales. Afterward, they can build their own sales channels. Venturing into the international market next year is not a mere whim of Shen Fei, it is based on actual considerations. Currently, with the help of the system and the efforts of the research and development team, Huaxing Technology has already secured about 7 of the global 4G patents. They have become an indispensable player in the 4G patent market. Shen Fei also wants to compete with the fruit company on the international stage, as the domestic competitors are truly underwhelming. Only the Chrysanthemum factory still has some prowess. Mr. Lei, please proceed with the acquisition negotiations. We can discuss specific terms offline after the acquisition. It's not convenient to do so online, but rest assured Tianqin Semiconductor will definitely be there to assist, and I can guarantee that. One must admit that the terms offered by Lei Busi are indeed very attractive, but online communication is not suitable. However, Shen Fei has already agreed, confirming Lei Busi's intentions, which eased Lei Busi's concerns. With the support of Huaxing Technology, they can truly engage in a serious battle, and they will eventually reclaim their position in that arena. Since Shen Fei has already agreed to Lei Busi's request, the latter on the other end did not choose to hang up, presumably still having some thoughts to probe. Currently, both sides do not have overlapping product lines in terms of pricing. What is Lei Busi up to? Oh, could it be about the tablet line? Shen Fei suddenly recalled that the rice company has already begun mass production of its first-generation tablet, and it should be ready for release soon. Moreover, he had just officially announced that Huaxing would be releasing its first-generation tablet at their product launch, which seems to have made Lei Busi a bit anxious. Thus, Shen Fei pretended to ask Lei Busi, Mr. Lei, I wonder if you have anything else to discuss. If not, I will hang up as I have a meeting shortly. Isn't it said that Huaxing is about to release its first-generation tablet? I wonder what the specifications are like and what price you plan to set. Mr. Shen, you know that our rice company is about to release its first tablet as well. If we both go head-to-head, it won't be good for either of us. Hearing this, Shen Fei burst into laughter. It was indeed about the tablet line. However, Lei Busi was overthinking it. The rice company's tablet is an 8-inch model. In contrast, Huaxing's offering is an 11.5-inch large tablet, and its price will certainly be a bit higher than that of the rice company. Moreover, the two companies' sizes are different, indicating they are targeting distinctly different demographics. Mr. Lei, rest assured our price is relatively high, around 2,500. What price does your rice company plan to set? Puffed this little fox. 2,500. If you can sell it for 2,300, that would be good. Who doesn't know that Huaxing loves to set a high price at launch and then offer a limited time discount of 300 yuan? Clearly it is 2,299, yet you still want to deceive this old man. Mr. Shen should be aware that our rice company's tablet will likely be priced at 1999. This has always been our tradition.
Thank you for the information, Mr. Shen. If there's nothing else, I won't take up any more of your time. After hanging up the phone, Lei Busi said to Lu Weibin beside him, let's lower the price of our rice tablet by 200 yuan. Didn't Mr. Shen just say they plan to set it at 2,500? Even if they discount it by 300, it will still be around 2,299. There is still a 300 yuan gap between us. Is there really a need for us to be so anxious? After all, we are using the Fire Dragon 805. Although we don't know their specific configurations, the performance will definitely surpass ours. Their lowest performing chip currently is the Tianqin 800E, but that is last year's chip. This year we cannot gamble on how much their technology has advanced. A 300 yuan difference is still too small and will definitely lead some consumers to choose the Huaxing pad. This point, Lei Busi thinks too much. After all, Huaxin does not only produce high-end chips, and several teams are currently developing various new mid-range and low-end products. For example, this generation's Tianqin 600, although it uses an octa-core processor made with the same 14-nanometer process, does not perform as well as the Tianqin 800E, which is a 6-core processor. The mid-range will always be mid-range. It is impossible to catch up with its older brother's performance within a year. Alright, I'll revise the PPT shortly. Although the price is reduced by 200, we still have at least a profit of 500 yuan. This generation uses the Fire Dragon 805, which has only increased the clock speed by 0.2 GHz compared to the Fire Dragon 801, making it essentially an overclocked variant of the Fire Dragon 801. In terms of performance, there is not a significant gap between the Fire Dragon 805 and the Fire Dragon 801. In terms of entertainment benchmarks, both sides only differ by less than 2,000 points. Thus, the price of the Fire Dragon 805 is actually not too expensive. The current price of this chip is only around 400 yuan, and bulk orders can be negotiated. The rice company has still managed to cut the price down to 350 yuan through large orders. So even if the rice pad drops by 200 yuan, it still has a very high profit margin. As the most important confidant of Shen Fei, Gu Man is undoubtedly the hardest working individual in the entire company, second only to Wang Tang. She has to manage the joint venture with Penguin, the Penguin Star Game Company, while also overseeing the independently owned Huaxing Game Company in addition to assisting Shen Fei with various documents. However, as Shen Fei's trusted secretary, Gu Man does not need to handle everything personally. She has a team of secretaries at her disposal. As Shen Fei's confidant, all documents are first reported to Gu Man, who selects the more important ones for Shen Fei's initial approval. A document from the finance department quickly caught her attention. The God of Wealth is here to deliver money. Due to the explosive sales of the Mate 7, the bonus and labor costs for Professor Liang have already been transferred. Including the authorization fees for the CPU core and GPU core, the total amounts to 1.5 billion. The contract funds from this first order alone amount to 3 billion, while Huaxing's current research and development investments, though substantial, cannot exhaust such a large amount of funds. Since the equipment at Huaxing's wafer factory is provided by the system, there is no need to spend high prices to procure it externally. For a company, having more funds on the books means safer cash flow, but exceeding a certain warning line becomes a new burden as money will continuously depreciate. Only by investing money to make money is it considered normal. Currently, the cash flow of Huaxing technology is evidently abnormal, not due to a broken capital chain, but because there is too much idle cash on the books. Excessive idle funds on the books indicate that the company's resources are not being effectively utilized, making it impossible to obtain more benefits through investment or operation. This leads to resource wastage, which lowers the company's asset return rate and affects its interests. Previously, some funds had already been spent on establishing a new screen production factory in collaboration with Dongfang Factory, and acquiring Huayi Company also consumed some funds. At the same time, the company also took on some loans, and now that such a large sum has suddenly arrived, Shen Fei's first thought is to repay the bank loans. After all, being in debt is always uncomfortable, but when Shen Fei went to the bank to prepare to repay the loan, the bank manager advised Shen Fei not to repay the loan so quickly and repeatedly asked if any staff had offended him, prompting this urgency to repay. This left Shen Fei a bit at a loss for words. He was simply dealing with too much idle cash on the books and had nowhere to spend it. When Shen Fei mentioned this reason, the bank manager fell silent. Ultimately, after repeated persuasion from the bank manager, Shen Fei was unable to successfully repay the loan. Indeed, banks are places where they collect umbrellas on rainy days and provide them on sunny days. Huaxing technology has an exceptionally secure cash flow, a rarity among domestic companies. How could the bank allow Shen Fei to repay the loan prematurely? After all, banks have lending targets each year. The less they want to lend, the more they want to get him to borrow, while those eager to borrow are often denied funding. This left Shen Fei, who had just entered the business industry, somewhat perplexed. However, if he didn't understand, he could always consult his father.
From being a small figure to becoming a prominent figure in the real estate industry of Kyoto, Shen Fei's father's experience is quite legendary, and he understands these complexities much better than Shen Fei. So you are preparing to repay the bank due to excess cash on the books. You should have said so earlier. If it's not feasible, just give it to me. I've been preparing to acquire another piece of land last month. I even went to the bank to plead for assistance, bringing along a sum of money. Of course, this statement was just Shen Fei's father joking. As one of the top 3 wealthy individuals in Kyoto, how could he possibly lack money for land acquisition? As for taking out loans, that's merely a matter of a phone call. After joking, Shen Fei's father patiently explained, you must understand that banks have business indicators. Returning the funds effectively transfers the financial pressure back to the bank. Moreover, high-quality clients like you are hard to find. How could they possibly let you repay the loan? Hearing this, Shen Fei let out a silent sigh. He initially thought that those working in offices had it rather easy, but now it seems that every industry has its challenges. Besides, with so much cash on your books, if you're not investing, what are you doing? I'm not very familiar with the electronics industry you're involved in, but my friends say that 4G is just beginning to take off. The internet is full of opportunities. Investing in anything casually can yield profits. As a young person, you should understand this better than I do. I prefer to stick to acquiring land and building houses for sale rather than delving into these ventures. Shen Fei nodded in agreement, recognizing that in the 4G era the internet is bound to rise and create new wealth for many. Lei Busi is a prime example of having seized the opportunity presented by the times, rising to his current status. However, remember, this investments can fail, but having too much idle cash on the books can lead to corruption and diminish the motivation for innovation and progress within the management. But don't take too big of a leap. You wouldn't want to encounter any mishaps. Rest assured, your father will always be your final support. Just feel free to go for it. If you fail, just come back and inherit the family fortune. However, Shen Fei's father felt somewhat helpless. After working hard all his life to become a reputable tycoon in Kyoto, he had hoped to shield his son from the storm. Yet he found that his son's achievements in business had far surpassed his own. His son's company had only been established for a year, but had already grown into a conglomerate. Owning multiple companies, its valuation has surpassed that of his Shen Group. Currently, the Shen Group relies on investments across multiple industries, with an estimated value of 400 billion, and Shen Fei's father holds 40.28% of the shares, making him the largest shareholder. Although he cannot achieve absolute control, he still has a say in the major affairs of the entire company. His personal wealth has reached 160 billion, while his son's fortune, with just the Huaxing phone company, has reached 100 billion. The Huaxing wafer factory and Huaxing semiconductor are priceless treasures valued at least in the tens of billions with no upper limit. Though Shen Fei's father feels immense pride in having a son stronger than himself, the sense of disparity is still quite uncomfortable. His relentless efforts were aimed at providing a better life for his descendants, but looking back, his son has outperformed him. It seems times have changed. He truly is getting old, but after experiencing so many ups and downs, he can still assist his son on the path ahead. With this thought, Shen Fei's father's gloom dissipated instantly. Besides, no matter how remarkable his son is, he is still his child. If the child succeeds, how could a father not be happy? Upon returning to the company, Shen Fei immediately convened an expansion meeting. All mid-level and senior leaders attended. Everyone was allowed to express their opinions, and if accepted, they would receive a bonus. Huaxin Technology Group is never short of funds. The theme of this meeting is that our group's cash flow is overly healthy, which is not a good phenomenon. Those present are all mid-level and senior leaders of the company, so they should understand that an overly healthy cash flow can also pose certain risks. I wonder if anyone has any good ideas. Although sufficient cash flow allows the company to cope with various emergencies, ensuring that the company does not face a break in its capital chain due to economic fluctuations. However, as Shen's father said, ample funding can also lead to corruption. Those rewarded by the system possess absolute loyalty and will not encounter such issues. Yet most of these individuals are in research positions, while the clerical positions in the company cannot guarantee that there will be no occurrences of embezzlement. But no one understood what Shen Fei truly meant and did not speak up for a while. Personally, I plan to separate the investment department from the finance department. It will become an independent department that actively seeks high-quality projects for investment. As for the specific allocation table, you can refer to the documents on the table. Investments below 5 million yuan do not need to be approved by Shen Fei, and internal decisions can be made, but there will be an annual audit. To ensure that there will be no embezzlement, projects ranging from 5 million to 50 million yuan must be signed by the head of the investment department and submitted to Gu Man for approval before finally being signed by Shen Fei to release funds. Compared to other investment companies, this process is already very simple. Projects over 50 million yuan will be reported to Shen Fei, who will personally lead the team to handle them. At the same time, a loss indicator of 100 million yuan was given to the investment department. Losses are permissible, but corruption must not occur. If corruption is discovered, it will be handed over to the public security authorities for legal processing with no leniency. Of course, the salaries in the investment department can be considered the highest in the entire company, even surpassing those of researchers at Tianjin Semiconductor. However, the base salary is among the lowest in the company, with the minimum wage being only 400 yuan, and the main source of income is the year-end bonus. For projects that succeed in investment each year, Shen Fei will set aside 3 of the funds for the investment department to share. Upon seeing this indicator, everyone became excited. A base salary of 400 yuan is considered relatively high in today's Beijing. The year-end bonus is truly astonishing, as 3 of project funding sharing is enough to spark everyone's enthusiasm. Moreover, those who identify quality projects can earn an additional bonus. This salary structure surprised everyone. Clearly, everyone wanted to join the investment department. Even Wang Tung next to him joked, "Shun, can I go to the investment department?" "Ha. Wang, wouldn't it be a bit of a waste for you to go to the investment department?" Of course, if anyone has a good startup project, they can also earn these bonuses. Now you all discuss and see if there are any good projects to invest in. As for the head of the investment department, I plan to recruit someone from outside to take charge. Although promoting internally can enhance team cohesion, Shen Fei still chose to hire externally. Regarding why not to promote from within, Shen Fei felt that currently there was no one in the investment department capable of handling the role. Although the current investment department personnel have certain investment abilities, they still cannot compare to professionals. Secondly, there is the issue of trust. Those not brought in by the system cannot guarantee 100% loyalty to Shen Fei, and he does not feel at ease with such significant funding. Thus, the so-called recruiting does not involve headhunting firms, but rather the system is stepping in. System so love is indeed gone, only called upon when needed. Shen, there is indeed a good project. I have a classmate who is a senior executive at Jingxi Mall, and she is the one who interfaces with us regularly. She told me that Jingxi Mall is preparing for Series C financing next week and asked if we wanted to participate. This is what I originally planned to report to you this afternoon. Jingxi Mall is also one of our main sales channels, and our cooperation has been quite friendly, so they reserved a certain equity for us around 2. If we do not take over, it will be handed over to others. Jingxi Mall started with electronic product sales, initially selling through physical stores before transitioning online. After multiple rounds of financing, it has now become the most professional digital 3C sales platform. With its professional after-sales system, consumers can confidently purchase digital products online. As Huaxin's largest sales platform outside of its official website, their cooperation is also very amicable. Jingxi is expected to go public on Nasdaq by the end of the year. This financing is essentially a way to bring in partners and grow the business together. Huaxing's status in the digital field is steadily rising, gradually becoming akin to a domestic version of Samsung, naturally holding a certain market share. Did he mention what the valuation is? He said he would let you negotiate directly and would give us a relatively good price. Or are there any other projects? If there are no other projects, we can adjourn the meeting. Wang Ting, go to my office and give me a detailed briefing. Originally, this meeting was to announce the official establishment of the Huaxing investment department and to gather ideas on what good projects can be invested in. Now that a good project has been identified, it would naturally be a waste of time to linger here. The key now is to spend the available funds and make the money generate more money. After the meeting, Wang Tung and Gu Man followed Shen Fei to his office to gain a detailed understanding of the current Huaxi platform. It must be said that although Jinx's platform valuation is somewhat high, there is still room for profit, especially since this time it is a way to bring partners in, which should lower the valuation. However, 2 of the equity does seem a bit low. Gu Man's rise to a core secretary is based not on looks, but on her ability. In just a few minutes, she had already compiled a report. She quickly reported to Shen Fei, currently the valuation of Jingxi platform is $7 billion, and the estimated offer for us is between 5 to 8 billion, providing us with ample room for negotiation. The goal is to maintain the profitability of us partners after the IPO, which should be around 1.5 to 1.8 times. My classmate's side is also similar, just a matter of bringing partners in. The idea is to get us partners on board so that the stock price after going public is a bit higher. After listening, Shen Fei nodded, indicating he understood. Then next week, let's take a trip to Jingxi and see what kind of offer they can give us, trying to secure a bit more equity. After speaking, the 2 left the office and continued with their work. Ding, congratulations, host, you have successfully established your own investment department. Achievement: unlock the start of building a business empire. Achievement: reward and grade investment team consisting of a total of 50 members. Hearing this voice, Shen Fei applauded, praising, as expected of my good system, just what I needed. A professional investment team to go to Jingxi, it looks promising now. The system reward this time is quite good. It's like preparing to sleep, and then a pillow arrives. System, when will they report? You see, getting anxious again. You are already a mature host. Why the rush? The headhunting company will contact you tomorrow. You can have them report the day after tomorrow. Okay, as expected, the system handles things perfectly. If they arrive the day after tomorrow, I can take them along to Jingxi, successfully boarding the last bus to the Jingxi platform. However, there are no free lunches in this world. Jingxi must have its demands in return for what it offers. I just don't know what they are asking for. Exclusive sales rights outside of the official distribution, or perhaps more favorable pricing, or the right to set prices independently. Forget it. I'll wait for this glass team to arrive and then let them negotiate. As long as Jingxi can offer enough shares, I can provide them with a better price. But independent pricing is out of the question. The next 2 years are crucial for Huaxing. Prices will gradually rise to around 4,000 yuan, and no one can casually lower the price. Otherwise, Huaxing's high-end exploration will only become a joke. Speaking of which, does the system have any advanced technologies available? For example, can you provide me with a mature plan? Host, please don't aim too high. Given Huaxing's current scale, even if I provided you with a mature system, would you be able to promote it? Oh, didn't you already establish your own system development team? Aren't you collaborating with Ju Factory? So are you trying to cheat me out of my reward? So you're not foolish after all. I was just joking with you. How about I arrange for some system development engineers instead? If the first month's sales of Huaxin X2 surpass 200,000 units, it'll bring you a batch of development engineers and give you a Hongmin OS kernel. How does that sound? This is a kernel that truly differs from the Android system. You can develop your own system based on this kernel. Are you tempted? Do you want it? I must say this reward is indeed appealing, but given Huaxing's current foundation, breaking 200,000 units in first sales is quite challenging. According to Shen Fei's plan, this generation of Huaxin X2 is expected to start at 3,699 yuan. Compared to the previous generation's standard version, the price will drop by 300 yuan. Moreover, offline stores have already been established in prefecture-level cities over the past 6 months, and Huaxing's brand awareness is also increasing, so the first sales should be quite impressive. The previous generation had over 100,000 units sold in just over half a month. This time it should reach 70 to 80,000 units in a month. Calculating this way, 200,000 units sold is indeed possible, but breaking that number within a month is not easy. It seems I need to offer some irresistible benefits for this generation of Huaxing X2 to boost sales. Although it's a bit challenging, it's worth a try. After all, even if I fail, there's no loss. Given my good system's nature, it will eventually send this kernel to me. Just as Shen Fei was pondering, the office door rang. At that moment, when Shen Fei looked up, Gu Man also pushed open the office door. What's going on? Is there something important? Or is there an important document that needs my signature? Recently, there isn't anything significant. The X series is progressing smoothly and trial production is complete, starting testing. However, President Yu sent an invitation for you to attend the launch event the day after tomorrow. It seems President Yu also wants to inquire about something. However, Shen Fei had a suspicion in his heart. After all, although the two companies have become strategic partners, currently Ju Factory still relies more on Huaxin technology. Although Ju Factory primarily focuses on communications, Huaxin has just as many patents in the 4G field. Moreover, Ju Factory is heavily dependent on Huaxin for chip research and production. Now, with the Dami company about to officially acquire Intel's chip design business, Ju Factory has started to feel a sense of crisis. Will Huaxin Technology help Dami company design its own chips, just as it has helped them? The so-called invitation to the launch event is merely an excuse. That old Yu really knows how to find trouble for me, not wanting me to be idle at all. Well, if there's nothing else, I'll just go and take a look. Let's see what he really wants to discuss with me. Since that's the case, Shen Fei really has to go and see this launch event. After all, the cooperation between both sides is crucial, especially in terms of system promotion and the upcoming entry into the European market that will rely on Ju Factory. Moreover, even if Lei Busi offers more shares, he will not assist Dami company as much as he does Ju Factory. He would only authorize the previous generation's core, but due to the advantages in process and core, even the previous generation's core can still compete with Hualong, though it cannot surpass Guozi. Guman, please book me a plane ticket. Oh, and help me prepare an invoice for reimbursement later from old Yu. After all, this launch event is not in Kyoto, but in Yangqing. Shen Fei thought about how President Yu would enthusiastically greet him, and he suddenly took out a plane ticket reimbursement form for President Yu. I wonder what expression President Yu would have. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Gu Man, seeing Shen Fei's expression, immediately understood that Shen Fei had some mischievous idea again. However, his plan was destined to fail. President Yu has already booked the tickets, so we don't need to book them ourselves. Oh, that sounds like a heartbroken voice. My plan was in vain. Boring. President Yu, I didn't expect you to come personally to pick me up. Nowadays, Ju Factory's terminal has so many businesses As the big steward president, you actually has time to come to greet me personally. It seems there is indeed something to discuss. After a brief exchange, they got into the car that President Yu had sent to pick him up. Of course, it wasn't President Yu who drove, there was a dedicated driver. The two sat in the back seat, while Shen Fei closed his eyes to rest. After all having experienced several hours of flight, he was still a bit fatigued. This made President Yu, who wanted to speak, ultimately choose to give up and plan to inquire during the evening's launch event. President Shen, I am Zhao Ming. It's a pleasure to meet you. Thank you for coming to support. Unlike the other two who refused me due to injuries, I am not Blackheart. Why are they so afraid? Hearing this, Shen Fei instantly understood that today's launch event shouldn't be too boring. Another fan of Lei Busi has successfully debuted. I just wonder if the master Lei Busi will feel a bit helpless. After all, the disciple is doing all the work for his master. President Shen, please rest for a while. Our press conference won't officially begin until this evening. Huh, that's not right. When I got in the car earlier, Yu Dazue looked like he wanted to say something. Now why is he silent again? President Yu, there's no need for me to rest. I already rested a bit in the car and have recovered. I noticed you seemed to have something to discuss earlier. What is it exactly? Upon hearing this, Yu Dazue instantly became excited. After all, this matter was quite important. President Shen, let's go to my office to talk. Having said that, he led Shen Fei to his office. Zhao Ming chose not to follow along as he still had to preside over the upcoming press conference and needed to attend to various details. Today, the most important thing was not the answers to these questions, but the press conference. President Shen, what would you like to drink? Tea, coffee, or a soft drink? We have it all here. With that, he got up to go to the beverage cabinet to get something for Shen Fei. Shen Fei quickly waved his hand and said, forget it, President Yu. Just tell me what's on your mind. Hearing this, Yu Dazue also sat down and immediately began to speak. Don't worry. President Ren will come by later. He wants to talk with you. He's also prepared a gift for you, or rather a surprise. A surprise. These words stunned Shen Fei. The founder of the Juchang company, President Ren, was coming in person to communicate with him. This old gentleman was someone Shen Fei deeply admired. It could be said that like his own father, he had achieved great success relying on himself during that era full of opportunities. Yet he chose to distribute the company's shares to everyone. Of course, this was also related to Juchang's special circumstances at the time. But even though there were better paths, he chose this one, which truly earned Shen Fei's respect. Admiration aside, Shen Fei naturally wouldn't choose this path. Not all companies were suitable for it. President Ren had long since stepped down from the company's management, but his position in the company was irreplaceable. It could be said that he was the stabilizing anchor of Juchang. No matter how great the storms with him, their Juchang would not falter. But at the same time, Shen Fei's mind went blank. President Ren was coming in person to talk with him. What could they possibly discuss? Was he overthinking things? Was it not about chip research? Upon seeing Shen Fei, President Ren quickly said, thank you, President Shen, for giving this old man face and waiting here for me. I'm old and useless. I've delayed a bit of your time. Shen Fei smiled and replied, President Ren, you are still vigorous. How can you say you're old? I have great respect for you, and I want to learn a thing or two from you. What's the harm in waiting? Shen Fei wasn't joking. He genuinely wanted to learn some business wisdom from President Ren. Although his own father could teach him a few things, he was merely an operator in the real estate industry, dealing with land year-round. He didn't understand technological development, or his understanding was very shallow. His help was extremely limited. It could only be said that any industry involves integrating supply chain resources and upper-level resources, ultimately producing finished products to sell to consumers for profit. This was far too macro, and he was just a young man. With the help of the system, Huaxin Group had developed rapidly, but his own experience hadn't increased. After all, he was still just a young man in his 20s who had achieved great success thanks to the system. President Ren continued, you're too kind, President Shen. When I was your age, who knows where I was? And you've already accomplished so much. Learning is out of the question, let's call it an exchange of ideas. May I ask, President Ren, what is it you wish to discuss by coming here in person? When you invited us to jointly establish a company to develop our own operating system, Yu Dazue came to me specifically for advice. To be honest, I wasn't keen on participating at first. But President, you told me about your ideas, so I wanted to have a proper discussion with you. Oh, so it was about the operating system matter from before. It seemed Shen Fei's words had a significant impact on Juchang's thinking. May I ask, President Shen, why are you so determined to build a complete industrial chain? Wouldn't international cooperation better reduce costs? But President Ren, you must know that the ambitions of foreigners have never disappeared. While the international division of labor can reduce costs, what if one day they refuse to let us use it? Besides, why must we always be confined to low-end industries? I believe we Chinese are not inferior. We can touch high-end industries. That's why Huaxing under my leadership has done so. And the facts have proven our success. We have established our own chip production lines, developed our own architecture and cores, and do not need to rely on them. And in terms of performance, we are even stronger. Moreover, as we grow stronger, they might stop us from using their systems and suppress us on all fronts. That's why I invited Zhu Chang to build an operating system for our China together. Shen Fei's perspective completely shocked them. In their view, although current international cooperation and trade had some issues, it was still the optimal solution, as no country could have a complete industrial chain. As for suppression, Zhu Chang had never really considered it. After all, Zhu Chang's communication business even had a certain market share in America, though it wasn't high. When they agreed to jointly develop their own operating system with Huaxing technology, Shen Fei's words played a role, but it wasn't the key factor. The key was repaying a favor to Shen Fei. Now, hearing Shen Fei's words again, President Ren fell silent. Indeed, foreigners had ulterior motives, constantly trying to suppress China's high-end industries, wanting China to remain only the world's factory, not a factory for advanced industries. After all, there was only so much pie to go around. How should it be divided? President Shen, you are so young, and yet see things more clearly than this old man. It seems I am truly old. President Yu, from now on, whatever President Shen proposes, if you think it's feasible, go ahead and cooperate. There's no need to report or seek approval from me anymore. It seemed Shen Fei's words had truly moved President Ren. Having experienced much in his life, he quickly understood Shen Fei's thinking and gave his answer in a short time. Next, Shen Fei also asked President Ren some questions, and President Ren, naturally drawing from his own experience, answered them one by one. This instantly enlightened Shen Fei, giving him his own insights into how to manage a large, highly research-intensive company. This was the greatest gain of this trip. By the way, President Shen, I heard that Rice Company is also entering the chip research and development field. What do you think about that? From Zhu Chang's perspective, any company entering the chip R&D field was beneficial, as everyone could exchange experiences. At the same time as technology improved, everyone could divide the domestic market and develop harmoniously. And together, they could enter the international market, where market share would be determined by each company's own abilities. I can give you my answer easily. We welcome any company entering the chip design industry and are willing to offer our help. In promoting the development of the supply chain and China's technological progress, we maintain an open attitude. My view is the same as President Shen's. President Lei even came to us before, wanting to borrow some people to help them with initial management. In that case, let's send some management personnel over to help them integrate their upcoming operations. Consider it a welcome to President Lei as he officially enters the chip design field. Hearing this, Shen Fei was also shocked. President Lei had actually sought help from Zhu Chang. It seemed President Lei's network was indeed extraordinary. He would definitely need to have a good talk with President Lei next. Lei Bus had acquired NVIDIA's chip design business. Since he chose to acquire, he would also be making other preparations. After all, this wasn't a small investment of a few thousand or 8,000. It was a massive capital injection starting at 2 billion. All right, President Shen, it's getting late. Shall we head to the press conference venue now? Yu Dazue beside them spoke up. President Shen, I've delayed your important business with this old man. I'm also tired. You and President, you go watch the press conference. As for the gift, President, you bring it out now while I'm still here to present it together with President Shen. What could the gift be? It had been kept so mysterious. President Shen, this is a really good thing. Upon seeing this document, Shen Fei believed that Yu Dazue's words were indeed a valuable asset. This factory is modeled after the Rice Company, isn't it? Indeed, the document Yu Dazue pulled out was a share transfer agreement. Once he signed, Shen Fei would become a shareholder of HiSilicon Semiconductor and also the largest individual shareholder apart from the factory, owning 25 of the shares. Of course, besides the factory, HiSilicon Semiconductor had no other shareholders. President Ren, this gift is too precious, you should take it back. Xiao Shen, I call you Xiao Shun out of my seniority. When an elder gives something, it's unreasonable to take it back. You have helped HiSilicon tremendously. This is just a token of our appreciation. As the saying goes, one does not decline gifts from their elders. Since President Ren had said so, Shen Fei naturally chose to accept it. Shen Fei sat quietly in the front row of the conference hall, waiting for the press conference to begin. After all the negotiations had been concluded, and he was merely a spectator at the event. What President Yu said so solemnly certainly wasn't trivial. Well, let's watch the press conference first. Our Honor 6 series includes 3 models: Honor SIXS, Honor 6 Standard Edition, and Honor 6 Pro. Additionally, we will also launch our new model from the Enjoy series, the Enjoy 4X. Shen Fei asked Yu Dazue beside him. I bet there's a budget phone in there. Is President Yu also eyeing the budget market? President Yu nodded and replied, although the profit in this market is low, it greatly helps our market share. Is Huaxing also entering this market? Shen Fei waved his hand beside him to address the question, continuing to watch the press conference. Huaxing would not choose to enter the budget market at this time. Perhaps one day in the future when there is really no direction to expand, Huaxing might choose to enter. Moreover, Huaxing would not enter the market under its own name, but rather allow its sub-brands to do so, just like the rice company and the factory. There are no other factors involved, it's simply too embarrassing. Before our competitor ventured into the budget market, no other manufacturers were willing to enter this market. Thus, this price segment was filled with counterfeit phones. In our market research, we realized this market is full of potential. It carries many users' expectations for technological products, and I believe we at Honor have the responsibility to take on this duty. Even a fly's leg is meat. Another manufacturer has formally announced its entry into the budget market. Will it be more appealing than the rice company? The little coy spirit replied, everyone should applaud. Any manufacturer entering this market is welcome except for those counterfeit manufacturers. I was ignorant back then and my first phone was a counterfeit and I got ripped off. The first phone we are launching today is a budget phone. Though it's priced at $100, its performance is still quite powerful. We call it the new king of budget phones. It is equipped with the excellent Snapdragon 410 processor, which is powerful enough for usage. Competitors often like to use benchmark scores to prove the strength of a model. Thus, I can tell everyone that our Snapdragon 410 has a performance score of 22000. Moreover, our Enjoy 4X is also equipped with a 5-inch screen with a 720p resolution. Isn't that full of sincerity? Cheng Jiqing, this isn't much different from the rice company, it's just that the screen size is a bit larger. The little coy spirit. I thought a new player had entered the budget market and there would be some new breakthroughs. Aixation, and also afraid of heat. Big brother, this is just a budget phone. What more do you want? Besides, manufacturers aren't fools. How could they give you everything? On the surface, these configurations don't differ much from the mailbox. They don't show our sincerity, do they? The audience did not spare Zhao Ming loudly shouting, yes, President Zhao, let us see your sincerity. This meant either a lower price or higher specifications. Alright, having introduced the moderate configurations, let me now present our highlights. In terms of battery, we have adopted a large 3000 mAh battery supporting 10W fast charging. I wonder if everyone is satisfied with this. This 10W fast charging is something competitors use in their flagship digital series. Seeing this, Lei Busi was momentarily speechless, glad he hadn't attended or he would have been ridiculed. I use 10W fast charging, who have I offended? Is it really that serious? This kind of phone suddenly seems much more appealing. So what is the price of such a phone? I'll throw out a number, $799. Is everyone satisfied? The live chat was filled with comments saying satisfied. It seems President you haven't let him off the hook either. Shen Fei looked at the excited crowd and said to Yu Dazue beside him. Next, the first model of the Honor 6 series, the Honor SIXS, was still normally launched. It has the same 5-inch 720p screen as the Enjoy 4X. The only difference is that the core SoC of the phone has been switched from Snapdragon 410 to their own Kirin 920 processor. This processor was completed long before Huaxin's assistance. It had already been paid for in design, so naturally they would not choose to waste it. As for why it wasn't used in the Honor 6, it's because this chip has some improvements over the 910, but the enhancement isn't significant. This chip is manufactured by a Taiwan semiconductor company, and its production capacity is sufficient. It can be allocated to lower-end phones. In terms of charging, it is paired with 20W fast charging and a 3200 mAh battery with a starting configuration of 216 GB, and the price is only 1,499 yuan. Although the screen is somewhat inferior, a price below 1,500 yuan makes it a very appealing phone. Self-developed Kirin chip 20W 3200 mAh fast charging combination. I believe it will definitely be a hot seller in offline sales. Of course, it will also be a hit online. This model has no shortcomings at its price point. And the press conference has obviously reached its climax as the next two models are competitive products against competitors. At the same time, they are fully loaded in terms of performance and cost effectiveness. Alright, I believe the audience has been looking forward to the next press conference even more. Next, he'll perform a solo stand-up for you, bringing you the ultimate cost-performance ratio. Welcome to Xiaoming Plaza. I also hope that the responsible parties from competing firms watching the press conference have their blood pressure medication ready. Previously, a competitor claimed to fully popularize 1080p screens, so our Honor 6 and Honor 6 Pro are both equipped with a 1080p resolution LCD screen. In terms of core performance, competitors cannot keep up with us. One is equipped with Snapdragon 8010 and the other with Snapdragon 808. Both are on par. Our Honor 6 is equipped with the Kirin 925H processor, which is a derivative model of the 925 series. Although it is just a 6-core 925 processor, its performance is still very powerful, and the benchmark score can reach 65000. Two CPUs have been cut, and the frequency has also seen a decline. The impact on Kirin 925 is still significant, but this score is more than enough to compete against Snapdragon 808. As for Snapdragon 801, that goes without saying. In a word, it's a solid deal. Just because Makoto Shinkai is too handsome, I love you President Zhao for managing to secure the 925 chip for the Honor 6. Ruby DLL. Those upstairs should see clearly this is 925H and 925, and the difference is quite significant. However, it still has great advantages in competing with competitors. Will there be a bigger surprise in terms of pricing? In terms of battery, our Honor 6 is equipped with a large 3,450 mAh battery. For a large capacity battery, the charging cannot be poor, so we have equipped it with 22.5W super fast charging. According to our lab tests, it only takes 45 minutes to fully charge this battery. Nezuko always wants to eat bread. I thought the charging would be upgraded. However, this is also acceptable, it's sufficient. So what is the price of such an excellent product? 1,999 yuan. That's right, our powerful Honor 6 model starts at a price of 1999, with a base configuration of 2GB RAM and 32GB storage, and there's also a 3GB RAM and 32GB storage version at 2099, and a 3GB RAM and 64GB storage version at 2,399 yuan. To create enough impact for this launch event, the Honor 6 still uses 2GB of RAM to keep the price low. To promote the 3GB RAM and 32GB version, the price is only increased by 100 compared to the 2GB RAM and 32GB version. In reality, the 2GB RAM and 32GB version will not be widely available. It is merely a symbolic product. Delicious, delicious, delicious. I bought my iQOO too early. A better product has appeared. In the world of digital products, early buyers enjoy the benefits while latecomers get discounts. I declare that Zhao Ming is a true god. Welcome everyone to Zhao Ming Square. Isn't this price just amazing? But good products are not limited to this one, and next, I will introduce our Honor 6 Pro. Of course, the Pro has its own features. First, regarding the core SoC, we have replaced the 6-core 925H processor with the 925E. This model can be seen as the standard 925, while the 925 on our Mate 7 is the full version. Our competitor Huaxin technology is very strong in chip testing. These chips' performance does not reach the full potential of the 925 at maximum frequency, but there is no issue with that. Our competitor Huaxin has downclocked these chips and packaged them as the 925E. Thus, our Kirin 925E scores reached 87500. The difference from the 9500 score of the Mate 7's 925 is not significant. One could say that their performances are quite close. The 925E is only slightly downclocked from the 0.1G of the 925, so the gap is not very large. Xiangyang chuckled, "Is Huaxin's testing so fierce?" The difference is not significant. Xiaonan whispered, "It feels like this performance will make the Mate 7 hard to sell." In terms of battery, we have adopted a 3,700 mAh battery, also supporting 22.5W fast charging. However, our memory starts at 3GB RAM and 32GB storage, so the price of our Honor 6 Pro is 2,699. Isn't that appealing? There is also a 3GB RAM and 64GB version at 2999, and a 4GB RAM and 64GB version at 3,299. The difference between the Honor 6 Pro and the Honor 6 is not large, it merely changes the core SoC and slightly increases the battery, but the price difference is a whopping 600 yuan. However, at this price point, the 925E is still quite powerful. On the whole, Ju Factory's pricing strategy is excellent, and the sales of the Honor 6 Pro should exceed 5 million units. Alright, that's all for this launch event. Our sales strategy remains to sell off the shelf, which means everyone can start purchasing immediately. Thank you all for your support. After speaking, Zhao Ming bowed to the audience. After the event, Shen Fei returned to the hotel. Everything from now on had nothing to do with him. Moreover, he had to fly back to Kyoto the next day to prepare for the upcoming business negotiations to invest in the Jingxi platform. Upon returning to the company, Shen Fei immediately got to work. His C-level investment talent had already arrived. Huang Tianya had worked for many years at Hongshan Capital abroad, achieving multiple investment results. However, due to factional struggles, he was expelled from the company. He had successfully joined Huaxin Technology Group yesterday, and due to his past achievements, the investment department was quite impressed with him. Shen Fei didn't need to worry about this. Upon arriving at the company, Huang Tianya immediately started working, and in just one day, he prepared the asset report for the Jingxi platform. Of course, this is also related to the fact that the Jingxi platform is about to go public. After all the data has been released. Today, Shen Fei had just arrived at the company and went to report to Shen Fei in his office. He also presented the asset report of the Jingxi platform in front of him. Currently, various capital sources estimate the value of the Jingxi platform at 50 billion Huawei yuan, which is about $7.1 billion US dollars. This is also the last round of financing before going public, inviting more partners to ensure a successful listing this year. To invite partners, the price will be relatively low, estimated to be around 45 billion Huawei yuan. This could be considered a risk-free business. However, everything has its price that just depends on how much one is willing to pay. As for what the price is, we will see in the upcoming investment meeting. Worst case, we won't invest. Anyway, the return rate of the Jingxi platform isn't high. Mr. Shen, it doesn't matter whether we invest in the Jingxi platform or not. Currently, we have found a platform called Pinduoduo that was officially established this January, focusing on low-priced good products. They should also need financing now, and the investment return rate will definitely exceed that of the Jingxi platform. In my personal professional judgment, such platforms generally do not fail, as no one can resist the temptation of low prices. Moreover, entering at this time, even if it fails, we would only lose a few million in funds, which is not much. After listening, Shen Fei thought Huang Tianya's words indeed made sense. So he spoke. All right, continue to follow up on this company. When they are financing, we will approach them. We can invest at a premium. Our Huaxing group has plenty of money to spare. Of course, the most important thing right now is the upcoming Jingxi platform. Entering the conference room of the Jingxi platform, Shen Fei noticed that there were no capital firms present, only various mobile phone manufacturers and some computer manufacturers. Shen Fei even saw a few familiar faces. Lei Busi from the Rice Company and Yu Dazue from Ju Factory were both present. It seems that this time the partners invited were these electronic product manufacturers, as the Jingxi platform focuses on the sales of digital 3C products, which makes sense. However, the highest sales still come from mobile phones, as computers are still relatively expensive. This time the main focus is also on mobile phone manufacturers. After all, most computer manufacturers have very few offline stores and cannot do without the Jingxi platform, but mobile phone manufacturers are different. The current demand for mobile phones far exceeds that for computers. However, this time the Jingxi platform is quite generous, offering a total of 10 of shares, indicating they must have put in significant effort to persuade various shareholders. Dongzi, as you all know, our Jingxi platform is about to go public, and this is our last round of financing to maintain our relationship with all of you. We deliberately offered 10 of our shares at a valuation of 65 billion to allow everyone to subscribe. Although we have made concessions on the valuation, everyone need not worry. There are no other clauses that will restrict everyone to sell only on our platform. There is only one condition: when you release new products in the future, we hope that Jingxi platform can account for 40% of the quantity sold across all e-commerce platforms, excluding each company's official websites. Upon hearing this condition, Shen Fei instantly understood that this was to create an advantage for their platform in the digital field. After all, the launch period is always the time when a mobile phone sells the most, and when the platform is out of stock, but only our platform has stock. Will you or will you not use my software? It seems that Dongzi is playing a strategic game here. But I like it. After all, this is free money falling from the sky. However, with Lei and you present, we can discuss things first. After all, the Rice Company is about to sign with Intel. Since there are no serious restrictions, this is indeed money coming to my door, and Shen Fei naturally signed the agreement promptly. The funding and other details were handed over to Huang Tianya, as he is the professional. He let them handle things while he went to discuss with Lei Busi for a while. Mr. Lei, how much equity did you secure? Not much. 1. 2. How about we take a break outside and later I can introduce some good projects to you? Sure, let me call Lao Yu over as well, so we can also discuss the technical assistance. Upon hearing this, Lei Busi instantly became excited. He initially thought it would just be Huaxin, but it seems there are new unexpected surprises. After the investment meeting concluded, the three of them made their way to a nearby hotel conference room. After all, Huaxin excels in technological matters, while management still relies on Ju Factory. However, it was quite unexpected for Lei Bus to see Ju Factory participating this time. Initially, he personally visited Ju Factory, and although Yu Dazue did not explicitly refuse, he only mentioned that he would report to the higher-ups. As a grown-up, a lack of a clear response is tantamount to a rejection, so Lei Bus did not pay much attention. But he never anticipated that today would bring such a pleasant surprise. Having Yu Dazue, the head of a major enterprise here, signifies something significant. Lei Bus naturally understood very well. It seems my rice company is about to thrive. With the two strongest companies in the domestic industry supporting me, if my rice company's chip cannot stand up, I might as well buy a block of tofu and end it all. After a brief exchange of pleasantries among the three parties, they proceeded to the main topic of the meeting. Ultimately, General Yu also dispatched a team to cooperate with Huaxin in the United States to acquire Intel's patents and persuade some individuals to work in Huaxing. Although Intel does not allow the rice company to force employees to work in Huaxing, they did not prohibit persuasion. With a 5,000-year-old excellent culture, Huaguo excels in persuasion, especially with Ju Factory's adept team dedicated to recruiting talent. This is also why Ju Factory often manages to turn the tide under adverse conditions. However, this also reflects the sadness of Huaguo. Its technology is too backward, needing to catch up to the several hundred years of development of other countries in just a few decades. Currently, Huaguo still lags behind in many areas compared to foreign countries, but as long as we break through, it will be time for them to weep abroad. This is also one of Shen Fei's goals. After all, being a fortunate individual with a system, how could he not contribute something to this world? General Lei, you should be satisfied now. Both sides have dispatched elite teams. Professor Liang will handle technical divisions, while General Ye's team will be responsible for bringing people back. As for you, General Lei, just prepare the funds. When everyone is gathered, treat us to a meal. After the discussions concluded, Shen Fei joked with Lei Bus, reminding him to remember the meal. That's a certainty. Both of you and the employees below must come. Not only will I treat you to a meal, but I'll also give you a big red envelope. This statement was surprisingly made with genuine intent. After all this time, the rice company is the biggest beneficiary. This acquisition is quite significant for the rice company. Once successful, it will mark the rice company's official entry into the chip design industry, completely shedding the label of an assembly factory. It will become a technology company with core technology. At the same time, it can openly rid itself of the 1999 price and officially explore the high-end market while also surprising the rice fans. Since both of you are here, you must be interested in entering the investment industry. Have you heard of Huami technology? Upon hearing this, Yudazue instantly understood Lei Bus was repaying a favor, and Shen Fei was also aware, but he did not know what Huami technology was all about. The animated Lei Bus, the pondering Yudazue, and the puzzled Shen Fei formed a masterpiece. Recovering from his surprise, Yudazue immediately explained to Shen Fei that this is a company focused on smart wearable devices and health services. They mainly produce smart bracelets and smartwatches, as well as various sports-related peripheral products. It is considered a relatively excellent enterprise that has passed the angel stage and is regarded as a quality project. After all, Ju Factory also has intentions to enter this industry and has invested in several related companies, so they have indeed heard of Huami technology. However, during the round financing, the rice company had jumped in first, forcing them to choose other related enterprises for investment. Now that Lei Bus brought up this company, could it be that they are conducting brown financing? Did they not just secure financing at the beginning of the year? After explaining it to Shen Fei, Yudazue smiled and asked Lei Bus, General Lei, are they looking to conduct brown financing, or do you want to give up some shares? As for the exact reason, Yudazue did not care, but since they were offering shares, he had to accept. The future of phones must be one in. Creating their own ecosystem is Ju Factory's future plan. For instance, smart home technology. The comprehensive smart home is currently being experimented with in the lab and is preparing to officially launch related products next year or the year after. The rice company was the earliest to enter this field, having released the rice box last year to officially break into the smart home sector. Today, they also launched several related products, completely moving towards the direction of a rice grocery store. It seems the upcoming products should be in the field of wearable devices. They have developed rapidly after a year since the round financing and want to conduct brown financing by the end of the year without waiting until next year. If both your companies want to enter, I can talk to them. That way the three of us can lead and prevent other capital from entering. As for Huami technology, I think they should agree. After all, what we can offer is not just money. Lei Bus was not joking about this. After all, the rice company was able to lead among various other capitals, and it wasn't just because they had money. The main thing is that the rice company can provide them with related orders to accelerate their development. As for whether the label is the rice brand or Huami, it doesn't matter. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly understood, i.e., both companies were already laying out plans for a smart ecosystem. Previously, through the system, Shen Fei also learned about the future development direction. A smart ecosystem is indeed the future, and every company is moving in that direction. Companies with good ecosystems will indeed be more favored by consumers. It seems he should assign some tasks to Huang Tianya upon returning, primarily investing in ecosystem-related industries to create his own Huaxing ecosystem. Isn't it just money? Our company is not short on money, and as for technology, we have even less of a shortage. Currently, what we lack the most is sales channels. However, the offline sales channels in the prefecture-level cities have basically been laid out. Next, it's time to start bidding. Recruiting large agents to sell our models, after all, solely relying on our company to build all the county-level sales channels is indeed too difficult. With this in mind, Shen Fei, who had been silently listening to their discussion, finally spoke up. General Lei, do you know how much equity they intend to give up? Leave a share for our Huaxin. Yudazue beside him also nodded, indicating to Lei Bus. About 10, but if the three of us go together, I am confident we can get them to give us at least 4 of the shares. Currently, their industry valuation is about 300 million US dollars. Upon hearing this, Udazue also nodded approving of this valuation. After all, Ju Factory had invested in related enterprises and was well aware. As for this price, Shen Fei naturally had no objections. It wasn't expensive, and 4 of the shares would roughly amount to several tens of millions of Huaxing currency. Invested. Thank you for the gift, General Lei. I'll remember to invite me when the time comes, and also thank you for your reminder. Our Huaxin should indeed do something beyond mobile phones. Upon hearing this, Udazue chuckled. This person really has thick skin. Huaxing technology is also very strong beyond mobile phones. In chip design, they can compete with Qualcomm and Apple. The chip foundry business leads the most advanced TSMC, and there are reports of new breakthroughs. When that happens, TSMC will only be left eating dust. They also have certain research in screens and have established a new production facility in joint venture with Dongfang Factory, reportedly set to go into mass production soon. In the following days, Shen Fei was busy dealing with the backlog of business within the company, although he usually spent his free time online arguing with netizens. He also took the opportunity to attend the press conferences of rival companies, but as more of Huaxing Technology's strength was revealed, the anticipation from other manufacturers and netizens grew. As the CEO of Huaxing Technology, Shen Fei understood that the burden on his shoulders was heavier than anyone else's. The rise of domestic brands hinged significantly on him. The competition in the mobile phone industry was becoming increasingly fierce, especially in the online market. Originally content with operating in the offline market, the Blue Company had established its own iQOO brand focusing on online sales, and the first model, the iQOO Gen 1, had already surpassed 3 million units in sales. Intense competition also meant that the demands on manufacturers were gradually increasing, particularly as the Blue Company had upgraded its offline phones from LCD screens to LED screens. While the online market still used LCD screens, the resolution had improved from 720p to 1080p. The upcoming Huaxin X2 had one less core selling point. The system provided a reward if the Huaxin X2 could successfully surpass 2 million units in its first month of sales. He would reward himself with the Hongmin OS kernel, completely addressing his last shortcoming. It seemed that the next phone needed to focus on enhancing the display. A screen of exceptional quality could significantly boost a phone's sales. Although his own Huadong panel company was making rapid progress with the support of the system's technology, the issue of OLED burn-in still persisted. Despite using the world's top-quality raw materials, the burn-in problem remained severe and insurmountable, leaving Professor Wu perplexed. Could it be that we really cannot overcome the OLED burn-in issue? However, it was reported that Samsung had already made initial progress in overcoming the OLED burn-in problem, improving the screen's lifespan by 20 compared to the previous generation. This was also why the Blue Company's X5 Max dared to adopt an OLED screen. However, Samsung's OLED screens were still too expensive. With the passage of time, Samsung's costs would gradually decrease. If the burn-in issue could not be solved, they would be unable to compete in the screen market. A knock on the door interrupted Shen Fei's thoughts. After all, he was not a researcher. The reason behind the burn-in issue was best left to them to contemplate. What is it, Guman? President Shen, good news. The report from the Huadong panel company indicates a technological breakthrough. After saying this, Guman handed over the document in her hand. Shen Fei took a closer look at the document, as this matter could not be explained in just a few words. Receiving the materials, Shen Fei quickly began to read. The report indicated that the RD team had currently identified the reasons why OLED screens were prone to burn-in. They had successfully verified new materials and further improved production techniques. Through these 2 points, the risk of burn-in had been reduced by about 85. This meant that Huadong panel company's OLED screens could finally be mass-produced without concerns about technological immaturity. That's great. We've finally made a breakthrough even earlier than the system's estimated timeline. Shen Feng excitedly slapped the table, causing a loud noise and reddening his hand from the excitement. However, the X2 and X2 Pro had already been finalized, so they probably wouldn't be used, or it could be said with certainty that they would not be used at all. Although it came a little earlier than expected, it's still a pity that our X2 series won't be used. Upon hearing this, Guman instantly thought of an idea. President Shen, since we've released the Pro, why not also release a Pro? However, due to time constraints, we will differentiate the Pro and Pro based on the screen, while the other configurations will remain the same. As for the price, you can check with the panel company to see how high the costs really are. Then we can discuss it. This was indeed a good idea, allowing for a price hike and showcasing their strength. But after the panel's official release, it was likely to provoke a harsher response from the US. Under his guidance, the chip design business of the Chrysanthemum Company had become very mature and strong. The Rice Company had also entered the chip design field, preparing to take the path of self-production and sales. Now the screen panel industry was about to surpass the few companies supported by the US, striking a strategic blow to their high-end industries. It was uncertain whether they would resort to unconventional means for sanctions. However, Shen Fei was confident that he could push the country to impose bans on certain industries. This was not just unfounded speculation. Huaxin was regarded as crucial by the government. This was also related to Huaxin not being a monopolistic entity. Such an outstanding company deserved protection. Ignoring the pain in his hand, he quickly picked up the phone and dialed Professor Wu's number to inquire about some details. Professor Wu, I've read the report, and it looks very promising. I must commend your efforts. The year-end bonus will be substantial, right? I will ask the Huadong panel company to send you a bonus, and I will give you another bonus at the end of the year. Previously, it was mentioned that this collaboration was merely a trial for the Eastern Company, with no firm commitment. However, with the continuous breakthroughs in technology, the Eastern Company has made a solid decision to fully cooperate. Not only did they send many senior engineers, but they also transferred their contracts to the Huadong panel company. However, Shen Fei chose to ignore it and did not follow up. But Shen Fei was also aware of the Eastern Company's attitude, as many new technologies were patented under the name of Huadong Panel Company, which was also a clear stance from the Eastern Company. Professor Wu on the other end said excitedly, yet humbly, President Shen, this is the result of our team's hard work day and night. It doesn't have much to do with me personally. The key role was played by that technical document. Initially, we thoroughly understood the technical patents and were prepared to proceed directly into production without paying attention to the subsequent attachments. This led to the burn frequency remaining high and unsolvable. It was indeed due to our carelessness that the company's business was delayed. Blame them. Shen Fei would never do that. According to the system's estimates, it would take at least 1 to 2 years to successfully conduct trial production. Yet they had managed to produce it in less than a year through collaboration with the Eastern Company. All right, Professor Wu, no need to blame yourself. I am very aware of your contributions, but the specific details cannot be fully explained over the phone. Let's do this. I will personally visit the factory tomorrow to conduct an inspection, and you can discuss the specific details with me then. After hanging up the phone, Shen Fei took a deep breath, trying to calm the excitement in his heart with this measure. As Shen Fei was now firmly rooted in this industry, he was very aware that this technological breakthrough was not just a victory for Huaxing technology. It was also a revolution for the entire industry, a significant wave of change. The issue of OLED screen burn-in was not only a pain point for Huaxing technology, but also for the entire industry. Whoever resolves this issue first will gain the upper hand in the market, devouring the most lucrative portion of the industry and determining the fate of other manufacturers. The next morning, Shen Fei went to the airport accompanied by Wang Teng and Secretary Gu Man. Whenever he inspected his own company, Shen Fei would usually bring both Wang Teng and Gu Man. The Huadong Panel Company is located in Jin City, with its factory situated in the suburbs. The area around the factory is extremely desolate, not because Jin City has failed to provide the necessary supporting facilities, but rather because the surrounding land has been reserved as industrial land for Huadong Panel Company. The vicinity of the factory is very quiet, with the occasional roar of machines nearby. Although screen panels can be considered a high-tech industry, they still produce noise and some other pollutants. However, relative to its output value, this can be ignored. After Shen Fei got out of the car, Professor Wu had already been waiting at the entrance, a broad smile on his face. After all, the fact that the big boss rushed over as soon as he learned of the technological breakthrough shows how much he values it. It has nothing to do with any bonuses. Mr. Shen, welcome to our battlefield for inspection. Thank you for recognizing our work, said Professor Wu with a smile. Indeed, it can be called a battlefield. The technological war can certainly be described as a battlefield without gunpowder. This battlefield is filled with enough lethal dangers and various pitfalls waiting for you. One misstep could leave you lagging behind the world, being harvested by various great powers. Shen Fei nodded, indicating his approval of Professor Wu. He followed Professor Wu into the production base, and the entire factory was clean and tidy. The entire production line was not at a standstill, actively engaged in intense trial production. Although it has been confirmed in the laboratory that the burn-in rate has decreased by 85, ensuring that this technology has a success rate of over 80. However, it has not undergone large-scale testing, so it cannot be guaranteed with 100% certainty. Large-scale testing must be conducted next before it can be applied to the new phones. After all, the risk of burn-in for OLED screens is too high. A careless mistake could lead to a customer service crisis, which would negatively impact the company's reputation, something that is quite disadvantageous for Huaxing today. Currently, the company has already established a foothold in the high-end market, so there is no need to take this risk. Once the verification is successful, an emergency production of a batch will be arranged to release the Huaxin X2 Pro. As they walked forward, Professor Wu introduced Shen Fei to the functions of each machine and the hardships of research and development. After all, a crying child gets milk. Mr. Shen, this is our latest production line specifically developed for mass-producing OLED screens. Interestingly, the burn-in issue of OLED screens has something to do with its raw materials. Because the organic materials in LED screens gradually degrade after prolonged use, even the most advanced materials from the 3 Samsung companies in the world cannot overcome this problem. However, the technological data provided us with a more advanced material, significantly extending the lifespan of our screens while effectively controlling the burn-in issue. Shen Fei listened attentively to Professor Wu's professional explanation. Even though he didn't fully understand, he occasionally nodded in agreement. He approached a machine and closely observed the screen production process. The sound of the machine running was wonderfully pleasing to him, as if it were showcasing the infinite possibilities of the future. Huaxin has taken the lead in OLED screens. I'll let the competitors catch up. Then Professor Wu led Shen Fei further ahead to the final cutting area, where the encapsulation was successfully completed. After testing, it would become a complete screen panel. Mr. Shen, take a look at this screen panel, Professor Wu said, pointing to a screen panel that had just come off the production line. This is our latest sample. After our previous rounds of testing, the burn frequency is 95 lower than that of Samsung's OLED screen panels. Compared to their own internal screens, we are also about 85 ahead. Therefore, I can confidently state that our display quality is leading in the industry with the lowest burn frequency. After listening, Shen Fei nodded in satisfaction. After all, he has been in this industry for over a year and knows this well. The top screens from Samsung are never sold externally. Those that are available represent lagging behind, yet even these inferior screens are still ahead of other international peers. Thanks to the system's assistance, we have now caught up to the 3 major companies, which is indeed commendable. Shen Fei carefully examined the screen he received. On this experimental machine, the display effect of the screen was indeed extremely delicate, with vibrant colors and no color deviation or dark spots in the corners. It seems that this time there has indeed been significant progress. Unless one is a professional, it is nearly impossible to spot any flaws. After seeing this, Shen Fei gave a thumbs up, showing his approval of Professor Wu's work. This instantly excited Professor Wu, as it seemed his bonus would be doubled. Professor Wu, you have truly done a great job this time. Please complete the subsequent verification work as soon as possible and send a batch of screens to our phone assembly factory. I plan to temporarily add the X2 Pro model. Compared to the Pro, we will make some differentiation in the screen, announcing to the world that we have achieved a major breakthrough with our screens. Upon hearing this, Professor Wu was instantly filled with motivation, eager to complete the subsequent tests right away. The previous recognition was merely verbal, but now using the screens developed and produced by himself on the company's top model is the highest form of recognition. Mr. Shen, rest assured, we will immediately complete the subsequent testing work, ensuring that the screen panels are delivered to the assembly factory at least 1 week before the launch event. With more than a month until the launch event, there is enough time for Professor Wu to complete the subsequent tests. The current OLED screens can ensure that the probability of burn-in within a year does not exceed 1 in 10,000. This probability is extremely excellent. Mr. Shen, look here, this is our latest testing equipment specifically designed to detect whether the screen has burn-in. Professor Wu pointed to a testing instrument. Shen Fei approached this testing machine and carefully observed the screen displays. Various complex images were running on the screen, ensuring that every color could be fully displayed, while some images would remain on the screen for extended periods. This was to verify whether the current screen would produce ghosting phenomena after prolonged uneven displays. According to Professor Wu, the screen on this instrument had been running for a week, and there were still no ghosting phenomena. This also means that this screen has not experienced burn-in, and its display quality remains excellent. It seems that this technology has indeed met expectations and is even better than he imagined. As Shen Fei walked out of the factory, he was filled with confidence. He knew that in the race for OLED screen production, Huaxin was indeed at the forefront, far ahead of its competitors. Huaxin has already gained the upper hand in this race, but research and development cannot stop. Looking at Professor Wu, who was there to see him off, he said, "Professor Wu, you did a great job. The year-end bonus will definitely be a big red envelope for you. At the same time, for next year's research and development budget, I will collaborate with the Eastern Factory to increase at least 30, hoping you continue to innovate on this path." Hearing this, Professor Wu instantly felt delighted. All those times he had bemoaned his financial situation were finally worth it. Rest assured, Mr. Shen, we will definitely continue our research, striving to develop even better and more stable luminescent materials. After saying that, Shen Fei waved his hand, signaling that they could go back. As Shen Fei got into the car, he said to Gu Man and Wang Teng, who were following beside him, "Inform them tomorrow to hold a high-level meeting. We need to research the pricing of the Pro based on the Pro's pricing. At the same time, Gu, please communicate with the higher-ups to strengthen security, especially at the chip factory. Our protective measures must be reinforced." Screens are still very important. If the Americans act out of desperation, that could lead to trouble. After saying this, Shen Fei closed his eyes and began to rest. He knew that the road ahead for screen production was still long and difficult, but at least Huaxin and the Huadong Panel Company had taken the most critical first step. Just as Shen Fei was fantasizing about how to develop further, a new conflict arose. After returning from the Eastern China Panel Company, Shen Fei felt incredibly joyful. The breakthrough in OLED screen technology made him see the hope of Huaxing technology establishing itself in the mobile phone industry. Shen Fei planned to completely widen the gap between Huaxing and other manufacturers through OLED screens, making Huaxing phones the #1 domestic brand. At the same time, he intended to sell the Huaxing X2 Pro to the European market, allowing those foreigners who were impressed even by just a fast-charging technology to broaden their horizons. However, things were unpredictable, and it was certain that everything would not go smoothly. What pleased Shen Fei was that Professor Wu delivered a batch of OLED screens the next day, all with a size of 5 inches. This surprised Shen Fei. Wasn't the screen testing still ongoing? Professor Wu excitedly said, "Mr. Shen, the experimental phone is not a mass-produced model. There's no need to consider so much since we are not selling it externally. You can assemble a few experimental machines for system debugging without affecting our experimental testing on our end. This can also save some time. Once we finish testing, the mass-produced screens can be sent directly to the factory to begin production." Upon hearing this, Shen Fei immediately summoned his top lieutenant Wang Teng, the man with the great earth stature. He instructed Wang Teng to follow Professor Wu's advice and create a few experimental machines for system testing, as the Pro model only had a screen change, but some simple adaptation work was still necessary. This batch of screens from Wang Teng is very important. It can be said to be our opportunity to reach new heights. It is also our hope for the future. During testing and adaptation, we must be meticulous, ensuring everything is foolproof. After saying this, Shen Fei patted Wang Teng's shoulder. "Even a man with great earth stature was still my subordinate. Mr. Shen, I understand." Wang Teng nodded, his eyes filled with determination. After all, he had gone to the Eastern China Panel Company with Shen Fei yesterday and knew what this batch of screens meant for Huaxing today. However, Mr. Shen, the shock of this OLED screen is indeed significant, but it is not the greatest. How about we come up with some creativity? Upon hearing Shen Fei's serious arrangement, Wang Ting suddenly thought of a brilliant idea, the concept of a full-screen display that Shen Fei had mentioned before. Nowadays, everyone has a large forehead and chin. If Huaxing uses an OLED screen with a low burn-in rate and excellent display quality, even if the price exceeds 5,000 yuan, I believe many consumers would still be willing to pay for it. After all, the display quality between LCD and OLED screens is truly incomparable. What kind of trick are you trying to pull, eh? Shen Fei, momentarily taken aback, asked. After all, in Shen Fei's previous plan, their OLED screens were not expected to go into mass production until next year, with the X3 or X4, or called X5 model, utilizing their own OLED screens with a full-screen design. However, he did not expect that his research and development staff were too capable and had made a technological breakthrough in advance. Mr. Shen, have you forgotten the full-screen concept you proposed before? At this point, Shen Fei instantly understood. I was confused. I didn't consider that. Let's make two plans, one batch of full screens to see if there are any issues. After all, there is not much difference between a full screen and a regular phone screen. There have been discussions about this concept in a limited capacity abroad. But ultimately, it was not pushed forward and they chose to give up. Is there really a pitfall in this? Shen Fei truly did not know. After all, the system only told him that a full screen was the trend of the future, but what issues existed with full screens and how to resolve them? The system had not informed him of this. He could only rely on himself to feel his way across the river. At the same time, we should also proceed with a batch according to the norm, to avoid any problems during the adaptation of the full screen, which could lead to delays. As for how to price the Pro, you all can have the publicity department probe the market, and you should also test the waters with your account on the digital chat station. Then let's consolidate the data and hold a small meeting. Shen Fei had previously thought that the price of the Pro would reach the 4,000 yuan range, and the Pro would certainly be a bit more expensive, but he was still unsure about how much the increase would be. Moreover, he had a very crucial system task that needed to be completed. This was critical for the upcoming layout. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, Wang Teng felt a bit distressed. Why was he saying so much? Wasn't this just creating extra work for himself? However, upon hearing about the digital chat station account, Wang Teng instantly became excited, as he had not interacted with those netizens for a long time. Each one was like a fisherman trying to lure him in to glean information about the Huaxing X2. But he thought to himself, who uses a straight hook to fish? That is just a straight hook. Ooh, am I that foolish? In reality, there are indeed those who use straight hooks to fish. Ooh, I won't mention which manufacturer got hooked. The assembly of the experimental machines was quick, especially for the conventionally configured phone. In just one day, it was already completed. After all, this Pro was merely a screen replacement from the Pro. All other design plans were already prepared. There was no technical difficulty whatsoever. The full screen, however, would still take a few days. Although Huaxing had a pre-designed motherboard and other configurations, changes in screen size ratios required some fine-tuning of the specifics. But now the huge machine of Huaxing was already in motion with various teams developing simultaneously, and soon the appearance was finalized and assembly began. Quickly, Wang Tung led the team to start intensive testing work. After all, this was Huaxing's first full-screen phone, and no one could guarantee that it would not encounter problems, especially concerning system issues which were particularly significant. Despite the substantial improvements over the previous generation, the current system was still quite poor. This was the point Wang Tung was most worried about. However, the test results indeed surprised everyone, or perhaps this surprise was within expectations. The adaptation of the Android system indeed encountered issues. Currently, Android system developers, to save effort, limited the screen ratio to 1:9, making it extremely convenient for them when developing the system's underlying framework. While they saved effort, Huaxing faced significant problems as they could not perform the adaptation work for the full screen. Thus, the advantages of the new screens could not be utilized fully, and the phone's appearance design could only remain at the current mainstream level. Wang Tung thought to himself that it seemed Shen Fei had considered everything. Thankfully, they had prepared 2 plans in advance. Well, he should quickly report this to Mr. Shen. How could this be possible? Shen Fei frowned as he looked at the test report Wang Tung sent. We clearly solved the burn-in issue. Why is the system still blocking us? Wang Tung sighed after hearing Shen Fei's words and immediately explained, Manager Shen, this is the underlying framework of the Android system, which strictly limits the freedom of screen ratios. That's why we experienced adaptation failures. If we force an adaptation, there may be some abnormal situations. What kind of abnormal situations? Are the problems significant? Consider the risks. If the risks are not significant, let's force the adaptation. How should I put it? The risks are quite considerable. Currently, several experimental machines that have been adapted are experiencing bugs, such as system crashes and display anomalies. At this point, it seems we cannot proceed with a forced adaptation. Shen Fei fell silent for a moment, feeling a surge of helplessness in his heart. He was well aware that Google, the developer of the Android system, maintained strict control over the system, making any modification to the underlying architecture nearly impossible. Previously, when they asked to deeply adapt with the chips from Huaxin Technology, they were unwilling, and in the end it was the people from Huaxin Technology who adapted the public version of the system themselves. Moreover, modifying the underlying framework was even more out of the question. Furthermore, foreign engineers were filled with arrogance. Even if Huaxin Technology sent an email to Google about modifying the screen ratio, it would be good if they could see it 6 months later. They would probably just choose to refuse upon seeing it. Not everyone is eager to work overtime. Shen Fei stood by the floor-to-ceiling glass in the lab, unconsciously rubbing the cold metallic frame of the experimental machine. The garbled text bouncing on the screen was like a sharp knife, silently casting aside his expectations. Even though the East China Panel Company had reduced the risk of screen burn-in to a historic low through technological improvements, this new machine, in which he had placed great hopes, still had to rely on an outdated mold. The 1:9 screen ratio resembled an iron barrier, perfectly locking his meticulously designed full-screen display within the confines of the Android system. Yes, it's all your design, has nothing to do with me, it's all your original work. Get lost, you dog system. I'm trying to be dramatic here, and you're interrupting me. What about Google? Have you contacted them? Manager Shen, you know it's true. If they reply to our email within 6 months, that would be a good outcome. Instead of thinking about how to get Google to solve this problem, wouldn't it be better to get our system approved? I actually sent them an email. I estimate they will just send back an automated reply soon. Although Android developers rarely check their emails, they still politely send an automated reply. Just in time, their email has arrived. Let me read it to you. The Android open source community always welcomes partners to submit requests and suggestions, but any adjustments to the underlying framework require consensus among global developers. Is expected of them. Every problem gets this standard reply. They are just bullying us for not having a system. Why is the Android system free? Is this suppressing our own developed systems in Huaxing? Just like the computer operating systems, they have never cared whether we the Huaxing users are using legitimate paid systems. They only care whether we in Huaxing have developed our own domestic operating systems. Shen Fei chuckled at this thought, but it was a helpless laugh. Consensus. This is merely an excuse for monopolists to refuse. After speaking, Shen Fei helplessly threw the Huaxing X2 engineering prototype in his hand to the floor. The spiderweb-like cracks instantly broke through the comical black edges on the screen. What they want is not consensus. He stared at the web-like cracks and continued, they want us to forever kneel and eat the leftovers. However, launching our self-developed system is indeed a significant issue that needs to be discussed. You and Guman should instruct everyone to prepare for a new high-level meeting. Wang Teng immediately ran out towards Guman's office, preparing to notify the company's senior leaders together, leaving Shen Fei alone in the office to contemplate. Should we really launch our self-developed system? Nowadays, joint venture companies have already been established and have begun self-development. However, there is currently no self-developed kernel rewarded by the system. It's merely based on the Linux kernel and Light OS kernel for development. But this can better accommodate the current Android system, reducing the difficulty of adaptation. However, this system has developed less than 50% and it's still unusable. It seems we can only swallow our pride for now. He originally thought his layout was quite good, but unfortunately the people below were too ambitious and technological breakthroughs were happening too quickly. Alas, this is also a kind of helplessness. What Shen Fei didn't know was that the issue of screen ratios had been raised not just by Huaxing alone, and many international competitors had also proposed this issue to Google, but all had been rejected. In a sense, Google knows that opening up full screens would be better. They are just being lazy. In a sense, Google is quite fair to all manufacturers. Soon the conference room was filled with people. Shen Fei explained the testing results and the issues that arose from system adaptation to everyone. He wanted everyone to discuss how Huaxing technology should move forward next. During the meeting, everyone expressed their opinions. Some believed they should continue to communicate with Google, sending another email. If there was no reply, they could go to America and discuss it in person. They aimed to gain more technical support from them. Others believed that since they had already been kicked out and Google was unwilling to adapt, they should no longer rely on them, but rather grasp the core technology themselves and develop their own operating system. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei smiled. The self-developed system had been in development, but he just hadn't informed them yet. Manager Shen, I believe we should increase our investment in the development of our self-developed system. Wang Teng stood up, speaking firmly. In fact, we are not the only ones with such issues. Demi has also raised several issues with Google, but without exception, they have been rejected. I believe we must quickly develop our self-developed system. Only when we have our own will others not look down on us. Moreover, when we have our own system, we can truly compete with the fruit company rather than relying on hardware advantages to narrow the gap with them. Shen Fei nodded, indicating that Wang Teng was correct. Hearing this, everyone in the audience was shocked. Increasing investment in the self-developed system. This phrase, regardless of how one breaks it down, they could understand, but when put together, it confused them. When did we develop our own system? How come we didn't know? Beside them, the secretary Guman hurriedly explained, we started collaborating with Ju Factory on the self-developed system several months ago. This matter is relatively important and critical, so very few people are aware of it. Remember to keep it confidential after you learn about it. The crowd nodded in agreement. Listening to the discussions of everyone, Shen Fei had already come to a conclusion in his heart. All right, let's proceed like this. From today on, we will classify the development of our self-developed system as level on par with the chip group and invest more funds in manpower. A gentleman takes revenge. 10 years is not too late. Shen Fei will swallow this anger. After all, it's not a big deal, and it wasn't just my family that was rejected. As for going to the United States, seeking help from the Google company is out of the question. As long as our Huaxing X2 series sells over 2 million units, all these problems will be easily resolved. Currently, the development of our self-developed system is still in the early stages. Let's temporarily put the full-screen design on hold. As for the communications with Ju Factory, I will talk to them after the meeting. Old Master Ren has already given the word. In general, you will definitely cooperate. With the core of the system in place and the excellent engineers from both sides, Shen Fei is confident that he can successfully launch his own system either next year or the year after. At that time, reality will teach the arrogant Google a significant lesson. Let's see how I can turn the tables on them. Even without a full-screen design, our OLED screen, which has the lowest burn-in rate in the world, is enough to shock the world. Therefore, let's discuss our pricing moving forward. Wang Teng, the configurations are the same as the Pro version. We just made a distinction with the screen. Personally, I think we should raise the price by 300, starting at 4,999. Will this price lead to reduced sales and make it impossible to recover our R&D costs? And will it also cause leaks about our new developments, allowing Samsung to reap the benefits without effort? Said Li Qing, who is responsible for marketing. This generation of products is mainly for us to showcase our strength, or more accurately, to provoke the United States. Let's test how they truly feel about us. Regarding sales, there's no need to worry. As for technology leaks, Shen Fei hadn't really considered that. Currently, the raw materials for screen production have already achieved industrial substitution. However, Professor Wu came up with an idea to prepare a large batch of raw materials from foreign manufacturers, especially the Samsung Group, after the launch conference. Let's dig a pit for them and see if they will react. After all, due to the low yield rate of LED screens, manufacturers are reluctant to use them, resulting in very cheap international raw materials. It's even lower than what Huaxing produces now. If Samsung really chooses to enforce sanctions for breach of contract, Shen Fei will have every reason to celebrate. Alright everyone, let's start preparing individually to probe consumers' limits and confirm our final price. At the same time, I have one request: the first month's sales of the Huaxing X2 must exceed 1 million units. Let's all enjoy a good year together. To boost sales, think about what kind of gifts we can offer consumers during this initial sales period. Something they simply cannot refuse. After all, the system requires us to break through 2 million units to unlock the Hongmen core, which is crucial for our upcoming layout, and it must be accomplished. Li Qing thought of a good idea and proactively said, I think we can offer consumers a 2-year battery warranty. If the battery capacity drops to 80 within 2 years, they can get a free official battery replacement. This idea is indeed excellent. Given Huaxing's current battery technology and fast charging capabilities, less than 1 in 1,000 will use the battery down to 80 within 2 years. This really doesn't put much pressure on after-sales service. Currently, our after-sales service is also almost established, which is indeed good. We have no issues with logistics. Wang Hua said. After the meeting, Shen Fei immediately contacted the senior management of Zhu Factory. Zhu Factory has indeed invested a lot in system optimization and recruited many excellent development engineers. Mr. Shen, do you mean to accelerate the R&D of the system? Did Google offend you again, or have you developed something great that Google refuses to adapt? Yu Dazue was able to guess the gist of it from Shen Fei's few words. Therefore, Shen Fei always believed that Yu Dazue had a nose for business. His rise to his current position is not only due to ability, but also his keen intuition. This call deepened Shen Fei's impression of him. There is indeed something good, it's in hardware. After we launch, we will open it up for Zhu Factory. However, due to the system's limitations, it cannot yet achieve the perfection I envision. In that case, Mr. Shen, I want to ask further. I agree to this issue. How much will Huaxin invest? We can match that amount. At the same time, we will also send a team of engineers over, including our expert working on microkernel research. This was also one of the reasons Shen Fei wanted to bring Zhu Factory on board. They have an abundance of talent. Their decades of accumulation far exceed Huaxing Technology's 1 year of experience. By the way, General Yu, I plan to leverage your sales channels in Europe to help us sell our next generation Huaxing X2. Is that all right? Brother Shen, you've already mentioned that you'll open this mysterious technology to us. How could I possibly refuse? We offer them a 25 sales commission. It may not seem like much, but they really put in a lot of effort. Currently, our sales in the European market have exceeded 1.5 million units. Moreover, by offering them a sales commission, we can increase the price. After all, no matter what, we will profit. A 25 sales share is indeed a bit pricey, but when converted for the entire unit, it's not too much. Besides, the wool comes from the sheep. Anyway, this money isn't coming from Huaxing. Thank you in advance, General Yu. I just wonder if Yu Dazue will be at a loss for words afterward. After all, the technology being sold this time is merely the screen. Even if later Yu Dazue approaches Huadong panel company, Shen Fei would sell to them just the same. After all, only by selling the screens can we gather data for further improvements. Digital chat station. As the launch of the Huaxing X2 approaches, it's been mentioned that this generation's positioning will continue to rise. An upward position doesn't mean an upward price. This generation of Huaxing standard version will offer a significant surprise compared to the previous generation. At the same time, there will be Pro and Pro versions, all of which I have had the chance to handle. I particularly like the Pro version, which features an excellent OLED screen. In terms of performance, all 3 versions are consistent, equipped with the latest Tianqin 810 flagship chip. It's just that there are some differences in other configurations. I hope Mr. Shen will provide an excellent price. I just love Tianqin. He'll throw out a number 2,999. What are you thinking upstairs? This is the X series, not the S series. The S series Pro is priced at this level, but I'm very curious, is the Huaxing X series going to sell for 4,000 yuan? Huaxing is actually using an OLED screen. Can their after-sales system really save them from this extremely high burn-in risk? Or does Huaxing's OLED screen technology have some magic to it that prevents burn-in? Xianyang laughed. Am I the only one concerned about Huaxing's tablet? I just came from Huaxing's official website, and they also have this survey. It seems that Huaxing really has a big move this time, and the cost isn't low. I wonder what exactly this Pro will improve upon. I hope it's not just in terms of price. Rest assured, it's definitely not just about the price. It will be absolutely worth it, a good product. Moreover, it will have a significant impact on the current industry. The successful mass production of AMOLED screens isn't a big deal, but successfully reducing the burn-in frequency is indeed a significant event that could change the current screen market. However, for now, the screens from Huadong Panel Company will definitely not be cheap, even about 20 more expensive than the OLED screens from Samsung. After all, the quality of Huaxing screens is better with a lower risk of burn-in and minimal after-sales risks. In the short term, the entire industry will still primarily rely on LCD screens, though high-end production lines can gradually replace them. Next, Huaxin's main business will be to promote the Huaxing X2 as the last phone of the year. It will mark a successful conclusion for Huaxing technology in 2014. In the following days, the publicity department spun like a never-ending top. They gathered and summarized various comments regarding the price increase of Huaxing across different online platforms. Li Qing and Gu Man headed to Shen Fei's office together, preparing to report on their work, as this sales figure was crucial for everyone's year-end bonuses, and no one could afford to overlook it. As soon as they entered the office and sat down, Li Qing began reporting, "General Manager Shen, I feel that we can lower the price of our Pro version a bit. Our standard version Pro and Pro all share the same core SoC, thus their differences are minimal, only minor adjustments have been made in some details. Before the Pro existed, we had to push the Pro to a higher price point. Now that there's a better option, I believe we can bring it back to its rightful price. At the same time, it will become one of the main products of the X2 series." According to Li Qing's analysis, when the price approaches around 4,000, no domestic manufacturer can use it as a main sales representative. Let's discuss the specific details. Our standard version performed so well that the upgrade of the Pro is not significant. We only made improvements in battery charging speed and the back cover. If the price increase is too high, consumers will have objections, and with the Pro now available, there's no need to push the Pro to a higher price point. I believe that just a 400 yuan price increase for this Pro should attract many consumers who would be willing to pay for the ceramic back cover. This Pro will undoubtedly become our main sales force. Shen Fei pondered for a moment and ultimately agreed to this proposal. After all, the pressure of achieving 2 million units in sales for the system is quite significant, although there are no penalties for failing to meet it. However, just after being outmaneuvered by Google, Shen Fei was filled with determination, thinking about seizing the kernel and developing his own system. While Shen Fei was busy preparing to promote his own phone, a call from Lei Busi came in. "General Manager Shen, could you do me a favor?" "What's the matter, General Lei? Why do you need to call me personally?" "It's just that a few manufacturers have been consistently using sub-brands to benchmark against our company to me. Currently, our situation hasn't been easy, so I plan to make the Hongmi brand independent next Monday. Why not wait until next week to warm things up? There's still more than half a month until your press conference, so there's no rush. In return, I'll give you our share in the upcoming investment in Huami technology." Hearing this, Shen Fei felt comfortable, although this matter seemed a bit abrupt. It indeed had little impact on Huaxing technology. Huaxing was initially only doing a 15-day advance reservation, and large-scale reservations would only begin 7 days before the press conference. Lei Busi had just seized a good opportunity. He also needed to learn from Lei Busi about how to ask for favors, i.e. preparing gifts in advance would make it less abrupt. In the eyes of adults, only interests matter. As long as the interests are met, exchanges can happen. This is a lesson Shen Fei learned this year. Since General Lei has said so, I will agree. After all, we're not in a hurry. As for the shares of Huami technology, you can keep them, General Lei. It's still important to maintain a level of politeness. After all, Lei Busi is quite emotionally intelligent, and Shen Fei believes that these shares won't be lost. "General Shen, that can't be. This would delay your company's affairs, and all these tasks would need to be rearranged later. Just accept this gift. We have already taken quite a few shares in Huami technology during the around. Let's forget about this one." After finishing, Lei Busi hung up the phone and got back to work on making Hongmi independent. After all, during this period, Lei Busi has been very busy juggling the Demi 4S, the Demi tablet, and working on acquiring Intel's chip business, while also managing the independence of Hongmi. Fortunately, he has a recently recruited General Liu Weibin to help share some of the workload. Otherwise, Lei Busi would be overwhelmed during this time. Soon, Hongmi held its own separate press conference, but the theme of this conference was not about phones, but rather the Hongmi brand itself. At this press conference, the anticipated K-series that Liu Weibin had envisioned was not released. Instead, a more budget-friendly Note series was launched. It continued to target the market of around 100 to 1,300 yuan, aiming to provide good quality products at low prices. The spokesperson for this press conference was not the familiar Lei Busi, but Liu Weibin, who would officially take on the role of CEO of the Hongmi brand. This press conference officially launched the first generation of Hongmi Note, marking the debut of the Hongmi Note series. However, this initial model was not particularly surprising. It could only be considered an enhanced version of the Hongmi 1S. It did, however, come in several new colors and replaced the 2,000 mAh removable battery with a 3,200 mAh battery, still a 3G phone. There are both standard and enhanced versions, and the core SoCs of the two phone versions differ. The standard version is equipped with the MTK 6592 processor, which is quite common in budget phones. This is also the most frequently used processor by Demi, making it easy to tune. The enhanced version, on the other hand, uses the Snapdragon 410 processor, and the RAM has been upgraded from 1 GB to 2 GB, with a price tag of 999 yuan. While there is indeed a significant gap compared to competitors like Honor's Enjoy series, the Mi's device still has its advantages. After all, it has slightly more RAM and a detachable battery, a feature that competitors lack. The charging speed is better in terms of recovery rate, while wired charging remains at 5W, consistent with international competitors. However, the Hongmi Note supports ancient black technology, the detachable battery, making this charging speed quite reasonable. In this aspect, it is stronger than international competitors. After this press conference, it will officially announce the independence of Hongmi as a new company, though it will still be fully controlled by Demi. A Hongmi Research Institute will also be established, though this institute will only serve a symbolic purpose, as all technology will still be sourced from Demi. Dad, I want this. Dad, I want a big battery. In the name of my father, but his father may not be as powerful as Honor's. After the Hongmi press conference, only 1 week remained until the press conference set by Huaxin. While everyone was discussing the independence of Hongmi, all of Huaxing's official social media accounts released their first warming article. Huaxing 2014 Winter Press Conference and Huaxing X2 Series Press Conference. Stay tuned. This article was accompanied by a mysterious poster featuring 3 phones. The back was completely black, revealing only the camera modules of the 3 phones. It still used a clean and neat rectangular camera module in the top left corner. The leftmost phone had only 2 lenses, while the middle and right ones had 3. Indeed, this generation of Huaxing has increased the number of lenses from 2 to 3, showcasing a unique approach in an era where competitors still use only 1 lens. Regardless of its usability, it's all about impressing others. The recent blog post released by Huaxing Technology was like a stone thrown into a calm lake, creating ripples. Tech enthusiasts eagerly left comments speculating and discussing the performance and features of the Huaxing X2 series. This phone looks quite good. The metallic frame exudes a solid quality. If I'm not mistaken, the Pro version should have a ceramic back, right? Has Huaxing Technology managed to overcome the low-yield issue with ceramic backs? I wonder if there's some kind of black technology. I can't wait. Mr. Lee's Weibo is trending #1. It's all organic traffic, not something we boosted ourselves. A young intern from the marketing team rushed in holding a tablet, excited after all this was the #1 trending topic. Though Huaxing Technology has claimed the top spot multiple times, it was always through extraordinary means. Now achieving the top spot solely via a Weibo post reflects the increasing strength of Huaxing Technology's reputation. Indeed, to implement the national policy of technological advancement, Huaxing Technology has also recruited a large number of fresh interns for dedicated training. Even if only a small portion of these individuals remain at Huaxing Technology, it is sufficient. After all, meat will only rot in the pot. These individuals can also help competitors, fostering mutual development. Of course, part of this is due to contracts signed with competitors paying Huaxing Technology for training. After all, in terms of technology and internet marketing, Huaxing Technology ranks among the best. And Shen Fei is naturally quite pleased, as there's no need to share any core technology, just teaching them how to do things will suffice. With free labor and training fees from competitors, why not take advantage of it? On this Huaxing tablet, the phrase, "Black Technology Triple Camera Imaging Breakthrough," is prominently displayed, accompanied by the words, "boiling," in deep red. Also beneath this phrase is "ceramic breakthrough, first ever ceramic back." Li Qing glanced at the comments section, and not only had he carefully designed the poster, but it was also analyzed by some bloggers, albeit subtly. The public opinion is ablaze, while Wang Teng leads the RD team in making final adjustments and optimizations to the 3 phone models. The Huaxing X2, as the base model, is equipped with a 5.5-inch 1080p screen. It features a metallic frame with a glass back and is equipped with a rear fingerprint module developed by Huaxing. The success rate of unlocking has further increased. In terms of battery life, it is equipped with a 3,800 mAh battery and a charging speed of 27W. In the current mobile phone market, it is highly competitive, especially since it is powered by Tianqin Semiconductor's latest development, the Tianqin 810. Although this chip is merely a product of overclocking, its performance remains strong. Combined with Huaxing's developed 3-dimensional stacking heat dissipation technology, the chip generates minimal heat even when overclocked. This heat level has prompted the RD team at Tianqin Semiconductor to prepare for further overclocking of the Tianqin 810, intending to name it Tianqin 810 Plus. They plan to have Huaxing Mobile Company debut this chip. Technology development focuses on leveraging existing capabilities. The X2 Pro improves upon the X2, with the biggest highlight being the replacement of the glass back with the newly developed ceramic back. With the help of traditional artisans, Huaxin technology has finally overcome the issue of cracks occurring during the firing of ceramic backs, enabling successful mass production. Other minor upgrades include replacing the 3,800 mAh battery with a 4,000 mAh one and increasing the charging speed from 27W to 33W, making the Pro version truly distinguished by its ceramic back. However, the warm and smooth feel of the ceramic back is indeed more comfortable, and the Pro version from Huaxin Technology is only 400 yuan more than the standard version, suggesting that the Pro will become the true sales leader in this series. As for the Pro Plus, it is even rarer. It shares the same mold and configuration, merely swapping the LCD screen for the newly developed OLED screen. However, the cost difference between the Pro Plus and Pro due to just this screen exceeds 300 yuan, yet the improvement in display quality is astonishing. Mr. Wang, we have a minor issue with the color calibration of the X2 Pro screen. An engineer rushed in to report anxiously. Don't panic, let's take a look together. If it doesn't work, we can call Professor Wu over. Wang Tong immediately set aside his work and personally directed the engineers to engage in urgent debugging. Wang Ting didn't consider whether this minor issue would cause trouble for Huaxin Technology, even if he couldn't solve it himself. After all, he could always call someone for help. This is the charm of Huaxin Technology's current technological reserve. After the engineers meticulously checked every parameter and repeatedly tested different display effects, they finally resolved the color calibration issue after half a day of effort. It turned out to be a false alarm. However, as the preheating progressed, when the 33W charging speed was exposed, consumers were shocked. Is Huaxin Technology's RD capability really this strong? It hasn't been long since the charging technology has further improved, and while Zhu Factory released 20W charging, Huaxin has unveiled 22.5W charging technology. Zhu Factory just introduced 27W, and now you come out with 33W. How much more technology do you have in store? Is it that you won't use the latest technology unless competitors release it? Shen Fei mused, what exactly do I still have in hand? Yet this 33W charging speed has evidently provided adversarial forces with an opportunity to target Huaxin Technology. Foreign magnates are more than willing to annoy Huaxin Technology. After all, such opportunities are rare, so they promptly choose to support domestic water armies. Their methods are nothing more than slandering and spreading rumors to cause trouble for Huaxin Technology. Consequently, a certain well-known digital forum revealed claims that fast charging is unsafe, suggesting that faster charging speeds increase the likelihood of danger. The reasoning is that since no foreign entity uses fast charging, they still employ 5W charging speeds, while domestic charging speeds have soared above 30 watts. How can safety be guaranteed? This is truly ridiculous. These tactics of the big colonizers are outdated. Meanwhile, Huaxin's PR department promptly forwarded this public opinion to Li Qing in the marketing department. Li Qing couldn't help but chuckle upon seeing it. They are merely resorting to these tactics lacking any cultural substance. It's truly laughable. Oh, let's turn this into a joke for the consumers. Have the water army steer the discussion towards charging safety technology, she replied while walking toward the elevator. Also, let's preemptively lift the embargo on the report that certifies our charging technology through Germany's Rhine certification, letting everyone enjoy a laugh. As for Li Qing, she headed to Shen Fei's office. After all, this joke shouldn't be something he experiences alone. A joke is only enjoyable when shared. In the logistics department, Wang Hua was measuring the curvature of the ceramic back of the Huaxing X2 Pro with a caliper. The temperature curve during the thermal bending process is still not perfect. As a technology-based company, constantly pursuing perfection is not excessive. He pointed out to Wang Tung nearby. Look at these 2 micrometer-level stress cracks. Wang Tung leaned closer, the light perfectly illuminating the moon-white body, and those barely discernible lines refracted a brilliance akin to the aurora. Let it be. Wang Tung straightened up to adjust his suit buttons. Consumers will think these are intentionally designed luminous patterns. In the broadcasting hall, Shen Fei and Gu Man were conducting the final rehearsal together. This time, Shen Fei decided to take a shortcut as he would not participate in the entire process. There were 3 models in the Huaxing X2 series. The Huaxing tablet would also be officially launched at this press conference. If Shen Fei explained all 4 products alone, not only would he be exhausted, but the audience would also experience aesthetic fatigue. Thus, Shen Fei planned to only show up to introduce the OLED screen and the Huaxing X2 Pro, leaving the rest to Gu Man. At the same time, Gu Man would also become the brand manager of the Huaxing X2 series, albeit merely in name. The specific work would still be handled by Wang Tung. Indeed, one of Shen Fei's tricks was to have a beautiful female host explain the products to attract the audience. Currently, male consumers still made up a large portion of Huaxing's smartphone users, so Gu Man would present on stage. This decision was made after careful consideration. First, Gu Man had followed him for a year, and was very familiar with these products, ensuring there would be no mismatched explanations. She might even present in a more professional manner than he would. Secondly, Gu Man was quite beautiful. After all, looks are always the greatest weapon, and he believed customers would be tempted. With the joint efforts of the PR and marketing departments, that infamous blogger was soon slapped in the face. Especially when the report certified by Rhine was released, the blogger was thoroughly mocked across the internet. Haha, anyone can be a digital blogger these days. They have no common sense. If he had any culture, he wouldn't express such a foolish opinion. Does certification by some unknown agency prove safety? I think Huaxing is unsafe, especially since not even an apple was used. Let me share a confidential tip. I've heard that in the Edison Laboratory archives there are records of AC electric murder experiments. No wonder Tesla's AC system was once said to be lethal. By your standards, the entire national power grid should be dismantled and revert back to DC. Didn't foreign countries not use AC on a large scale back in the day? Haha, great rebuttal. What if he doesn't realize it and thinks you are complimenting him? The joke quickly faded with the collaboration of the PR and marketing departments. Other bloggers who wanted to ride the wave saw the fate of this blogger and hurriedly hid their planned videos. This blogger also quietly concealed his account, planning to return after some time, as the internet has no memory. After a while, who would remember what he had done? However, when he prepared to log in again in the evening to see if the online storm had passed, he found a pile of bright red text displayed on the app, making his heart sink. The user violated community guidelines by posting inappropriate content and has been banned. This instantly infuriated him. Although his follower count wasn't high, he was still a blogger with 1,000 fans, facing only a $10 down payment of $200. Yet despite his efforts to guide public opinion, he ended up with a banned account. This loss must be compensated by them. He immediately took out his phone to call the intermediary, but the call showed that the number was busy. Please try again later. He instantly understood that he had been abandoned, but the final payment from the other party had yet to be made. Of course, the worst was yet to come. He estimated he would have to enjoy a life of free food and lodging for a while. At the moment the public opinion erupted, Huaxin Technology chose to report it to the police. For such behavior of receiving funds to publicly smear others, Huaxin Technology would naturally pursue it to the end, aiming to set an example. Unfortunately, it was indeed that example. Shen Fei saw the relevant announcement from the authorities confirming that this matter was indeed related to certain foreign forces. Moreover, they had only paid a deposit of $2,000. Shen Fei thought they would take a break after their previous incident, but unexpectedly, they had just been lying dormant. Now they were striking again, and this time with remarkable efficiency. The other party had completed this smear campaign with just $2,000, which was indeed quite cost-effective. But what kind of fools were their informants? They were all a bunch of idiots. In Shen Fei's view, they were indeed quite foolish, and their methods of guiding public opinion were rather silly. No wonder such foolish statements could be made. It was only normal to be abandoned. Did they look down upon us by sending this bunch of fools to smear Huaxing Technology? Beside him, Gu Man said, what if their budget isn't this much and the intermediary and those at the top took a cut? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei suddenly understood why this smear campaign was so foolish. One country in the universe, the San Sang Group. Minister, our operation has failed, the public opinion has dissipated, and Huaxing's reputation has further expanded. Next, should we go to Huaxing and join their so-called fast-charging alliance? At the same time, let's see how far their OLED screens have come. How could it fail? Didn't I allocate $1 million to you? How could it end so quickly? What kind of people did you hire that could fail at such a small task? I hope your hands are clean this time. Upon hearing this, he was instantly drenched in cold sweat and hurriedly said, Minister, don't worry, I will redeem myself for my mistakes. After saying this, Jay waved his hand, signaling him to leave, while making a call to have them investigate. However, he became increasingly vigilant against Huaxing, considering whether to prohibit the export of flash memory and storage to Huaxin. In the semiconductor foundry sector, Huaxing had already far surpassed them. Previously, the informant had reported that the Huadong panel company had successfully mass-produced OLED screens, a fact Jay initially ignored. But when he learned that Huaxin had overcome the issue of OLED burn in his heart, was instantly filled with caution. Now Sansang's market share in Huaxing was gradually declining, and there were new preparations within. They were preparing to abandon the Huaxing market, closing all their stores in Huaxing. Instead, they planned to sell Sansang's flash memory and storage screens, as well as the chips they themselves were unwilling to use to Huaxing. The profit margin was not low, and the after-sales risk was reduced. Sansang's foundation had already been undermined by Huaxing, and now they were about to surpass Sansang in the field of screen panels. This made Jay, who was already frustrated, even angrier when his subordinates committed such foolish acts. Thus, the next day, there was an additional body in the Luodong River. Shen Fei was unaware of these events. One must pay the price for their choices. Meanwhile, Huaxing naturally released new promotional videos. The day after the press conference warm-up, a brand new poster was released. Huaxing makes another leap forward. This time it's not just a surpassing, but a comprehensive lead. Once again, it quickly climbed to the top of Weibo's trending list. The previous generation has slightly overtaken the competition. I wonder if this generation can completely close the gap with them. Huaxin is awesome 666. On the third day, digital chat station released extremely detailed leaks along with some specific configurations of the Tianqin 810. This time, the Tianqin 810 has shown significant improvements compared to its predecessor. Although it still utilizes the same 14 nanometers process, the technology has shifted from the first generation to the second. The chip's power consumption has been further reduced, and the extreme performance of this generation has improved by 30, with power consumption reduced by 35 at the same frequency. This can be considered a new generation of ICE Tianqin, with the CPU frequency reaching 2.4 GHz and the main core at 2.2 GHz, while the 4 small cores have a frequency of 1.8 GHz. Furthermore, in terms of audio, decoding enhancements have been made by adopting proprietary protocols, resulting in faster decoding speeds and clearer image quality compared to competitors. It supports up to 4K resolution, but due to hardware limitations, the highest resolution is locked at 1080p. It has also further reduced power consumption to ensure that the phone's battery life has significantly improved compared to the previous generation. On the fourth day, digital chat station released new information revealing that the speaker at this press conference would be a surprise. This instantly invigorated the comments section. What's there to see at a press conference hosted by a big man? Could there be a surprise this time? What are you thinking upstairs? If Mr. Shen isn't coming, we still have Mr. Wang. Why is he referred to as Mr. Wang rather than Emperor? They hope that Wang Tung will surprise them with pricing. After all, Wang Tung is skilled at persuading executives. Meanwhile, the digital chat station, which Wang Tung is currently in charge of, didn't shy away from the matter, replying in the comments that there would be a time segment for Wang Tung at the press conference, although he is responsible for the tablet business. As for the phone, there will be another person in charge. This reply completely ignited the comment section. Give a chicken leg to the one upstairs, we've hooked it. This press conference is a must-watch. I must reserve my spot. The reservation link for the Huawei Star X2 press conference skyrocketed from 1 million to 5 million after this Weibo post. It must be said that a beautiful female host has an immense appeal to the predominantly male audience in the tech community. On the fourth day, the operations department released new selling points. The sound quality has been upgraded. This time they collaborated with an international company for sound quality tuning, making the audio of the Huawei X2 remarkably good. However, the audience seemed uninterested in this news, still discussing who the host of the press conference would be. Seeing the report, Shen Fei felt quite helpless. After so many days of build-up, the news of a host change was more popular. This also caught the attention of the publicity department, who on the last day released a poster featuring Gu Man, causing the already skyrocketing reservation numbers to surge even faster. In a short time, the number reached 7 million. Shen Fei began to doubt whether he was suitable for being a host, wondering if he should just let Gu Man take over completely. After thinking for a while, Shen Fei decided to abandon this idea. After all, presenting 3 phones would take at least 2 hours. Gu Man wouldn't be able to manage it alone, so he would take on some of the burden. Would consumers understand? They should write. When the lights in the audience dimmed, Gu Man felt her heartbeat resonate with the countdown sound in the backstage. Beside her, Shen Fei reassured her, "Don't worry, you did great during rehearsal, and everyone has to do this at some point." At this moment, the number of viewers in the live stream reached 3 million, and this number was rapidly increasing. Even though the press conference hadn't started yet, the comments in the live stream had already gone off track. "Wife, where is my wife? Wife, hurry out. The kids and I are waiting for you at home." Only a few normal comments were visible, but they were quickly drowned out by these fans. Huaxing first-generation users here for a visit. How is the second generation of Huaxing? I just bought the first generation a year ago, and there's no need to change yet, but that ceramic back cover is really tempting. I was also attracted by that ceramic back cover. I heard the hand feel is exceptionally good. 1098. Gu Man smoothed the front of her suit, as if it could calm her down. 321. Shen Fei stepped onto the stage to warm up the crowd before inviting Gu Man to present the phone. However, Shen Fei's entrance did not achieve the expected effect, and instead drew complaints in the live stream. This time, our Huaxing X2 series will bring you an ultimate visual experience, and we have made significant advancements in display performance. Especially regarding the OLED screen, we have established a substantial gap with all competitors. At the first moment of the press conference, Shen Fei dropped a huge bombshell. This statement shocked the digital fans. Could it be that after chip manufacturing, Huaxing has conquered another massive field? Earlier, there were rumors that Huaxing and the Eastern Factory jointly established the Huadong Panel Company, but as netizens they did not believe this company could lead domestic screen panels to rise. However, this shocking news did not affect the already chaotic comments section. Didn't they say my wife would host the press conference? Why is Mr. Shen up again? How about this, Mr. Shen? I'll give you $2 if you step down and let my wife come up to speak. Meanwhile, on stage, Shen Fei was unaware of these comments while Wang Tung in the audience was watching clearly and couldn't help but laugh. Gu Man standing beside him also noticed these comments and couldn't help but smile, her anxiety easing a bit. Next, let's invite our product manager, Ms. Gu Man, to explain the specific details to everyone. As the three models of the Huaxing X2 series appeared sequentially in a nebulous swirl on the huge screen behind, Gu Man also stepped onto the stage. Hello everyone, I am Gu Man, the product manager of the Huaxing X2 series. Today I will provide you with a detailed explanation of our X2 series. Originally already quite attractive, Gu Man now wore light makeup enhanced by the stage lights, making her even more stunning. Oh, my wife is so beautiful, incredibly beautiful. Just because my wife is the product manager, I must buy the Huaxing X2. Who says Huaxing doesn't understand sales? Huaxing understands sales very well. In the entire digital sphere, most people are tech nerds, and very few women reach such a position. If we add the qualifiers of being young and beautiful, it's almost non-existent. However, with Gu Man's appearance, this probability should significantly increase. The moment Gu Man appeared, the already chaotic comment section became even more chaotic. Other representatives from competing companies watching also began to criticize Shen Fei, saying he lacked integrity by bringing in a product manager to do the presenting. The live stream also became more lively, with more people tuning in just to see the product manager. The moment Gu Man appeared on screen, the live stream comments went completely off track. Clearly, Gu Man had already played her part. The next step was to convert these fans attracted by her looks into digital product enthusiasts and make them pay. The Huaxing X2 series, in this era where single camera setups were still the norm, featured a dual camera setup for the standard version and a highly advanced triple camera for the Pro version. This also resulted in its camera module being slightly larger than those of its competitors. However, thanks to the vertical arrangement adopted for this generation of the Huaxing X2, the camera module's bezel surrounded the three lenses, and it was curved, resembling a slender oval. With a metal frame and a glass back, and the Pro version exclusively featuring a white ceramic back, its aesthetic appeal was naturally beyond reproach. This time, our Huaxing X2 is equipped with a 3,800 mAh battery and 27W charging speed, along with an intelligent rapid charging feature. The X2 Pro, on the other hand, features a 4,000 mAh battery and is equipped with the latest 33W super fast charging technology developed by our Huaxing lab. It can learn your charging habits at night, ensuring it's fully charged by the time you wake up, while also effectively protecting the battery. Our intelligent charging feature is not limited to nighttime charging alone. It also allows the charger to operate at high power for extended periods, significantly impacting charging speed. Next, we will conduct a small experiment to demonstrate that there are indeed differences in fast charging capabilities. After speaking, the staff brought in two tables, one bearing a Huaxing X2, another with a product from competitor A, and yet another from competitor B. The clear labels indicated that competitor A was the international rival Apple. Competitor B was the recently launched Mate 7. When the Huaxing X2 charged to 35, competitor B reached 30, while competitor A had only managed 5. As the charge increased, the charging power of all devices further decreased, and the gap naturally became more apparent. When the Huaxing X2 reached 55, competitor B had charged to 40, while competitor A was only at 12. The stark contrast in intelligent rapid charging left consumers astonished. It turned out that there really were differences in fast charging. It seemed that Huaxing had not only innovated in charging speed, but also excelled in charge management. From Gu Man's few words, they could already envision never having to worry about waking up at night to unplug the charger, thus avoiding battery damage from prolonged charging. Additionally, we have prepared a special gift for all first-time buyers, a 2-year battery warranty for the Huaxing X2 series. If your phone's battery life significantly decreases within the next 2 years and our after-sales service confirms the battery capacity has dropped below 80, we will replace it with a new official battery free of charge. As a gift, it will naturally be free. As long as you purchase within the first week, this gift is yours at no cost. After the initial launch period, this battery warranty can be purchased from our official online store for 69 yuan. This battery warranty indeed stunned the audience both on-site and online. After all, before Huaxing, no manufacturer had dared to make such a promise, and now Huaxing's offline stores were proliferating. This was a benefit they could enjoy for nothing. Consequently, viewers in the live stream began flooding the comments, though the comments were a bit off-topic. My wife is so generous. Truly worthy of being my wife, giving such a big gift right off the bat. My wife is truly generous. I hope other competitors will follow suit. In terms of the display, we have adopted a 5.5-inch 1080p screen, which under our calibration delivers exceptional visual performance. As for the Pro version, it features a 5.8-inch 1080p screen. There wasn't much to elaborate on here, as everyone was using 1080p screens. Although there were still differences between screens, there was little worth introducing. Next, some user-friendly features were introduced, such as the rotor motor infrared remote control and NFC functionality. After all, this generation of the Huaxing X2 was a crucial milestone for the brand's upward push, so naturally every available technology from the lab was utilized. Not long ago, the phones from competitors equipped with rear fingerprint unlocking were indeed impressive. Naturally, our Huaxing lab did not miss out on researching this advanced technology. However, we were not entirely satisfied with the initial results from the lab, so we put it on hold. Now, after technological iterations, it has finally reached a level that meets our standards. Currently, only high-end phones adopt fingerprint unlocking, and due to the technology not being fully mature, the unlocking time is generally around 0.8 seconds. Normally, this difference is imperceptible. The phone unlocks as soon as you place your finger on the sensor. Our Huaxing technology, after 2 iterations, boasts a faster unlocking speed than competitors with a significantly lower error rate. The fingerprint recognition speed of our competitors is generally around 1 second, while our Huaxing lab can now achieve unlocking in 0.4 seconds, approximately twice as fast. This unlocking speed was incredible. It should be the fastest fingerprint unlocking in the world. The audience burst into applause. After this series of introductions, the audience's interest in the Huaxing X2 series grew, but everything had been covered except the most crucial aspect: performance. Was the Huaxing X2 still going to use the Tianqin 800 chip? Or had Tianqin Semiconductor's RD capabilities not been that strong with the latest chip not yet developed, or offering only minimal improvements? I know what you're all thinking. I also know what you care about most. Originally, I wanted to leave the performance-related questions to my boss, President Shen, but he said he wanted to slack off, so he pushed this part onto me. After saying this, she raised the microphone in her hand, expressing the hardships of being a wage earner. Gu Man's voice and gestures completely captured the protective instincts of these fans attracted by her looks. Thus, they flooded the comments with jokes. President Gu, come work for me, and he'll double your salary. I hope the person above truly intends to invite President Gu to work. Our investment in Chip RD has always been substantial, so the results over the past 6 months have been enormous. How enormous? We accidentally became #1 in the world once again. Haha, President Gu can also crack a joke. The previous world #1 was none other than Huaxing. The performance of the Tianqin 800 on mobile devices remains unmatched by any competitor. This time, our Tianqin 810 adopts the latest second-generation 14nm process technology, which results in lower power consumption. I believe consumers are more interested in its Antutu score, so I can tell you that our Tianqin 810 scores 153500 points on Antutu. The moment Gu Man finished speaking, the massive screen behind her flipped, and a staggering 6-digit number appeared on the large display. This Antutu score represented an improvement of over 30 compared to the previous generation of feat that would typically require at least 2 iterations from other competitors to achieve a similar 30 boost. He'll buy it. The performance is just too powerful. Sorry dear, you are no longer the most powerful phone in the world. But tomorrow I will own the new most powerful phone in the world. Performance has always been Huaxing's strong point, so there's no need to waste too much time on this aspect. Gu Man naturally chose to gloss over it, but the shock brought by this chip is not so simple. Currently, other competitors have yet to catch up with the previous generation Tianqin 800, let alone the current Tianqin 810. With the capabilities of this chip, it is more than sufficient to conquer any game for the next 3 years. Even 3 years later, this chip will still not fall behind. The biggest difference between our Pro version and the standard version lies in the significant disparity in the back cover. Our standard version uses nano-frosted glass, which not only provides a very comfortable visual experience, but also feels incredibly pleasant to the touch. However, there is still a slight difference compared to our Pro version. Our Huaxing X2 Pro debuts with a ceramic back cover, which has a texture reminiscent of jade. Of course, the ceramic back cover also has better abrasion resistance. I highly recommend using it without a case to fully showcase the advantages of the ceramic back. To ensure this generation of Pro version sells, well, Huaxing pioneered the ceramic back cover, but applying ceramic to a phone's back is not as simple as it sounds. Firstly, the ceramic back cover is prone to cracks and deformities due to inconsistent shrinkage during the firing process. Such issues mean that the back cover becomes a defective product and cannot be used. This time, the ceramic back cover on the Huaxing X2 Pro encountered such issues, but due to the small cracks, it exhibits a shimmering texture. This has further elevated the impact of the ceramic back cover. When the large screen at the back officially displayed photos of the ceramic back cover, the audience was taken aback.
While it's both white and beautiful, it must feel incredibly comfortable to touch. The person upstairs better be talking about the phone. Haha. Due to the difficulty in firing ceramics, our Pro version, although not vastly different from the standard version, will have a significant price difference. I hope everyone can understand. My wife understands. As for the imaging sensor, although Huaxing's previous generation had already initiated an arms race in sensor technology, there are too few manufacturers following up. Sony has not intensified its research and development and still only has those models. Its own OmniVision company is still under development and cannot provide more advanced sensors. Thus, this generation of the Huaxing X2 series is not particularly different from the previous generation, merely a routine upgrade, whether in terms of lens base or aperture. Sony simply changed the name to market it as a new model, and Shen Fei naturally would not fall for this trick, continuing to order the previous generation's model. As a high-end phone, the imaging and photography capabilities naturally cannot stand still. Although the previous generation's imaging capabilities were already far ahead, as a major upgrade product, the photography being a core selling point must be improved. However, with no hardware improvements, we can only rely on algorithms for optimization. Everyone knows that our previous generation Huaxing X1 pioneered AI dual-camera technology, and we at Huaxing X2 will not remain stagnant, so we have also made breakthroughs in imaging. Having explained the screen, the core performance, and the innovations in the back glass and ceramic back, we now move on to one of the key selling points: imaging. The main camera still uses the same 24-megapixel lens from the previous generation. In terms of the secondary camera, we have upgraded from an 8-megapixel lens to a 12-megapixel wide-angle lens. Additionally, the Huaxing X2 Pro also debuts an 8-megapixel upright telephoto lens supporting 2x portrait photography. It also supports up to 20x digital zoom. This is also the biggest difference between the Huaxing X2 Pro and the Huaxing X2 besides the back cover. I believe everyone must really like these two phones, so do you want to know their prices? Unfortunately, the price announcement is in the second half, and I am not responsible for that part. Let's welcome the chairman of Huaxin, who will personally introduce the final price, and our most important Huaxing X2 Pro. Oh, the live stream is filled with comments. Mr. Shen, you can step down. I'll let my wife continue to speak. As Guman steps off the stage, the comments in the live stream shift again. New fans with looks have taken over the screen. What? My husband is coming up. Welcome, welcome. As a rich second generation with looks, wealth, and height, Shen Fei naturally has his own little fans. So the scene did not become quiet. However, the comments still seem a bit abnormal. After all, the theme of this launch event is digital technology products, not the two hosts. And in the corner, Wang Tung is wondering, is there no one to speak for me? You may have heard that our Huaxing X2 Pro will use self-developed OLED screens. To achieve mass production of this screen, we have put in a lot of effort. As a technology company, the biggest drawback of OLED screens is their susceptibility to burn-in, but the display quality of OLED screens is far superior. I personally believe this is the future direction. Thus, we have made tremendous efforts and successfully reduced the burn-in rate of OLED screens. As someone not specialized in technical fields, Shen Fei's light remarks have a significant impact on the entire industry, which is not as simple as it seems. Especially the person in charge of Samsung Huaxin. Although there were rumors earlier that the Huadong panel company had overcome this issue, there was no official announcement, so the entire industry thought it was merely a rumor. After all, if the drawbacks of OLED screens were so easy to overcome, the mainstream screens in today's market would not still be LCD screens. After all, as early as 2008, Samsung had already developed OLED screens, but even after 6 years, they still could not overcome this problem and could only continuously reduce its probability. It was only this year that it could be preliminarily used on a large scale. Now someone tells him that a fledgling small company has managed to solve a problem that had troubled Samsung for 6 years in just 1 year. Thus, the person in charge of Samsung Huaxin, Park Jinghua, immediately reports to Jay. After all, this issue is crucial to Samsung's survival. Jay also saw this news and immediately replied that at all costs they must obtain this technology. So I can currently announce that this is the OLED screen with the lowest burn-in rate in the world, and apart from Samsung's own use, it offers the best display quality. After all, Shen Fei does not know whether Samsung's lab has any extremely advanced technology. But aside from a slight difference compared to the screen on Samsung's own Pro product, there are indeed no rivals. After all, the big players are all strict, and Shen Fei certainly wouldn't speak too confidently to avoid being slapped in the face later. Public figures should still maintain some dignity. By the way, I plan to create a book. Does anyone have any reliable title suggestions? If the final choice is the best solution, it'll give everyone a tomato monthly membership. Shen Fei showcased the photographic capabilities of the Huaxing X2 series on stage. With just a casual snap, the quality of the images was entirely left to the algorithms, and the final results truly did not disappoint. The photographs turned out to be quite beautiful,
Although they still fell short of professional standards, they were certainly better than what most users could capture. With an extremely simple shooting method, they produced exquisite photos. It can be deemed foolproof photography, allowing every user to experience the joy of capturing images. With the support of algorithms, the performance in night scenes was further enhanced, and combined with multiple lenses, there were many diverse shooting modes. This left the audience in the venue and online viewers in awe. Previously, when General Gu talked about the lenses, I thought Huaxing would be playing it big, but I didn't expect it to be so convenient. This phone is simply my dream device. Now my girlfriend won't have to worry about me not being able to take good photos of her anymore. Mr. Shen, please tell us the price quickly. Those upstairs, don't deceive yourselves, or remember, you don't have a partner. The audience and online viewers were captivated by this simple photography method, for as novices, even with the best hardware, they could not capture great photos. Huaxing's on-stop photography solution has completely alleviated everyone's troubles. Even the comments in the live stream turned into praises for the Huaxing X2 series photography. After all, the photography level of the Huaxing X series is always top tier in the country. But does our generation's technological innovation really only encompass this? General Gu has explained the advancements in charging, and we have made significant progress. The battery paired with it also has surprises which General Gu did not introduce, so let me explain. Many of our first-generation Huaxing users are likely from the north, and now, in the early winter season, temperatures have already dropped below zero. The saying goes that winter reduces battery life by half, but users of our Huaxing phone should not have this concern. After all, our Huaxing X1 features a frost-resistant battery. Shen Fei presented the concept of the frost-resistant battery, instantly attracting the attention of online viewers. Is my phone also a frost-resistant battery? Upstairs, your phone is a joke. The battery in your phone is the least frost-resistant, and in the northern winter it will shut down the moment you step outside. Haha, no wonder I feel like my phone's battery life hasn't worsened this year. It turns out I'm using a frost-resistant battery, commented a user of the Huaxing S1. I hope other competitors will follow suit. This technology is truly impressive. The technology provided by the system is not just ordinary battery technology. It's not merely about high-density batteries. Its frost resistance is extraordinarily excellent. Currently, batteries generally only support use at temperatures up to -10 degrees. If the temperature drops below this, their endurance will significantly decline, and they may even shut down within minutes. However, the battery technology rewarded by the system does not encounter this issue. The first-generation frost-resistant battery on the Huaxing X1 supports normal use in environments as low as -15 degrees and can tolerate up to -20 degrees. Only in environments at -20 degrees will it exhibit the same slow charging and quick power loss as competitors. This left other competitors watching the live stream feeling defensive. You can use it if you want to. Why call attention to it? If we follow suit, our costs increase. If we don't, we'll be criticized by consumers. Now the Huaxing X2 is equipped with our second-generation frost-resistant battery, supporting normal use at -20 degrees and maximum support at -30 degrees. This generation of frost-resistant batteries has again enhanced the user experience in extremely low-temperature environments through technological improvements. At the same time, this is also our second-generation high-density battery, which boasts 20 more capacity than competitor batteries of the same size. Thus, even though our configuration is better than competitors, our phone is lighter than theirs. So for such an excellent phone, are you all satisfied? Satisfied? That is indeed very satisfying. But Mr. Shen, please stop teasing us and quickly reveal the final price. So what is the price of such an excellent Huaxing X2? This question is quite difficult for me, as we are still leading the pack, and everyone knows why we chose to release at this timing. It's crucial. If sales fall flat, the impact on us will be significant. Thus, we decided to increase quantity without raising the price. Upon hearing this, the online viewers in the live stream erupted, meaning that the latest Huaxing X2 series will still start at 3,999 yuan. Equipped with the Tianxin 810 second-generation Glacier frost-resistant large battery, fast charging, and intelligent rapid charging functions. Metal mid-frame with a glass back and ceramic back for the Pro version. Exceptional photography capabilities. This price is truly a bargain. Our previous generation started at 3,999 yuan, but during the initial release we dropped the price by 300 yuan, making the final price 3,699 yuan. Thus, this generation of Huaxing X2 will. Shen Fei paused for a moment, letting the suspense build. Increase quantity while decreasing price. Indeed, our final price is starting at 3,699 yuan, along with a 2-year battery warranty as a bonus. Initial users who purchase the extended warranty will receive a 50% discount. The standard version will be just 88 yuan, and the Pro version will be merely 99 yuan. This allows you to enjoy an official 1-year extended warranty. Additionally, users who purchase in the first month will receive a complimentary pair of Huaxing official wired earphones. To ensure we reach a sales volume of 2 million in the first month and secure the system, Colonel Shen Fei is putting forth every effort. Naturally, there shouldn't be any major issues with the extended warranty for a year. Generally, the probability of problems arising within a year for ordinary phones isn't very high, roughly around 1, and they usually involve minor issues. As time goes on, the probability gradually increases, with the second-year probability being around 5. Of course, the costs incurred for purchasing the extended warranty will adequately cover this probability, and there may even be profit. After all, our Huaxing X2 is manufactured by our newly established Huaxin factory in the capital. The capital provides land free of charge along with assistance in constructing factory equipment. However, Huaxing technology is required to provide over 4 billion in taxes in the coming years. This can be seen as a betting contract, but for Huaxing today, it is a certainty. The capital is well aware that this requirement is not difficult for Huaxing technology. However, the equipment and factories are not worth much. As long as Huaxing technology remains, it will be a huge win. For the technology industry, the capital is not ideal. Conversely, Yangqing and Modu are more suitable for developing related industries. However, these benefits clearly spark the interest of online viewers in purchasing. Although these gifts may not be valuable and are likely unnecessary, they are offered for free. Who doesn't like free stuff? Additionally, we offer a 364GB large memory version for 3,999 yuan. The 4,128GB version is priced at 4,499. Our Huaxing X2 Pro's 364GB version is priced at 4,499 yuan, and it also offers a 4,128GB version at just 4,999. The Pro's price is ultimately 500 yuan higher than the standard version, bringing a better feel, faster charging speed, and larger battery along with an improved photography experience, which is relatively reasonable. However, this price has never been reached by any domestic manufacturers. Shen Fei felt uncertain. Yet this price was set by Shen Fei after careful consideration, ensuring it differs from the standard model while still being more appealing than competitors. He believed reality would surprise Shen Fei. Our flagship Huaxing X2 Pro only offers two configurations, 464G and 4128G. For such an excellent flagship, its price is. Upon seeing this price, the online viewers in the live stream were taken aback. Huaxing had truly gone beyond expectations. The final price of our Huaxing X2 Pro is 4,999 yuan. The version with 4128G is priced at 5,499 yuan. The viewers in the live stream gasped in disbelief. Huaxing is indeed bold. This is not a joke, nor just empty talk. They are genuinely matching up against Guozi. Are they really that courageous? Tomorrow, the 6th generation of Guozi will officially go on sale in Huaxing, with reservations already underway. Guozi has also spent a significant amount on promotions, and the entire network is buzzing with news about the upcoming launch of the 6th generation. It seems Huaxing is destined for a setback this time. Although its configuration is appealing, its foundation simply does not support such a price. The moment this price was announced, looking at the audience's reaction, Shen Fei knew that the sales of the Huaxing X2 Pro would likely not be good. Or it can be confidently said that the sales will definitely be poor. However, this is just Huaxing's first attempt at the high-end market, as Shen Fei would be satisfied if sales exceeded 100 units before the release of the Huaxing X3. After all, in the previous plan, the main sales driver for this release is still the Huaxing X2 priced at 3,699 yuan. With the various benefits offered, this generation of Huaxing X2 should surprise itself with its sales. Our Huaxing X2 series smartphones prices have been communicated to everyone. Some may be very satisfied with these prices while others may not, but this is the final price. There will be no new surprises. But our launch event is not solely about smartphones. We also have our latest Huaxing Pad series. Let's welcome them with applause. Mr. Wang Tung, the man with the demeanor of an emperor, is here to explain everything to everyone. I'm sure he will bring new benefits. Shen Fei also knew that when the price of the Huaxing X2 Pro was announced, the atmosphere at the venue became a bit cold, so he decided to make a joke about Wang Tung to lighten the mood. After all, there are often people in the project team who call Wang Tung Emperor Wang, and some even joke about overthrowing President Shen for Wang Tung. Before the launch event, I had prepared this little interaction with Wang Tung to attract fans' attention. Hello everyone, I am Wang Tung. I have no intention of claiming the throne, so please don't fire me. As soon as Wang Tung took the stage, he cleverly played along with Shen Fei's joke, making the viewers in the live stream burst into laughter, and they also wanted to know what capabilities this long-awaited Huaxing Pad possesses. Before I explain everything, I can guarantee one thing: our Huaxing Pad will be the cheapest among all Huaxing products. Wang Tung was indeed not lying. After all, the cheapest product Huaxing has released so far is the Huaxing S1, but its price is still at 2,499 yuan. Currently, the starting price of the Huaxing S1 has already dropped to 1,999 yuan after several rounds of price adjustments. This immediately caught the attention of viewers in the live stream who thought, I can't afford the Huaxing X2, but can I afford the Huaxing Pad? This piqued the interest of viewers who were about to leave the live stream, and they decided to stick around a bit longer. In our view, the tablet is a supplement to phones generally used for watching videos or movies. Therefore, we designed the Huaxing Pad with a large 11.5-inch screen instead of using a panel smaller than 10 inches. Otherwise, it would simply be a large screen phone and not suitable for use as a tablet. Of course, if consumers prefer it, we will conduct research, and if there are many requests, we will also consider producing a smaller tablet. Smaller tablets are suitable for gaming, while larger ones are better for watching movies. However, tablets are generally meant for video consumption. After all, the experience is more comfortable on a larger screen. Isn't it better to play games on my phone? The performance would be even stronger, so from Huaxing's perspective, a small screen tablet is somewhat unnecessary. But as long as there are enough users who need it, Huaxing will naturally consider making it, because after all, it's about making money. The main point is that this is merely the first generation of Huaxing's tablet, and we don't know what consumers actually need. Thus, only from the perspective of viewing, we created a larger size, and we will have to observe the market performance. This is seen as a trial product. Although we internally position this tablet as an entertainment and viewing device, if you think its performance is weak, then you are gravely mistaken. After all, Huaxing's strength lies in performance, where it has always been leading in the chip design industry. Our Huaxing Pad is equipped with our latest 14-nanometer process chip, a powerful octa-core processor, the Tianqin 600. During this period, the research achievements of Tianqin Semiconductor are not just limited to this. They have also made progress in video decoding and have not stopped their chip research. They have not only developed the Tianqin 600 and Tianqin 810, but also a low-end processor named Tianqin 400. Indeed, it's a new chip. I guessed correctly. I just wonder how its performance will ultimately turn out. Huaxing's research capability is truly impressive. This launch event has revealed 2 new chips. One must say that being a fan of Huaxing means enjoying good things, as there are new technologies announced at every launch event. Unlike the neighboring Guozi, which always relies on its old reputation, their normal launch events are dry and devoid of anything exciting. Of course, without evidence, let's try using Lei's slogan, if you're not convinced, run some benchmarks. What's so difficult about that? Lei, so you're going to challenge me too. Haven't we already allied? Huaxing, a deal is a deal. No worries. Doge meme. Indeed, under our calibration, this Tianqin 600 can score up to 71000 points. This score is on par with the performance used in flagship phones by competitors. To borrow a phrase from our competitors, isn't this score astonishing? Watching the live stream, Lei Busi was cursing as he stood up. He wanted to turn it off, but felt helpless. Since the price wasn't out yet, he could only continue watching in frustration. Huaxing's child cannot be left behind. In other aspects, we have adopted a 2K resolution LCD screen and a massive 7,500 mAh battery, while also supporting 22.5W fast charging. It can be said that aside from the chip, the biggest cost of this tablet is this 2K resolution screen. The cost of just this screen alone exceeds 800 yuan, and that is a result of large-scale production. As for why not use a 1080p screen to reduce costs, Shen Fei had indeed considered this point. However, due to the large screen size, using a 1080p screen would result in very poor display quality with noticeable pixelation. If that affects the reputation and leads to poor sales, it might result in a large amount of components being left unsold. It is better to use a 2K resolution LCD screen. Even though the cost has increased, it can also enhance the selling point. After all, due to the removal of the communication baseband, the cost of the chip for this tablet is actually lower than the cost of this screen. As for other aspects, it has a plastic back cover and plastic frame. The positioning feature has been removed, and it only has a 5-megapixel rear camera and an 8-megapixel front camera. After all, no one really uses tablets for photography, but the front camera is still necessary for video calls, and the front camera of the Huaxing Pad is superior to the rear camera. Of course, these compromises won't matter as long as the price is right. So for such an excellent tablet, can anyone guess its price? I knew this brat would tease us. After all, it's their family tradition. What if Mr. Huang surprises everyone with the price later? No worries, just curse for now and ill apologize later. Doge meme. 1999, 2399. The Riddle Master deserves no good ending. Huaxing's abrupt halt not only piqued the curiosity of the viewers in the live stream, but also made Lei Busi, who was watching, tense up. He had already inquired about the price before the press conference, but that statement was just for show. Anyone who believed it would be a fool. Lei Busi, who was watching the press conference, felt speechless. Why is it that whenever their rice company enters a market, other companies also choose to follow suit? He only hoped that Wang Tung would indeed set a relatively high price, as Shen Fei suggested. Leave enough room for the rice tablet to survive. I believe everyone has indicated their desired price, so what will be the final pricing for our Huaxing tablet? For the 332G version, the price is 2,399 yuan, and for the 364G version, it is 2,699 yuan. At the same time, Huaxing X2 has not offered benefits to everyone, but we will for the Huaxing pad. During the initial sales period of the Huaxing pad, all versions will be discounted by 100 yuan for a limited time. Are you satisfied with this price? Does it sound appealing? It sounds fantastic. A large battery, a 2K screen, and fast charging all for just 2,399 yuan, and during the initial sales period, it's only 2,299 yuan. As a tablet, there's really no need to buy the high-memory version. The standard version is sufficient. Huaxing is the rightful owner, Mr. Wang. Should we fans overthrow Mr. Shen and support Mr. Wang instead? At this price, I must get one to see how our domestic tablet really performs. This left Lei Busi, who was watching the live stream, utterly helpless. The rice tablet couldn't compete with Huaxing in any regard, and he was also preparing to set a price of 1,999 yuan. If the Huaxing tablet hadn't appeared, Lei Busi believed that this price would have caused a frenzy among fans. However, comparisons make everything daunting, but now seemed that the rice company's tablet would have to drop its price. Although he had prepared for the possibility of a price drop the moment Shen Fei's leak surfaced, who doesn't harbor fantasies in their heart? Now it was indeed a reality check. I have to revise the PPT again. With such a powerful competitor, when will the rice company become number one? Perhaps never. At the press conference, Wang Tung's voice continued, "Thank you all for your support. This press conference is coming to a close. In this final moment, I would like to thank all the fans and bloggers for their support. I hope you all speak some kind words. Also, as per usual, viewers in the live stream can send reserved to enter a draw for 10 Huaxing X2 vouchers. Users who wish to purchase can do so on our official website or at offline flagship stores after this press conference ends. We will still have stock available for immediate sale. We still recommend that everyone experience the product firsthand before deciding whether to buy it. After all, this is a device worth several thousand yuan, and it is important to consider carefully. Huaxing's official considerations are so thoughtful, I love it. While they really think of the users in every aspect. I'll head to the offline store to experience it before deciding whether to place an order. You upstairs are really foolish, why wait? If you can get in line later, consider me defeated. The truly smart ones are already using the Huaxing official flagship store's internet to watch the live stream inside the store. How can someone be so clever in the live stream? With Huaxing's participation, every manufacturer chose to sell stock directly, no longer engaging in any pre-sale periods. Huaxing wouldn't choose to suck in water and do any pre-sale nonsense. Pre-sales are merely a tactic used by manufacturers lacking confidence to gauge market acceptance of their products. Shen Fei believes that every phone from his company will be a hit, so he naturally would not choose to follow the trend and engage in pre-sales. Most fans arrived early at the offline store to watch the live stream, while waiting for the price announcement and the signal to start sales. After the press conference, a series of entries about the Huaxing X2 series successfully made it to the trending searches thanks to the reports and reviews from various bloggers and media outlets. Trending search number 1: the highest price of the Huaxing X2 series exceeds 5,000 yuan. Is it confidence or arrogance? Trending search number 2: the Huaxing tablet is officially launched. Trending search number 3: the Huaxing X2 is officially released, filled with sincerity, with upgrades and price cuts. Even though the Huaxing X2 series dominated the top 3 trending searches, Shen Fei still could not feel happy. Because the top trending entry was not a commendation of the Huaxing X2's innovation, but rather a question regarding the pricing of the Huaxing X2 series. After all, many users in Huaxing still doubt that their creativity can compete with that of foreign countries. They believe that domestic products are unworthy of comparison with foreign ones, and even when compared, they fall short. Technological catch-up is easy, but changing mindsets is difficult. Seeing this trending search entry, Shen Fei could only let out a helpless sigh. It seems that the sales of the Huaxing X2 Pro will struggle. However, what Shen Fei did not anticipate was that after the press conference, someone called to schedule an interview time with him. They also wanted him to share his views on Huaxing's intelligent manufacturing. This made the entire company's staff feel excited as they were being interviewed by the largest news media outlet. What does this mean? Everyone is quite clear. This is recognition, this is endorsement, the promotional effect brought by just this one piece of news. Nothing can compare to that of any advertisement. Yet most consumers remain rational and have conveyed the actual sales figures to Shen Fei. The Huaxing X2 series sold over 2,000 units within the first minute of release through official channels. In 5 minutes, sales surpassed 5,000 units. Within an hour, sales successfully exceeded 100,000 units. Due to Jingxi platform adopting self-operated sales, they need to source from Huaxing first, and currently still in the pre-sale period, they cannot immediately sync data. Therefore, only the sales data from the official website and offline self-operated stores have been counted. Since offline stores use a unified seating model, sales data was synchronized immediately. What surprised Shen Fei was that the Huaxing self-operated flagship store had quite a few fans coming in after the press conference to check in or experience the product firsthand. Ultimately drawn by the ceramic texture, many fans who came to watch ended up choosing the Huaxing X2 Pro version. About 70 of the stores were crowded, while other stores also had quite a few fans coming in to experience the product, though not completely full. Thanks to offline stores successfully selling 150 units within just 1 hour after the press conference, of which 70 were X2 Pro models. After experiencing the product, most fans chose to make a purchase, as it is indeed a severalthazanduan phone. It's better to experience it firsthand before buying. When the sales report reached Shen Fei's hands, he realized that Huaxing had entered the high-end market, considering that it is a phone starting at over 3,000 yuan, with most versions exceeding 4,000 yuan. An hour's sales exceeded 200 units, and this was not even counting all channels. If including platforms like Jingdong and Amiao, 30,000 units within an hour would be a breeze. It seems that today's consumers have recognized the current Huaxing X series. Thus, the system's set goal of 2 million units sold does not seem difficult. But the next few days will be the real key. Converting those hesitant fans or users of other brands into their own customers is crucial. Ding! The system's voice suddenly sounded. Congratulations, the initial sales were a great success. But tomorrow the Guozi will be released. Are you confident? Hearing the system's voice, Shen Fei put down the documents in his hand. Don't worry, I'm absolutely confident. With this configuration, except for being a bit behind them in the system aspect, we are ahead of them by several years in everything else. How could we possibly fail? But consumers don't look at configurations, they only look at the brand. This statement instantly silenced Shen Fei. In terms of heritage, Huaxing was still at a disadvantage. Let me give you a hint. Didn't Wang Tung previously say that the Guozi Lijian's thin design might bend? I wonder if he tested it. Some users in America have already mentioned this issue on forums. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly recalled that the system was hinting at him. The key is that this is not just a hint, this is providing himself with answers. They have caused themselves several setbacks, and it's time to give them some back. Moreover, Wang Tung had indeed mentioned this to him, and even applied for funding. I wonder how the research is going now. During this time, Shen Fei had been so busy with the Huaxing X2 series that he had completely forgotten this crucial issue. He must prepare a great gift for them for the official launch of the Guozi Lijian tomorrow. Brothers, we have received it. The quality of the Huawei X2 Pro is truly impressive, the ceramic back is exceptional, and it feels incredibly comfortable in hand. How did the guys upstairs get their goods so quickly? Didn't they just start selling? I was already waiting at the offline store before the launch. As soon as it was displayed, I made my payment. The moment the launch was announced, the Huawei offline official stores displayed their demo units. Many fans who had been waiting at the offline stores lined up eagerly. However, this still could not meet all the fans' demands. The store manager instructed the staff to organize everyone into lines to experience the product in turn. Some impatient users even rushed to the counter to make direct payments without trying the device. Thanks to the systematic tasks, the stock was very sufficient. Not only did the transit warehouses have a large inventory, each offline store had at least 100 units in stock. However, the bustling scene in the offline stores surprised the store managers. After all, they still viewed Huawei as merely an online brand. The offline stores were primarily meant to assure consumers that they wouldn't run away. They mainly dealt with after-sales issues, but now their role had shifted, with regular offline stores becoming the main sales force. So they hurriedly advised, why not try it out before purchasing? We have enough stock, so there's no need to rush. We've got plenty. However, these fans were so enthusiastic that they insisted they didn't need to try it out, they wanted this model right away. They made their payments immediately. This left the store managers feeling both pained and pleased as they grabbed a card reader to start processing transactions. After all, both the managers and staff earned sales commissions, and today they had to work overtime. No wonder OV is reluctant to enter the online market. Offline sales are truly formidable. Due to the enthusiastic support from fans, the inventory originally intended for a week's sales seemed unable to last even a few days. As a result, the managers of each store hurriedly requested restocking from provincial transit stations. Meanwhile, users who got their phones first shared their experiences online. Many bloggers who did not receive media units squeezed into the Huawei official offline stores to live stream. They were vying for the largest flow of traffic right after the launch event. The employees at the offline stores noticed that they were not causing any disruption or showing any obvious signs of trouble. As for privileges, sorry, none. Everyone had to stand in line. This phenomenon was also met with agreement from the fans who came to experience the product. After experiencing the products in hand, most consumers ended up purchasing the Huawei X2 Pro version. It must be said that the ceramic backplate was a significant factor. These occurrences also indicated that the Huawei X2 series had indeed reached a high-end status. One could say that social media and mobile forums were filled with users sharing their experiences of just purchasing the Huawei X2 series and genuine reviews from consumers. Brothers, you really have to experience the Huawei X2 at an offline store. I initially intended to buy an X2, but after trying the X2 Pro, I couldn't resist. The display quality is truly amazing. The color reproduction is exceptionally high, and watching movies is genuinely enjoyable. Ultimately, I made the bold decision to go for the X2 Pro. Hearing what the upstairs said, I decided not to go to the offline store, as I am short on cash and don't want to fall in love with it. Seeing you all share your experiences makes me incredibly envious. After all, I can't even step foot in the offline store here. Is there anyone buying the X2? I want to see the reviews, but why are there only X2 Pro and Pro? Are there really that many wealthy people? Actually, the X2 is quite good too. The 3,800 mAh battery, paired with 27W charging, is quite impressive. I also tried it offline and it's not as good as the X2 Pro. Doge meme, this is just stating the obvious, and I seriously suspect this is just a boast. I envy you users who can get a phone right at launch, unlike us in this small county. There isn't even a single offline store. I can only wait for the delivery. Honestly, I'm not jealous or envious at all. The moment I received the sales report the next day, Shen Fei was also stunned as he looked at Gu Man, his eyes seemingly asking if there was a mistake. No wonder Shen Fei was so shocked. After all, the sales on the official website had never matched the total sales of offline stores. Is this really the current Huawei? The sales report clearly showed Shen Fei that over 400 offline stores sold a total of 2500 phones along with 600 Huawei tablets, and the sales were still rapidly increasing. Among those 2500 units, 700 were Pro versions and 300 were Pro versions, a figure that truly astonished Shen Fei. 60% of users opted for extended warranties, which also brought a significant additional income to Huawei technology. The sales on the official website aligned with Shen Fei's expectations, totaling 1700 units. Among those, 80 of users purchased the Huawei X2, while only 15 opted for the Pro version and 5 for the Pro. As for e-commerce platforms like Jingxi, by this morning at 8 o'clock, a total of 100 units were sold. The total sales across all e-commerce platforms were less than those on the official website, which Shen Fei anticipated, as it is understandable that consumers feel the official website is safer. Thus, when purchasing these expensive items, consumers generally choose to buy from the official website. Shen Fei firmly believed there were no mistakes. This report was thoroughly confirmed by the sales department. At that time, I was also quite astonished. The sales department randomly inquired with some users and found that their experiences were entirely different from those in the online market. OV generally sells at high prices offline, so offline consumers have a higher acceptance of high prices compared to the online market. Moreover, our ceramic backplate indeed feels exceptionally good, which led many users originally intending to buy the X2 to switch to the X2 Pro. Hearing Gu Man's explanation, Shen Fei instantly understood. It seemed that Huawei technology would continue to increase its investment in the offline market. They aim to increase the number of stores from over 400 to over 500 by the end of the year. Although investing in the offline market is substantial, the real estate market has begun to rise, but it has not yet entered a rapid growth phase. They must open more stores this year, otherwise the costs next year will be even higher. After all, the founder is involved in real estate, and he is well informed about this aspect. After all, Huawei's offline stores are different from those of other manufacturers. As a financially robust company, Huawei Technology generally chooses to purchase stores in core areas and uniformly decorates them as Huawei self-operated stores. If a suitably located store cannot be found, they will choose a slightly lesser location, and only as a last resort will they consider leasing. However, even if Huawei's offline stores reach 500, it would still be a drop in the bucket compared to the current market in China. After all, OV, which represents the offline market, each has nearly 2,000 stores. Huawei's 500 offline stores are merely a fraction of that. It seems it's time to initiate the next phase of the plan. The speed of opening its own offline stores cannot slow down, and it should also learn from OV. Isn't it just recruiting agents? Who can't do that? Gu, please release our sales battle report from yesterday and add that we are sincerely recruiting offline agents. I believe many people will be eager to reach out. Soon, the official Weibo account of Huaxing released the sales report for the Huaxing X2 series. It truly shocked the entire industry, and of course it wasn't just the electronics sector that was taken aback. Other industries were also stunned, with several real estate moguls even considering a shift into the electronics field. Even friends of Mr. Shen received numerous congratulatory messages. The first-day sales of the Huaxing X2 series exceeded 540 units, with sales revenue surpassing 2 billion yuan for the first time. Offline stores contributed over 50 of the sales and more than 60 of the revenue. Huaxing officially recruits offline agents. Interested parties can privately message account 1378 and submit their agency applications, which we will process within 3 working days. The agency conference to delineate regions will be formally held on November 15th. Interested parties should contact us as soon as possible. At the moment the sales report was released, the digital chat station also retweeted this Weibo post. After all, more people need to see this Weibo post to attract truly capable agencies. With more people coming, the decision will naturally be in Huaxing's hands. After all, if you can't accept this price, there will be others who can. Huaxing has quite a few demands, but of course Shen Fei is not that overbearing. They provided multiple options, however the different choices come with varying sales commission policies. This news also made OV anxious, as their current standings owe much to the support of these offline channel merchants. These people have no morals, only interests. Now that Huaxing has announced the recruitment of agents, many will likely shift their allegiance to Huaxing. After all, one side possesses core technology and is on the rise, while the other relies on inferior products pushed by these offline stores. The strengths and weaknesses are obvious. Consequently, OV quickly convened a dealer conference, preparing to once again increase the profit distribution for their offline channel merchants. Currently, OV's 2 companies enjoy profit margins comparable to Fruit's, even slightly exceeding that of Huaxin, which has a full channel layout. As an e-commerce giant, Lao Ma is naturally aware that Huaxin's report is entirely genuine, even underreported, which makes him even more eager for this market. Moreover, his old rival, Xiao Ma, has successfully entered this market, reportedly about to launch his own phone. He cannot afford to be late. However, Huang Zhang from Meizhou harbors such great ambitions, only willing to relinquish 20 of the shares, yet unwilling to give up management rights. He simply cannot swallow this grievance. Moreover, investing without any decision-making power is hardly worth it. It seems he must apply some pressure on that side. If negotiations break down, it might be time to formally announce Ant Group's entry into the mobile phone industry. He plans to burn the 2 to 3 billion yuan originally intended for investment in Meizhou, believing he can find a way. However, the most excited ones are the agents. Many provincial-level agents have long been eyeing Huaxing despite its fewer models. But as veterans in this industry, they can certainly calculate the high profits of Huaxing. Previously, any brand wishing to enter their territory had to leave some road fees. Huaxing, however, chose to purchase stores first, a model no other company had previously adopted. Moreover, all of Huaxing's offline stores are fully compliant, giving them no reason to find fault. As for using unconventional methods, they have considered it, but no one dares to act. After all, Huaxing has frequently made headlines for over 30 minutes. Oh, what does that represent? These old hands are of course very aware. Now that Huaxing is finally willing to open the floodgates. The publicity department is busy further expanding the recognition of the Huaxing X2, while increasing sales, and the Huaxing laboratory is also hard at work. However, the focus of their research during this period is not on their new phones, but on the product from their international competitor, Huaxing 6. They want to see if, as Wang Teng predicted, it will show signs of bending after prolonged use. As manufacturers, they must be meticulous to ensure a decisive blow. Users only need to report that their purchased phone has bent, while Huaxing technology must be well-reasoned and evidenced, or they could run into problems. If things go wrong, they might even face a lawsuit. Therefore, Shen Fei takes this matter very seriously. Rivals have poked them more than once or twice, and he must return the favor. An experiment in Huaxing's research institute is currently under intense testing. Wang Teng's fingers trace circles on the experimental table enough to show his inner tension. In fact, Wang Teng is indeed feeling pressure, as this issue was raised by him. Shen Fei entrusted the whole matter to him, and even allocated a batch of funds having products shipped from abroad in advance. However, due to various reasons, today is only the beginning of the pressure test. With the boss placing such trust in him, he cannot afford any mistakes, and must be present personally. The moment the results come out, he must send them directly to Shen Fei. He cannot betray the boss' trust. The LED cold light on the test bench shines on 3 hydraulic testing machines. On the left is Huaxing 6, emitting slight metallic groans. In the middle lies Huaxing X2 Pro, and on the right is the Note 4 from the pickled vegetable country, using these 2 products as a control group. 3 cameras are set up nearby, recording the entire experimental process. Indeed, the entire experiment is filled with rigor, and the terminology used is highly professional. Pressure value 65 newtons, simulating unilateral pant pocket seat pressure. The technician Zhang Mingyuan adjusts the parameters of the hydraulic machine, while the large screen behind him displays the 3-dimensional stress cloud maps of the 3 phones in real time. Generally, it takes about 5 newtons of force for a person to lift a 500 milliliters bottle of mineral water. When placing a phone in your pocket and bending down to sit, the pressure it endures is roughly this value. Under this force, the aviation aluminum frame of Huaxing 6 has already begun to show rippling wrinkles. This instantly excites Wang Tung, as it appears that his assumptions were indeed not wrong, and the severity is even worse than he anticipated. President Wang, good news. The laboratory door was pushed open by Wang Tung's secretary, who excitedly rushed over to him. Should keep your voice down, we're in the middle of an experiment. The secretary quickly halted, trying to temper his excitement. What's the hurry? You're usually so quiet, why are you so flustered today? The public opinion monitoring team has reported some good news from the social media platform in America. Several users mentioned that after placing their phones in the back pocket of their jeans and sitting down on the couch a few times, they experienced bending. Moreover, it was quite apparent, even without professional instruments, the deformation could be seen with the naked eye. It truly is a blessing from the heavens. With genuine users raising questions, I can further amplify the momentum. Of course, if Huaxing makes any foolish moves in after-sales service, Wang Tung is confident that Huaxing's sales in Huahua will be halved. As for the market share hitting zero, Wang Tung dared not even entertain such thoughts, for Huaxing still has many loyal fans. Alright, with the authentic consumers voicing their opinions, it will be easier for us then. Next, let's test the extreme values. After all, it has already been proven that Huaxing 6 is indeed prone to deformation, so let's see how much pressure it takes before it bends. When the pressure exceeded 80 newtons, the most iconic home button of Huaxing 6 suddenly popped out, making a sound as it struck the bulletproof glass cover. The operator beside quickly paused the machine, observing the situation inside the glass cover to see what changes Huaxing underwent under such pressure. He soon discovered the problem and hurriedly said, President Wang, the wiring bracket has cracked and the battery has started to deform. Should we continue testing? Let's test it, see how much force it takes for it to completely break. Increase the pressure. The operator next to him immediately started the machine to continue applying pressure. When the value reached 92 newtons, the body of Huaxing 6 instantly formed of shape, completely deformed. In contrast, the comparison device Sensei Note 4 had only just shown a deformation of 0.3 millimeters. Even their own Huaxing X2 Pro remained completely unaffected, showing no changes. Seeing this, amateur Wang Tung understood that this generation of Huaxing was indeed very prone to deformation. Alright, no need to test further. You all go check other issues. I need to report to President Shen first. President Shen, I wasn't mistaken. This generation of Huaxing definitely has design issues and is very prone to deformation. Here is our testing report. Please take a look. Looking at the report, Shen Fei became excited. It truly is a blessing from the heavens. Huaxing is currently pushing towards the high-end market, and now there is a competitor's divine assistance. This is excellent news for us. Wang Tung quickly replied. Should we release this news immediately, President Shen? After all, the launch of Huaxing does have some impact on our sales. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei quickly waved his hand and said, no rush, we'll let the bullets fly for a while. Although Huaxing does have some impact on our sales, our first-day sales figures are already out. While current sales have dipped slightly, the daily sales are still within expectations. Let Huaxing release some products first. Once consumers start questioning, we can further amplify the situation. By then, if the shipment volume is large enough and Huaxing decides not to recall all products, we can wait for public opinion to stir. At that time, we will have more opportunities to maneuver. Hearing this, Wang Tung anxiously asked, but what if Huaxing announces a complete recall? Upon hearing this, Shen Fei fell silent. After all, Huaxing is a large company, and a complete recall isn't out of the question. It's fine if they recall everything, it won't affect us much. It could even help us gain some presence among consumers. However, compared to the benefits they would gain, the cost is simply too high. Moreover, the global market is so vast, if they recall everything even though they are Huaxing, it would be a significant blow. If they only recall products from certain areas, they might as well not sell them. So this gamble is in our favor. We are placing our bet. Strictly speaking, Shen Fei wasn't really gambling. After all, Huaxing's annual shipment volume exceeds 100 million. A complete recall is indeed unlikely. Furthermore, if they were to recall everything, Huaxing could very well go bankrupt. By then, they would probably make some moves in after-sales service. But as long as there are plans, there will always be loopholes. Alright, our main priority now is to recruit agents. We need not worry about other issues. First, send this video to our contracted bloggers to let them create some content, and we will coordinate a unified action later. Currently, Huaxing X2 is still in the initial launch period, and the associated benefits are still being offered, with each offline store bustling with activity daily. Thus, the recruitment of agents cannot be delayed, and as each agent sees Huaxing stores so popular, they are all sending in applications. Now, with many monks and little meat, Huaxing naturally needs to choose carefully, eliminating those who maliciously lower prices and those with records of product diversion. Those who appear to have no stock but are actually selling at high prices behind the scenes will also be eliminated. Moreover, Huaxing is currently pushing towards the high-end market. Casually lowering prices would ruin the foundation. The most important thing for Huaxing now is its reputation. If consumers come to the offline store and the sales staff tell them there is no stock, while the neighboring store says for an additional 500 they have stock available, it would be a devastating blow to Huaxing's reputation. We absolutely cannot let a single rotten apple spoil the whole barrel. Therefore, the review process must be doubly strict. At that time, if there is any diversion, I can just turn a blind eye, but casually lowering prices must be strictly controlled. It's been 2 days. I believe those who needed to have seen what's necessary. Let's see how many distributors have submitted applications. Hey Guman, come to my office for a moment and tally up how many distributors have applied so far. Since this matter is very important, Guman has been busy with it for the past 2 days, organizing a specialized team responsible for the reviews. Currently, there are still quite a few distributors who have passed the review, as there are only a few capable ones. They almost monopolize all products in their respective provinces and then develop their own downlines, essentially profiting from both ends, often even more than the manufacturers. After all, OV is too weak and Huaxing will not allow them to easily manipulate the situation, and we must impose some conditions on them. President Shen, President Wang, you are here too. Wang Tung quickly nodded. I am here to report on the bending issue. How are things going? Currently, there are more than 800 distributors who have sent applications, and over 700 have passed our preliminary review, with several major players wanting to monopolize the provincial agency. We do not need such large local tyrants for provincial agencies, at most city-level agencies, as having too large a territory is hard to manage. Moreover, it's impossible to drive down prices by taking over an entire province. After all, in Shen Fei's plan, the maximum commission for an agent is 15A, and they must pay up front before receiving goods along with a security deposit. This price is even less favorable than what the blue-green manufacturers offer to county-level agents, and this is after the provincial and world-level layers have exploited the agent fees. The negotiations should not be easy, but first let's lure them in. We are strong. Why should we let these profits go to waste? If they are willing to be agents, then great. If not, we will reimburse their airfare, and they can leave immediately. At worst, we can establish exclusive channels ourselves. We certainly have the capability to do so. The Huaxin building is bustling today as the first bidding conference for the Huaxing brand is about to commence. They are recruiting agents at the city and county levels, but not at the provincial level. The largest provincial agents are Huaxing's various transfer stations. With the start of the bidding conference, they will no longer merely serve as storage points for goods. Instead, they will become new oversight agencies to supervise these newly added distributors, preventing them from engaging in parallel trading or selling at low prices. Shen Fei adjusted his tie and scanned the crowd below, which was packed with people. The attendees are all agents vetted by Huaxing Technology, most of whom have previously represented related products. They are prepared to continue representing Huaxing's products to earn more profits. After all, Huaxing has already moved into the high-end market, and the profit margins are quite substantial. Although Huaxing has only been established for 2 years, the sales of the Huaxing X2 and Huaxing S1 have been astonishing. They are unwilling to miss out on this immense source of profit. As you all know, our Huaxing X2 series broke through 54000 units in first-day sales. Although there has been some fluctuation in sales over the next few days, we still sold 4200 units in the past 6 days, averaging 700 units sold per day. I believe this data should be quite satisfactory for everyone. The distributors below have also estimated the sales of the Huaxing X2 series. After all, as seasoned players, they are not here to simply give money to the manufacturers, but to earn money from them, naturally conducting some investigations. So when they received news of the initial review passing, they quickly contacted each other, forming a small group, intending to carve out more profits from Shen Fei. Although Shen Fei was aware of this, he chose not to intervene, as they were merely united by interests, and he had his own ways to break their so-called alliance. At the same time, he would make their alliance a laughingstock. As he saw the distributors below nodding in agreement, Shen Fei continued speaking as the PowerPoint slid to the agency policy. The distributors below could no longer sit still. The S-Series has an agency fee of up to 15, while the X-Series has a maximum agency fee of 10A, and payment must be made before goods are delivered. Additionally, each store must pay a deposit of 200 yuan. This is a requirement for every single store, not for one county-level agent. Paying a deposit seems perfectly normal to them, but which store pays such a large sum? Isn't this clearly an outrageous clause meant to rob them of their money? How could they possibly agree? Mr. Shen, are you joking? A maximum of 15 points, and we must also have uniform decor, and only after passing inspection can we stock the goods plus payment before delivery. Mr. Shen, why don't you go ask around? From OV, they won't give me a 30 commission, and I wouldn't want to represent their products. As a gold medal agent for the Blue-Green Factory, and also a provincial agent in Shandong, Wang Huahui naturally had the qualifications to say this. With Wang Huahui leading the charge, the crowd below began to murmur. At this moment, the meeting room was filled with chatter like a nest of sparrows squawking. Yet the Huaxing team seemed to be oblivious, continuing with their business as usual. Mr. Wang, as you said, that's the Blue-Green Factory. What does it have to do with us at Huaxing? They have low costs and high prices, and they can't sell in the online market at all. Without the capital to establish their own offline channels, they can only rely on you. Huaxing is different. Firstly, our online sales are extremely robust, and we can guarantee at least one flagship store in every prefecture-level city. Allowing you to act as agents merely expands our sales channels. You are not a necessity. As he emphasized the word necessity, Shen Fei added weight to his tone. The three words seemed like sharp blades piercing the hearts of those present. Of course, if you are unwilling to be agents, we can also enter the county market ourselves, inviting you to join us. We are just showing you some courtesy. As for whether you, the local snakes, can withstand our onslaught, you don't need to worry about that. As the saying goes, a powerful dragon doesn't suppress a local snake, but how does it seem like the situation is reversed now? Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the crowd quieted down. After all, this protest was already in their plans. They just didn't expect Shen Fei to deviate from their script. Mr. Shen, 15 is still too little. It should be at least 20. Otherwise, we would rather not represent Huaxing. We can just fight it out in the offline market and see who dominates there. Shen Fei glanced at the crowd below, signaling them, do you all share the same thoughts? The few beside him nodded in agreement, while those further away shook their heads. Internally, a split began to emerge. Seeing Shen Fei's assertiveness, everyone no longer insisted on their original thoughts. Given the current pricing of the Huaxing X series, even at a 10 sales rebate, the profit per unit is over 300 yuan, approaching 400 yuan. Secretary Gu confirm and book their return tickets to ensure they don't say we at Huaxing are impolite. Those who had spoken up were suddenly alarmed and hurriedly said, Mr. Shen, we agree. This price is acceptable. We can sign immediately, and I will transfer the deposit right away. We will decorate according to your specifications. If you are unsatisfied, we will redo it immediately. Wouldn't it have been better to say this sooner? Hearing Shen Fei's words, the tension in several people's hearts instantly eased. But Shen Fei's unpredictability was not something new. Unfortunately, it's too late. Have the statistics been compiled? Secretary Gu, have the reception department prepare their tickets. Send them back. Could we have all taken a step back? Why do you have to go for the kill? Being young and arrogant is not a good thing. Hearing this, Shen Fei smiled. If I'm not young and arrogant, am I still considered young? What qualifications do you have to say that, old man? Besides, I am young. If young people aren't allowed to be arrogant, what are they? Furthermore, I've built such a foundation at a young age. Oh, what's wrong with being a bit arrogant? My father hasn't said anything about me. Oh, why do you care? Others nearby began to clap, expressing agreement with Shen Fei. After all, if they had such achievements at Shen Fei's age, they'd be even more arrogant. By the way, Secretary Gu, there's no need to buy their tickets. Let them leave on their own. We've already given them face. Through this show of strength, other agents began to accept this price. They all expressed that they could sign immediately and would follow Huaxing's requirements for decoration, transferring the deposit without any issues. Thank you all for your support. As the first batch to join, I will provide you with extra benefits. Each store that sells more than 500 units a month will be classified as a clever store, and on top of price discounts, they can enjoy an extra 1 sales rebate. Each store that sells more than 100 units a month will be classified as a level store, and similarly, on top of price discounts, they can enjoy an extra 2 sales rebate. Each store that sells more than 200 units a month will be classified as an A-level store, and on top of the price, they can enjoy an extra 3 rebate. However, don't think about playing tricks. Different store levels have different purchase prices. Level stores will receive a 7 discount off the official price. Level stores will enjoy an 8 discount. Level stores will enjoy a 10 discount, and A-level stores will also enjoy a 10 discount. Once they achieve a level status for 2 consecutive months, they can be upgraded to S-level stores. They will enjoy a 12 discount on purchase prices with a maximum of 15. The group below began to calculate. The profit margins on the S series are indeed not high, but still acceptable. However, the profit on the X series is astonishing, with up to 800 yuan per unit. If the sales volume for the X series isn't too poor, they can use the S series to boost their ratings while profiting from the X series. And you think if we say we won't play tricks, we really won't. At worst, a few level stores can nurture one level store. This is not beyond our capability. The only loss would be this deposit. But Shen Fei is not a fool and naturally considered this issue. To obtain this sales rebate, there is a prerequisite. Upon hearing Shen Fei's words, the expressions of the crowd below suddenly shifted drastically. Clearly, they had all chosen to take a step back, but why? Why was Huaxing still being so aggressive? Yet even after enduring such humiliation, they could only choose to swallow it down. After all, compared to the frustration of being humiliated, money was far more important. The Huaxing X2 had only been on sale for a week and the sales had already approached 1 million units. Everyone with a discerning eye knew that the current trend was firmly established for Huaxing, and they could only choose to step back. Moreover, Shen Fei had already taken a step back, given the warning from the earlier few who had dared to speak out their retreat was quite reasonable. It was absolutely not a sign of cowardice. We at Huaxing are not overly aggressive. We only require that to participate in sales rebates, one must use our Huaxing Smart Sales System. Indeed, this is the official sales system universally used by Huaxing offline, and products must be scanned through this system before they can be stocked. The same scanning is required when products are sold, otherwise it will not be recognized as a normal sale and will be treated as an anomaly. The bundling of the Huaxing Smart Sales System with the sales rebate policy was suggested by Wang Teng. After all, this can greatly reduce the phenomenon of parallel trading and better protect the interests of Huaxin technology. Moreover, suggesting this at this time allows the agents to accept it more easily. However, this can only greatly reduce the issue. After all, these distributors must pay up front before receiving the products. To increase sales, they often give users some gifts during the launch. Or they might allow users to pay at the original price and then give them some rebates after the orders are completed. These methods have nothing to do with Huaxing. They are simply the tactics of the distributors, which also help Huaxing's sales. Huaxin's official position would also turn a blind eye, not pushing them to the brink. As seasoned distributors, they naturally thought of this, and even more than what Shen Fei could imagine. This had no impact on them at all. They had already agreed to many conditions earlier, so naturally, they would also agree to such minor inconveniences. However, this device sounded somewhat advanced. Many franchise companies used so-called equipment to exploit franchisees. Was Huaxing planning to do the same? These seasoned distributors were naturally wary of that. After all, each of them planned to open several stores. They hurriedly asked, "Mr. Shen, is this device something we pay for ourselves, or is it arranged by Huaxing? How much does this device actually cost?" Upon hearing this, Shen Fei smiled, indicating they were completely subdued. Seeing Shen Fei smile, the person who had just asked the question suddenly became tense. "Brother, I didn't make any excessive demands. I was just inquiring. How much is the machine? Why are you smiling so mysteriously again? Why does it feel so chilling behind me? And does that expression imply that this machine isn't cheap and has to be paid for ourselves? Don't worry, there are no charges for the machine. Once the renovations are approved, we at Huaxing will handle the installation ourselves." In this case, Huaxing is quite conscientious. After all, as franchisees, they only need to pay a deposit of 200 and renovation fees along with some rent, while Huaxing covers all other equipment. Moreover, Huaxing's configurations are also quite generous. Although the prices are a bit high, they are worth it, and consumers recognize that. When selling to users in the future, they no longer need to fear encountering people knowledgeable about digital products. After all, if they bragged for half a day and a consumer said they understood and that it was junk, how embarrassing would that be? Of course, to help your employees quickly familiarize themselves with our smart sales system and our sales language, we offer fast-track classes. This is based on the experiences of our over 400 offline stores, and the impact of sales language on sales is significant. The crowd below was left speechless. Having just praised him for being conscientious, he swiftly proposed a new means of exploitation. "Brother, where's your conscience? However, this money must be paid, and it must be the highest tier. Consider it a protection fee to avoid fines from their so-called supervisory agencies." "Mr. Shen, how many tiers does this fast-track class have?" Smartly, this made Wang Teng, who was standing beside, breathe a sigh of relief. He avoided an awkward silence and had a follow-up question. That way he wouldn't have to step in himself. After all, these people were not novices. Most had been agents for blue and green manufacturers' phones. Although there is a certain gap between the blue and green manufacturers' phones and Huaxing's, the so-called sales language is not very different. For these individuals, paying this amount of money is not much different from being slaughtered, yet they unexpectedly cooperated so well. This made Wang Teng's prepared lines unnecessary. "This fast-track class is not us at Huaxing trying to exploit you. In our actual statistics from offline stores, there is indeed a significant revenue difference between stores that use this process and those that do not. Brother, don't try to pull a fast one on us. We're not novices. We understand sales better than you do. Different store sizes, different geographical locations, even the economic development levels of regions, and the reputation of manufacturers are all key factors affecting sales. These have nothing to do with so-called sales language. After all, customers are already in your store clearly intending to buy your phones. Whether or not you use this sales language may have some impact on sales, but not a significant one." Yet upon hearing Shen Fei say this, they still clapped appreciatively. They had to swallow this as the areas had not yet been divided. They did not even know how many stores they could open. Until the results were out, all their frustration had to be suppressed. Endure. Wang Tung and Gu Man stepped aside, unable to hold back their laughter. Why were these agents provoking him? Does he just sit around all day thinking of these schemes? He can't use them on his own people. This was a perfect opportunity. We offer 2 classes, a standard class and an advanced class. The standard class consists of a 15-day course, which is half a month long, and each store only needs to pay 500 yuan in tuition, including training for 1 store manager and 2 sales employees. The advanced class consists of a total of 25 days of coursework, and each store must pay 100 yuan in tuition, including training for 1 store manager and 4 sales employees. None of the classes provide meals or accommodation. All costs must be borne by the owners. The crowd below was filled with question marks on their faces. How could one be so shameless? Not providing meals or accommodation, and we all have to participate. Each of them felt like they might bite down on their teeth in frustration. However, for the sake of profit, they all forced out bitter smiles. Don't worry, Mr. Shen, we will all attend, especially the advanced class. It must be the advanced class. If they don't learn well, we can always extend the duration. Just don't know how Mr. Shen will divide the regions. Upon hearing this, Shen Fei instantly understood why these seasoned distributors, knowing he was toying with them, still pretended it had nothing to do with them. After all, Shen Fei had not intended to provide so-called training classes beforehand. Although he had designed this segment before the bidding conference, it was only intended if each manufacturer cooperated. This segment was meant to be cancelled, but since they happened to bring it up, Shen Fei had no choice but to reinstate it. After all, if he could exploit a bit more, he would. As a cunning businessman, the division of regions is based on everyone's strengths. However, we do not operate like OV, which only provides city-level agency opportunities. The highest level granted is only municipal agency rights, and it seems that Shen Fei does not have higher sales rebates. What exactly is the advantage of this so-called municipal agency right? The municipal agency has the priority replenishment rights, the same replenishment treatment as the official offline stores of Huaxing. At the same time, municipal agents need to pay an additional deposit of 2 million yuan to ensure that there will be no cross-selling. Additionally, they must have at least 5 stores in the agency area. Huaxing is truly ruthless. To gain priority replenishment, they must pay at least 1 million yuan for store deposits and 2 million yuan for the municipal distributor's deposit. Indeed, when Shen Fei set this rule, Gu Man also offered some advice, as this is not a small sum. However, agents only need to sell products and do not need to provide any after-sale services. If there are issues, they only need to send the malfunctioning phones to Huaxing's self-operated stores for processing. Moreover, the postage is to be paid upon delivery, settled uniformly by Huaxing. Besides, those who have the capability to come here are all significant provincial or municipal distributors, aren't they? If they can't afford this amount, they might as well not be an agent. However, this group of people below thought carefully, and this money actually seems quite worthwhile. Before coming, they also conducted investigations. On the first sales day of Huaxing, over 400 stores sold more than 200 units, in total averaging 3 to 400 units per store. Of course, this is related to the recent launch of the Huaxing X2. Even if the sales were halved, there would still be over 200 units. Even when they eventually hit a bottleneck, they would still sell at least 10 units daily. Considering Huaxing's S-series, the profit for each store remains quite considerable. Besides, isn't opening a store truly capitalizing on this initial wave of launch traffic? To reassure you all, we have a new 1,000 yuan phone set to launch after the new year. For this model, we offer a 15% profit share, but this model will not participate in the sales rebate activities. Upon hearing this, the previously hesitant agents quickly took out their cards, proving their choice through action. They rushed to the payment area since the promotional materials had stated that there could be a maximum of 2 municipal agents per prefecture. If they arrived late, they would miss out on securing priority replenishment rights, which would be a significant loss. Meanwhile, Wang Huahui, the provincial agent from Lu Province who initially expected a 30% share, was a bit slow to react. By the time it was his turn, all the municipal agency rights in Lu Province were already gone. Ironically, his old buddies and subordinates were coming over to him. Brother Wang, sorry you were a bit slow. I and Lao Li secured the agency for Qing City. Brother Wang, sorry we secured the agency for Yin City. This made Wang Huahui even more furious. Usually they would call him Brother Wang sincerely in hopes of getting more goods. Now, seizing the opportunity, they turned to mock him instead. Soon Huaxing's bidding conference came to an end. Each person walked away with the territory they desired, happily concluding the bidding conference. Except for Wang Huahui and a few others. In fact, Wang Huahui's absence wasn't due to Shen Fei targeting him, but because he was simply a bit older. His reactions were not as quick as others. Indeed, it was just like that Doge meme. After the conference ended, Wang Tung hurriedly ran over to Shen Fei. Mr. Shen San Sang wants to meet with you tomorrow. Tomorrow? I am busy tomorrow, let's postpone that. After all, Shen Fei's most important task tomorrow is to accept an interview with CCTV, any other issues must be postponed. After all, this is the most authoritative media. The last 30-minute news segment was more effective than any advertisement. With this advertisement, it's possible to reach 2 million units in sales by mid-month. Any other matters must take a back seat to this. With Huaxing and Guozi's official launch, other manufacturers that had already released products also began adjusting their prices. This poses a challenge for the current chrysanthemum factory, as their 925 has already established a foothold in the 3,000 yuan range with sales surpassing 3 million units. Sales in the European region alone have exceeded 8 million units, which is quite a pleasant surprise for the chrysanthemum factory. What kind of name should they use to lower the price without disappointing the already purchased consumers? This is a problem. After all, the arbitrary price cuts of the Mate 2 had a significant impact on the chrysanthemum factory. While contemplating how to lower prices, Yu Dazue received a call from Shen Fei. Hello, Director Yu, do you have time? We at Huaxing have recently produced some good products and plan to hold a trade fair for promotions. You at the chrysanthemum factory should come. Mr. Shen has spoken, so we must support it. I wonder what exactly these good products are. Anyway, they are all good products. Just remember to come, and by the way, make sure to bring enough money. These items are not cheap. After finishing, Shen Fei hung up and began communicating with other manufacturers. Meanwhile, the now quiet Yu Dazue continued to think. The items that Huaxing is selling should be of use to them too, so the range must be very narrow. Could it be that Huaxing's glacial antifreeze batteries are up for sale? Or perhaps OLED screens intending to sell them externally? Thinking of this, Yu Dazue couldn't help but smile. Huaxing has just started mass production of OLED screens, and only their top models are equipped with them. How could they possibly sell them this early? However, what Yu Dazue did not expect was that Shen Fei indeed planned to sell their OLED screens, as relying solely on Huaxing could not even cover the R&D costs. Moreover, the 10 billion loan for factory investment is indeed a heavy burden. And this is just the first generation of products. In terms of screen quality, they can't even compete with Sansang. If one day Sansang's screen burn-in rate decreases, wouldn't this screen become a liability? Old Yu is once again disregarding the rules of martial ethics. We must keep up with Dami and cannot let honor and I could get ahead. Mr. Lu, please go to Huami Technology for an inspection to see if they are ready for financing. I heard their technology has just made a breakthrough, so they should be looking for Series B financing. This project is an important bridge for Lei Busi to connect with Ju Factory and Huaxing Technology, so it must be taken seriously. Dami Company officially announces its entry into the Double 11 battlefield. Ikus Feng Yufei, no matter how much Dami reduces prices, we will always reduce by 1 yuan more. It's ruthless, but it is indeed a good strategy, as Iku has just entered the cost-performance battlefield and must follow the master's footsteps. Lei Busi, just wait, once my Peng Pai chip comes out, you'll know what cruelty is. Honor officially announces its entry into the Double 11 melee, definitely the product with the highest cost performance. With Ju Factory leading the charge, various companies quickly announced their participation in Double 11. Although the starting price has dropped, the manufacturer's profits have not decreased accordingly. After a few months of shipments, the overall price of the supply chain has also decreased, further significantly reducing costs. High emotional intelligence benefits users. Low emotional intelligence means that now that the supply chain has lowered prices, they need to hurry with shipments. Otherwise, the new models will be here. Doghead JPG. Mr. Shen, they are all announcing their participation in the Double 11 melee. Should we at Huaxing participate too? Shen Fei thought for a moment and immediately replied, of course we will participate, but not with Huaxing X2. Rather with S1 and X1. Currently, Huaxing X1 still has hundreds of thousands of units in stock. Fast-charging large battery and 1080p screens have not fallen behind. However, the screen of their own S1 has already lagged behind the times, but thanks to its powerful performance and excellent imaging quality, many users still choose S1. Moreover, the current Huaxing S1 starts at 1999, and it is still 332G. Huaxing S1A reduced by 150 Huagua coins, starting price of 1849. Now put the prepared Huaxing S1 Max on the shelves directly without a press conference to give fans a surprise. Having learned from the previous 618 experience, Wang Tung has already prepared a special edition for Double 11, or can be called the Timely S1 Pro. After all, the Max version and Pro version are basically identical. It still has a 3500 mAh battery, 22.5W fast charging, but the screen has been upgraded from a 720p LCD screen to a 1080p resolution. The starting price is 2,799, which is slightly cheaper than the starting price of Huaxing S1 Pro. After all, the current supply chain has undergone multiple rounds of price adjustments, making 1080p screens very affordable. Currently, the Huaxing S1 Pro version has long been discontinued, leaving only 300 units in stock, and the current price is $2,499. At such a crazy price, it is believed that the inventory will be cleared soon. Although the S1 Pro version is somewhat awkward between the S1 and S Max, as long as the price is right, it is the most desirable product. Currently, their own factory is fully producing Huaxing X2 and Huaxing S1 S1 Max. After all, in the face of the current price of S1, the so-called 720p screen is not a disadvantage. The busy bidding conference and Double 11 have just passed. Shen Fei planned to take a break as this period has been quite exhausting, but Gu Man shattered his fantasy. This afternoon is the scheduled interview time. I have pushed the previous small news, and this is a 30-minute news, which will be very beneficial for us. They have already sent the interview questions over. You should consider how to answer them. Such relatively large interviews are conducted to avoid problems during the interview process and also to prevent leaks. All the questions have been negotiated in advance, and the answers have also been reviewed. After all, the confidentiality level of today's Huaxing technology is quite high. Especially the wafer factories Tianjin Semiconductor Research Institute are of utmost importance, and all security has been taken over by higher authorities. Due to the formal launch of OLED screens and being at the forefront, Shen Fei has also strengthened security measures for East China panel companies. After all, caution brings longevity. The questions for this interview are quite simple, and the publicity department has already prepared the answers to prevent Shen Fei from inadvertently leaking information. One question in different fields, such as chips, batteries, and screens: how has the company coordinated planning after achieving significant breakthroughs? The answers from the publicity department are also quite well structured. The moment Shen Fei saw them, he felt the significant gap between people. Their minds are truly impressive, capable of writing such eloquent articles. It generally revolves around insights into market trends and technological development directions, forming long-term strategic planning. They have formed different research and development teams, and under the condition of achieving certain technological breakthroughs, have cooperated with leading technology manufacturers to jointly establish production lines, to bring projects to fruition, promote development, and advance the industry. It is also mentioned that support from the government is crucial. With government assistance, this project has been expedited, significantly increasing construction speed. After all, it takes everyone to lift the flower sedan. Talent is indeed abundant in this publicity department. Extra money must be allocated. Next are some questions about whether there have been particularly memorable problems or challenges in the fields of chip research and development, screen research and development, and battery research and development. Shen Fei is unsure whether the people from the publicity department have had contact with the RD team, but what they wrote is quite credible. At first glance, Shen Fei almost believed it. If it weren't for knowing he had a system, he would have thought he had indeed encountered so many problems and still succeeded. In the afternoon, reporters from CCTV arrived at Huaxin building, and Shen Fei, along with his secretary Gu Man and the chief paparazzi Wang Teng, warmly welcomed several reporters. After a brief exchange of pleasantries, they quickly got to the point. The questions were exactly the same as those on the proposal, and Shen Fei naturally spoke according to the script. This once again established Huaxin Technology's external image of prioritizing research and development. Soon after the interview, Shen Fei planned to invite a few people to dinner, but the reporters declined, citing the need to edit. Shen Fei was just being polite and sent a few people away. Mr. Shen, representatives from Sansang have come to visit again. I estimate they won't give up until they see you. It's fine, keep pushing them away. Historically, there have been 3 visits to the thatched cottage. Today, they want to learn something from us, so they should come a few more times. After all, they are already competitors. Making them uncomfortable a few times is of no concern. Understood, I will go decline them now. However, Sansang is clearly not to be trifled with and understands that Shen Fei's apparent busy schedule is actually just avoidance, treating them like fools. Moreover, they discovered that the East China Panel Company had just placed a large order for raw materials in Neon and their pickled vegetable country. They suddenly thought of a way to leverage Huaxing technology. President, we have requested to visit multiple times, but they always find various excuses to reject us. I believe they simply do not want to see us. Upon hearing this, Jay on the other end of the phone became agitated. As a top financial magnate from the beach country, it is quite frustrating to make repeated requests for courtesy and respect. You have so perfunctorily rejected us. This is clearly a mockery. Go once again in the name of the Sangsang Group under my name. Do not go in the name of the Sangsang Huagua branch. If you do not approach them on equal terms, how could they possibly meet with you? However, this will be the last time. I have already made an effort to demonstrate courtesy. If you continue to be disrespectful, it will not only reflect poorly on me, but also on our great Sangsang Group. Don't blame me for taking drastic measures then. You may not lack money, but your researchers and technicians are not as financially secure as you. I believe that as long as sufficient benefits are provided, some of these technicians would be willing to come and work for Song, wouldn't they, eh? If we could recruit Mr. Liang from TSMC, then we should also be able to attract Professor Wu from the East China Panel Company. Sang's research capabilities are indeed average, but as one of the major financial powers controlling the entire country, it can be said that the entire nation's strength has supported the establishment of the Sang Group. Therefore, what Sang lacks the least is money and connections, and the major shareholders of the entire Sang Group are not from the beach country, but from America. This means that the capital behind him can help him resolve most of the troubles brought by recruitment. However, it can only be said to be most of it, since Wall Street is not a single entity, but consists of smaller factions. Only the controlling parties behind Sang are among the largest two factions. However, recruiting Professor Liang still carries certain risks, as the capital backing TSMC belongs to another faction on Wall Street. This has resulted in ongoing lawsuits between Sang and TSMC. However, it is worth it. Sang Electronics has successfully trial-produced 14-nanometer chips, although the yield rate is still improving. Next year, we will officially announce to the world that Sang Electronics has broken through the 14-nanometer process technology. At that time, we will also need to irritate TSMC a bit. However, the chip process has already made breakthroughs. The current focus should still be on the screen panels, as this is an essential source of profit outside of chip foundry and the most crucial for Sang. Originally, the breakthrough in chip processes was slow, which made that group very impatient. Fortunately, I was able to recruit Professor Liang, which calmed their anger. Now the East China Panel Company has made breakthroughs in OLED screen processes and significantly reduced the risk of screen burn-in, which means Sang's technology is now even better. Internally, some people are already betting on the East China Panel Company, or rather they want to test whether they can join Huaxin technology. After all, they have thoroughly investigated and still haven't figured out where those two lithography machines came from after more than half a year. It's as if those two machines just appeared out of thin air. New debates have emerged internally, which is certainly not good news for Sang at this moment. After all, the businesses of both companies are virtually identical, except that Sang is currently slightly larger than Huaxin. However, in terms of research capabilities, Jay has no confidence. He does not know where Huaxin has recruited so many research talents from. It seems that I need to find some time to visit Japan. Oh, it's time to communicate with the raw material suppliers. I believe these suppliers will make the right choice. We need to delineate the scope with a certain company. Mr. Shen, this appointment is made in Jay's name. Do you still want to refuse? I'm afraid they will stop at nothing. Indeed, the Sang team did not leave, but stayed at a nearby hotel. As soon as they received news, they once again arrived at the Huaxing Tower. Just like last time, they did not meet Shen Fei, but the good news is they met Gu Man. However, it was evident that Shen Fei rejected them once again. Rest assured, there is absolutely no opportunity for cooperation between our two companies. We do not need to engage in these superficial matters. After all, their approach is merely an attempt to probe our screen technology. None of us are professional technicians. There's really nothing to discuss with them. But Mr. Shen, aren't you afraid that they will resort to underhanded tactics with such a refusal? If we agree to them, does that mean they won't play dirty? Upon hearing this, everyone understood that this so-called dinner meeting wouldn't change anything. Whether the discussion goes smoothly or not, it does not affect the use of underhanded tactics. It would be better to not meet and let both sides rely on their own abilities. If they engage in underhanded tactics, we will equally respond. I heard Professor Liang has been doing well at Sang. However, we can offer better conditions. I believe Professor Liang would be willing to return to his homeland. After all, Professor Liang's joining Sang was also due to unavoidable circumstances, having been sidelined after losing an internal struggle. At that time, there were no domestic chip manufacturers capable of standing up, so Professor Liang's skills were of no use in returning to his country. As for the domestic giant Huaxin International, after being messed with by TSMC, there have been constant internal struggles. They probably spend all day arguing with no time for any research. It's better to go to Sang Electronics to engage in research and accumulate technology, and when the opportunity arises, return to Huaguo with all the skills learned. Of course, this also involves showing respect to Sang while helping to resolve the lawsuits with TSMC. After all, high-level talents generally have non-compete agreements. No problem, you dig my people and I dig yours. Let's mutually irritate each other, shall we? Moreover, most of our RD personnel are loyalists rewarded by the system, so they are not afraid. As for the researchers at the Eastern Factory, they can be easily recruited. Only a small portion can enter the most critical research areas. Also, those who can be poached are technically inferior to those at Sang. It's just right to see how many talents are in the Eastern Factory. With the breakthrough in technology, the Eastern Factory also decided to bet on the East China Panel